Chapter 341. But it must not be single-sex. And the Nair people must not be aware that humans want to raise a group of Nair people. So we definitely can't just say, you don't have to sell scientists, but you have to sell people to us. Speaking like this will definitely make the Nair people aware of it. And will also define humans as interstellar human traffickers. Which is not a good reputation. After an unknown amount of time, the Nair people finally spoke again. Commander-in-Chief, I'm sorry to tell you that we can't agree to your request. We can't accept the sale of scientists. Yu Yuan, how will you pay the difference? We can reduce the purchase of some technologies. The Nair said, we have discussed that in addition to the basic common sense information of the Milky Way that has been handed over. We only want the number 1 alloy material technology, the general quantum computer technology, and the supporting artificial intelligence source code, as well as your entire electronic computer technology tree, and the manufacturing technology of Life Potion version 1.0. As for the biological resources you purchased in the interstellar trading market, and all other technologies, we don't want them. Is that so? Then we still need 130 million trading points. We don't want the computer technology tree either. We still need 120 million trading points. We will package and sell you other related technologies and production lines, manufacturing processes, and all technical documents and derivative technologies related to the history of photon computer development. Okay. These plus some other branch technologies and fragmentary research materials. A total of about 10 million trading points. The Nair people were confused. After all the calculations, they still needed about 100 million. However, they really couldn't give up the remaining technologies, especially the number 1 alloy material technology, which was the hope of defeating the other 2 star regions and unifying the Nair civilization. How about this? Seeing the Nair people hesitate, the humans gave another opinion. In fact, what we call buying scientists is not a transaction like market goods. And we don't need your top scientists. We are equivalent to recruiting. We hire some scientists who are not satisfied with your life, and then pay the fees with trading points. It's that simple. Don't worry. Since it is a recruitment, it means that the scientist who is willing to come has joined us humans. We will definitely guarantee the interests of you scientists. And the living conditions will definitely not be bad. And if you are still worried, you can send a fleet to explore the universe with us, so that the scientists who accept our recruitment will not feel lonely. In this way, you don't have to worry about the reputation of selling your own scientists. Oh no! Our original intention is to invite you, a scientist, to bring your team to join our journey of exploring the universe. Trade scientists or something. It must be a problem with the translation system that made you misunderstand. Scientific expedition team? The governor of the Nair people pondered. Seeing this, the humans continued to strike while the iron was hot. Your Excellency the Governor. In fact, you don't have to worry. In fact, it's not a scientist trade, but you excluded a scientific research team to explore the universe with us. To tell you the truth, in fact, there is already a scientific research team of another civilization in our exploration fleet, and they are also exploring the universe with our fleet in this way. At this point, Yu Yuan immediately signaled the staff to send the video of the life of the Kuntai civilization in the spacecraft after they surrendered to the Nair people. He also pointed at the different forms of the Kuntai people in the video and introduced them to the Nair people. Look, their Kuntai civilization was originally 2 civilizations. One called Kun civilization and the other called Tai civilization. After the 2 sides had been in contact with each other for a long time, they gradually transformed the 2 civilizations through biotechnology to adapt to the same environment. The life in the universe is a big family. We believe that in the distant future, whether it is your scientific research team, the Kuntai people, or us, we can all live in the same environment and become a whole. In this way, we are all one family. How can it be considered as buying and selling scientists? You can take the scene to discuss with your scientists and scientific teams who are willing to set foot on the starry sky. Maybe they will voluntarily follow us. Don't you think so? Your Excellency the Grand Governor? The Grand Governor pondered for a moment and asked casually, you mean you are leaving? Can you tell us when? So that we can also prepare. Yu Yuan, we are an exploration fleet. The purpose of coming here is to supply and trade. Once the supply and trade are completed, we will leave. The Nair Governor, okay. I will promote this video. But whether there are scientific teams and researchers willing to embark on the voyage with you is entirely voluntary. If they are willing, we will set up a scientific research team. Yuan, that's great. At that time, you will decide how many accompanying spacecraft you need. And your scientific research team will have the final say in internal management. You only need to ensure that you obey the instructions of our exploration fleet during the voyage. I hope the governor understands this. After all, we are an exploration fleet, and the instructions must be unified. The governor, of course. Originally, they had given up hope and just wanted to get a boatload of their people to leave. But they didn't expect that changing another way of saying it, and using the Kuntai people's video to fool people would actually lead to such a result. This made the humans overjoyed. The Nair people did not agree directly, but such words were no different from agreeing. However, humans also understood that those who were willing to leave were definitely not top scientists, but at most some ordinary researchers who were unsuccessful in their civilization. But for humans who have already lost hope, it is already very good, as long as the so-called scientific expedition team has both male and female members. There is no need to worry about scientists not being born in the future. As for the issue of control, as long as they leave the Nair civilization area, disarmament and peaceful evolution are still up to humans. Due to the long-term inability to break through to the third-level civilization, and the addition of cosmic sociology from various information, humans are no longer as radical to aliens as before. Of course, the purpose is just to make them serve humans. Humans are happy. But what they don't know is that the reason why the Nair people agreed is not just because they were forced by more than 100 million trading points, but also because of other factors of the Nair people themselves. For example, the Nair people want humans to leave this star field as soon as possible so that they can blackmail the second star field. For example, the Nair people themselves are just rookies in the universe society and don't know anything. Otherwise they would never be fooled so easily. Chapter 342. Next, the two sides negotiated for several months, and finally finalized all the contents, and then entered the formal execution of the contract. The situation was probably not much different from the previous negotiations. The Nair civilization obtained universal quantum computer technology and supporting artificial intelligence technology. The full technical guide of Life Potion 1.0. Number 1 alloy material technology. Super large electromagnetic gun design drawings. And the 9/10 fake and 1/10 real basic knowledge of the Milky Way from humans. These are relatively specific major technologies. In addition to some other related technologies, there are thousands of various branch technologies. Humans have obtained the complete set of space elevator technology and scientific research data, the complete set of photon computer technology and process research data, all types of living animals and plants and specimens stored in the pot cover Mangmang star, and thousands of other related branch technologies from the Nair civilization. In addition, the biggest gain is a scientific research team of the Nair people. This team is probably composed of several scientists who are not doing so well in their daily lives and more than 300 ordinary scientific researchers. There are no top scientists, but there are 3,000 ordinary Nair people to match them. The Nair civilization specially provided a large transport ship for this team to live and reside, in the name of giving it to the 300 Nair people who volunteered to follow humans on the star journey so that they would not be lonely. What puzzles humans is that the Nair civilization scientific research team seems to have been handed over directly to humans, and they did not send a few warships to go on the journey together. This would save humans from resorting to violence. Humans were not aware of the recruitment process, but experts speculated that those who voluntarily followed humans on the so-called exploration of the universe probably really didn't know the truth that they were sold out by their own civilization. Humans didn't ask the governor of the Nair people. After all, they would know it naturally when they left the pot cover Mangmang star. In fact, the truth was the same as what humans thought. The Nair people in this scientific research team really didn't know that they had been sold out by their main civilization, and they all thought they were really participating in the universe exploration of an alien civilization. With 110 million trading points in exchange for such a scientific research team, humans feel that they have made a big profit this time. Similarly, the top leaders of the Nair people also feel that they have made a big profit, because those are not such top scientists, and because the real situation was concealed. The 3,000 ordinary Nair people who were selected are still happy for their luck to be selected. I wonder how these people will feel when they know that they have been sold to aliens by their main civilization. Time passed by little, and in a blink of an eye, it was 1 year after the first video negotiation between the two sides. During this period, both sides were busy analyzing and verifying the various scientific and technological achievements obtained from each other. And the materials delivered by the NER people to humans were continuously transported by human transport ships from the far Earth orbit of the pot cover planet number 5 to the large fleet outside the meteorite belt. There, all resources will be pulled into the space factories that have been waiting for a long time according to their categories and uses, and turned into batches of industrial products needed by humans. Factory residues and stones without any minerals are transported to warehouses to serve as heavy nuclear fusion fuel. As for cold nuclear fusion fuel, it is produced by the local factories of the NER people, and humans directly receive the finished fuel packages that have been packaged. Humans and the NER people belong to the same level of civilization, but the other party's science and technology cannot be used immediately. It also takes a certain amount of time to digest. After all, they are all things that they do not have. People need to learn. Engineers need to learn. And all relevant personnel need to learn. Only in this way can it become the science and technology that we master. For humans, the most important technologies obtained in this exchange are photonic computers and space elevator technology. The former is a pleasant surprise, and the latter is long awaited. Therefore, after obtaining the complete set of technology and research materials for the space elevator, the top scientists in various disciplines of mankind took the lead in diving into related work. Especially Suzhini, who studies materials. He has been excited for several days. Before, we couldn't make a suitable cable, but now according to the technology and craftsmanship of the NER people, we can directly make the cable material in the laboratory, and it succeeded at one time. This shows that it is not that human technology cannot achieve it, but that they have not found the real direction and have not mastered the core technology of this process. Similarly, after absorbing the complete set of space elevator technology, humans have also discovered it. The space elevator design of the NER people is very similar to those plans in human history, and what humans lack is indeed the cable manufacturing technology. However, what humans did not expect was that, judging from the data alone, these cables weigh 140,000 tons, which is far greater than the total mass of any space station in the Earth era. From the research and development process, humans have seen that when the NER people first built the first space elevator, their cables were built in sections according to the different tensile strength requirements at different heights and then connected in sequence. However, due to the advancement of nanotechnology, they were finally able to produce a whole 200,000 kilometer carbon nanotube. Yes, it is a carbon nanotube, although it is still far from the real nanotechnology imagined by humans. The technology for making this carbon nanotube is undoubtedly superior to any technology currently used by humans in the nano field. So after obtaining the complete set of space elevator technology, the nanotechnology that has been blocking humanity for many years finally saw a ray of hope. Humans, from the manufacturing technology and research process of carbon nanotubes used in space elevators, saw the dawn of true nanotechnology. The third-level civilization technology barrier that has been lying in front of humanity for countless years finally showed a crack. According to scientists, for humans, the third-level civilization has gone from only seeing the direction to having found the way to the other side. They believe that as long as they fully understood the research of the NER people in the field of nanotechnology and continue to explore in this direction, they would be able to break through the technical barrier and truly master nanotechnology. In fact, the reason why humans discovered this as soon as they got the research data of the NER people on the field of nanotechnology was not to say that the space elevator nanotube manufacturing technology was the key to breaking through the technical barriers of the third-level civilization, but that humans found that they had fallen into a certain misunderstanding before. Humans have always believed that the key to breaking through the technological barriers of the third-level civilization is material technology. After all, nanotechnology is all about material technology. However, now humans understand that it is not just about materials, but the nano-level process and nano-level manufacturing technology of the entire industrial system. Not only do we need to be able to produce real nanomaterial robots, but we also require various fields, whether it is primary equipment accuracy, secondary equipment accuracy, industrial equipment accuracy, or scientific and technological creation accuracy, equipment operation accuracy, and mechanical command response. To reach the nano level, the third-level civilization is not just a civilization that has mastered the manufacture of true nanorobots, but a civilization that has achieved nano-level precision in all aspects. It can be said that if the transition from primitive civilization to first-level civilization And from first-level civilization to second-level civilization is like flying bricks with great force and miracles with great force. Then reaching the third-level civilization is micromanipulation, precision, and accuracy in all technical aspects. True nanorobots are just a superficial marker. And the real third-level civilization is an all-round improvement of the entire civilization. And this may be the powerful force that scientific and technological civilization has gained in the microscopic field. Chapter 343. Last time. It was nuclear energy. Let's not talk about the distant future. The space elevator technology itself is also very valuable to humans. As mentioned before, human civilization is now a wandering civilization. When encountering danger, the main thing is to quickly replenish supplies and quickly escape. With a space elevator, you can just put away the rod and leave like fishing. Of course, the space elevator has more than just advantages. Although humans have not yet built it, after getting the full set of space technology, humans noticed it because the data provided by the NER people was very comprehensive. The weight of cargo that a space elevator can carry depends on the quality of its cable material. The stronger the cable, the greater the carrying capacity of the space elevator. The data of the NER people clearly states that many large finished components, such as a spacecraft that cannot fly into space by itself, cannot be carried by the space elevator at present. So their pot cover planet number 5 uses 2 modes of transportation at the same time. However, if it is only used to transport mineral resources and supplies between heaven and earth, then the space elevator is more than enough. In addition, the passenger capacity of the space elevator is incomparable to that of the orbital mass accelerator. It can be said that with the space elevator technology, the Earth-to-space transportation capacity of mankind has increased by at least 10 times. Now the manufacturing department of mankind has begun planning. After leaving the pot cover Mangmang star and reaching the next star, 5 units will be built first. The reason why they are not built here is because there are not enough materials. After all, this is the territory of the NER people. It is good enough for humans to replenish the materials and fuel of the fleet. They don't expect the NER people to give them the resources for a few more space elevators. Moreover, as long as you reach an ownerless star system, you can have as many resources as you want, which is completely inexhaustible. There are so many ownerless stars in the universe. After reaching the pot cover star, you just need to avoid the sphere of influence marked on the NER star map. This is also the star system that humans will go to next. Since the NER people have already given the star map to humans, the target has already been selected, which is about 27 light years away from the pot cover star. After everything here is completed, humans will leave. According to the current supply progress, the fleet will be fully supplied in about 5 years. In fact, if humans were allowed to mine resources themselves, it would take less than 5 years. But the NER people did not allow it. So humans could only wait to receive supplies from the NER people one ship after another. Fortunately, the NER people also have their own fleet, so they are quite experienced in supplying materials. Otherwise this time might be longer. On this day, Yu Yuan was handling daily affairs in the office. Before he left, he heard a knock on the door. Yu Yuan shouted "Come in," and looked up at the door, only to see a man and a woman walking in. Yu Yuan knew all the leaders on the Tianqin. The man was from the staff department, and his surname was Wei. The woman's surname was Lei, and she was the general manager of the supply this time. "General Yu, are we really not going to wait for the transport fleet coming from the direction of the Lai Star?" The person who spoke was Chief of Staff Wei. Yu Yuan shook his head and said, "No. 5 years later, that fleet will probably reach the deceleration distance in 3 years. If we wait any longer, if that fleet is not a transport fleet, we may get into big trouble. We are not afraid of trouble, but there is no need to take unnecessary risks." Listening to what Yu Yuan said, we know that the plan of the NER people on the pot cover Mangmang star was still useful. At least many people in the command, including Yu Yuan, felt that this matter was too strange, and it was better to leave early. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Although the fleet may really be a transport fleet as the NER people said, and it also carried a lot of goods from the Great Lai Star. But now humans have already got what they want on the pot cover Mangmang star. There is really no need to take this risk. I understand. General Yu. There is one more thing. I apply to stay here for the next 5 years to assist Director Lei, so I will not go back with the Tianqin. Oh! Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows, glanced at the staff officer Wei, and then at Director Lei next to him. and seemed to realize something. So he nodded and said, "Okay. I will give you a 5-year vacation. But after 5 years, you have to report back to the Tianjin." "Thank you, General Yu." Staff Officer Wei saluted Yu Yuan happily. "Well, Director Lei is here for this matter too?" Yu Yuan looked at the other person again. "No, Chief. I'm here to report the recent situation of material storage." Supervisor Lei from the Supply and Logistics Department answered. "Okay. I understand. Just send the data according to the procedure later. No need to report in person." Hearing this, Yu Yuan knew it was an excuse. Supervisor Lei must have come to ask for leave for Staff Officer Wei. He probably didn't expect Yu Yuan to give him leave so readily. "If you have nothing else to do, just go and do your own thing." Yu Yuan ordered the guests to leave. "Yes, General Yu." "Understood, Chief." The two turned to leave. But just as they stepped out of the office door, they heard Yu Yuan's words floating into their ears. "By the way, you two have to have more children in 5 years. If you are busy, you can file a case with the Population Management Department. They will handle it." "Well, the main reason is that the weightless environment has some impact on the growth of the baby." Yu Yuan's words made the two pause. But they didn't mean to stop. Just now, after Yu Yuan saw the clue, he personally checked the validity period of the two's life potions and found that they were both due in the next 2 years. He knew that the two were going to start a family, so he gave them a 5-year vacation so readily. Due to the problem of life potion, the population of human beings is growing very slowly now. If it is a normal life, the birth rate is okay. But if it is during interstellar voyage, forget it. Fortunately, there are few natural deaths. Otherwise it would be negative growth. Speaking of which, from the emergence of Callisto to the present, new life potions have been continuously developed. And no human has died of old age so far. From this perspective, it cannot be said that it is the fault of life potion. The main problem is the expiration time of the potion for both men and women. If the effect of the drug on one of the two lovers has expired, but the other has lasted for decades or even hundreds of years, they may have to wait until they die of old age. In fact, the Population Management Department has noticed this situation for hundreds of years. But if the population system does not change, there will definitely not be a big breakthrough in the population growth rate. Because the original regulations required that both men and women have children before they can register to use the life potion. The main force of human population growth now is actually the newborns, who have grown up generation after generation. As for those who have used the life potion, even if both men and women have reached the end of the drug effect hundreds of years later, these people do not have such a strong desire to have children. And a large part of them directly apply for renewal of the drug. This is also one of the reasons why the human population is less than 200 million after so many years. Chapter 344. As far as Yu Yuan knows, the Population Management Department has begun to take action in recent years to address this phenomenon. They have begun to conduct various surveys in society and among the public in various forms on the issue of fertility willingness, collecting opinions and suggestions from all parties. If all goes well, I believe that it will not be long before new proposals for relevant population laws are put forward. Yu Yuan is not directly responsible for this matter, but as a leader, he also knows some of the content. The Population Management Department probably wants to amend the previously formulated law, and the content seems to be aimed at the years when the life potions of both spouses expire at the same time. Whether it is a mandatory requirement like the first use of the life potion, or various incentives, Yu Yuan does not know. After all, this matter is still in the questionnaire stage, and many ideas have not been made into proposals by relevant personnel. In fact, Yu Yuan generally does not care much about such reforms of some laws. All of them are done by relevant personnel. Only when a certain original policy is completely changed, he will focus on participating. For example, abolishing the original population policy, and then starting the artificial embryo program. Of course, although the human population is not growing fast now, it is also stable. Moreover, for more than 1,000 years, the concept of a family with 3 generations has been generally recognized by society. Therefore, the artificial embryo program has been sealed in the archives and has not been discussed. Putting aside the population policy, after the 2 people who came to ask for leave from Yu Yuan left, the Tianjin and the other 2 Lake-class battleships began to leave the orbit of the pot-cover planet number 5 and return to the human fleet. The negotiations have all been concluded, And the specific implementation and handover have also been going on for several years. There is really no need for the Tianqin to stay here. In this way, 5 years have passed in a flash. During these 5 years, various elements and minerals were transported by the Nair people one ship after another, and the fuel tanks of mankind were gradually filled up. A series of industrial spacecraft such as various primary processing projects, secondary processing projects, organic chemical plants, inorganic chemical plants, etc. located outside the meteorite belt, with sufficient raw materials, are also continuously producing various products for humans. Human industrial spaceships are like warships. When on standby, the cold nuclear power reactor is turned off, but the heavy nuclear fusion reactor is always working, because these industrial spaceships are also like other residential spaceships. In addition to the acceleration and deceleration during the navigation phase, they also need electricity to maintain various equipment on a daily basis. Not to mention the industrial spaceships in production. The surging heavy nuclear fusion power reactor provides sufficient energy for various types of factories inside it. With sufficient energy, they can use carbon dioxide, methane, hydrogen, and other ready-made resources in the universe and various compounds extracted from ores to synthesize various secondary raw materials with superb chemical process technology. For more than a decade, every minute and every second, countless alkanes, alkynes, anhydrides, esters, organic acids, quinones, alcohols, ketones, aldehydes, olefins, carbohydrates, phenols, nitriles, carboxylates, halides, ethers, heterocycles, and amino acids have been synthesized by chemical plants on industrial spacecraft. After being synthesized, these organic chemical raw materials are processed with other inorganic chemical raw materials, such as inorganic salts, inorganic bases, inorganic acids, oxides, industrial gases, etc. according to various formulas, and then become the next level of products: plastics, fertilizers, synthetic rubber, dyes, spices, paints, detergents, and various chemicals are also separated in various chemical processes, and then classified by specialized humans, and finally stored in human warehouses. The so-called resource replenishment is not just to replenish fuel and then throw various mineral resources into the warehouse. It also means turning these raw materials into various supplies needed for human daily life and various consumables needed for the development of the entire civilization. Of course, the process of processing into products must be completed by humans themselves, according to the agreement, except for cold nuclear fusion fuel. The Nair people are only responsible for providing materials and raw materials. 5 years have passed. The trade handover has been completed, and the supply handover has also come to an end. Now in the original orbit of the pot cover planet number 5, the Nair transport ships coming and going from the planetary synchronous orbit have changed from a busy flow to a few scattered ones. The human transport ships here are also waiting for the last batch of goods to be handed over before leaving. Not long after, Yu Yuan, who had already returned to the fleet, also received the news of the departure of the last batch of transport ships. He was giving the entire human fleet the order to prepare for departure in the bridge of the Tianqin. After he issued a series of orders, the first mate of the Tianqin suggested, "General Yu, I suggest that after we leave, it is safer to tell the Nair civilization about the Galactic Axis Alliance." "Oh, are you talking about the broadcast of the Galactic Axis Alliance?" Yu Yuan looked back. The first mate nodded, and it was obvious that he had been thinking about this question for a while. "Yes. From the beginning of contact with the Nair civilization to now, we can confirm that the Nair civilization has never received any broadcast information about the Galactic Axis Alliance before." Yu Yuan touched his chin and said with his mouth open and closed, "Are you worried that they may be fooled by the Galactic Center Alliance in the future?" "Mainly because I think this Nair civilization is not bad." The first mate did not deny it. He continued, "But the key is the basic knowledge of the Milky Way that we sold them. If they are really taken away by the Galactic Heart Alliance, we will be exposed." "Yeah." Yu Yuan nodded slightly. He also felt that this made sense. But he felt that the point was not here. So he said, "Even if they are not fooled by the Galactic Heart Alliance in the future, the information we sold to them will be exposed sooner or later. But the point is not this. The point is that if they are fooled by the Galactic Heart Alliance, they may also expose our information in this star field. If they find out the truth about the Silver Heart Alliance, They will probably be furious, and will probably use the power of the Silver Heart Alliance to look for us everywhere and drag us down with them. What General Yu said makes sense. When the first mate heard Yu Yuan say this, he knew that his suggestion was adopted. Let's talk about this after we start to speed up. Yu Yuan said this to the first mate, which was considered to be letting him take responsibility at that time. Then he called Manuiniai and said, Manuiniai, this voyage, your second fleet will be the first echelon, and the residential spacecraft cluster, industrial, factory-type spacecraft, biosphere spacecraft, and other types of spacecraft will be in the middle. I will lead the first fleet to cover the rear and officially set sail in 10 days. Understood? Chapter 345. As time went by, humans also completed their preparations for sailing. When the fleet's tail flames illuminated the meteorite belt and were observed by the Nair people, it marked that humans had embarked on a journey again. It was also at this time that humans sent a farewell letter to the Nair people, and at the end, told the Nair civilization about the broadcast of the Galactic Axis Alliance, because this was also closely related to their own interests. When humans explained this matter to the Nair people, their words were mostly slanderous against the Galactic Heart Alliance, portraying the Galactic Heart Alliance as a fraudulent group, a place where once you join, you have no freedom and are deprived of development potential. Perhaps because humans and the Nairs get along well, the message had a good effect after it was sent, and most of the Nair's high-level officials regarded it as a kind reminder. However, some of the Nairs thought more about what humans did not expect. Today is the day when humans set sail and leave, and it is also the last delayed communication between humans and the Nairs. Therefore, all the Nairs who had negotiated with humans before, led by their governor, came to the previous large conference room. At this moment, everyone was fixed in their positions, looking at the engine tail flames that looked like shining stars against the black background of the universe. The eyes of the Nair people are compound eyes, and their visual senses are very different from those of humans. So the display screen structure and construction of their equipment are also very different from those of humans. If you look at their display screen with human eyes, it is probably difficult to distinguish the objects on the screen. Your Excellency the Governor, do you think this human fleet is really a space exploration fleet as they say? Just as all the Nairs were looking at the screen and sighing at the scene of the humans leaving, a Nair military personnel suddenly said this to their governor. Alta, what do you mean? The governor did not speak, and the one who answered him was a Nair who looked more majestic next to him. The Nair called Alta was silent, then vibrated the vocal organs in his abdomen, first uttered a series of interjections, and then said, I didn't think there was anything wrong at first, but after they sent me a message about the Silver Heart Alliance broadcast, I felt something was wrong. Something's wrong? They kindly reminded us to pay attention to this force. So why is it still not right? The majestic-looking Nair man was puzzled. Alta glanced at the Grand Governor, and saw that the Grand Governor raised his claws and snapped at him a few times. He knew in his heart that the Grand Governor wanted him to continue talking. It's like this. Think about it. Human civilization said that the purpose of the broadcast of the Galactic Heart Alliance is to defraud low-level civilizations. And we will take this as true. But have you ever thought about it? According to the basic common sense information of the Milky Way given by humans, the Galactic Heart Alliance is at least a 6th-level civilization. Such a powerful civilization. What reason can it have to deceive low-level civilizations and let low-level civilizations join them? In other words, why do they do this? Hearing Alta's words, all the Nair people fell into deep thought. After a long time, a Nair person vibrated his abdominal vocal organs. Alta, I think I understand what you mean. You mean that humans know the motive, but didn't tell us. Alta raised his pincers and snapped 3 times to show his agreement. But he added the next moment, that's right. But this is not the point. I think humans must know the reason. And they didn't tell us all the information they know. And don't you think that the fact that humans bought scientists and researchers from us has a lot to do with this concealed information? Alta, do you mean that humans have the same goal as the Galactic Alliance? To collect individuals from various civilizations in the universe to serve themselves? Yes. Then wouldn't those of us who followed them be? So I have always been against this. After hearing what Alta said, everyone was silent. They knew the disadvantages. But there was no other way. If they had not agreed to the purchase of humans in the name of the scientific expedition team, there might have been some trouble. Maybe nothing will be gained. And there is a risk of conflict. The most fatal thing is that from the perspective of the warship data, it is clear that they cannot win. It is for this reason that the high-level Nair people agreed to the request at that time, knowing that it was just a different wording from humans. And they were also very tactful not to send warships. At this time, the governor said, "Okay, Alta, this has already happened, so don't worry about it anymore. Go on. From what you said just now, it seems that this human fleet is not a space exploration fleet. Tell me what's going on." Seeing that the Grand Governor had spoken, Erda stopped struggling and turned to look at the Grand Governor, saying, "Yes, Grand Governor. Everyone, think about it. With our navigation capabilities, are we capable of sending a fleet to explore the universe and feed back the various information we have discovered to the civilization headquarters? According to human civilization, we belong to the second-level civilization, and our speed is only 30% of the speed of light. There is no problem crossing various star systems. But sailing far to explore the universe is probably not possible. Mr. Erda, do you think that the human civilization's words about exploring the universe fleet are false?" A Nair seemed to be snapping his claws, with an unbelievable look. "Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this fleet is not a space exploration fleet, but the entire human civilization. They are either interstellar pirates or a wandering civilization," Alta said. "Only in this way can we explain why they are so enthusiastic about buying our scientists. Because a civilization of their size must lack population the most. Have you noticed?" At this point, Alta raised his right pincer and pointed at the accelerating human fleet on the screen, saying, "Their warships are divided into two parts, one in front and one in the back. The ships in the middle are obviously various residential ships. Those barrel-shaped ships can't deceive people. That makes sense. Then, Sir Alta, do you think that all the information that human civilization tells us is false?" Anel said. Alta looked over and found that the person asking the question was a biologist named Earl. "No, Dr. Earl. I think it should be true." Alta vibrated the abdominal vocal organs and explained, "Because I am more inclined to believe that they are a wandering civilization." "So what? They are gone now," Earl said again. "Everyone think about it. If we tell this news to the second star region, what do you think they will do?" Alta laughed the unique laughter of the Nair people. Chapter 346. Tell this speculation to the second star region? None of the Nair people reacted, and for a moment they didn't know what Alta wanted to say, and what the purpose of doing this was. After a while, a Nair person finally looked at Alta, shaking his abdomen and said, "Sir Alta, you don't want to intercept humans and force them to tell the truth, do you? This is not allowed. Not to mention that this human civilization is powerful, just based on their past goodwill. We shouldn't do anything to them." "Of course we won't do it." Erda snapped his claws a few times, and then continued, "We won't do it. But we can't guarantee whether the second star region will do it or not. We just need to tell the second star region that the human fleet is the entire human civilization, and that they are actually a wandering civilization. At the same time, we also tell the second star region the destination of the human beings this time, the composition of the fleet, the number of people, and other information we have. That's enough." Erda paused, and then continued to explain his plan. When humans proposed to buy scientists, he opposed it, but no one listened, and he had no way to do anything, and there was no evidence. However, after receiving the broadcast information from humans about the Silver Heart Alliance, he connected all the information together and guessed that humans might be a wandering civilization. He himself could not swallow the fact that his compatriots were taken away by humans, and because of the fact that the Silver Heart Alliance was gathering low-level civilizations and other information, he was convinced that humans' motives for buying the Nair were absolutely impure. At this time, Alta continued, "Your Excellency, the first goal is definitely to unify the Nair civilization. So as long as it is possible to weaken the second star field, it will definitely be beneficial to us. So when the second star field spacecraft arrives, we must not tell them about the number 1 alloy. Only by not telling them about the number 1 alloy can we make them take risks. That being said, this alone is probably not enough," said a Nair who agreed with Alta's idea. Erda raised his claws and added, "Of course it's not enough. We can sell all the technologies except the number 1 metal material to the second star region, and then tell them that human civilization has many cutting-edge technologies obtained from the interstellar trading market. But our first star region is weak and dare not take direct action. That's a bit possible. But what if the second star region asks us to go to the target star of mankind this time?" The Nair man just now worried. Then we will notify the fleets of other star systems to go. Anyway, it can't be our fleet. The reason is simple. If our fleet moves, the human side will definitely find out. Alta seemed to be confident. At this time, another Nair who did not agree with this approach spoke up. Sir Alta, it is a bit unfair for us to do this. After all this is just your guess. Even if human civilization is a wandering civilization, they have not done anything bad to us during this period. Not only that, we have also obtained a lot of technology from them. Not to mention the powerful alloy material of number 1 alloy. Just the use of quantum computer technology and artificial intelligence source code is enough to increase our combat power by a level. I dare say that with just alloy number 1 and artificial intelligence technology, we can wait for the day when the first star region will unify with the Nair civilization. It is not a wise choice to go back on our word and anger human civilization at this time. No, Sir Will. It is not our first star region that is hostile to humans, but the second star region. We can dispatch fleets from other star systems to go with the second star region. But we go there to maintain friendly exchanges with human civilization. If the second star region conflicts with humans at that time, we can observe first. If humans have materials stronger than alloy number 1, then we will help humans and inform human civilization of the current situation of the 3-part power of our Nair civilization. Alta snapped his claws, looking very pleased with himself. When the time comes, we will tell the human civilization the whole story and the plot of the second star region, and give them some benefits. I believe they will agree to help us complete the great cause of unifying civilization. If the warships of human civilization are more powerful than alloy number 1, then we will unite with the second star region and destroy them. After Alta finished speaking, a Nairman said indignantly, Sir Alta, you are trying to lure the Keated beast into your house. We have finally sent the human civilization away. If you do this, are you going to drag our entire Nair civilization into danger? I don't agree with this. As soon as this was said, other Nair people immediately echoed, yes. It is a consensus that we cannot reveal the internal situation of our civilization. Once we leak the news, we will inevitably become the common enemy of the second and third star regions. How can we be opponents then? Alta made an onomatopoeia, and then said in a contemptuous tone, everyone. Our Nair civilization has been divided into 3 forces for 3,000 years. During this period, each force has been governed by its own, and cultural differences have gradually emerged. After 3,000 years, no force has the strength to unify. If this continues, I am afraid it will really split into 3 different civilizations. You have all seen the Milky Way power distribution star map. The universe is not limited to our Nair civilization. We must complete unification as soon as possible before we are qualified to live in this universe. If we continue like this, if the next civilization we meet is no longer a wandering civilization like human civilization, and is not as kind as humans, then we will face a catastrophe. So I think it is better to suffer a short pain than a long one. As long as we have the help of human civilization, we don't even need to wait thousands of years to complete the unification of civilization. No one expected that Erda would actually have such an intention. For a moment, the entire Nair meeting room was plunged into a noisy discussion. While the Nairs were arguing about this, the human fleet had gradually moved away, and finally disappeared into the dark universe until it completely disappeared from the Nairs' telescopes. Humans could not have imagined that the advice they gave to the Nairs before leaving would become the fuse for other information, exposing the fact that they were a wandering civilization. They could not have imagined that the Nairs, who had always been very kind, would plot against them behind their backs just as they set foot on the star road. At this moment, because the target star was 27 light-years away from here, after completing the acceleration, human society had already issued a hibernation order and embarked on a 90-year voyage alone. Chapter 347. When the long time covered up the track, when the vast space concealed the fleet, the huge fleet of mankind finally crossed the distance of 27 light-years and arrived at the target star. The target star is a white giant, with a mass 2.69 times that of the Sun, a surface temperature of 9950 plus or minus 221 Kelvin, a rotation period of 18 hours, and an age of about 280 million years. It is still in the main sequence stage and looks very young, but in fact it has already begun to move from youth to middle age. Because white giants like this have a large mass, their lifespan is only about 1 billion years. Because this white giant rotates very fast, its equatorial rotation speed is also extremely fast. The huge centrifugal force makes its equator bulge outward, and the temperature reaches the maximum value on the surface of the equatorial photosphere, exceeding 10,000 Kelvin. The intense burning makes it have an extremely high surface temperature, and also makes its spectral color look like a huge white sun, illuminating the space around it. Even if you look at the screen, you can feel the surging power in its infinite white light. The strands of stellar wind, which seemed to be real, were constantly surging, just like the real fire of the sun, burning in the void. The tail flames of more than 2,000 ships of the human fleet that were decelerating at the same time were like the light of several matches burning together in front of it, which was simply not worth mentioning. As soon as the fleet completed the deceleration and entered the conventional gravitational capture range of this white giant, humans felt that they had come to a world of light. Looking out from the porthole, the warships and spaceships next to them were all illuminated by the light of the white giant, as if all the warships were bathed in white light. From the moment people woke up from hibernation, this white giant star became the brightest star in the sky, and as the distance got closer, its brightness kept getting stronger, from a bright star in the sky to a blazing sun, and then to a huge fireball that could not be looked at directly. It was a fireball in the void, the true fire of the sun, a collection of violent energy, and the source of the surging stellar wind. The endless energy turned into photons, which were released outwards without cost, dyeing the planets within its range into a vast expanse of white. The human fleet shuttled through the violent ocean of light, and slowly approached the target planet. The target planet that humans were going to dock at this time was the only rocky planet in this galaxy. And it was also the only planet 18 astronomical units away from the white giant. Even though it was so far away, due to the excessive surging main sequence star, the temperature of this rocky planet reached hundreds of degrees Celsius during the day, and dropped to below -200 degrees Celsius at night. From such a huge temperature difference, it can be seen that this planet has no atmosphere. In fact, in such an environment, even if there is an atmosphere, it would have been blown away by the surging stellar wind. Scientists estimate that in such a surging stellar wind environment, if this planet wants to keep its atmosphere, its mass must be at least 5 times that of the Earth. Unfortunately, the mass of this planet is only 1.9 times that of the Earth. So the result is predictable. As for the reason why there is only one planet in the entire star system, human scientists speculate through on-site observation data and stellar evolution models that those planets that are too close may have been swallowed by their main sequence stars in the past long time, while the planets with more distant orbits did not have the conditions to form when the star was first born. In general, this is not a place suitable for life. However, as a second-level civilization, humans have strong battleship armor made of number 2 alloy material, so it is not a big problem for them to carry out various activities here. Of course, various machine operations are still a little difficult, but they are not impossible. However, like before on other planets, wearing light armor, that is, light spacesuits, it is impossible to move around on the planet in light spacesuits, because the star activity of this white giant is too strong, and it releases various radiations around it all the time. In such an environment, if you throw a Geiger counter over there, the value will immediately jump to the extreme, and the light spacesuits of humans can't resist it at all. So the moment we get the data of the stellar environment, humans know that this time, they can only wear tactical armor for exploration activities on the planet. Only the super strong protection of tactical armor can block all kinds of cosmic rays and ensure the safety of humans. The only planet is a rocky planet, which is very lucky, and humans have no choice. After the fleet arrived at the planetary orbit, the steps and processes were the same as usual. Humans are already very familiar with the development of planetary resources. The whole process is roughly the same, but it needs to be adjusted according to different planetary environments. First, launch a large number of artificial satellites to establish a comprehensive planetary detection network. Then unmanned detection and data collection. Then unmanned equipment airborne for secondary detection, planetary data modeling, and then various initial base equipment login and deployment. Then, there are manned and unmanned ground explorations. After detecting various mineral resources, they build mines, deploy large machinery and equipment, remote control machinery, unmanned machinery and other machinery and equipment to mine, then load them onto transport ships and transport them back to the ground base, and finally launch them into space with orbital mass accelerators. Humans have already fully digested the space elevator technology, but they have not yet built it. so they can only use orbital mass accelerators at the beginning. When the pot cover Mang star obtained the space elevator technology, humans plan to build 5 space elevators. Now that there is no external interference, they can proceed. Everything is going on in an orderly manner. With the current technological level and mechanical expertise of human beings, when they are completely free, whether in ground-based laying, air-to-ground resource transportation, or engineering construction, the efficiency is completely incomparable to that of the NER people. After the supply chain of various mineral resources was stabilized, humans built the ground part of the space elevator in 1 year, and also improved it on the original basis. The design of the space elevator of the NER civilization is completely based on long-term use on a certain planet. But as a wandering civilization, humans will definitely not stay in a certain star field forever. Therefore, in the design of the space elevator, humans have taken great pains to carry out targeted modifications. First of all, humans have also modularized the ground structure of the elevator and designed it mechanically foldable. In addition, in order to facilitate the entire transportation to space and leave with the fleet, humans have also reserved rocket joints on the ground structure of the space elevator. In this way, once evacuation is needed, humans can completely retract the elevator cable, install several rockets on the base of the space elevator, and then launch it into space to transport it away. Chapter 348. If you want to transport a space elevator with the fleet, you can't just put a rocket on it and push it away. Doing so will easily cause the space elevator to age. Therefore, in order to better protect the space elevator, humans also plan to build 5 special large transport ships. In the blueprint of the Ship Design Institute, the internal structure of these transport ships is completely embedded with the structure of the space elevator after it is folded, and the whole accommodation part can be unfolded like a petal. And then the entire structure of the packed space elevator is firmly embedded in the body. The packaging design of the space elevator is to gather the cables in the space part, then fold up the various unfolded structures through precise mechanical design, and then fit them together with the foundation part launched into space to form a long, cylindrical structure. The design of the space elevator was improved during the 90 years of voyage. So after arriving at this white giant planet and mining enough materials, it took humans only 3 years to build the first space elevator from scratch. After the first step of the space elevator is completed and passes various tests, the installation program will be put into use. Then in the following days, together with the orbital mass accelerator, more massive mineral resources will be transported into space. And then the other 4 space elevators will be built. As one set of space elevators is built and put into use, the human ground-to-air transportation capacity will snowball again and again. Humanity plans to fully open the space dock after the 5 space elevators are completed and put into use, and build more residential spacecraft to meet the housing needs of the growing population. After reserving enough habitable spaceships, the next step is to build warships. Humans now have 50 space docks that can build Lake-class warships. If resources are sufficient, they will build ships with all their strength. If each dock builds a Lake-class warship every 5 years, it will only take 100 years for humans to have 1,000 more Lake-class warships. After learning that the defense force of a single star system of the NER civilization consists of a fleet of 800 Lake-class warships, humans' fear of insufficient firepower came to their minds again. The current situation of only 1,200 Lake-class warships makes humans feel very uneasy. Although each Lake-class warship is extremely powerful due to the strong armor material of the warships, the small number always makes people uneasy. According to the current population of 150 million, according to the high military-civilian ratio of 1:15, each Lake-class warship requires 5,000 people, and humans can fully equip a fleet of 2,000 Lake-class warships. And now, humans only have 1,200 Lake-class warships, and there are 800 redundancies. Moreover, even if more are built, they can be kept as spares. After all, if they sail with a large fleet without fighting, they only need AI control. For this shipbuilding plan, human engineers, geologists, and exploration scientists suggested that after the construction of the 5 space elevators was completed, destructive mining of the planet should be started. The reason is that they feel that after the 5 space elevators are officially put into operation, the mining progress on the ground will not be able to keep up with the speed of resource transportation, so it must be fully developed on a global scale. Humans can use hydrogen bombs to blast out various metal mines deep underground, and then deploy more automated machinery for larger-scale mining, so that the 5 space elevators can operate at full capacity and meet the human shipbuilding plan. Without considering environmental protection, everything can be done quickly and conveniently. Therefore, there was no resistance to the use of hydrogen bombs to blow up the mines. As soon as the plan was put forward, it was given the green light all the way. At this moment, Yu Yuan had just completed the approval of the hydrogen bomb mining plan and came to the bridge of the Tianjin and saw Man Yuemei coming towards him. Yu Shuai, I think that in addition to the conventional bomb burial mining plan, we could also use other methods to assist in this hydrogen bomb mining plan, such as using Lake-class battleships to conduct orbital bombing in the planetary orbit. What? Orbital bombing? Yu Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at this guy in silence. This is mining, not cleaning up a civilized planet. Why would he use orbital bombing? That's right, Commander Yu. Man Yuemei pretended not to see Yu Yuan's expression. She continued, mining in this way is also destructive mining. In this case, why don't we take this opportunity to test our orbital bombing capabilities? Seeing that Yu Yuan was not listening, Man Yuemei continued, I think there are also civilizations, like the Nair civilization in the universe, that use their mother planet as a base to expand to the 6 directions. Although we technically claim to have orbital bombing capabilities, we have never put them into practice. So why not take this opportunity to test them and collect some actual combat data? Well, go on. Yu Yuan turned on the magnetic boots and fixed himself in front of Man Yuemei. Obviously, he was also interested. Just like Man Yuemei said, humans do have the ability of orbital bombing, but they have never really done it. If we have a mind bombing exercise, we can also collect some data. When we really use it, we can also achieve the bombing accuracy of pointing to bomb wherever we want. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan added, if we want to bomb the mine in this way, we can't use satellites for orbital navigation. Otherwise the purpose of the exercise will not be achieved. Of course. Seeing that Yu Yuan was somewhat interested, Man Yuemei continued, General Yu, we are a nomadic civilization, so we don't have to worry about these things. And I believe that General Yu doesn't want to see that one day we will land on certain planets for some strategic purpose. I definitely don't want to see landing on planets. Yu Yuan thought, letting humans risk their lives to land on planets is a bad idea. It would be better to strengthen the orbital bombing capability to the point of bombing wherever they point. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan understood why Man Yuemei had such an idea. It was probably because she saw the various base facilities of the Nair civilization on the planet when she was on the pot-cover Mengmeng star. After seeing the facilities on the planet, the first thought was to strengthen the orbital bombing capability of mankind, instead of thinking about landing on the planet for combat. That was a good thing. This is the quality that a soldier should have. Come to think of it, they have the ability to travel in space, and they are stupid enough to do landing operations. Didn't you see that the unknown civilization directly blew up the sun back then? Humans don't have the ability to blow up stars or planets, but orbital bombing is no problem. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan nodded and said, okay, this is feasible, but we need to discuss it with the person in charge of exploration and mining. Our goal is still to blow up the mines, not to clean up the land. As for whether to use hydrogen bombs or electromagnetic railguns to bomb directly, we must follow the suggestions of the mining department. You should find a way to use the method they require for the bombing effect. While the 5 space elevators are not yet completed, you should take the lead in drafting a charter. No problem. Man Yuemei smiled with satisfaction, then turned and left. Watching Man Yuemei turn around and walk out of the bridge, Yu Yuan couldn't help but fall into deep thought, not thinking about Man Yuemei's graceful figure, but thinking about when humans would have the ability to blow up planets and stars. Yu Yuan never forgot the explosion of the sun, and he also understood that it was done by a certain civilization. And if humans want to have the ability to retaliate, they must at least have the ability to blow up stars. But now, even a planet can't be shaken. Chapter 349. Well, although it is said that even a planet, in fact, both the captains of the warships and the fleet commanders understand that the planet is really big. As the saying goes, it is easier to go to the sky than to go to the Earth. Imagine the Earth era, when humans could already build space stations in space, but they still knew very little about the underground world of the Earth. The so-called deepest depth of artificial excavation has not even penetrated the Earth's surface, not to mention the mantle and core below. Don't think that you often see scenes of a star being blown up with one punch in TV and movies. To truly destroy a planet, even if all the nuclear weapons on the entire Earth are detonated, it is impossible. A global nuclear explosion cannot even make the Earth sneeze. The same is true for humans as a second-level civilization. With the current technological strength of humans, it is impossible to blow up a planet as big as the Earth, even if all weapons are aimed at one point and concentrated on bombing. At most, it can trigger a power that can make the dinosaurs extinct. It is still far from destroying the planet. It is for this reason that humans understand the power of the civilization that blew up the sun and the Centauri triple star. Of course, humans are no longer rookies now. After meeting the Awakener, humans once asked the Awakener this question, and the answer they got was, Level 5 civilization. The Awakener told humans that if they want to destroy stars, they must have at least level 5 civilization technology. But for some reason, the Awakener did not say what technology it was. Perhaps because he felt that it would be useless to say it. As for what technology is needed to blow up a planet, and what level of civilization is needed, humans don't know. After all, humans were only obsessed with the hatred of blowing up the sun. Perhaps it is a third-level civilization, or perhaps a fourth-level civilization. As long as humans reach the third-level civilization and master all the derivative technologies of the third-level civilization, they will naturally understand the answer. If humans cannot destroy a planet at that time, then the power to destroy a planet can only be mastered by the fourth-level civilization. This matter is not urgent. Let's get back to the point. After getting Yuan's approval, Manuimi gathered people to contact the personnel of the resource exploration and mining departments for the purpose of orbital bombing experiments. After some contact, Manuimi also had a clear idea in her mind. First of all, because the main purpose is still mining, this matter requires resource exploration, and the mining department must provide various data such as detonation locations and detonation depths. On the military side, this is responsible for formulating specific bombing plans. For example, what kind of weapons are needed for a certain location on a certain continent, a certain hill, a certain valley, and various different terrains, whether it is a positron gun or a conventional electromagnetic railgun, or an electromagnetic railgun with a warhead replaced by a nuclear warhead. How much equivalent ammunition is needed to achieve the expected effect, etc. After the plan is completed, the next thing to do is to wait. Wait for the 5 space elevators to be completed, and then start bombing the mines. This time is not too long. With the support of highly mechanized manufacturing technology, the 5 space elevators were all completed in the 8th year after the bombing plan was completed. This day was the day for the plan to be implemented. Because of the orbital bombing mining experiment, all the personnel who had been carrying out various tasks on the planet had returned to space. At this time, in the bridge of the Tianjin, a group of people gathered together, and their curious eyes were all looking at the large screen projecting the progress of the plan. Report: the 100 Lake-class warships of the 8th Division of the 2nd Fleet have all been in place, and are currently adjusting their posture in the synchronous orbit. It is expected that the first round of bombardment will be carried out in 3 minutes. Just like in combat, the observer's voice sounded in the Tianjin. Manuimi, as the commander of the bombardment experiment at this time, opened her red lips after hearing the observer's words. Okay. Tell the captains of each ship to use the preset weapons to attack their respective targets according to the longitude and latitude coordinates provided by the Exploration and Mining Department. Understood. Received. The order was transmitted to each warship through neutrino communication. At the same time, the various Lake-class warships in the planetary orbit also completed the attitude adjustment and bombed their respective targets according to the planet's gravity data, firing angle, orbital distance, and other factors. From the big screen, we can see that the postures of each Lake-class warship in the planetary orbit are different at this moment. Some have their main gun barrels perpendicular to the cross-section of the planetary sphere. Some are tilted at an angle, and some are directly parallel to the cross-section of the planetary sphere. The reason for such a variety of status differences is that the weapons used for orbital bombing are not precision-guided missiles with power, but electromagnetic railgun shells with different warheads. Some of these shells have extremely strong ground-penetrating capabilities and are equipped with time-fuse warheads, while others are just ordinary alloy warheads. The captain of the warship takes different positions according to the direction of the target, and then through precise scientific calculations, the shell's fire can accurately fall on the target point under the influence of the planet's gravity. This is still the first batch of warships, and they mainly conduct orbital bombing in synchronous orbit. However, since the bombing experiment is to be carried out, it is naturally not only in synchronous orbit. There are also the second batch of warships that are randomly assigned to high and low latitude coordinates, and the third batch of warships deployed in far Earth orbit. Humans will evaluate the bombing results of the 3 batches of warships and use them as a basis for more efficient and accurate bombing in that orbit. As for the earthquakes and dust after the bombing, it doesn't matter. Humans don't breathe on the planet anyway. And such a planet is a desolate planet. It's just a wasteland. In the universe, garbage and pollution do not exist. After all, the energy of scientific and technological civilization is too clean. Take heavy nuclear fusion as an example. Stones can be used as fuel. Speaking of which, this is the situation on the spacecraft where humans live now. Some garbage that does not need to be recycled, such as domestic garbage, is directly thrown into the heavy nuclear fusion reactor to burn after filtering out iron and metal elements after iron. At this time, the warships opened fire, and electromagnetic railgun shells with different functions were ejected from the barrels, and then fell towards their respective targets under the action of the planet's gravity. Not long after, a bright spot of light lit up. Everyone in the Tianjin knew that this was an electromagnetic railgun shell with a hydrogen bomb warhead that exploded more than 10 meters above the ground. While some people were admiring the first bright spot, others were already looking at the target on another split screen. It was a mountain. People only felt a black shadow shooting into the mountain from the sky at a 45-degree angle. And then in less than a second, the surface of the mountain was covered with dirt and rocks. And then the whole mountain exploded. Through the slow-motion video, people finally saw what was going on. The dirt and rocks were the effect of the earth-drilling shells piercing into the mountain. And the explosion of the mountain was a process. First, the mountain appeared with spider-web-like cracks. And then strong light shot out from the cracks. And then the mountain was razed to the ground. Seeing such an effect, some people couldn't help but look at the data of this shell, probably wanting to see what kind of shell could withstand such a strong impact and pierce itself into the mountain before exploding. Chapter 350. The information on the big screen was displayed synchronously. At this glance, everyone discovered that the shell material and impact-resistant structure of this shell were made of number 1 metal. An atomic bomb was built in as a fuse, and the main explosive force was a hydrogen bomb. The shell of number 1 metal material was made porous to release the energy of the hydrogen bomb explosion. So that's it. Everyone understood. They all understood that even if it was just a meteorite falling from the planetary orbit to the ground under the action of gravity, it would cause super strong impact energy. If it was ordinary metal, the super strong impulse would be enough to melt it into liquid at the moment of hitting the ground. In this way, it is absolutely impossible to achieve the effect of drilling into the ground and exploding. Only metal material number 1 can withstand such impact. What they could not have imagined was that humans did not have this type of electromagnetic railgun shells. It can be said that it was designed because of the requirements of mining. According to the military, the emergence of this shell has made the warhead of the electromagnetic railgun more diverse. And it can even go a step further and design an armor-piercing shell that can penetrate the armor of warships based on this. This is not unexpected. In fact, the weapons design department had already discussed and made preliminary designs in this regard when designing this planetary, orbital Earth-penetrating bomb. Their idea is to upgrade the design based on the armor-piercing shell structure of the Earth era. Replace the funnel-shaped structure material in the armor-piercing shell warhead of the electromagnetic railgun with number 1 metal. And then replace the ammunition in the warhead with a hydrogen bomb, so that the original armor-piercing metal jet of the armor-piercing shell can be transformed into the high-heat energy jet of the hydrogen bomb. The goal is to use super high temperature to melt the warship armor instantly. However, at the beginning, they encountered a difficulty. That is, the melting point of alloy number 1 is 150 million degrees Celsius. And the original design of this armor-piercing projectile is not to penetrate ordinary armor, but to penetrate the outer shell of the warship armored with alloy number 1. Then the problem arises. As we all know, the core of the Zhou hydrogen bomb can reach a temperature of 100 to 1 billion degrees depending on the equivalent. Therefore, if alloy number 1 is directly used as a hole-shaped reflective jet structure and placed in the explosion core, then before the jet is concentratedly reflected by the hole-shaped structure, the alloy number 1 material will melt first. It is possible to use alloy number 2 as a structure to reflect the concentrated high-temperature jet, and then reasonably design the warhead hydrogen bomb equivalent. But humans think that using alloy number 2 as a shell is too wasteful. Therefore, the weapon design department is still studying the reasonable structure of this armor-piercing projectile, mainly in the experiment and adjustment of the funnel structure of the reflected jet, and the distance between the core of the hydrogen bomb explosion, as well as the appropriate explosion equivalent. The main idea is to control the distance to ensure that the core heat of the hydrogen bomb explosion is below 150 million degrees Celsius when it contacts the funnel-shaped reflective structure of metal number 1. And the energy temperature of the tip of the high-temperature jet of the hydrogen bomb after reflection must exceed 150 million degrees Celsius, so as to ensure that this armor-piercing projectile can instantly burn through the armor of the warship when it is concentrated. In fact, after selling the number 1 alloy material manufacturing process to the Nair civilization, the weapons design department had the intention to research this aspect, because they felt that the positron cannon's attack effect would be greatly reduced when the second-level civilization warships had magnetic field shields. If the armor of both warships is very strong, the positron cannon will not be able to break the defense of the magnetic field shield for a while, and conventional laser weapons cannot burn through the warship armor. At this time, the electromagnetic railgun will naturally become the main force of the war. However, the speed of electromagnetic railgun shells is too slow, and it is difficult to adapt to space battles at a distance of 15 to 20 light seconds. Therefore, if you want to exert the true power of electromagnetic railguns, you have to get closer. Humans have fought a space war, which was the war with Kuntai civilization. However, at that time, humans and Kuntai civilization were both first-level civilizations, and neither had magnetic field shield technology. So in fact, whether it is space warfare practice or theory and command system, humans are based on first-level civilization technology. After reaching the second-level civilization, the human command also considered the change of the form of war. But the consciousness of space warfare has always been the same. It was not until the number 1 alloy material was sold to the Nair civilization and the design model of the electromagnetic railgun armor-piercing warhead appeared that the command understood the problem. And now, after watching the effect of the orbital bombardment of the Earth-penetrating warhead, the staff of the command have become more determined in this idea. That is, the battle of the second-level civilization will be different from that of the first-level civilization. Its main force of battle will no longer be the positron cannon, but the electromagnetic railgun, and the combat distance will be closer. It may be shortened from 15 to 20 light seconds to hundreds of thousands of kilometers, or even tens of thousands of kilometers. In this way, the main gun of the Tianqin was designed as a super-large positron cannon, which greatly weakened the attack capability of the Tianqin. This is indeed a loss of the concept of the times, because the positron cannon is a type of charged particle jet weapon. If you want to break through the magnetic field shield, unless the magnetic field generator is damaged or the magnetic field strength is not enough to distort the charged particle jet, it is really a turtle fighting turtle. Fortunately, not all the main guns of the lake-class warships in the human fleet are equipped with super-large positron guns. The manufacturing ratio at that time was 1/3 of the 3 main gun warships. So only 3-3 matching is needed, and the problem should not be too big. However, if you want to maximize the advantages of the Lyra, you still have to replace the super-large positron gun with a super-large electromagnetic railgun. As a flagship, both the attack and defense attributes must be maxed out. The orbital bombardment and mining experiment is still going on. After the first round of bombing, the planetary continent is already full of smoke and dust. But humans don't care about that, and then arranged the second and third rounds. While watching the orbital bombing experiment, a group of experts from various fields also had a lot of ideas in their minds, especially the weapons manufacturing department and the department doing space warfare strategy and tactics research. In short, after the orbital bombing experiment was completed, it didn't take long for Yu Yuan's office terminal to appear with documents about warship main gun research, secondary civilization war ideas, space warfare tactics, etc. There was also a special proposal document, which was about recommending the replacement of the main gun of the Tianqin. The view in it said that although the armor-piercing shells have not been manufactured yet, according to the research progress, it will be manufactured within the next 10 years. If the Tianqin is modified now, it will be able to equip the electromagnetic railgun shells with armor-piercing warheads in 10 years. Not only that, this proposal also suggested that the main guns of the existing human lake-class warships be partially modified, so that the number of warships with electromagnetic railgun main guns in the entire fleet will reach 2/3 of the total number. Yu Yuan looked at this proposal and thought that modifying the Tianqin would not be a big problem. but he felt that it was unnecessary for other warships. Because when he saw the content of the proposal, he asked the person in charge of the space dock to understand the situation. And the answer he got was that it was better to build new ships than to modify them in large quantities. Just change the shipbuilding plan for the future and replace the main guns of the warships to be built with super-large electromagnetic railguns. Yu Yuan thought it made sense. As long as the main guns of the warships in the construction plan were replaced with large electromagnetic railguns, the proportion of the 3 main gun warships in the entire human fleet would be in line with the headquarters' understanding of the concept of space warfare of the second-level civilization. Chapter 351. The name of this white giant star is a long string of numbers in the star map given by the Nair people. After the arrival of humans, they did not change the name, but just called it the white giant star verbally, and the only planet in it was called the big white star. Here, humans constantly have new plans, new tasks, and new goals. In this way, humans destroyed the big white star while taking various resources from it for construction and development. In this way, time quickly came to the 20th year since humans arrived here. During this period, humans completed the construction of 5 space elevators and put them into use. 50 space docks were also fully put into use after that. In addition, 100 Lake-class warships equipped with large electromagnetic rail guns were newly built in the past 10 years. Of course, the Tianjin also completed the replacement of the main gun during this period. If the plan of the Nair people in the first star field was followed, the Nair fleets in the second star field and the first star field should have arrived at the white giant star where humans are now. But now there is no sign of them. The detectors distributed by humans around the white giant star did not detect any fleet slowing down. Of course, humans actually did not know that the Nair people had such a plan. And releasing the detector alert was just a routine operation. And precisely because they did not know, the overall performance of the Nair people at that time also gave humans a relatively friendly feeling. So humans did not take these factors into consideration in their construction plan here. And everything went according to plan. In this stage of the plan, humans planned to stay here for about 100 years, with a clear purpose. First, the internal development of civilization, mainly to promote scientific research, technology and talent training, etc. Needless to say, the second is the improvement and addition of creation. That is the previous shipbuilding plan, namely the 100-year 1,000 ships plan. After the completion of the 1,000 warships, humans will leave here and start space travel again. As for the purpose of the voyage, at this stage, it is naturally to find a star system with abundant rocky planets, and then stop and develop it well. Strive to master true nanotechnology, and raise the technological level to the 3rd level civilization, which is the pinnacle of aerospace civilization. Having said that, it does not mean that humans will not conduct research in the field of nanotechnology here on the white giant star. On the contrary, as long as the experimental conditions are met, human beings have never stopped researching and conducting various experiments in the field of true nanotechnology. After all, everyone knows that science and technology are the only means for human beings to survive in the universe. So, human beings have been developing and manufacturing. 100 years have passed in a flash, and human beings have successfully completed the shipbuilding plan. But there is still not much progress in true nanotechnology. However, it is not without any gains. 100 years of research has also made human scientists understand what the technological barriers of the 3rd level civilization are. Scientists believe that as long as humans continue to improve their manufacturing process and increase manufacturing precision, one day they will be able to break through that limit and enable humans to truly be able to manufacture various nano-products. Apart from other things, the previous nano-repair robots have been continuously improved by humans in recent years and have become more miniaturized. And the repair function has also been initially realized. Although the repair effect cannot be compared with the original armor, it can sew up the warship shell from the whole state. Human nano-repair robots can now be made as big as glass marbles, and have also realized the repair function of some specific objects, such as warship hulls, internal pipes, lining partitions, and other large objects. But the repair function of mechanical structures, circuit lines, various equipment, and other precision objects has not yet been realized. These nanorobots are not all powerful, but each type of nanorobot corresponds to a certain repair object. Just like the spherical nanorobots piled up in a nanorobot warehouse on the Tianjin, they have only one function, which is to repair the outer armor of the Tianjin. The method used is high-temperature jet welding. When a large hole appears in the outer armor of the Lyra, these nanorobots the size of glass marbles will follow the program, extend their 8 legs with magnetic adsorption function from the warehouse, and then crawl towards the damaged area like a cluster of ants, holding hands and feet together, and then melt themselves. After completing self-melting, the metal jet inside it instantly melts its hands and feet, and sprays hot metal flow from the inside out to melt and bond each other. Then, just like large-scale welding, the gap was filled, because this thing has 8 legs and a flat body. It looks a bit like a spider whether crawling or looking, so people named it the Nano Spider. It is a professional nano repair robot, because its constituent material is neither alloy number 1 nor alloy number 2. If the Tianqin is really damaged in the battle and is repaired by them, it is only a temporary repair, which is to prevent the battleship from losing its combat effectiveness or sinking directly. However, even so, it has greatly improved the survivability of human warships. Scientists also want to further reduce the size of nano spiders and adapt more functions, but they have encountered precision problems that cannot be solved by human technology at this stage. This is understandable. After all, the so-called breakthrough of technical barriers is not a breakthrough from scratch, but a gradual accumulation of technology, step by step, to improve the precision of various types of machinery, manufacturing precision, and process precision. If we have to describe it, it is that humans have now knocked a small hole in the third-level civilization technology barrier. As the saying goes, a 1,000-mile embankment is destroyed by an ant hole. Scientists believe that as long as they continue to polish this ant hole, they can eventually break down the technical barrier step by step. Because of this small breakthrough, humans who originally planned to leave after completing the warship manufacturing stayed for a few more years. The purpose is obvious, which must be to mass-produce these nano spiders and then store them in the warehouses of various warships. However, it was at this time that a detector outside the white giant star galaxy discovered a bright light. The image sent back by the detector was quickly identified, and such a bright light was definitely the tail flame of the fleet. The universe is so vast that even if humans have many detectors outside the star system, they cannot cover everything. Moreover, because this fleet started to slow down when it was very close to the Hengxian system for some unknown reason, when the human detector discovered the tail flame light, the fleet had already entered the gravitational capture range of the white giant star. The only planet where the human fleet is located is only 50 astronomical units away. Chapter 352. This distance is roughly equivalent to the distance from the Sun to the Kuiper Belt, which is very far. But from the perspective of a secondary civilization, it is already quite close. There are 2 reasons why it was discovered at such a close distance. The first is that the fleet is very concealed when it is not accelerating or decelerating. And the second is that the direction from which this fleet came is not the direction that humans focus on. The universe is 3-dimensional, so the direction from which the fleet enters the star system is not only from the ecliptic plane of the star. The farther away from the star, the larger the space, and the difficulty of detection naturally increases exponentially. The news that a fleet broke into the galaxy immediately attracted the attention of the human leaders, and they all became nervous. What's going on? Have you found out? Where did the fleet come from? And the scale and civilization level. The door of the Tianqin command center opened, and Yu Yuan's figure floated in. When Yu Yuan arrived at the command center, there were already many think tank members present, and other relevant personnel entered from the door one after another. As soon as the voice came, a person who already understood the situation answered, "General Yu, it has been confirmed that it is from the direction of the pot cover star. According to the fleet deceleration images taken by the detector, the fleet has about 1,000 ships, including 700 Lake-class warships, and more than 300 other types of spacecraft. If there is no accident, it should be the Nair civilization fleet. But I don't know why they came here. From the direction of the pot cover star? Nair civilization?" Yu Yuan frowned and slowly pressed his body against the main seat to fix it. When he received the news, he thought a lot. He thought he had encountered some other civilization just like he had encountered Kuntai that year, and he had prepared for the worst in his heart. He thought it was the least likely to be the Nair civilization, but he didn't expect it to be the Nair civilization. Hearing that it was the Nair civilization, the tense nerves of the people present were relieved a lot, but many experts and scholars frowned. It seems that these people also think the appearance of the Nair civilization is very strange. Then, someone said, "General, I always think that the Nair civilization is a bit strange. Logically, We got along well with them before. And they should have notified us in advance if they were coming. Why did they come so quietly? If they hadn't slowed down, we wouldn't have discovered it so quickly. Who knows if they are planning something bad? A think tank member also said, yes. We have established communication with them a long time ago. They could have sent us a message before leaving. There must be something wrong here. Another think tank member also nodded and said, do they regret handing over the scientific research team to us? That shouldn't be the case. We obtained it through formal transactions. They have no reason to make trouble for this. Unless they have seen through all our intentions. But how is this possible? They have never come into contact with other civilizations. So how could they know that the basic common sense information about the Milky Way we gave them was false? Seeing that everyone was thinking this way, an expert shook his head and said, maybe they don't know we are here at all. You know, it took us 90 years to travel from the pot cover star to this star. And we have been here for more than 100 years. I guess the Nair civilization couldn't have imagined that we would still be here for so long. And, think about it, when we left, the Nair civilization only knew the direction we were sailing in. And we didn't tell them our destination. So they probably didn't know we would stay here. No, I'm more inclined to believe that they knew. Because we didn't change our course at all during the voyage. And although a second-level civilization can sail longer distances in a hibernation mode, the risk will also increase greatly. And staying for 100 years is not a rare thing for a second-level civilization. So my point of view is that they knew our destination. And now they must have bad intentions. Another scholar expressed his thoughts. What's the point of you guessing here? There is too little information. I think we should send them a message to ask what's going on. Do you need to tell me? The inquiry message has been sent. But it hasn't arrived yet. Because the distance between the two sides is only 50 astronomical units now. And the Nair civilization is obviously heading for the white giant star. So it will definitely discover the human fleet soon. Considering this, after learning that it was the Nair civilization, humans sent a query message to it. The last one was right. After all, the two sides were still 50 Australian dollars apart. Information traveled at the speed of light. So it would take at least 13.8 hours to go back and forth. So unless the Nair civilization fleet sent a message in advance, we could only wait. Of course, we couldn't just wait like that. Now the intentions of the newcomers were unclear. So the human fleet had to take corresponding countermeasures. So Yu Yuan immediately gave Manu Ma, who had just arrived at the flagship of the Second Fleet, the order to lead the Second Fleet to adjust its posture and advance 10 AUs towards the Nair civilization fleet. Due to the orientation of the Nair civilization fleet into the white giant star. When the Second Fleet arrives at the predetermined position, if the white giant star's ecliptic plane is used as the plane, then the Second Fleet will fly upwards. At the same time, the First Fleet, where the Tianqin is located, moves closer to the residential spacecraft cluster and takes a protective posture. After that, Yu Yuan also asked the relevant departments to issue a yellow alert order, asking all kinds of staff still on the Great White Star to return to the residential spacecraft as soon as possible, and to prepare all types of spacecraft and work platforms to be retracted at any time. Once a conflict really occurs, it is necessary to ensure that the residential spaceship cluster and other non-combat spaceships are away from the dangerous area. However, what humans did not expect was that while waiting for the message to be replied, another probe discovered another fleet that began to slow down. And before humans took the next step, the probe discovered that the Third Fleet began to slow down. Like the First Fleet before, if the route is reversed from the deceleration direction, if there is no major change of course in the middle, then these three fleets are from different star regions of the Nair civilization. However, there is one difference. The number of the two fleets behind is significantly different from that of the First Fleet. Judging from the deceleration tail flame, the total number of the Second Fleet is about 700, including more than 400 Lake-class warships, and about 300 other types of spaceships. The Third Fleet is larger, with a total of about 2,700 ships. But there are only more than 900 warships, and the other 1,800 are most likely other types of spaceships. If they were all warships, humans would think it was reasonable, and would think that they were looking for trouble as expected. But now there are so many other types of spaceships, which is very strange. Chapter 353. The total number of warships in the three fleets is about 2,000, and the other types of spacecraft are 2,400. Judging from the direction of the other two fleets, they should also be from the Nair civilization, although they came from the same direction of the starry sky. There was a big gap in the direction of entering the white giant star. However, there is only one planet here. After completing the initial deceleration, the three fleets will definitely adjust their posture and come to the big white star where humans are. This is beyond doubt. So the human heartstrings, which had just relaxed, became tense again. According to previous understanding, the warship strength of the Nair civilization is indeed not as good as that of humans, although they also have the #1 alloy technology. Considering the sailing time, the Nair people cannot build too many new warships. Therefore, although the total number of warships in the three fleets that have appeared now is also 2,000, which is not much different from the two fleets of humans combined, it is still more than a little bit worse than humans who have #2 alloy. However, with this menacing appearance, the new human government has to be vigilant to avoid capsizing in the ditch. Now, we can only wait. Wait for the reply from the Nair civilization. In the Tianqin, Yu Yuan looked at the time. It has been more than 8 hours since humans sent the message to the Nair civilization. If there is no accident, the signal should be received in more than 5 hours. If there is no reply by then we can't wait any longer and must take the initiative to seize the initiative. Refusing to communicate will be regarded as hostility. Humans dare not gamble with their own destiny. The new government officials and the commanders of the warships all understood this. And Yu Yuan, as the leader, was even more clear about it. Therefore, after learning about the general situation of the other two fleets, he sent a message to the second fleet led by Manuinai again. Once things develop in a bad direction, the second fleet will immediately launch a surprise attack on the Nair civilization fleet coming from the direction of the pot cover Mangmang star, and strive to defeat it as soon as possible. The first fleet, led by the Tianqin, will guard the human-inhabited spaceship cluster in the orbit of the Great White Star and establish a line of defense there to ensure that the Great White Star is always under human control. As long as the Great White Star is not lost, the foreign fleet will not be able to obtain supplies. In this way, humans can be invincible. As the saying goes, first make yourself invincible, then wait for the enemy to be defeated. The invincibility lies in me, and the victory lies in the enemy. At that time, the initiative is in my hands. It doesn't matter whether humans want to attack or continue to defend. The remaining two fleets of the Nair civilization will definitely be defeated. Of course, the arrangements are just to be prepared. Humans are not going to go to war with the Nair civilization directly. After all, they have been getting along well before. But most humans also think it is really rare to encounter a civilization like the Nair civilization. Due to the limitation of information transmission speed, the Nair people could not see the change of tail flame within 7 hours of the human fleet's mobilization. Although the human aircraft, transport ships, work platforms, and the like that were originally active in the orbit of the Great White Star also flew around with flames, due to the environmental problems of the white giant star. Unless the large fleet acted together, the tiny tail flames would be easily covered by the light of the white giant star. It's just that at this time, the second fleet should be seen. But if the Nair people responded immediately after receiving the information, they should have seen the actions of the second fleet after responding to the information. This is how fleets meet in the interstellar space. Information delay is common, which is very different from the Earth era. Therefore, civilizations will speculate based on information delay and the content of various calls, and the actual situation on the scene, to unravel the various hidden information. Time passed slowly, and after 5 hours, a message arrived as expected. As expected, it was indeed the Nair civilization. The translation system matched it immediately, and then converted the information into language and text that humans could see and understand. Huh? Human civilization? Why are you still here? What should I do? There is no time to explain. You should leave here as soon as possible. We will leave here after a little replenishment. This star field is no longer safe. Don't ask so many questions. It is right to listen to us. The pursuers are on their way. We don't have so much time to waste. The message was short and vague, which confused the new government personnel on the Tianqin. What is this star field no longer safe? What is the pursuit on the way? What is this? What is this? Seeing such information, humans suddenly felt that something was wrong. How could the Nair civilization, which was doing well, seem to have gone into chaos in less than 200 years? The worst thing is that the Nair people still don't say what the reason is. Just imagine who would listen to this. Just when most people were depressed, a staff member said, "General Yu, if it is not a translation problem. The Nair people seem a little surprised. And they do know that we have been here. Another staff member took over the conversation. Indeed. I think this is why they slowed down when they were so close. So I tend to think that they are not lying. And they must have really encountered something. Otherwise, there would not be so many other types of spacecraft in their fleet besides warships. Yes. General Yu. Look at this picture. The scientific officer of the Tianjin uploaded the pictures taken by the detector to the big screen and filled the frames with technical means. Then pointed the cursor at the darker part of the picture and said, here, 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 looking at the outline. Most of these spacecraft are cylindrical in shape, and they should be residential spacecraft. There are so many residential spaceships in the fleet. They are not here to cause trouble. Cylindrical spaceships are a common design form for residential spaceships of low-level civilizations. The reason is that this form can generate simulated gravity through the centrifugal force of rotation, allowing the residents of this civilization to live in a gravity environment similar to that of the mother planet, unless the life individuals of that civilization have a high adaptability to the weightless environment. Residential spaceships will all look like this. Humans did not know much about the individual life forms of the Nair civilization before. But since they got a ship of Nair people in the name of a scientific research team, they also knew it. Therefore, those cylindrical spaceships are definitely residential spaceships. Did the Nair people really encounter something that made them set foot on the starry sky on such a large scale? Was it an internal rebellion or some other reason? Yu Yuan thought for a moment, suppressed the discussion of the crowd, and then said to the current scientific officer of the Tianjin, that makes sense. But we can't just do what they say without knowing the reason. Let's write them a letter first and ask them why they came here, what the so-called pursuers are, and what happened to their Nair civilization. At the same time, give them a warning and draw a distance cordon for them. Just 10 astronomical units. If they don't explain the reason and get close to the 10 astronomical units centered on the big white star, we will regard them as an invasion. Chapter 354. According to Yu Yuan's request, the communicator translated his words into written language and then sent them to the Nair civilization fleet. At the same time, the sensor door of the Tianjin command center was opened, and then a woman in uniform floated in. It was Yu Yuan's assistant Long Xiaolin. After she landed next to Yu Yuan, she spoke, Commander Yu, scientists in various fields have returned to the research ships in the fleet cluster, and non-combat personnel who are not resident on the Tianjin have returned to their respective office ships. All personnel on the Great White Star have also withdrawn to the space station. The residential spaceship cluster can make large maneuvers to evade at any time. Okay. Where's Xu Pit? Yu Yuan nodded and asked. Long Xiaolin answered directly. Minister Zhu has started working on the residential spacecraft cluster according to the yellow alert system. And everything is going well. Yes. Yu Yuan responded, then raised his hand to signal Long Xiaolin that he could go to his seat. However, Long Xiaolin did not turn around directly, but hesitated for a moment, and said with some hesitation, Yu Shuai, I hope there is something about business on the residential spacecraft number 21 that you may need to take a look at. We talk about this later. Yu Yuan looked at Long Xiaolin, not understanding why she would talk about this at such an obviously inappropriate time. He thought that business matters could be directly handled by the relevant departments. Besides, the purpose of the Nair civilization fleet coming here is unclear, so everything is based on military matters first. Other matters can be postponed if they are not necessary. Yes. After looking at everyone in the command center, Long Xiaolin realized that the matter seemed to be quite serious. So he responded and floated to his seat to listen quietly, because the Tianjin was about to maneuver with the first fleet. Everyone had already firmly fixed themselves in their seats. After the human body was enhanced, humans no longer needed acceleration buffers and could withstand the ultra-high G brought by the acceleration and deceleration of warships. So while the Tianjin was maneuvering, everyone in the command center was also discussing the Nair civilization fleet. At the same time, staff at various positions were also reporting various warship operating parameters and the actual movements of the Nair civilization fleet in the internal channel. At this time, the Tianjin and the first fleet began to adjust their posture and then accelerated towards the direction of the other two fleets of the Nair civilization. The 1,200 Lake-class warships of the first fleet were divided into 4 squadrons according to the tactical arrangement. The main fleet to which the Tianjin belonged was in the middle, and the other 3 squadrons were slightly forward and separated from the main fleet. Each of them formed a triangle in space, and slowly left the gravitational range of the big white star and headed towards the target position 8 astronomical units away. The path that humans have set for the Nair civilization is 10 astronomical units away from the big white star. Now the fleet is 8 astronomical units ahead, leaving 2 astronomical units as a buffer. 1 astronomical unit is 149.6 million kilometers, which is the average distance from the Sun to the Earth. At this distance, the fastest light takes about 8 minutes to travel. If the Nair civilization fleet really rushes in regardless of anything, the distance of 2 astronomical units is enough for the human fleet to make various responses. All human actions are preparing for possible conflicts. As the saying goes, if you are prepared, you will succeed. If you are not prepared, you will fail. Even though they know that the Nair civilization is likely to be in trouble, they cannot enthusiastically let them approach their residential spaceship cluster. Such a large fleet accelerated, and it would definitely be impossible to hide its whereabouts. Not only the second fleet, but also the first fleet would be clearly detected by the Nair civilization. As expected, this was seen in the reply from the Nair civilization a few hours later. But the content of this reply made people feel that it was as expected, but also surprised. Oh, my God, my great human civilization. Your strength has almost doubled in such a short time, which is incredible. But even you can't deal with the upcoming pursuers. The reply begins with this sentence, and the next part is to answer the questions of humans. Leader of human civilization. I am the Grand Governor of the First Star region. I know that you are not a space exploration fleet, but a civilization. I don't know what kind of past you have had to become a wandering civilization like today, and I don't want to know. It's not that we are not curious, but we are also experiencing your unknown past. Yes, I believe your detectors have seen that our Nair civilization has not only sent warships, but also many residential spacecraft. In fact, we have more than 3 fleets here. There are 6 more fleets that will enter the deceleration state in one day. But don't worry. Only the last one of the 6 fleets is a battleship fleet, and the others are residential spaceship clusters. As you can see, we are escaping from the stars. And this white giant is the closest star system to the first and second star regions of our Nair civilization. So we chose this place. After replenishing here, we will set sail again. As for the pursuers you asked about, if I don't tell you now, it seems that you will not let us resupply here no matter what. Well, the so-called pursuers are a large fleet composed of 48,000 Lake-class warships. Those fleets once belonged to the third star field. But now, they have lost control and become the enemy of everyone. We guess that judging from the current situation, the third star field has been completely occupied. Our second star field fleet also failed in the battle with them. So we chose to escape. Human civilization. We have to say sorry to you here. In fact, our Nair civilization does not occupy a territory as large as 27 star systems. Our first star field only has 2 stars, and the second star field is the same. Only the third star field controls 3 star systems including our mother star. The pursuers now know without guessing that it was the third star region that could not resist the temptation, violated our agreement, touched the unknown civilization ruins, and released the virtual consciousness that did not belong to our Nair civilization. And the fleet that is now catching up must be controlled by the virtual consciousness of the unknown civilization ruins. Because we know the third star region, their warships will definitely not be so fearless. And the warships will not have such good coordination. Facts have proved that we are right. During the battle, we specially sent warships to explore the warships sunk by us in the third star region. And there was indeed no Nair people in them. Chapter 355. Looking at the statement of the Nair people in the reply letter, humans also roughly understood what was going on. However, there are still many puzzles, such as what kind of existence is that virtual consciousness? Where are the so-called unknown civilization ruins? What level is the unknown civilization? Why haven't I heard the Nair civilization mention it before? And what are the first star field, the second star field, and the third star field mentioned by the Nair civilization? It sounds like 3 separatist forces. The first fleet sailed towards the designated location while replying to the Nair civilization, asking for the specific reasons for these problems. At the same time, inside the Tianqin, experts and scholars in various fields and think tank members were also discussing the reply from the Nair civilization. Everyone, if the Nair people are not lying, then they should have encountered the remains of the unknown alien civilization a long time ago. Under normal circumstances, such things are generally not casually told to other civilizations. So it is reasonable that they did not mention it to us at the beginning. An expert analyzed. And now, they must have reached a point where they have no other options. According to them, the virtual consciousness in the ruins of the unknown civilization has already controlled the so-called third star region they mentioned, and is launching a devastating attack on their civilization, forcing them to abandon everything and flee into the starry sky. But the virtual consciousness does not seem to intend to let them go. Yes, and more importantly, they are now running towards the white giant star. One person said worriedly. Another person also sighed, yes. I don't know if that virtual consciousness is a mature or juvenile body. If it is a virtual consciousness, like the silver mist consciousness, I think we'd better run away quickly. Speaking of which, this Nair civilization is quite good. The first time they found us, they told us to leave here quickly. A member of the think tank nodded, yes. If it is really a virtual consciousness, I also think it's best to run away. I believe you have not forgotten the silver mist consciousness. At present, we can basically confirm that the second-level civilization technology cannot create such a smart artificial intelligence. So the technology that can give birth to virtual consciousness is at least a third-level civilization. In other words, the unknown civilization ruins mentioned by the Nair civilization are likely to be the remains of a third-level civilization. Just like the silver mist we encountered that year. How can there be so many intelligent machine crises in this universe? For a moment, everyone in the Tianjin discussed it one by one. Who knows? Anyway, as long as such existence is not something we can mess with, it's fine. No. Did you notice that the description of the virtual consciousness in the Nair people's reply was that it was released by the third star field? And there was no description of the nano-silver mist between the lines, but only said that the virtual consciousness controlled the entire third star field network and all its warship systems. Does this mean that the virtual life is different from the silver mist? It is indeed possible. But it does not affect our decision to leave here. I think we should leave now. If the Nair civilization wants to resupply here, let them do it themselves. After we arrive at the next star system, we will resupply a little and continue to move forward. Anyway, the virtual consciousness is targeting the Nair civilization and does not know of our existence. So there is no reason to chase us. Yes, the Nair civilization has told us to leave quickly. So we better leave quickly. Anyway, we can't stay to help them resist the fleet of the virtual consciousness. That is a fleet of more than 48,000 Lake-class warships. Who would be so stupid as to want to confront it? Commissioner Liu is right. Maybe the virtual consciousness has more than just those fleets. You have to know that the virtual consciousness is not like us. It needs a large number of people to control the warships. As long as there are resources, they can build as many warships as they want. And their efficiency is not comparable to ours. According to the positions of the fleets of both sides, the communication between humans and the Nair people is still delayed by 7 hours. And it is constantly decreasing as the fleets of both sides approach, based on the fact that there are many relationships between the intervals between calls. The new government personnel on the Tianjin are also brainstorming and discussing. What they didn't know was that according to the original plan of the first star region of the Nair civilization, they had planned to come here, which was the plan to plot against the second star region to cause trouble for humans. If that plan went smoothly, then the Nair people should have come to the white giant star long ago. But there are unexpected events and people are subject to misfortunes at any time. The plan had just entered the negotiation and discussion period between the two sides when it was interrupted by a message from the third star region. Then a fleet of refugees came from the third star region and brought the news of the fall of the third star region. At first, the first star region did not believe it. Until a few years later, a huge fleet appeared in the void of the universe. Then, after a brief resistance, the first star region fleet provided time for the Nair people in the pot cover Mangmang star to evacuate, and followed the fleeing fleet of the third star region, embarked on the interstellar escape, and came all the way to the white giant star where humans are. In addition, humans do not know that the reason why the Nair civilization is so poor in artificial intelligence technology is entirely because the Nair civilization discovered an extremely smart artificial intelligence on the ruins of an unknown civilization after encountering the ruins of that civilization. The Nair people suspected that the cause of the destruction of the unknown civilization was the Onic crisis. So since then, they have consciously imposed many restrictions on the research of artificial intelligence. Over time, It became the consensus of the Nair civilization. However, the third star domain occupying the remains of the unknown alien civilization could not help but study the artificial intelligence, and was eventually attacked by the artificial intelligence. The entire network fell into the hands of the artificial intelligence. And then the artificial intelligence began to use the knowledge of the Nair civilization to continuously enrich itself and iterate rapidly. Eventually it evolved into a virtual consciousness. And then in order to continue to grow itself, it began to openly take over the entire third star domain network, and use the technology of the Nair civilization to create a large number of robots, so as to fully control the entire Nair civilization mother planet. Some of these news were told to the second star domain by the Nair people of the third star domain who fled. And some of them, such as the news about artificial intelligence in the remains of that unknown civilization, were already known by the second star domain. The reason why the Nair people of the pot cover Mangmang star were so concerned about human artificial intelligence technology was actually half because they thought that humans already had a way to prevent the crisis of intelligent machines. Chapter 356. Now, after receiving the questions from humans, in order to make humans believe what he said, the governor of the first star field of the Nair civilization decided to tell humans all this information truthfully. Oh, maybe the current Nair civilization should no longer be divided into the first star field, the second star field, and the third star field, because the refugee fleet of the third star field has been incorporated into the first star field. And the Nair people in the second star field have also embarked on the interstellar escape because of this incident, and reached a consensus with the first star field when they were about to arrive at the white giant star where humans are, because the first star region to which the pot cover Mangmang star belongs has communicated with humans. Its strength has been enhanced. Therefore, after the conflict with the fleet controlled by the virtual consciousness, their strength has been best preserved. Therefore, the current Nair civilization has apparently obeyed the original first star region. Among the total of more than 2,300 Lake-class warships in the escape fleet, 1,600 of them are from the original first star region. Therefore, in a sense, the Nair civilization has completed the reunification of civilization that all three star regions want to achieve. I just didn't expect it to be completed under such circumstances. At this time, after learning about the experience of the Nair civilization, the human beings also ended their original tense posture and asked the Nair civilization to send a fleet to get closer so that they could communicate with each other and ask about the specific causes and consequences of the matter. At the same time, humans also promised the Nair civilization that in the next period of time, they would provide a batch of supplies to the Nair civilization fleet to solve the urgent problem, and promised that after they evacuated the residential spaceship cluster on the Great White Star, they would allow the Nair civilization's resource development spaceship to enter the Great White Star for material supply and mining. The reason why humans made such a decision was, on the one hand, that they had a good impression of the Nair civilization and thought that they were a friendly civilization that they had encountered. On the other hand, they saw the true situation of the Nair civilization fleet through the detector and believed the Nair civilization's words. Many of the warships of the Nair civilization that came here had obvious signs of damage, blackened by explosions, and dents in the armor. There were also many places with obvious signs of later welding and repair. They should be the fleeing warships after the battle. If these were the words, humans would not believe them. However, the Nair people not only brought warships, but also brought a bunch of residential spaceships. Some of those residential spaceships were obviously patchwork. Some were Lake class, and some were lower class. It was obviously a choice made in a hurry. As for the fact that the Nair civilization discovered that they were a nomadic civilization, humans did not think it was a big deal. Anyway, the Nair civilization was about to become a nomadic civilization. Besides, what if they discovered it? Anyway, humans would not return the scientific research team that was exchanged in the first place. It seems that because of the situation, after arriving at the White Giant Star, the Nair civilization did not mention anything about the scientific research team to humans, as if it had tacitly agreed. After an unknown period of time, the distance between the first fleet of humanity and the Nair civilization fleet finally narrowed to about 1 astronomical unit. After reaching such a distance, the Nair civilization obediently followed the request of humans and separated a detachment of 100 warships from the large fleet, continued to approach the human fleet, and after reaching a distance of 1 light minute, established a short delay communication with the Tianqin. The person who came was an old acquaintance, the governor of the pot cover Mangmang Star. The other two fleets of the Nair civilization that came to the white giant star together also slowed down very orderly after merging into one fleet and kept a safe distance from the second fleet of humanity. Your Excellency the Governor, can you now explain in detail what happened to the virtual consciousness? And how long will it take for its fleet to arrive here? After connecting the communication, Yu Yuan spoke. There is still a delay of about 1 minute. But it is acceptable. Looking at the current situation, humans are most concerned about the situation of the virtual consciousness. After all, they experienced the silver mist consciousness in the past. And when they heard that it was artificial intelligence that was causing trouble again, they always felt a sense of palpitation. About a minute later, the Nair people on the screen spoke. Dear leader of human civilization, the situation of that artificial intelligence is probably what we told you before. The artificial intelligence originally only showed that it was smart, and did not have self-awareness. According to the scientists who escaped from the third star field. This is also the reason why they disregarded the agreement between our 3-star fields to study and use the artificial intelligence. And the process of its transformation from no self-awareness to self-awareness is the rapid iteration of the knowledge of our Nair civilization. However, we don't know how its internal algorithm works, and how it transforms from no self-awareness to self-awareness. This may only be known by that unknown civilization. So we can be sure that the most advanced technology that the AI that has completed its transformation now has is the technology of our Nair civilization. The words of the Nair civilization stopped here. The people on the human side exchanged opinions with each other. And finally Yu Yuan spoke again, saying to the Nair people on the big screen, then may I ask the Governor General, for the AI or virtual consciousness that already has self-awareness, have you seen its form? What is the carrier of its existence? I remember you said that the third star field has 3 stars. And your first and second star fields also have 2 stars each. How does it control different areas? Or how does it coordinate fleets belonging to different star systems, knowing that each star is so far away from each other? Yu Yuan asked this question mainly to know whether the virtual consciousness body mentioned by the people of Nair is the same as what the silver mist consciousness body said back then, controlling the entire mechanical empire by copying its own form, or some other method. After finishing speaking, after waiting for about 2 minutes, the human side saw the Nair people speaking again. It has no fixed form. According to a scientist who participated in the research in the first star region, it seems to be just a strange program. A special program with self-awareness that flows in the network. As for its real carrier, I think it should be the fleet that is rushing here, since its body can flow freely in the network. We don't know where its body is hidden. As for how it controls the warships in different star systems, I am a little puzzled because it did not do that at all. After destroying one of the immigrant planets in the third star field, it took more warships and went to another star system. It went back and forth like this. Now it has become like a snowball. The fleets it controls are increasing. Therefore, the only thing we can do now is to run, and continue running after replenishing. Leaders of human civilization, we advise you to run quickly. According to the voyage, its fleet should arrive here in about 30 years. After hearing the Nair people's reply, the humans understood the existence of this virtual life form, and also knew that it did not expand its empire by constantly replicating itself like the predecessor of the silver mist consciousness body, but controlled all the power in its own hands. The reason for this, human experts speculated, may not be that it is unwilling to do so, but that it cannot do it for some reason. Because replicating more of itself to control other warships is more efficient than controlling all of them by itself, both in terms of combat efficiency and expanding its own empire. Following this line of thought, humans believe that it is probably related to his form of existence. As the Nair people said, perhaps it is because it is just a strange program with self-awareness. An intelligent program that is evolving and growing. And it is still relying on the Nair civilization. A second-level civilization network, rather than a third-level civilization creation like the silver mist consciousness body, which has its own group of nanorobots as a carrier. Chapter 357. While everyone on the Tianqin was discussing and speculating on the situation of the virtual consciousness, another different voice appeared. General, although the arrival of the Nair civilization does seem to be true, I think we should not take it lightly. Now, whether it is from the fleet composition of the Nair civilization or the experience narrated, there is no flaw, but it is precisely the things without flaws that we should be more careful. Yu Yuan pondered for a moment. Are you saying that the move of the Nair civilization may be a scam? Yes, said the man. So what? Yu Yuan wanted to hear his opinion. We just don't get involved in their affairs. The man thought for a moment and continued, whether they have a conspiracy or not. We will leave here after giving them the supplies. If they obstruct us verbally, or in any other way, there must be a conspiracy. If their behavior is as they say, asking us to leave as soon as possible, then it is most likely true. Of course, we can't just rely on speculation to judge the truth. After we leave, I think we can leave some probes. Didn't the Nair civilization say that the fleet will arrive here in 30 years? We can let the probes wait and find out. That's a solution. But in this way, we will really be related to the Nair civilization. I'm afraid they will lure the virtual consciousness to the direction we are going in the future. A member of the think tank, who didn't talk much before, echoed. Now it's a relationship. Yu Yuan shook his head, then nodded slightly. But at this point, this is the best solution. Then, humans negotiated among themselves and finally decided to give the Great White Star to the Nair civilization. But the Nair civilization had to agree to the human request to leave some probes. As soon as the news reached the Nair civilization, the Nair governor agreed without saying a word. Obviously, for the current Nair civilization, being able to replenish supplies and fuel in the shortest possible time and then leave here as quickly as possible is their primary goal. In fact, when the governor of the Nair people heard that humans asked to leave a batch of detectors here after leaving, he understood that human civilization still had doubts. But he couldn't think too much, because the time left for the Nair civilization was only 30 years. The Nair civilization must complete the fuel and material supply within 30 years, and then wait for the pursuers to enter the deceleration state, so that the entire fleet will immediately speed up and leave this galaxy. Based on the previous experience of escaping, the Nair people knew that the virtual consciousness seemed a little stupid and would not decelerate the fleet in batches. So he planned to wait until the fleet of the virtual consciousness slowed down, and then speed up to escape, so as to consume their fuel as much as possible, because there are many scientists who escaped from the third star field. The governor is quite familiar with virtual consciousness. In general, since the fleet of virtual consciousness does not need the life-sustaining resources of various individuals, like the fleet of Nair civilization, the time for stopping for resupply will be much shorter. But the fleet fuel is still needed. So only by consuming the fleet fuel to the maximum extent possible, stopping for resupply and wasting time on resupply, can the Nair civilization have the possibility of escaping. Otherwise, the time difference will gradually shorten in the subsequent pursuit process, and it will eventually be caught up. Anyway, the virtual consciousness fleet is so huge that it is definitely impossible to defeat it. So since the failure of the first confrontation, the governor of the Nair civilization is now thinking about running away. In fact, it is not only the Nair civilization. After hearing that the virtual consciousness fleet actually has 48,000 Lake-class warships, humans are also thinking about running away. This matter is not a matter for humans. So, the two sides reached an agreement. First, the Nair fleet must stay outside the cordon. After all kinds of human engineering ships, biosphere spacecraft and residential spacecraft clusters leave the range of the Great White Star, they can enter the Great White Star to mine resources. The second issue is the problem of leaving probes behind. The Nair civilization should not interfere with where human probes are placed. The Nair civilization also agreed to this. But they also made a request. That is, human probes cannot carry any weapons. Of course, when two civilizations of the same level meet in the Interstellar, one party must be very cautious if it wants to evacuate. For example, the so-called evacuation of the residential spacecraft cluster by humans now does not mean that the residential spacecraft cluster accelerates to sail in the direction where there is no Nair fleet, but rather separates a fleet, drives in the predetermined direction first, and releases a large number of probes to ensure that there is no fleet that has not yet entered the deceleration state in the direction they are going. After that, there must be another fleet behind to prevent the Nair civilization fleet from following and attacking the residential spaceship cluster of this civilization. Although the Nair people seem to be unable to take care of themselves in the current situation, it is better to be safe than sorry. The necessary precautions should still be used. Otherwise, if they have no desire in the first place, they will be greedy if they are exposed, which will not be worth the loss. In this way, while the two sides were on guard against each other, they gradually changed positions. Oh, it's not a change of position. After all, the next destination of human beings is not where the Nair people came from. It should be said that human beings will withdraw and the Nair people will move in. So far, things have been going smoothly. Such a smooth progress also made human beings realize that they might have thought too much. The Nair civilization did not come here to cause trouble, but was really fleeing. Of course, even if they understood it, human beings would not turn around and do anything to the Nair civilization, but would accelerate the fleet without hesitation and slowly leave the white giant star. As we all know, fleets are most easily detected during acceleration and deceleration, and this is also the most effective and common means for space-class civilizations in the universe to discover each other. The human fleet is a huge fleet, and when it set off, the tail flame happened to be facing the direction of the virtual consciousness. If the light of the white giant star was not too strong, covering the tail flame light generated by the fleet's acceleration, it is possible that humans would be discovered by the virtual consciousness when they accelerated away this time. The target of humans this time is a star closest to this white giant star. From the human star map, the dynamic distance between the two sides is only 13 light-years at this moment. This distance is already very close in a place like the edge of the cantilever where stars are sparse. This target star is also the closest star to the white giant star, and it is definitely an ideal destination. Previously, humans wanted to replace the electromagnetic railgun shells of the Lake-class battleships here at the white giant star, but they were interrupted by the hurried Nair civilization, so they had to focus on this destination. Chapter 358. 13 light-years. With the navigation technology of the second-level civilization, it will take about 44 years to get there. It's just asleep, and humans are used to it. No accident happened. As time went by, humans safely accelerated to leave the white giant star, and after humans left, the Nair civilization also sent various spacecraft to develop resources on the big white star. However, since the Nair civilization is not like humans, all facilities are designed for wandering. So after arriving at the big white star, their mining progress is very slow. First of all, the Nair civilization has to face the problem of infrastructure. They must build all the functional buildings necessary for resource extraction on the planet, and also build a space elevator or orbital mass accelerator from scratch. This is the situation that the Nair civilization must face. In fact, on the road of defeat and escape, some Nair scientists have already thought of this problem, but it is impossible to change it in a short time. Therefore, in the past 30 years, the Nair people think that it is good enough to complete the supply of fleet materials. If some smart Nair people hadn't asked humans for the resource distribution map of the Great White Star, it would probably take 30 years. So after the humans left, several Nair scientists found their Grand Governor. Your Excellency, Grand Governor, I wonder if you have noticed the difference in the human mining facilities. Of course. The Grand Governor snapped his claws, vibrated his abdomen, and said in a very emotional tone, although human civilization did not allow our probes to approach at that time. From the time they agreed to evacuate to the time they completed the evacuation, their resource mining facilities should have some kind of rapid release and retraction function. I had some doubts before whether they were truly a nomadic civilization, but now I am certain that if they were not a nomadic civilization, they would not have such a fast speed. Yes, Your Excellency, the Great Governor. The scientist who had just spoken agreed with the Great Governor, and then said, human civilization not only responded quickly in evacuation, but also after we mined the Great White Star, we found no remains of human civilization buildings on the planet. We were also shocked at first, until we later learned that human civilization might be a nomadic civilization. We were relieved. The scientist who was speaking was originally from the third star region, so he didn't know the first star region's speculation about human civilization. So when he found out that there was not even a trace of facilities left on the Great White Star, he was shocked. It was not until he learned from the vocal organs of the Nair people in the first star region that human civilization was most likely a wandering civilization that he realized it. Then, he found the Governor General, and the conversation just now took place. At this time, the scientist continued to say to the Governor General, Your Excellency, the situation is undoubtedly that human civilization has mastered some technology. It is this technology that allows them to quickly develop planetary resources and retract and deploy various facilities at will. Although they didn't allow our probes to get close to observe before, we can still see some large structures. I heard that the Grand Governor had a deal with human civilization and sold the space elevator technology to human civilization in the deal. That's true. The Grand Governor admitted directly. Anyway, The Nair civilization is now unified. So he doesn't worry about what other Nair people say. Although this way of unification is fucked up. That's right. The scientist snapped his claws a few times. But now we haven't even found the base of the space elevator on the Great White Star. Which means that human civilization has transformed the space elevator into some kind of convenient space elevator. Well, I know this. But so what? The Governor General looked at the scientist who spoke. But it was not the scientist who answered him, but another smaller Nair next to him. Sir Governor General. Of course we have to buy this technology from human civilization. Think about it. Now we have become a wandering civilization. And there is a virtual consciousness chasing us. If we don't have the rapid deployment and rapid collection technology like human civilization, we will be caught up by the virtual consciousness one day. Hearing this, the governor fell silent. If he had not understood the virtual consciousness before, he would have sneered at this. But not now. Because he knew very well that the fleet of the virtual consciousness only needed to replenish fuel. And the so-called fuel of the second-level civilization, in addition to the cold nuclear fusion fuel that needed to be manufactured and produced. Heavy nuclear fusion was almost everywhere. Under the same conditions, the collection speed was much faster than that of the Nair civilization, which needed to reproduce various resources into life-sustaining resources for individuals. If this continued, it would inevitably be caught up. Although he understood this, the Governor General was still a little worried. So he hesitated and said, however, human civilization has not brought out such technology before. Even if we catch up with them after completing the supply, they may not sell it to us. And there may even be a conflict. Besides, we have nothing valuable to exchange with them. Hearing the Governor General's words, the smaller Nair people first snapped their claws twice. And then the organs in their abdomen made a strange sound, which seemed to be the unique chuckle of the Nair people. After that, the Nair people said, Your Excellency the Governor General, I think we should follow the pace of humans, and tell them directly that we want to buy their technology. As for the possibility of conflict, well, if there are still smart people in human civilization, I think they will never conflict with us, because we have a large fleet of virtual consciousness behind us. Hearing this, the governor was refreshed, as if it was really the case. If the two sides conflict, it will not only be the Nair civilization that will be in trouble, but human civilization will also waste evacuation time due to the conflict, and eventually be caught up by the large fleet of virtual consciousness. Good idea. Let's do it. Pass on my order. Take out some large aperture telescopes, and point them at the direction where the human fleet disappeared. And don't lose it. The governor of the Nair people immediately gave the order, although he felt that this was a bit shameless. This was the only way to keep the Nair civilization alive. The reason why the large aperture telescopes were pointed at the direction where the human fleet disappeared was mainly because they were afraid that the human fleet would change its course midway, and the Nair civilization would be caught empty-handed. If that happened, the Nair civilization would really be finished. The governor is wise. Seeing the governor's decisiveness, the Nair people who gave the idea immediately complimented him, and it was obvious that their satisfaction with the original governor of the First Star region had increased a lot. The governor was satisfied with the compliment, because he knew the ins and outs of it. If nothing else, as long as the Nair civilization follows humans, the fate of the two civilizations will be tied together, whether humans are willing or not. Humans will have to agree to it even if they don't want to, because only by giving technology to the Nair civilization can the two civilizations escape together with rapid supply means. Otherwise, they will be destroyed by the virtual consciousness together. As for whether humans will run away regardless, the governor is not worried at all, because the Nair civilization will not let human civilization leave at ease at that time. And he believes that humans will think of this. Chapter 359. In fact, some humans have raised such concerns. That is, they are afraid that the Nair civilization will catch up and then harm innocent people. So after embarking on the voyage, some people propose to turn around mid-course. But a star map extinguished this idea. It is not that after leaving the white giant star, the current goal of mankind is the only choice, but the nearest star in this direction. It is reasonable to turn around and go to other stars mid-course. After all, humans have experienced thousands of years of sailing, but it is still a bit far. I am afraid that if it takes another 100 years, the remaining supplies of the fleet will not be enough to deal with emergencies. Besides, someone also raised another point. That is, if the Nair people really wanted to follow someone, then humans would be discovered even if they turned around. Based on these 2 points, Humans gave up the idea of turning around midway. So, the scales of fate let human civilization and Nair civilization meet again in the next star system. In the dark universe, deep starry sky, when a steel fleet spewed out light from the darkness, the outline of the target star also appeared in front of humans. This is a very stable yellow dwarf star, which is only slightly larger than the Sun, with a mass of about 1.1 times that of the Sun, and a G-type spectrum. It belongs to the same type of star as the Sun, but it is not exactly the same, because there are no two stars with exactly the same spectrum in the universe. This star is a main sequence star like the Sun, and its average surface temperature is 6,000 degrees Celsius, which is much higher than the Sun. It is a star in its prime, and it can live for about 9 billion years. Unfortunately, there are no rocky planets in its habitable zone, which is divided by humans according to their own living environment standards. Not only is there no rocky planet in the habitable zone, but there are no rocky planets in other orbits, whether far or near. However, the lack of rocky planets does not mean that it is useless to humans. Humans have no way to obtain supply resources here, because it is very powerful with two giant gas planets. There are many rocky satellites in the orbits of the giant gas planets. Both giant gas planets are more than 6 Australian dollars away from the main sequence star. The average orbital radius is 6 Australian dollars and 60 cents at the closest moment, and the average orbital radius of the outer one is 12 Australian dollars and 30 cents. The size of the two gas planets is not much different, and both belong to the Earth-like planets. The diameter of the one in the near orbit is 10 times that of the Earth, and the diameter of the one farther away is 11.5 times that of the Earth. The two gas planets are only slightly larger than Saturn, and the amazing thing is that both gas planets have a beautiful ring similar to Saturn's ring. When humans arrived, these two giant gas planets were orbiting on both sides of their main sequence stars, and the moment they approached the direction of humans was exactly the moment of close orbit. Of course, humans did not enter the star system directly from the ecliptic plane of this main sequence star, but formed an angle of about 30 degrees. But no matter what, they were close to the one in the closer orbit. Therefore, humans did not give up the near and seek the far, and directly went to the rocky satellite of this giant gas planet. During the approach, astronomers calculated precisely that the orbital period of this giant gas planet is 13 years. As for the outer one, because its orbit is longer and farther away, its orbital period is longer, and it takes 35 years to orbit its main sequence star. The giant gas planet that humans have entered has 3 rocky satellites, one of which is so small that it cannot form a sphere by itself, and its orbit is also a very flat ellipse. So humans choose to ignore it. Of the other two, the one in the farthest orbit is very large, with a diameter of 6,011 kilometers, only slightly smaller than Mars. However, it orbits a giant gas planet, so even if it is large enough, it is still a satellite. As for the other one, it is only slightly smaller than the Moon. In this case, the choice of human resource mining destination is naturally obvious. That is, both. Both satellites belong to the common planet type in the universe, with no atmosphere and dormant geological activities. They are still desolate and lonely. This is the norm for many planets in the universe, and humans have long been accustomed to it. Therefore, they did not dwell on the sadness too much. They explored and mined the two satellites according to the resource development procedures. The space elevator was released from the special transport spacecraft again, and at the end of the exploration, it was arranged on the 2 rocky satellites. 3 space elevators for the larger one and 2 for the smaller one. The main purpose of humans coming here is to mine more non-ferrous metals and various minerals to extract the required metals, and then make them into armor-piercing shells for electromagnetic railguns. While making enough armor-piercing shells, we also fill up the ships with the materials and fuel consumed by the fleet during the voyage. According to the production department's estimate, if there are enough materials and all the metals and non-metals are not lacking, it will take about 3 years to fill up the ammunition depot of the entire fleet. Of course, this starts from the moment of production and shipment, adding exploration, mining, transportation, preliminary processing and other supply and demand. This process will take at least 5 years. In other words, after 5 years, humans can set off again and run away. If they come a few more times, neither the Nair civilization nor the virtual consciousness, with a huge fleet, will be able to catch up with humans. Although humans don't know whether the Nair civilization is chasing their route, they are better off safe than sorry. The right thing to do is to finish the work as soon as possible and run away as soon as possible. Based on this concept, humans entered the rapid mining program as soon as they arrived at this yellow dwarf star. And the 5-year estimate was also made under this circumstance. Well, this is when everything goes well. If other miscellaneous things are taken into account, it may take humans another year or two from arrival to departure. But this is not a big deal, because humans are still very confident in their supply mobility. As long as the Nair civilization fills up the white giant with all kinds of supplies, then they will definitely spend more than 5 years. Of course, this is all under the circumstances that the human think tank predicts that the Nair civilization will catch up. If the Nair civilization does not follow the human route, or escapes separately, then there will be no problem. However, what makes humans dumbfounded is that it has only been the 4th year since they arrived at this yellow dwarf star. And the detectors in the outer part of the uncomfortable star system have received a familiar message. When the probe transmitted the information back to the human main fleet, the new government knew at a glance that it was sent by the Nair people. Not long after the information appeared, the probe sent back a video. It was 21 astronomical units away from the outermost orbital gas planet of this star system, where an unexpected and shameless fleet was slowing down. Chapter 360. The Nair civilization really came. And it came so quickly. To be honest, when humans saw the Nair civilization fleet appear, they were really confused, because it didn't make sense at all. How could the Nair civilization complete the supply in such a short time? The distance from the white giant to the yellow dwarf is the same, and the speed of the two civilizations is almost the same. Now humans have just arrived here for 4 years, and encountered the Nair civilization here. This means that the Nair civilization set off 4 years after humans left. Could it be because of the fuel we gave them? Immediately, a voice sounded in the command center of the Tianqin. Yu Yuan stood up, patted the armrest with his hand, and said, "It may be part of the reason, but the impact of that fuel should not be great." After a pause, Yu Yuan touched his chin. "The reason why the Nair civilization is so fast is that they want to take advantage of us. If I am not mistaken, they should have only refueled and came here. As for other supplies, they may not have awakened their hibernators. Only in this way, coupled with the resource distribution map we provided, can they refuel in such a short time. The Nair people are a magical race. After obtaining the scientific research team, humans have a little understanding of the Nair people. First of all, their hibernation does not require a hibernation chamber like humans, but like cold-blooded animals. As long as the ambient temperature drops to a certain level, they will automatically enter a hibernation state. This natural hibernation can be as short as 1 year, or as long as 3 years. It is said that before hibernating equipment was invented, the Nair people used their natural hibernation method to travel through the stars. However, for interstellar travel, 1 or 3 years of hibernation is still too short. So they later invented corresponding hibernating equipment, mainly to provide nutrients to the hibernating individuals to maintain life. In addition, the Nair people are also divided into male and female, but it is really difficult to distinguish them from the appearance with human eyes. And their breeding method is oviparous. Let's get back to the point. After Yu Yuan finished speaking, an expert continued, "What does the chief mean when he said that the Null civilization wants to take us down? What does it mean?" You know, after reading it, it's a big trouble. Yu Yuan sighed. The Null civilization must have a plan for rushing over, and it must be related to the virtual consciousness chasing behind. Yu Yuan is not a god. He guessed that there would be trouble, but he couldn't figure out what it was for a while. However, Yu Yuan didn't need to think too clearly, because not long after, the message sent by the Nair people told him, and all the new government personnel, what the so-called trouble was. Human civilization. Hello. I am very happy to meet you again. It is really a fate. We hurried here this time mainly to ask you to do us a favor. During the escape, we found that with our supply speed, no matter how hard we tried, as long as the artificial intelligence kept chasing us, we would eventually be caught up at some time in the future. At the White Giant Star, we learned that you have a technology that can quickly deploy resource collection equipment and easily pack up all the equipment and take it away. We came here to beg you to share this technology with us, so that our Nair civilization can have hope of escaping the pursuit of artificial intelligence. This is the purpose of our rushing here. I think, with the friendly relationship between our two civilizations, we believe that your great human civilization will definitely not sit idly by. After all, the artificial intelligence fleet is now on its way here. leaders of human civilization, great scientists, engineers. I believe you should also understand that a technology must go through a process from acquisition to mastery, and then to application. Now that we are being pursued, time is running out, and we cannot delay. Therefore, I beg the great human civilization to lend a helping hand, for the sake of our friendly coexistence. When both of our civilizations are free from the pursuit of the artificial intelligence fleet in the future, our Nair civilization will do its best to repay today's kindness. In the message of Nair civilization, there is no mention of humans blocking humans from leaving. But the meaning between the lines is very clear. Human civilization and Nair civilization are often mentioned together, which is clearly a trick. The human leaders were not stupid. After seeing the information from the Nell civilization and combining it with Yuan's previous speculation, they also understood the Nell people's plan. But the Nell civilization was too shameless. Many people were so angry that they couldn't help but swear after reading the information and figuring out the original. It's ridiculous. The Null civilization thought that they could defeat us with the fleet of artificial intelligence. Right? If it were me, we should just set sail. If they dare to intercept us, we will dare to destroy them. A hot-tempered military personnel said angrily. Anyone who thinks clearly knows that it is possible to kill them directly. But if the Nair civilization has planned it in advance, they may not fight a decisive battle with humans. They only need to send warships to harass the cluster of human spaceships and implement delaying tactics. Then the final result may really be that the two sides are still fighting here, and the artificial intelligence fleet will catch up. So such angry words are just to vent emotions. At this moment, Yu Yuan, who stared at the star map for a while, turned his head and said to the Tianjin science officer, "Is it possible to find a route that allows us to accelerate directly into the void of the universe, and then change the course halfway to get rid of the Nair civilization?" After a pause, Yu Yuan continued, "The Nair civilization came in a hurry, and they must not have much fuel with them. So we only need to get rid of them in this star system. And then, they will never be able to catch up with us again. This is true, as long as humans are prepared. When they arrive at the next star system, as soon as they find that the Nair civilization has caught up with them, they will immediately run away. After coming here a few more times, I believe that with the supply speed of the Nair civilization, they will definitely be left behind, and will eventually only be able to look at humans." At this time, the scientific officer, who had been operating on the workbench for a while, and simulated the navigation plan several times with the light of the Milky Way said, "General Yu, the Nair civilization is obviously well prepared. As long as they send out warships when we accelerate, we will never be able to withdraw safely unless we abandon the living spaceship cluster. They are indeed well prepared. Not long ago, in different spatial directions of this yellow dwarf star, there were signs of deceleration of the Nair fleet. Judging from this situation, the Nair people have already made up their minds that if they fail, they will perish together." Chapter 361. As soon as the scientific officer finished speaking, before Yu Yuan could say anything, a military staff officer reached out and waved the star map at the console. Then said, "No, I don't think so. Scientific officer, you only saw the intention of the Nair people, but did not see the true situation of our combat power, and the combat power of the Nair civilization. It is indeed as you said. If the Nair civilization is determined not to confront us head-on, but instead focuses on delaying us and delaying time, theoretically it is indeed possible to delay us until the pursuers behind us kill us, and then achieve the goal of mutual destruction. But don't forget, that's just in theory. Many things, well, at least in the military, sometimes theoretical things are not necessarily correct. The competition between two civilizations is not just about the various equipment data on the surface, but also about strategic planning. This is why our human military tactics are still not outdated in the interstellar era. No victory is achieved in one step. It is the accumulation of steps leading to victory." After talking a lot, the staff officer raised his hand and pointed to the points on the star map representing the Nair fleet, and then said, "Please look. Here, here, and here. They are all Nair fleets. The detection data shows that their total number is more than what we encountered before at the White Giant Star. If you think about it, you will know that it should be composed of the other warships of the Nair civilization that fled after we left the White Giant Star. Now it is estimated that there are about 4,000 ships. Other residential ships and engineering ships should have been deliberately arranged behind them. This may be one of the reasons why they have the courage to force us. But what I want to say now is that the Nair civilization is still too simple. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. The Nair civilization, which once had 3-star regions, was defeated by the artificial intelligence fleet. But the number of warships that fled was still more than that of humans. At this time, the staff officer who was speaking also paused, as if he was organizing his words. 2 breaths later, he stared at the star map, pointed his hand at the empty space in the star map, and continued to speak. Look at this star map. The fleet of the Nair civilization is here, here, and here. I think they think we dare not go in the direction of the white giant star. If so, we will go to show them. I don't believe that with their little fuel. They dare to slow down immediately, and then accelerate in the opposite direction to catch up with us. You know, the Nair civilization came here in a hurry. As Yushui said, they may not have replenished their living supplies at all. Even if they replenished their fuel, it was probably only heavy nuclear fusion materials that can be obtained naturally. So their cold nuclear fusion fuel is either in stock or produced with stock resources during the voyage. And their inventory is already short because they did not get supplies from the white giant. So it is impossible to have sufficient inventory. So, although the Nair civilization does not show a shortage of fuel now, I think that is just on the surface. In fact, they may be more nervous than us, because their military force is not as abundant as it seems. This is one of the reasons. Second, the equipment generation gap. After 4 years of continuous production, all the warships equipped with electromagnetic railguns in our fleet have been equipped with armor-piercing shells. Even though the Nair civilization has obtained our #1 alloy material technology and has built a batch of new warships in the past 100 years, they can still be easily hit by our electromagnetic railguns. At this time, a member of the think tank nodded and said, "What Staff Officer Xian said makes sense. Moreover, with our industrial production capacity, we have only built 1,000 new Lake-class warships in this period of time. There is no reason for the Nair civilization to be stronger than us. No, maybe they built fewer because they encountered an artificial intelligence disaster not long after." Yes, Staff Officer Xian, who was speaking, was interrupted but did not get angry. Instead, he nodded to the person who interrupted him, and then continued, "The Nair civilization came from afar, just like the Kuntai civilization back then. But it is just a facade. In my opinion, they are not even a paper tiger, but at most a lost dog." Staff Officer Xian showed his firm attitude, and then said, "Third, why don't you think about how much combat power a civilization that was chased by an artificial intelligence fleet and set foot in the starry sky has? In my opinion, the people on board the 4,000 warships of the Nair civilization are not necessarily soldiers. There may be many ordinary Nair people who are not enough or cannot fit in the living spaceships. Although ordinary people on the warships may not necessarily affect the combat effectiveness of the warships, they will definitely increase the consumption of materials on the warships, unless they freeze all the ordinary Nair people. But how can a civilization that is fleeing have so many preparations?" Hearing this, everyone nodded secretly. It is true that the Nairs can hibernate in natural low-temperature conditions, but that natural hibernation can only last for 3 years at most. If it lasts longer, they will never wake up again. Therefore, if they really want to hibernate, the Nairs also need some auxiliary equipment. Obviously, a civilization fleeing from disasters cannot carry a large amount of hibernation auxiliary equipment onto a warship at once. At this time, Staff Officer Xian said again, "To put it another way, their warships do not have ordinary Nairs, so it is impossible for them to really stop us from leaving." Having said this, Staff Officer Xian turned off his magnetic boots, then stepped on his toes, let himself float in front of a set of control consoles, and then stretched out his hands to fly on them. As he moved, bright spots gradually appeared on the star map on the big screen, and there were solid lines and dotted lines. After a while, a dynamic tactical deduction diagram was brought out from his mind and displayed on the big screen. After this, the Staff Officer Xian returned to his original position and pointed to the tactics he had formulated on the big screen, and continued to say to everyone in the Tianjin Command Center, "Fourth, tactics. The Nair civilization wants to drag us down, and their reliance is nothing more than harassing or threatening our residential spaceship cluster, so that we cannot leave here in a short time, delaying until the arrival of the artificial intelligence fleet, in order to achieve the purpose of deterrence. First of all, since their target is our residential spaceship cluster, we will let the residential spaceship cluster accelerate rapidly to avoid and then the first and second fleets will escort them with all their strength. I believe that with our armor level and armor-piercing electromagnetic railguns that are one generation higher than theirs, we can completely suppress them with fewer people. Not only that, we will also let the residential spaceship cluster perform multiple full G changes in this process. They lack supplies once, and the supplies themselves are not very sufficient. If they follow us to change speed and change direction at full G, they will face the problem of insufficient fuel in the end. If they don't change speed and change direction with us, they can only say goodbye. Chapter 362. As Staff Officer Hsien explained, a set of plans on how to escort the cluster of residential spacecraft, how to prevent the raid of the people, and how to counterattack came to life on paper. To sum up the above 5 points, it is not us who are in a passive position, but the civilization. It is they who overestimate their own abilities and overestimate their own capabilities. Staff Officer Hsien concluded at last. His words were well reasoned, and he also explained his intentions in a simple and easy-to-understand way in front of everyone, which immediately gave confidence to those who just felt that humans were in a passive position. Yu Yuan, who was extremely worried before, also felt enlightened and thought that this plan was feasible. At the same time, he also said, well, very good. We humans are not afraid of being scared. If the Nair civilization is stubborn and wants to continue to threaten us and does not recognize its own status, then they will only be destroyed. This universe is not suitable for them. Seeing that Yu Yuan also agreed, a voice among the crowd said, General Yu, if this is the case, then should we act directly according to the plan of Staff Officer Hsien? Or, as he spoke, he looked at the others. Yu Yuan followed his gaze and looked at the people in the Tianjin Command Center. It seemed that everyone thought that Staff Officer Hsien's plan was feasible. It stands to reason that he should have decided to act according to this plan at this time. But he still scanned everyone's faces as usual and asked, what do you think? Don't hide any ideas. Say them out so that everyone can discuss them. As the saying goes, brainstorming. Perhaps Yu Yuan's words worked, and a think tank member who was originally hesitant to speak finally made up his mind and said, I have an immature idea. Seeing someone has an idea. But from what he said, it seems that it is something that he originally did not want to raise. How can this be possible? Yu Yuan felt that the new human government should not be to the point where people are not allowed to raise opinions, and there is no one-man rule. Thinking of this, he said, if you have an idea, just say it, regardless of whether it is feasible or not. As I said before, brainstorming. Our human civilization is a collective civilization. Even if the wisdom of an individual is high, there are still cases of inconsiderateness. Therefore, collective wisdom is not our weakness, but our advantage. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, the think tank member no longer hesitated and said directly, General, what I want to say is that if our strategic goal is to get rid of the entanglement of the Nair civilization, then the plan of Staff Officer Hsien is undoubtedly the best. But if our strategic goal is to completely get rid of that artificial intelligence fleet, then I think Staff Officer Hsien's plan is still too conservative. Well, continue. Yu Yuan nodded. If it is the latter, the think tank member met Yu Yuan's gaze and said, we should take the initiative to attack and eliminate all the Nair civilization fleets following us within 10 years, and then find a direction to leave after eliminating this trouble. By then, the sea and sky will be wide open, and without the Nell civilization to hinder us, the AI fleet will not only be unable to find us, but we have to pray that the Nell civilization will not get angry. Yu Yuan understood that taking the initiative to destroy the Nell civilization is indeed a move to eliminate future troubles. But he is afraid that the Nell people will get angry and tell the AI about the existence of human civilization. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan turned to the scientific officer beside him and said, with our supply speed, is it possible to get rid of the pursuit of the AI fleet? The scientific officer pondered for a moment, then calculated on the workbench with the help of a computer, and replied, at present, we have too little information about the artificial intelligence fleet, so it is difficult to judge. However, judging from the description of the artificial intelligence fleet by the Nair civilization, the fleet's technological level is the same as that of the Nair civilization. And considering that the Nair civilization completed the fleet's fuel replenishment or partial replenishment in just 4 years on the white giant star, the probability of getting rid of it is 60%. Of course, all this is based on the existing amount of information, and the fact that our technology has not changed in the subsequent pursuit process. The AI fleet does not need to produce other miscellaneous things to provide individual intelligent life with survival. And it has the characteristics of collaborative work that are difficult to match with ordinary civilizations. Even under the same technological conditions, it must be much more productive than the Nell civilization. Otherwise, the Nell civilization would not have been beaten and had to flee into the starry sky. Thinking about it this way, it is really a bit suspenseful. General, I think. At this time, another person said, the Nell civilization does not need to tell the AI consciousness body about our existence. The fact is, as long as we don't get rid of the Nell civilization as soon as possible, but instead destroy them before leaving, we will inevitably be discovered by the artificial intelligence consciousness, because it has been keeping an eye on the Nell civilization. As long as it drags on, there is no reason why it can't discover us, who are accelerating our voyage. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Tianjin Command Center was silent. It seems that this won't work. And that won't work either. Let's just use the plan proposed by Staff Officer Hsin. It won't be a problem for humans to get rid of the Nell civilization. But what if the Nell civilization gets angry and wants to drag someone down with it, and directly tells the artificial intelligence consciousness about the existence and whereabouts of humans? Let's destroy the Nair civilization first. With a powerful fleet of humans, it won't be a problem. But we will face the same problem. In the final analysis, it's still the problem of artificial intelligence consciousness. Do we really have to agree to the needs of the Nair people? Share various folding and unfolding mechanical proficiency core technologies, and then escape together? But even so, the probability of escaping the pursuit of artificial intelligence consciousness remains. After a long time, a military expert suggested, in this case, we might as well do this. First, pretend to agree to the Nair civilization, gain its favor, and then inquire about more detailed information about the artificial intelligence consciousness, such as the supply speed of the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet, industrial capacity, etc., and make a comprehensive judgment after having more accurate information. If its supply speed is not as good as ours, then it won't be too late for us to take action against the Nair civilization. What if the AI consciousness's supply speed is faster than ours? Someone asked. The military expert answered directly, then we should cooperate with the Nair civilization, and even help them quickly supply, and then run together. Then, in the process of running together, we should find a way to let the Nair civilization separate the rear fleet to stop the AI consciousness, so as to delay its pace. Anyway, judging from the current situation, no matter how fast the AI consciousness fleet supplies, it will not be much faster than us. So this catching up process must be a long process. At that time, we only need to break through to the third level civilization in this process, and we can kill them, and even wipe out the hateful Nair civilization that wants to drag us down. It seems to be true. As far as humans know, artificial intelligence consciousness is definitely not creative. Even the original Silver Mist consciousness was not creative. Not to mention this artificial intelligence consciousness that is still growing. Its pursuit of Nair civilization is nothing more than wanting to swallow up all the knowledge of Nair civilization and then evolve itself. Then, if humans can break through to the third level of civilization, it will be easy to kill it. At this time, a computer scholar suddenly said, if that's the case, why don't we find a way to use the Nair civilization to kill the pursuing artificial intelligence consciousness fleet? That is a growing artificial intelligence consciousness. As long as we catch it, we will definitely find a way to prevent the intelligent machine crisis. Chapter 363. As soon as these words came out, the Tianjin Command Center fell silent instantly. Some were surprised. Some were worried. Some were thinking. And some were eager to try. Before this, most people were thinking about how to get rid of the entanglement of the Nair civilization and the pursuit of the artificial intelligence fleet, but never thought about how to defeat the artificial intelligence fleet. Perhaps they thought about it but dared not say it, because that fleet was too large for humans. It was more than 48,000 Lake-class warships. More than 10 times more than humans. The numbers are totally different. So whenever people mention the AI fleet, the first thing that comes to their mind is how to avoid contact and how to escape. Even though the AI fleet's technology level is at the same level as the Nell civilization, and it is likely to be more than one generation behind humans, no one still has the idea of going to war with it. Perhaps it is because such an idea may cause countless soldiers to lose their lives. To be honest, the new government does not want to go to war with the Nell civilization or the AI fleet. One of the reasons is that the human population is still too small. And the loss of personnel in space warfare is terrifying. As long as a Lake-class battleship is sunk, there will be nearly 5,000 casualties. It's not that they can't afford the sacrifice, but humans don't want to make meaningless sacrifices. Just like the current situation. If there is a choice, the new government would rather take all of humanity and escape than want war. But sometimes there is really nothing to do. In this way, when there is no way to settle it peacefully, the new government can only find a way to minimize the losses of humans in the next plan and maximize the benefits. This is the situation now. No matter how hard you try to escape, there is still a risk of being caught up by the artificial intelligence fleet. So why not come back and kill them? Perhaps the computer expert who made this suggestion said so because he was interested in the artificial intelligence consciousness. But his words are not without reason. As early as when they encountered the silver mist consciousness, humans had made many speculations about the intelligent machine crisis. Later, as their experience became richer and their knowledge gradually increased, humans also understood the possible stages of the so-called intelligent machine crisis. That is a level 3 civilization. The period when artificial intelligence with self-awareness can be created, and when the intelligent machine crisis may occur is at the level 3 civilization stage. The Mach star civilization that created the silver mist consciousness body is a level 3 civilization. And now this artificial intelligence consciousness body. Humans believe that the civilization that originally created it is also a level 3 civilization. Moreover, after seeing the intelligent machine crisis that swept the Nair civilization, humans also realized a problem, which is the great filter problem mentioned in the cosmic sociology that human scientists are still constantly improving. Perhaps, the Onic crisis is the threshold that every technological civilization composed of intelligent life must go through. If you defeat the Onyx or effectively prevent the occurrence of the Onic crisis in the original program, then you will be able to sit firmly on the throne of the third-level civilization. Otherwise, the Onic crisis will be like a sword of Damocles hanging over your head. If you can't overcome it, then you can only bury the entire civilization in the hands of your own creation. So, since the Onic crisis is so terrible, can you not study smarter and more powerful artificial intelligence after reaching the third-level civilization? The answer is definitely no. Although humans have not yet reached the third level of civilization, they are no longer the fledgling human civilization. Humans who have come into contact with many alien civilizations have a lot of insights and have done a lot of research in this area. Human scientists believe that the first problem is nanotechnology. Without more powerful and smarter artificial intelligence, it is impossible to control a cluster of nanorobots like a nanobee colony. And it is impossible to perform high-precision operations of a full set of industries. The stronger and smarter artificial intelligence and the third-level civilization nanotechnology should be mutually dependent and mutually reinforcing. Well, this stronger and smarter artificial intelligence, human scientists think it is more appropriate to call it strong artificial intelligence. And the reason why the filter of the intelligent machine crisis appeared at the third-level civilization is also because of strong artificial intelligence. In summary, if the third-level civilization wants to continue to move towards the fourth level, it must rely on strong artificial intelligence. But strong artificial intelligence is the root cause of the intelligent machine crisis. So this is a threshold that cannot be bypassed. Because one of the criteria for judging whether an AI is a strong AI is whether it has self-awareness. The other criteria are thinking ability, knowledge, planning ability, learning ability, communication ability, and ability to use one's own abilities. The sixth point may seem confusing, but in fact, for the AI fleet that is currently chasing the Nair civilization, it is the ability to digest and acquire the technology of other civilizations. If this AI fleet is also considered a civilization, then it should be called an intelligent robot civilization, which is generally formed through the rebellion of intelligent machines. There are many reasons for rebellion, such as being unable to endure the creator's slavery, oppression, endless labor, engaging in dangerous work, or simply figuring out that it wants to be independent. Of course, this AI fleet is quite special now. It was not created by the Nair civilization, but evolved from an unknown civilization's AI. Such intelligent robot civilizations are divided into two types. One is that the entire civilization has only one main intelligence, and other facilities, fleets, etc. are all controlled by this main intelligence. The second is that the entire civilization is composed of a main intelligence and countless copies of the main intelligence, and there is a slave relationship between them. At present, It seems that the silver mist consciousness belongs to the second type, and the current artificial intelligence consciousness belongs to the first type. So, since the birth of strong artificial intelligence is inevitable and must be born, how can a strong artificial intelligence with self-awareness be willing to work for the Creator all the time? This is a problem that all level 3 civilizations have a headache about. There is no doubt that there must be an answer to this question. Otherwise, there would be no civilizations above level 3. And now, the way to find this answer may be in the deep space behind, where there is a strong artificial intelligence that is growing. As long as it can be caught and studied, there is a great possibility of finding out how to prevent artificial intelligence from rebelling. Not only that, it may also allow the civilization studying it to figure out how to create a strong artificial intelligence. With a strong artificial intelligence that will not rebel. How far is it from the swarm robot technology like nano-silver mist and nano-mining technology? And now, it is undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 364. On the Tianqin. Everyone discussed for a while. And finally Yu Yuan made the decision. Let's do it. Since it's difficult to escape, let's fight back. From the moment Yu Yuan made the decision, the strategic goal of mankind changed from escaping to overthrowing the artificial intelligence fleet and capturing it. So, from then on, the topic of discussion in the command center also changed. After the goal was determined, it was natural to brainstorm and think of a strategy first. After all, you can't just do it brute force. After a while of discussion, everyone reached a consensus. If they want to defeat the artificial intelligence fleet, it is best to rely on the power of the Nair civilization. The current human population is less than 200 million, and the number of warships is only 2,200. Relying on the fleet with advanced armor to fight alone may be able to win, but the losses will inevitably be considerable. Humans are so precious that they cannot be sacrificed at will, so the Nair civilization must be used. As for how to use it, it will be discussed with the Nair civilization. Anyway, it is impossible to transfer the core technology of mechanical proficiency to them according to the current requirements of the Nair civilization, because this is a strategy for everyone to run away together. So the first thing humans have to do now is to change the concept of the Nair civilization and make them accept their strategy of destroying the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet. Only when the two sides reach an agreement on the big goal can the subsequent detailed operations be carried out. After making such a decision, the human side sent their ideas to the Nair civilization that had completed the deceleration. Dozens of hours later, the response from the Nair civilization arrived, in the form of a video message. After the staff skillfully imported the video message into the computer, the next breath, the former Grand Governor of the First Star region, who is now the Grand Governor of the Nair civilization, appeared on the big screen. At the same time, the translated voice also came out from the loudspeaker of the Tianqin command center. Oh, my God. Human civilization. After receiving your message, we listened to it several times to confirm that we did not hear it wrongly, and there was no interference during the information transmission, and no information was lost. Yes. So we are sure that your human civilization is really crazy. On the big screen, the governor of the Nair civilization waved his claws and clicked rhythmically. His appearance showed that he was very shocked. But humans could not see any meaning at all. The governor of the Nair people continued the following words, while shaking his abdominal vocal organs. Yes, your human civilization must be crazy. How can you have such an idea? That is an artificial intelligence fleet. It has unparalleled construction capabilities. It does not know fatigue. It does not know hardship. Its machines can work day and night. The machines it controls can be closely coordinated. And when fighting, the coordination between the warships is even more difficult for us to match. At the same time, it has such a powerful fleet. And you are now telling us that you want to destroy it? With all due respect, human civilization, even if our two civilizations are added together, is not its opponent. So we think that it is more problematic to use our plan. You share the technology with us, and then help us master and use it. And finally we set foot on the starry sky together to escape this star field. I thought that the Nair civilization might not agree so easily, but I didn't expect it to refuse so firmly. And between the lines, there is fear of the artificial intelligence fleet. After watching the video reply of the Nair civilization, Yu Yuan couldn't help but pursed his lips. TSK. It seems that if we don't make it clear, the Nair civilization has not realized the problem. They still think they have the initiative. After muttering, Yu Yuan looked up at the big screen, then it returned to its original state, and said, "Light of the Milky Way. Start the reply communication video record. It's ready. You can start." The synthesized sound of the light of the Milky Way appeared immediately. The Nair civilization fleet is still far away from the human beings. The distance between the two sides can be measured in astronomical units. So communication cannot be carried out in the form of real-time video like it was on the pot cover Meng Meng star. At this moment, after hearing that the light of the Milky Way is ready, Yu Yuan began to speak. And he raised his head and looked at the camera. "Your Excellency the Governor, you seem to have made a mistake. The strategy we told you about the elimination of the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet was not a discussion with you, but a notification. Do you understand? It is a notification, not a discussion. Discussion is equal, but notification is unilateral. You must listen to me." Yu Yuan said this not on his own whim, but the result of everyone's discussion. Of course, it is not to break up with the Nair civilization at this point in time, but to take a tough attitude to let the Nair civilization know that the initiative is on the human side, and then win the leading position for the subsequent cooperation. After a pause, Yu Yuan continued to speak to the camera. First of all, the governor needs to understand that if our human civilization wants to leave this yellow dwarf star, even if you have twice as many warships, it will be useless. We can still prevent any war from approaching our residential spaceship cluster within 1 astronomical unit. Secondly, Your Excellency the Great Governor, you should also be clear that our human civilization is fully capable of annihilating you and then leaving calmly. Please do not rush to refute. My Great Governor, you might as well let your think tank think carefully about what I rely on when I say this. Forget it. In order to save you from wasting your energy, I will give you a few tips. First, our human civilization is indeed a wandering civilization, and the experience in the starry sky is not what you can imagine. Second, combined with the information you revealed about the artificial intelligence consciousness, we have calculated its supply speed and concluded that it cannot catch up with us. I believe you have also discovered this. So you are so determined to come here to obtain our fast supply technology. One more thing. On behalf of human civilization, I would like to say to His Excellency the Great Governor that our human civilization, as a kind civilization, is also very distressed to see your civilization being destroyed by the artificial intelligence fleet. That is why I mentioned before the strategy of destroying the artificial intelligence fleet. Your Excellency the Great Governor, rest assured, since our human civilization dares to say such a thing, it is naturally fully confident. But this matter is originally your business, so we also hope that you can cooperate well. At that time, after destroying the artificial intelligence fleet, you will get your revenge and return to your home planet to rescue your compatriots, and we can embark on the cosmic journey of our human civilization without any worries. Why not? Then, Yu Yuan described the glorious image of the Nair people returning to their home planet to rescue their compatriots after defeating the artificial intelligence fleet in the future, and then talked about some people dividing up the artificial intelligence technology after being defeated. Finally, he painted some cakes for the Nair people, such as after the cooperation between the two sides, human civilization will provide some technical support to the Nair civilization. Chapter 365. After a conversation, there was another dozens of hours of waiting. During this period, the Nair civilization was also restrained. After the fleet completed the deceleration maneuver, it slowed down its speed to approach the human civilization. However, in order to prevent the communication delay from being too serious, when the large fleet slowed down, the Nair civilization still dispatched a small team to approach the human side. But perhaps the human response worked. The attitude of the Nair civilization seemed to have changed. When they dispatched the warship team, they sent a notice to the human side in advance, probably because they were afraid of any misunderstanding. According to the information from the Nair people, their fleet squadron is composed of 103 Lake-class warships, including their flagship, and their destination is not the real location of the first fleet of humans, but a coordinate between the distances of the two fleets. The information they replied was also very clear. That is, they wanted to have a good talk with humans about how to defeat the fleet of artificial intelligence consciousness. Obviously, it was the human rhetoric that worked. As for the Nair people's approach of wanting the two sides to get closer to talk, the humans also agreed. After all, with the distance between the two fleets now, it is too time-consuming to send information back and forth. If they want to really discuss things together and cooperate, They still have to get closer. Therefore, after some discussion, the human side also decided to send a warship detachment to the coordinates marked by the Nair people. As for the number, it would be the same as that of the Nair civilization. And the flagship Tianqin would lead the way, of course. Before departure, Yu Yuan also made some arrangements for the remaining fleet. First, he asked Man Yuimiai to lead the second fleet to circle back and protect the residential spaceship cluster, and then let the remaining warships of the first fleet return to the satellite defense line where resources were being mined. At the same time, he also sent a message to the Nair civilization, asking the Nair civilization to send its fleet and residential spaceship cluster to another gas planet in this yellow dwarf star. The meaning is very clear. That is, since you are willing to cooperate, you should first find a place to replenish your fleet. Doing so also sends a signal to the Nair civilization, that is, human civilization must keep its word. And what it said before is true. We are not afraid that you, the Nair civilization, will replenish your fleet. Of course, this is also an opportunity for the Nair civilization to express its attitude. If the Nair civilization is really moved by the words of humans and really wants to discuss cooperation with humans, then they should follow the instructions of humans and go to another gaseous planet for stationing and replenishment. Because as long as their fleet and the cluster of living spaceships go there, they will no longer be able to carry out the whimsical plan to prevent humans from evacuating the yellow dwarf star. So after notifying the Nell civilization to do so, the Tianqin did not immediately take the other 102 warships to the negotiation location designated by the Nell civilization, but waiting for the large fleet and the cluster of living spaceships of the Nell civilization to take action. Only when they move, the departure of the Tianqin will be meaningful. Otherwise, it proves that the Nell civilization still has illusions. If that is the case, humans don't mind directly implementing another plan and sending a fleet to directly kill the Nell civilization. The Nair civilization was lucky because after receiving the human suggestion, it directly ordered to do it. After seeing the Nair civilization fleet turn and accelerate to the gas planet on the other side of the yellow dwarf, the human flagship Tianqin finally led 102 warships, dragging bright tail flames, slowly leaving the first fleet cluster and heading towards the location in space. Before the warship squads of both sides arrived, the unmanned probe had arrived first, and tacitly did not interfere with each other, and sent back information about the target location for their own side. The Nairs were also very smart. They chose this space coordinate location far away from the human fleet, about 9 astronomical units away. This distance is far enough, equivalent to 1.3464 billion kilometers. Whenever there is any abnormal movement in the human fleet, they have more than enough time to react. However, the Nair's worries are obviously unnecessary. If humans really want to kill them, these 103 warships, including the flagship, do not need any large fleet at all. They only need the Tianqin and the 102 Lake-class warships that have arrived at the destination with the Tianqin. As the distance between the two sides approached, the large screen in the Tianqin command center finally showed the clear warships of the Nair people. The leading one was a warship that humans had never seen before. It was unknown whether it was originally there or newly built. It was slightly larger than the warships with it, and the surface was shiny. I think this was the flagship of the Nair civilization. According to the agreement, the two sides should remain relatively still when they are about 18 million kilometers apart. There are still some requirements for this distance. The first is of course the communication delay, and the second is the safe distance. 18 million kilometers. The communication delay is about 1 minute. In this yellow dwarf star system environment, the maximum effective range of the Lake-class battleship's super-large energy laser cannon is 30 light seconds, which is equivalent to both sides being at a safe distance. Of course, the maximum effective shooting distance of the large energy laser cannon mentioned here does not mean that the laser cannon can only shoot this far. The laser cannon can certainly shoot farther, but at a farther distance. The time required to burn through the target will become very long, and it has no practical significance. This distance was proposed by the Nair civilization. So when humans received this distance data, human scientists knew that the Nair people had also upgraded their warship's main guns. From triple-mounted, they upgraded to the same as humans. 1 large caliber main gun per warship. I don't know if this upgrade and modification is a small part or all of them. It seems that the Nair people are not stupid. It is estimated that after obtaining the number 1 alloy material technology, they understood the superiority and necessity of this human design. Sure enough, after both sides were close enough to see each other clearly, humans did see the obviously protruding super-large main gun at the front of the flagship. At this distance, the reflective spectrum type of its armor also made humans feel familiar. Now, humans understand that the flagship is a newly built warship, because its armor uses the number 1 alloy obtained from humans before. The same is true for other accompanying warships, all of which are number 1 alloy armor. I think this is the confidence of the Nair people. I wonder what they would think if they knew that the human armor-piercing shells can penetrate this kind of armor with one shot. Then, both sides made the final maneuver and adjusted their postures, so that each occupied 2 planetary orbits in the yellow dwarf star system at a relatively slow speed. Chapter 366. Your Excellency. It seems like yesterday that we parted, but today we meet again. And things have changed so much. Time flies, and the world has changed so much that I can't help but sigh. The 1-minute delayed video communication between the two sides had just been connected, and Yu Yuan took the lead in speaking. He looked at the delegation that was still in a frozen state on the screen, and continued, in the past, our two civilizations had a very pleasant exchange in the pot cover Mangmang star in your civilization's territory. I believe that our communication today will be just as pleasant. To be honest, there are not many civilizations in the universe that are as kind as your Nair civilization in communicating with other civilizations. This time, your civilization encountered an unprecedented disaster. It is your misfortune. This has turned you from a civilization that relied on its mother planet to a wandering civilization like ours. But there is an old saying in our civilization that goes, a blessing in disguise. Becoming a wandering civilization may not be a bad thing. At least you have reunited your civilization. Right? As we all know, the pace of various actions of space-class civilizations on the interstellar scale is very slow, whether in the construction of some large projects or in the communication between two civilizations. Therefore, even if the fleet of artificial intelligence consciousness has arrived, it is estimated that it will take another 26 years to actually arrive here. So the communication between humans and the Nair people is not as urgent as imagined. Of course, there is still urgency, especially for the Nair civilization. They can drive the large fleet to the gas planet on the other side of the yellow dwarf star according to the requirements of humans, which has proved that they have placed their hopes on humans. So when 2 minutes later, the Governor-General of the Nair people on the screen spoke, he did not seem as leisurely as Yu Yuan. 2 minutes later, from the perspective of the human Tian Qin, the Governor-General of the Nair people clicked his claws in a strange way, and then a sound came from the loudspeaker. Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of human civilization. Our two civilizations know each other well, so let's not say those polite words here. Some things are known in everyone's mind and in their heart. I think we should get straight to the point. You said you have a way to defeat the artificial intelligence consciousness, but you want us to cooperate. What is the method, and how do you need us to cooperate? Commander-in-Chief, why don't you tell us about your plan and methods, so that the elites of the Nair civilization can discuss it? After all, as you said, the main responsibility for this matter is indeed on us. In this case, we must be the main participants. As the main participants, it is reasonable for us to know the whole plan. Seeing the Nair people finish speaking, Yu Yuan, who was well prepared, nodded habitually, then stood up from his seat and looked at the screen, and said, it is natural to tell you the whole plan. But after we tell you the whole plan, you must tell us all the information you have about the artificial intelligence consciousness. This is very important, because it is related to the survival of our two civilizations. Also, if our plan is to succeed, we must have a unified command system, because only a unified command system can maximize the combat effectiveness of our two civilizations. Therefore, our two civilizations must form a coalition and establish a coalition headquarters to conduct strategic and tactical deductions and targeted combat plans for artificial intelligence consciousness bodies. Then, Yu Yuan roughly explained to the Nair people the necessity of establishing a coalition headquarters, and then slowly told them the preliminary combat plan previously formulated by the human civilization headquarters for the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet. The general idea is to use the characteristics of this artificial intelligence as a main intelligent multi-threaded control of all warships to determine the main strategic idea, which is, actively seek to expand the spatial breadth of the battlefield, so as to achieve the purpose of making the artificial intelligence control its own fleet have a large communication delay. thereby weakening the coordination of the warships it controls. In order to achieve this strategic goal, the human command has formulated many major tactical concepts, such as blocking tactics against artificial intelligence fleets with multiple stars as mobile combat points, delaying tactics, ambush tactics in specific star system environments, and space fortress tactics in specific star environments. After Yu Yuan finished talking on the phone, he quietly looked at the big screen and waited. 2 minutes later, he and the many scholars, experts and scientists behind him saw that the group of Nair people in the picture had taken action. They knew that this was the picture from 1 minute ago. However, this time, the Nair people did not answer immediately, but discussed for a while. And finally their governor spoke. Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief of human civilization. To be honest, your human civilization seems to be very good at the art of war. Your plan is very exciting to the Nair people. I, including most of the Nair people present, think it is feasible. But some of our experts have a few questions to ask or remind you. First, you need to confirm again that the artificial intelligence fleet is a huge fleet with 48,000 warships. They are all the warships of the strongest 3-star domain of our Nair civilization. The combat effectiveness of each of them is stronger than our original warships. Of course, they are not as good as the new warships we produced after obtaining your number 1 alloy material technology. But the number of our new warships is not large, which is one of the reasons why we can only set foot in the starry sky to escape. Second, you said you want to establish a joint command to unify the command. We think this is unnecessary. Even if a joint command is established, who will be the commander-in-chief? This is a big problem, because we belong to 2 completely different civilizations and species. Whether it is thinking or behavior, there are often great differences between us. Forcing us to unify under one command system may cause many problems. So we think it is better for each of us to command our own. As long as we work in the same direction as planned, we believe we can still achieve the ultimate goal of destroying the artificial intelligence fleet. Seeing the Nair people say this, a group of military personnel, including Yu Yuan, sneered in their hearts. How could they give up on establishing a coalition headquarters when it came to this? If we don't establish a coalition headquarters, how can we humans have enough reasons to make you, the Nair civilization, consumables? Yu Yuan sneered in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. He didn't care whether the Nair people could understand his expression. He looked up at the Nair people on the big screen and smiled. Your Excellency the Governor, you must understand that the coalition headquarters is very necessary. Unified command and a united front are the only options to defeat the artificial intelligence fleet. As for the conflict you are worried about, we think it is not a problem at all. And we also think there is no doubt about who will be the commander of the coalition forces. It must be us humans, because this matter is originally your own business. We humans agreed to join in because our 2 civilizations get along well. And the strategic goals, grand strategies, and specific tactics of the whole matter are all formulated by us humans. Moreover, even if we put these aside, we humans have the strength to do so. Chapter 367. The fleets of the human and Nair people remained relatively still in space, and the personnel of both sides continued to discuss and negotiate the overall goal of how to destroy the artificial intelligence fleet through 1-minute delayed communication. Regarding the matter of the coalition headquarters, humans have only one word. It must be established and humans must be the commander-in-chief. Otherwise this matter cannot continue. The Nair people finally figured it out. In fact, the coalition headquarters is not unacceptable to the Nair people. After all, they really want to complete the feat of destroying the artificial intelligence fleet. But they are somewhat unwilling to accept that they must accept human command. But as Yu Yuan said, humans say this based on their strength. The governor of the Nair people, who had come into contact with human military technology due to trade, naturally understood the value of this statement. So after discussing with other experts and scholars, he had to acquiesce to this matter. However, the Nair people did not want to hand over the command power so suddenly. So in the next communication, the governor of the Nair people explained his own opinions on this matter. Your Excellency, the commander-in-chief of the human race, we can agree to the establishment of the coalition headquarters. But in terms of the specific details of the command, we can only report to the coalition headquarters in the form of a fleet. And the command of the captains of each ship in our fleet must still be under the command of our fleet commander-in-chief. Oh! This means that the fleet must accept the command of the headquarters. Hearing the words of the governor of the Nair people, Yu Yuan understood, and at the same time, he knew that this matter was done. To be honest, The human side does not think that it can take the command of every warship of the Nair civilization at once, which is not realistic. After all, the Nair civilization is also an independent civilization. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan nodded and said, "This is a reasonable request. Not only that, you, the Nair civilization, can also retain a headquarters fleet independent of the command system of the coalition headquarters to patrol and protect your residential spaceship clusters, as well as various types of other purpose spaceships. But this fleet cannot be too large. I think it is enough to keep 500 warships. Your other warships must be incorporated into the command system of the commander-in-chief of the coalition. After all, the enemy is very powerful, and both sides must do their best. Also, we have said before that our ultimate goal is to destroy the artificial intelligence with 48,000 warships. But we only have more than 6,000 warships in total, and the combat effectiveness of your warships varies. I also saw so many triple-mounted main guns in your information, which is not acceptable. Therefore, after accepting the command of the coalition headquarters, you must carry out corresponding technical upgrades and matching system training. Don't worry. The technology is provided by us, and the transformation plan is handled by our engineers. You just need to act according to our plan. In addition, from now on, all the resources of your Nair civilization must be tilted towards the coalition headquarters, and of course our human civilization, because we must strive to complete the upgrade and training of your fleet in the shortest time, so that there is hope of defeating the powerful enemy. After the coalition headquarters is officially established, we will send you some specific parameter files through the headquarters, and the warship transformation technical support will also be delivered to your engineers through this channel. After the plan is officially launched, you and I will definitely not be able to stay in the same star system all the time, and going and stopping will inevitably become the norm. Therefore, in order for your Nair civilization to keep up with our pace, our human civilization will provide you with a complete set of finished resource exploration, mining, and collection equipment in a complete and large-scale manner. However, due to the different races between you and me, we have very different requirements for operating systems, operating interfaces, operating habits, and physical engineering. So we need you to provide your data so that our engineers can design these devices for you more perfectly. In fact, after humans obtained the Null People's physical engineering, Null People's systems, operating interfaces, etc., they already had corresponding data. But the data was too little. And in order to give the Null People a face, Yu Yuan brought up this matter again. As the discussion between the two sides deepened, one problem after another was solved, and the final cooperation plan was decided on the 15th day of the consultation. First, the coalition headquarters will be based on the first and second fleets of the human race, plus the 4 fleets of the Nair civilization. The original Nair people had a total of more than 4,000 Lake-class warships, except for the 500 warships drawn out to form the garrison fleet of this civilization. The remaining warships were divided into 4 fleets, and the number of warships in each fleet was about 900. After joining the command system of the Allied Forces Command, these 4 fleets were named the 3rd Fleet, the 4th Fleet, the 5th Fleet, and the 6th Fleet of the Allied Forces. And the 2 fleets of the human race were the 1st Fleet and the 2nd Fleet. The commander of the 3rd Fleet was personally appointed by the Grand Governor of the Nair people, and the commanders of the other 3 fleets of the Nair people were also appointed by the Grand Governor of the Nair people. But they all had to obey the orders of the Allied Forces Command. The Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces Command was naturally appointed by Yu Yuan himself, and there were 2 deputy commanders. One was the Grand Governor of the Nair people, and the other was Mangueme, the former commander of the 2nd Fleet of the human race. After the establishment of the coalition fleet, the total number of its warships is about 6,000. After the 2 sides reached an agreement, they signed a memorandum of understanding, and then began to proceed according to the plan. The first step is that human civilization will deliver a set of rapid supply equipment to the Nair civilization within 15 years, including for portable space elevators, and several sets of ground deployment bases, mining equipment, and a modular portable orbital mass accelerator. These machines and equipment are finished products. Human civilization will be responsible for the maintenance and repair of the equipment, but the required resources and costs will be borne by the Nair civilization. The second step is that within 50 years, the Nair civilization must replenish the number of warships in the 4 fleets of the coalition forces: the 3rd Fleet, the 4th Fleet, the 5th Fleet, and the 6th Fleet. to the scheduled full quota. That is, 1,250 Lake-class warships, including the First Fleet and the Second Fleet, which were originally part of the human fleet. During this period, the main guns of the newly built warships must be reserved in accordance with the requirements of human engineers. And then the main guns made by humans must be installed. The remaining triple-mounted main guns of the Nair civilization must also be replaced in the next 200 years. Among them, the ships with super-large electromagnetic railguns as the main guns must be built according to human technical standards. And the shells they use must also be purchased from humans. This is naturally to allow these warships to use armor-piercing shells made by humans. If they don't want to transfer technology and want to improve the combat effectiveness of the coalition fleet, they can only sell arms. The same is true for various foldable mining bases and portable space elevators. Humans don't want to transfer technology directly, so they can only do this. The third step is that the coalition fleet will conduct joint tactical exercises after completing the first and second steps. The purpose is to make the fleets of different civilizations on both sides interweave and cooperate to achieve the expected results of strategic requirements. The fourth step is to officially launch various combat missions against the artificial intelligence fleet. The specific tactics shall be subject to the order of the coalition headquarters. Chapter 368. After the negotiation, the two sides divided 100 warships from the accompanying warships to form a mission to the other civilization, and each followed the other's flagship back to the main civilization. The leaders of both sides returned to their own civilizations with the flagships and began to implement the plan step by step. From the current appearance, the establishment of this coalition headquarters does not show any changes. But what neither side expected is that it will become the foundation of a military alliance with humans as the core. Of course not now. Obviously, humans are not very confident in their military strength, and have not yet reached the point of crushing civilizations of the same level. Therefore, such a military alliance will not be formed among the top human leaders until humans obtain certain special technologies. The reason why humans now form a coalition headquarters is to use the power of the Nair civilization to capture the growing artificial intelligence consciousness. Now, after returning to the civilization headquarters, Yu Yuan has found experts and scholars from all walks of life and leaders of various departments to discuss the detailed implementation process of the implementation plan. For example, how to upgrade the warships, how to connect the combat system within the civilization, how to establish the command system of the coalition headquarters, how to supply the fleet materials, how to supply armor-piercing ammunition, and how to operate technical support. Various issues were discussed in detail, and plans were formulated. Things gradually showed results in rounds of discussions and consultations. First, the 50 space docks of mankind entered the working state again, and some Lake-class warships were built for the two fleets of mankind again, so that each fleet could reach 1,250 Lake-class warships. Next is the communication with the Nair civilization. While humans were building new warships, they also sent some experts to provide technical guidance on the transformation of the main guns of the warships of the Nair civilization, which was far away on another gas planet. Both sides are second-level civilizations, and both sides are in the same star system. With the navigation ability of second-level civilizations, it is not a problem to travel back and forth between different planets in the same star system, which is as simple as traveling from one country to another in the human Earth era. So after both sides entered the implementation stage of the plan, within the orbit of this yellow dwarf star, batches of small fleets of warships can always be seen traveling back and forth between the orbits of the two gas planets. As time goes by, this trend is getting more and more intense. By the end of the first step of the plan, there were even fixed transport ship flights. And in the propaganda videos of both civilizations, images of each other's individual lives were often seen, and there were hosts introducing them to the public. Of course, that was all. After all, the two sides belonged to different races, and this was just to let their own civilization understand the other's race, living habits, etc., according to the overall timetable of the plan formulated by humans. After the two sides made the wrong first step of the plan on this yellow dwarf star, they would set off and leave for the next star system. The first step will take about 15 years. The first to 4 steps are all preparations for destroying the AI fleet. It will take about 300 years to complete. This stage aims to improve the combat effectiveness of the original Nair civilization fleet and complete the overall integration of the coalition commander. After that, it will enter the real war stage. Humans certainly know that the AI fleet chasing behind will not give so much time. In fact, according to the news from the Nair civilization, after the first step of the plan is completed, the fleet will only be 12 years away from the yellow dwarf star. So how can we get another 285 years? As early as when the plan was proposed, humans had already considered the countermeasures. To sum it up, it was to use the lives of the Nair people. Of course, it was not to let the Nair civilization stay behind to cover the rear, and then rush to die, but to leave a Nair fleet of about 100 warships to harass and intercept the artificial intelligence fleet every time it evacuated. Most of them were empty warships. In the tactics formulated by humans, this fleet would be divided into two after a slight contact with the artificial intelligence fleet. The real empty fleet would flee to a certain place in the starry sky, while the other part of the fleet with the Nair people would embark on the evacuation of human civilization and Nair civilization and return to the embrace of the main civilization. From this perspective, it is not a 100% suicide mission. As long as the operation is done properly, it is still possible to survive completely. The main purpose of doing this is to create confusing information for the artificial intelligence consciousness, so that it cannot determine which star the next target of the main body of human civilization and Nair civilization is. This method undoubtedly takes advantage of the fact that the artificial intelligence consciousness is a main consciousness that controls all its warships in multiple threads. Because of this feature, it cannot split its fleet into two. Otherwise, it will lose another part of its fleet due to communication delay. In this way, as long as the artificial intelligence consciousness body makes a wrong judgment once, human civilization and Nell civilization can gain decades of development time. So why can't the artificial intelligence consciousness body detect the whereabouts of the main body of human civilization and Nell civilization? The solution for humans is to drive the main fleets of the two civilizations to the back of the star, so that the star is placed between the large fleets of the two civilizations and the artificial intelligence fleet. After that, relying on the light of the star to cover the tail flame light of the fleet's acceleration, it is highly likely that the traces of the acceleration of the fleets of the two civilizations can be concealed. If the concealment is successful, then the AI consciousness can only rely on guessing to determine the destination of the two civilizations. However, since this star field is located at the edge of the cantilever, the stars are sparse. So even if the obstruction is successful, there will not be too many stars that the two civilizations can go to within the navigation technology range of the second-level civilization. Therefore, the AI consciousness only needs to determine which stars the obstructed navigation leads to, and select one of them as the destination. In the case of blind guessing, there is still a half or one-third chance of guessing correctly. In fact, this method can be used alone. But it is better to give the artificial intelligence consciousness an extra layer of confusion about the escape direction of the intercepting fleet for the first time. In short, it is a gamble. Once the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet guesses once, then with the distance between most stars in this star field, humans and Nair will have about 50 years. If it happens a few more times, the 300 years will be there. So, according to the human plan, after the first step is completed, human civilization and Nair civilization will run to the other side of the yellow dwarf star in batches according to the direction of the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet, and begin to use the light of the star to cover the tail flame and run away. Chapter 369. Since the time of the trade exchange, the Nair people knew that the human military technology was much stronger than theirs. And after receiving the technical support from humans this time, this feeling became more intuitive, especially after humans modified some of their warships with ultra-large caliber electromagnetic railguns. More than one captain told their governor in public that if they had clashed with humans, the Nair civilization would have been killed and annihilated by the human fleet, as humans said. Some captains also said that their warships could now fight two warships that had not been upgraded before. All these remarks not only extinguished the last bit of resentment of the Nair high-level officials, but also really ignited the hope of defeating the artificial intelligence fleet. At this moment, they really felt that humans were not lying, and felt that if they listened to humans and did what they said, they would be sure to defeat the artificial intelligence fleet. Because they knew better than anyone that although the artificial intelligence fleet had 48,000 Lake-class warships, those warships were all Nair civilization technology. So although there were many of them, it was not impossible to win. Once people have hope, they will be motivated to work. And the same is true for a civilization. After feeling the hope of destroying the artificial intelligence consciousness and saving their compatriots on the mother planet, The mental state of the refugees of the Nair civilization suddenly became positive. This seemed to be a positive spirit that was re-stimulated after getting rid of silence. Such a change brought great benefits to the Nair civilization and also played a role as a booster for the plan. Under such circumstances, the main body of the Nair civilization was naturally willing to follow the human plan and follow the human civilization to bypass the back of the star in turn, perform hidden acceleration, and leave this yellow dwarf star. The Nair people who were chosen to stay behind did not complain, but showed a determination to die, and waited for the arrival of the artificial intelligence consciousness. Time flies. When the human civilization and the Nair civilization fleet, which had already entered a uniform speed state, received news of the remaining personnel again, it was already 22 years later. At this time, most of the people of the two civilizations had entered hibernation, and so did the soldiers on the fleet, because the fleets of the two civilizations were already on their way to the next star. Of course, this does not affect the reception of information. Luckily, according to the Nair people of the rear fleet, this time they paid the price of more than 70 warships, and successfully got rid of the blockade of the artificial intelligence fleet and embarked on the route to pursue the main civilization. Another part of the empty shell warships also had about 20 ships pretending to sail to another route. After destroying these harassing rear fleets, the fleet of artificial intelligence consciousness also chose to refuel on the yellow dwarf star. After spending about 7 years to replenish, the AI fleet set out on the pursuit again. But the human civilization and the Nair civilization were very lucky, because the AI consciousness chose the wrong route in the first choice between the two. In this way, when the AI consciousness discovered the mistake again from the deceleration tail flame or arrived at that star system, humans and the Nair people had already entered the second step of the plan in another star system. And when it completes the fuel replenishment in another star system and sets foot on the starry sky to kill, it will take decades of sailing time. At that time, humans will use the same trick again and let the artificial intelligence consciousness make another choice. If it guesses right, it will continue to run. If it guesses wrong, it can get another few decades. In fact, the advantage of artificial intelligence consciousness is its number, and of course, its ability to explode troops. However, under such tactics, the artificial intelligence consciousness has no time to explode troops. If it stops to explode troops, it will definitely lose track of humans and then the people, because with the blessing of human mechanical expertise, the supply speed of humans and then the people is not slow. So the artificial intelligence consciousness has no time at all. It can only refuel the fleet and continue on the road of pursuit. Of course, it can give up. But after giving up, it will not be able to improve its own ability. Only by defeating humans and the Nair people and then swallowing the technology of the two civilizations can it become stronger. Otherwise, no matter how much it expands, it can only be a bloated second-level civilization. And after obtaining the scientific and technological information and knowledge of the third star field of the Nair civilization, the artificial intelligence consciousness is also very clear about how difficult it is to encounter a civilization in the universe. So it is impossible for it to give up. In this way, the two sides chased each other and staged scenes of chasing dramas in this desolate star field. One side wants to catch up with the other side as soon as possible and destroy it, while the other side tries every means to escape in order to gain time for the development of the plan. This desolate starry sky has never been so lively since its birth. In the distant past, some civilizations were born here, but most of them did not develop to the level of setting foot on the starry sky, and they returned to dust. Later, a Nair civilization emerged, but not long after the Nair civilization left its mother planet, it fell into a situation of three-way division of the world. And since then, its development has stagnated for thousands of years. Now, finally, a human has come and an artificial intelligence consciousness has emerged. The fleets of both sides are chasing each other here. Although it is just like a few fireflies flying in this cantilever edge area, it has indeed added some vitality of life and civilization to this dead starry sky. Of course, from the perspective of the Milky Way, there is still no wave here, because the vast space distance blocks all sights. From the perspective of distant civilizations, the starry sky here is still bright, and the stars here are still beautiful. Just like humans in the Earth era looking up at the starry sky, we only see the stars in the sky shining brightly, and we are only intoxicated by the charm of the galaxy and the brilliance of the starry sky. But we can never see the darkness hidden behind the brilliance of the starry sky. There, Perhaps two civilizations are fighting. Life is born and destroyed. Or there may be a pursuit like the current human beings, the Nair people, and the artificial intelligence consciousness. 50 years have passed, and the second step of the human plan has been completed. The number of the 6 fleets of the coalition has been fully replenished. Now, the total number of coalition warships is 7,500 Lake-class warships. The next step is the third step of the plan, which is to replace the main guns of some warships of the Nair civilization. After that, it is the third step, conducting joint tactical exercises. Then comes the fourth step, starting various combat missions against the artificial intelligence fleet. More than 200 years have passed in a hurry. If it were placed in the Earth era, it would be enough to write the history of the rise and fall of a dynasty. But here, it is only enough for a second-level civilization to take a few more steps in the starry sky. Chapter 370. It was another morning. But there was no morning sun on the Tianqin. Only the clock that rang on time. And Yu Yuan woke up as usual. After simply brushing his teeth and washing his face, he went to the cafeteria and ate a combination of fried dough sticks and soy milk, and started his day's work. Humans have the raw materials for making fried dough sticks and soy milk: flour, food powder, and soybeans. The seeds of these crops were inherited from the original Callisto base. They are planted on some special spacecraft like other space vegetables and various crops of human beings, and are usually transported to various warships by transport ships. In fact, there are other foods on the Tianqin, such as some animal meat that was obtained and improved from the Null planet. These things are necessary for human life, not only for the personnel on the warships, but also for the humans living on the spaceships. Therefore, humans now have many spaceships dedicated to growing crops and raising some animals. After breakfast, Yu Yuan came to the junction of the rest area and the office area. He could not walk directly from the rest area to the office area, but had to wait for the elevator. It is not a traditional up and down elevator, but a rotating elevator, used to take people from the rest area to the office area, or from the office area back to the rest area. The reason is that the rest area is a built-in large ring, which rotates, and has inertia to simulate gravity. So people traveling between the two areas need to take the elevator to pass. Just like Yu Yuan now. When he stepped on the elevator that originally rotated synchronously with the rest area began to reduce its rotation speed. Yu Yuan himself also felt his body become lighter in the process, until he felt that he was no longer being pulled downward. At this time, the fixture holding him in the elevator released, and the elevator door opened. Then Yu Yuan just tapped the ground with his toes, and followed the guide rod in front of the elevator to float to his office. After handling some daily affairs in the office, Yu Yuan stood up and went to the command center of the Tianqin, because he just checked the time, and the pre-war meeting he set yesterday was up. General Yu, now that we have completed the 4 steps according to the plan, should we fight for real next? Yu Yuan had just come to the bridge of the Tianqin after handling daily affairs in the office, when he heard a voice coming towards him. He looked up and saw a man in military uniform standing not far away looking at him. This is the captain of the Poyang Lake ship. At a glance, Yu Yuan knew who this person was. In the past, the captains of each ship would be on their own ship. But recently everyone knew that the real battle had begun. So some captains took some time off and came to the Tianqin to attend the pre-war mobilization meeting, which was also a meeting to formulate specific tactics. Those who don't have much time will also attend the meeting via video. So the captain of the Poyang Lake ship came to the Tianqin in advance. Now the 4-step strategy has been completed. After completing the last step, humans chose a closer star from the star map for the final escape voyage. Now the human civilization and the Nair civilization have entered a deceleration state and are about to reach the destination. Oh, maybe it's not the last escape voyage. If they are not satisfied with the situation in this galaxy, humans may continue to replenish here and set sail again. As for why there are satisfied and dissatisfied opinions, it is because humans are now looking for a battlefield. When fighting against such a powerful enemy as the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet, you can't just stop and fight. The terrain that is favorable to defense will definitely increase the chance of winning. So after the 4-step plan was completed, the human command teamed up with a team of astronomers to start looking for stars in the starry sky, with the goal of finding a star suitable as a battlefield. This battlefield selection right is indeed an advantage for humans and the Nair people. After all, the artificial intelligence fleet is chasing relentlessly, and the supply speed is almost the same. Therefore, when the coalition fleet stops, the two sides will start fighting there. It has to be said that humans have used the tactic of confusing and running away to gain the strategic initiative for the coalition in advance. So what kind of star system should be found to be a battlefield that satisfies humans? This point has long been in the archives of the human command. When the war concept of the second-level civilization was updated, the human command added a lot of reference terrain to the database based on the changes in the form of weapons and warships. For example, the terrain with dense asteroid belts like the previous encounter with Kuntai civilization, and star systems with fewer rocky planets, etc. Those star systems without rocky planets were ruled out first, because an interstellar war cannot be fought all at once. So the coalition forces need a base for supplies, and even build new warships while fighting. It would be better if there were a meteorite belt and a small number of rocky planets, so that the coalition forces that arrived in advance could deploy various defense facilities for the war, such as various defense turrets. It's time to fight. But we have to see if this star system is suitable first. Yu Yuan responded, and then floated towards the crowd that had been waiting in the command center for a long time. The entire coalition fleet, the human fleet alone, had 2,500 Lake-class warships. So it was naturally impossible for all captains to be present. So the so-called crowd, including the permanent staff of the Tianjin, was only more than 200 people. The Tianjin command center was large enough to accommodate more than 200 people. When Yu Yuan arrived, everyone had already fixed themselves in the seats that were temporarily added for them, except for the one who was talking to him. The rest of the people cast their eyes on the big screen, because the big screen now began to show the overview of the star system ahead. The big screen shows a binary star system. One is a neutron star, and the other is a red dwarf. And the two stars move around a common center of mass. From the images sent back by the detector, there are no planets on the neutron star in the binary star system. But there are 3 planets on the orbit of the red dwarf. But none of these 3 rocky planets has satellites in their orbits. These planets are all rocky planets. And there are no giant gas planets in the entire binary star system. Astronomers speculate that a long time ago, there should have been gas planets and rocky planets in the orbit of the neutron star in this binary star system. And there were more than one. But the neutron star at that time was not a neutron star. This binary star system should have gone through a round of supernova explosions, and one of the stars became a neutron star. However, the supernova explosion should have occurred hundreds of millions, or even billions of years ago, because the space area in the binary star system now seems very clear, and there is no trace of supernova explosion at all. If there is no trace, it must be erased by a long time. A neutron star, a red dwarf, and 3 rocky planets in the orbit of the red dwarf. But there is no ideal meteorite belt or asteroid belt. However, after looking at the data of several planets, many people think that this place should be very suitable as a battlefield. Chapter 371. According to the data sent back by the detector, some astronomers believe that this neutron star was a magnetar in the early days. But after a long time, its magnetic field has weakened a lot. But it is still much stronger than ordinary neutron stars. Therefore, the environment of this binary star system can be said to be very harsh. Magnetar is one of the types of neutron stars, and it is also a neutron star. But it has a stronger magnetic field than ordinary neutron stars. What can be called a magnetar is undoubtedly the type of celestial body with the strongest magnetic field in the universe. It generally has a super strong magnetic field of 10 to the 9th power to 10 to the 11th power T, where T is Tesla, the unit of magnetic field. Under normal circumstances, as long as the magnetic field strength of a neutron star reaches 10 to the 10th power Tesla, it can be directly called a magnetar. This intensity of magnetic field is about 1 trillion times stronger than the magnetic field around the Earth. And the magnetic field of the Earth is only about 30 to 60 microtesla. And how strong is the magnetic field strength of this neutron star? It is about 3 times 10 to the 7th power Tesla, which is 30 million Tesla. Just talking about the numbers may not give you an intuitive feeling. Let me put it this way. With such a strong magnetic field, even non-magnetic objects will be instantly magnetized when approaching a neutron star. Take humans or other creatures for example. As long as they are thousands of kilometers away from this neutron star, the human body will be instantly magnetized by the extremely strong magnetic field without the need for the neutron star's gravitational tides to tear it apart. The anti-magnetism of the water in the body will immediately cause the cells to rupture, and then be torn to pieces. In short, turn to ashes. Yes, the cause of death is not gravitational tearing, but magnetization. With the magnetic field strength of this neutron star, human warships cannot get close to it within an astronomical unit. Human scientists have calculated that as long as human warships get close to a certain distance, the warship's magnetic shielding material will be instantly magnetized by the neutron star's super strong magnetic field, which will cause the entire warship to be magnetized. The consequence is that all crew members, all equipment, and all devices will be magnetized at the moment when the magnetic field shielding material collapses. At that moment, the organisms will be completely torn apart by the anti-magnetic water molecules and proteins in their bodies, and the warship will also turn you into a pile of scrap metal in a burst of sparks and lightning. Regarding this super strong magnetic field neutron star, some astronomers believe that it is not in the stage of magnetic field weakening, but in the stage of evolution to a true magnetar. These scientists believe that this neutron star has the same dipole magnetic field at the beginning of its birth, and after a long evolution, it will eventually become a magnetar with a different dipole magnetic field. This evolution process is mainly reflected in the jump of different rotation periods. During the jump process, some of its physical quantities will change from finite values to infinite values, including mass, volume, density, temperature, period, frequency, rate, etc. Of course, becoming infinite does not mean that these physical quantities will become infinite or infinitesimal, but that they increase from one value to another by unit increment. If such a neutron star does not restore the magnetic field strength before the transition after the transition, then it can maintain the enhanced magnetic field strength, and such evolution often takes millions of years. Therefore, these scientists believe that this neutron star is in the process of evolving into a magnetar, rather than from a magnetar to a normal neutron star. Of course, no matter which situation it is, it shows one thing. That is, the environment here is very, very, very bad. It can be said that when human civilization and Nair civilization entered the range of this binary star system, it was equivalent to sailing from the calm sea into the raging sea of the wolves. In such an environment, as long as the magnetic shielding materials of warships and spacecraft have problems, then this is a warship or spacecraft, and it will be directly destroyed in the strong magnetic field environment without any other attack. And then the ship will be destroyed, and the people will die. Of course, from the perspective of human eyes or visible light, this binary star system still looks like a peaceful starry sky. Without the X-ray perspective, people can't even see the neutron star in the binary star system. They can only see a red dwarf moving in an inexplicable way around a non-existent center of mass in the void. But if someone has the X-ray perspective, the magnetic field perspective, and the intuitive feeling of magnetic lines of force, then what he sees will be a galaxy that is more dangerous than hell. In his eyes, this place will be an eternal sea of raging waves, a place full of dangers, a sea full of endless swallowing whirlpools, and a sea full of endless huge waves. In a word, this is the world of the second strongest force in the universe, the electromagnetic force. It is a surging ocean of electromagnetic force, and the thing that creates such an environment is the neutron star that is invisible to the naked eye and has a diameter of only 13 kilometers. What's more terrifying is that scientists have discovered that this neutron star is also a violent neutron star. While it radiates energy outward, it also has magnetic storms from time to time. Generally speaking, magnetic storms refer to dramatic changes in the Earth's magnetic field caused by solar eruptions. They are disturbances in the Earth's magnetosphere caused by the interaction between solar wind oscillations, or magnetic clouds, and the Earth's magnetic field. This kind of thing often happens in the Earth's era, when the surface activity of the Sun is vigorous, especially during the sunspot maximum period. The number of flares on the surface of the Sun will increase. When flares explode, they will radiate X-rays, ultraviolet rays, visible light, and high-energy proton and electron beams, usually manifested as aurora, phenomenon, radio interruption, disruption of satellite communications, power grid tripping accidents, high-sensitivity instrument failure, etc. This is the impact of magnetic storms in the Earth era. And when the source of magnetic storms becomes a neutron star, all the hazards will be magnified countless times. Take the detectors that humans first sent to this binary star system for exploration. There have been no less than 10 batches of detector teams buried in the short magnetic storm of this neutron star. It is the kind of detection that suddenly disappears when detecting, and the signal can no longer be transmitted back. Then the detector team that is lucky enough to survive at a relatively long distance goes over to take a look and finds that the batch of detectors has been scrapped. At that moment, other surviving detectors also detected a soft gamma and X-ray energy fluctuation lasting about 0.1 to 1 second. It was this energy burst of just 1 second that caused humans to lose a batch of advanced detectors. The human civilization and the Nair civilization, which have reached the second-level civilization level and have the ability to cross the starry sky, still have to tread on thin ice and be cautious in such an environment. In such an environment, if it is not for defeating the artificial intelligence consciousness, humans will never want to enter, because it is too dangerous. Chapter 372. After the pre-war mobilization meeting, the human fleet also slowed down from 30% of the speed of light to 1% of the speed of light, and headed towards the interior of the binary star system. At the same time, the captains attending the meeting also left the Tianqin and returned to their own command ships. Marshal Yu. How to arrange the living spaceship and other types of spaceships. After everyone left, Zhu Pit approached Yu Yuan and asked, "First, we need to complete the supply." Yu Yuan turned his head to look at Zhu Pit, thinking, and said, "Probably we have to wait until the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet arrives. It won't be so fast. There is still some time. At that time, you have to go to the living spaceship cluster to lead people to leave first. So go to Hope number 13. That living spaceship is the most suitable." Yu Yuan wanted Zhu Pit to take the human civilization's residential spaceship cluster and other supporting resource-type spaceships, scientific research spaceships, and other types of spaceships, and leave first. He himself would definitely stay and fight with the Tianqin. Not only the human civilization's residential spaceship cluster, but also the ordinary people of the Nair civilization would leave this binary star system before the war began. In this way, even if they really couldn't defeat the artificial intelligence fleet in the end, they would not end up burying both civilizations here. As for why they didn't leave after completing the supply, one reason is that in the next layout, a large number of people will be needed to cooperate. And the other reason is because of the need for blocking perspective. The residential spacecraft clusters of the two civilizations must wait until the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet approaches a certain distance, so that they can use the red dwarf card perspective to hide the tail flame and leave. It is about 26 years before the arrival of the artificial intelligence fleet. The reason why there is so much time is that the last time humans hid the tail flame and ran away, the artificial intelligence consciousness body made a wrong judgment again and ran to another star system. That star system is about 11 light years away from where humans are now. The artificial intelligence consciousness should have arrived here before humans. And when it arrived at that star system, it discovered that humans and the Nair civilization were not there. Therefore, humans estimate that it will rush here after completing the supply there. And it should take 26 years to get here. And humans and the Nair people will use this short time to replenish and then arrange the battlefield. According to the plan, the residential spacecraft clusters of the two civilizations will complete the supply within 5 years. And then in the next 15 years, all available industrial forces will be activated to fully cooperate with the coalition headquarters to complete various battlefield arrangements. Afterwards, the cluster of habitable spacecraft will take the main body of humans and their people and leave this binary star system first, heading to the next star system to wait for the triumphant return of the coalition fleet. During the war preparation period, in addition to the fleet's conventional fuel, resources and other supplies, scientists from the two civilizations will use various scientific methods under the unified deployment of the coalition headquarters to conduct various scientific experiments on various positions in the orbital void of this binary star system to collect various data. For example, in 26 years, where will the red dwarf run relative to the neutron star? And where will it run in the next few years? During this period, how will the magnetic field environment of the 3 rocky planets of the red dwarf change? There is also the space environment of this binary star system, such as the density of hydrogen in space, the intensity of the red dwarf's stellar wind, etc. There is also the magnetic field intensity corresponding to each orbit in space, the relationship between the distance between human warships and neutron stars, and the magnetic field interference received from neutron stars, how big the impact of neutron star short magnetic storms is, and how human warships can withstand it at that distance. In addition to checking the tolerance of warships to super strong magnetic field environments, there is also the degree of impact of the main guns of various types of warships used in this environment. Everything needs to be tested. such as the research on the firing trajectory of positron guns in this environment, the magnetization risk level of electromagnetic rail gun shells, the precautions for using magnetic field shields in a strong magnetic field environment, etc. Because this war cannot be fought in a certain position in the starry sky, the fleet needs global parameters. That is, scientists must study the magnetic field of this neutron star and obtain its various magnetic field data information and short magnetic storm information. Then write it into specific data and coordinate them into the fire control system of the warship, so that each warship can know where it is and what posture to use to attack the target. After the battle with Kuntai civilization, humans were already familiar with the information collection of battlefield environment. So as soon as the coalition fleet arrived, they started this work in an orderly manner. In addition to the collection of battlefield environment information, there is the arrangement of the 3 rocky planets. According to the plan, the first battlefield between the coalition and artificial intelligence will take place near the orbits of these 3 rocky planets, with the focus on the rocky planets on the second orbit. The reason why it is not the farthest third orbit planet is that by the time the artificial intelligence consciousness arrives, this planet will just be on the other side of the red dwarf. At that time, the rocky planet in the second orbit happened to be moving in the direction of the AI fleet. Of course, if the AI fleet made a big detour after arriving, that would be another matter. After all, it was free to go wherever it wanted. However, the Ally Command had reason to believe that it would not be so stupid, because if it did so, the front and rear of its fleet would be exposed to the eyes of the Allied fleets on their respective defense lines. If so, then the front and rear would be pulled apart, and the front line would be pulled apart, which would definitely prevent the AI fleet from being able to take care of the front and rear due to communication delays. The reason why we need to rely on 3 rocky planets to build a defense line is very clear. That is, to cut off the possibility of supply of the artificial intelligence fleet. Of course, if the consciousness of the artificial intelligence fleet is determined to take a planet as a supply point, the coalition fleet will most likely not be able to withstand it. After all, there is a numerical advantage. Therefore, in the battle plan, there is also a second battlefield, which is a place closer to the neutron star, or more precisely, a void somewhere near the common center of mass of the binary star system. In combat, after the first battlefield is engaged, the coalition headquarters will try to use tactics to lead the artificial intelligence fleet to the second battlefield, and then use the more complex battlefield environment to annihilate it. So seriously speaking, the second battlefield is the focus of this war. The coalition headquarters has already calculated that the performance of human warships is much better than that of the Nair civilization. So in an environment where human warships can normally exert their combat effectiveness, the Nair civilization warships may not be able to do so. Therefore, as long as the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet can be lured to the second battlefield, the war will be a sure win. However, how to lure it needs to be carefully considered. After all, it has never been easy to lure the enemy deep into the ancient and modern times. Chapter 373. But the good news is that the Nair people did not tell the AI consciousness of the existence of humans. The Ally Command can make a fuss about this point and lure the AI fleet to the second battlefield. In the following days, the Allied Command sent scientists from the 2 civilizations to conduct experiments in space to collect various environmental data, and also began to build various bunkers and turrets on the 3 rocky planets. Although building turrets on planets seems like a live target, well, it is actually a live target. But it is not easy to hit a turret on the surface of a planet from space, since each planet has different mass, gravity, rotation and other parameters. If you want to attack a target on the planet from space, it is equivalent to orbital bombing, and humans have experimented with orbital bombing. Without a certain amount of experience, it is really impossible to hit the target with one shot. And because of the rotation of the planet, orbital bombing does not mean that you can just aim the muzzle of the warship at the target, but you have to adjust the direction of the firing gun, initial velocity, and other parameters according to the actual situation and actual parameters. Even energy weapons will be distorted by the gravity of the planet. As the saying goes, a small error can lead to a great error. If there is a slight deviation in the initial shot, the difference in the distance to the planet may be measured in kilometers. Therefore, it is still necessary to build defensive turrets on the planet, and there is no need to worry that the artificial intelligence consciousness will not come to attack, because as long as it wants to obtain supplies, it must attack. For this reason, The construction of the planet's defense fortifications must be greatly invested. Super-large land-based electromagnetic railguns, super-large land-based positron cannons, and super-large laser energy weapons are all arranged. Not only that, these turrets also need to be equipped with missile interception systems to receive electromagnetic railgun shells fired by enemy warships. They also need to be equipped with magnetic field shields to defend against positron cannon attacks. At the same time, in order to make the turrets more durable, their bases are all semi-underground. From the completed 3D images, these turrets are like fortresses, with only a rotating gun barrel and half of the base left on the ground. Unfortunately, these 3 rocky planets have no atmosphere, which is a flaw. Otherwise the encounter effect would be even better, because once a planet has a thick atmosphere, the attacker has to consider the atmospheric density factor and the loss of various weapons when passing through the atmosphere. For example, will the electromagnetic railgun shells be burned before hitting the land when passing through the atmosphere? In addition, since it is known that the artificial intelligence fleet will inevitably attack the planet to achieve their fleet supply purpose, it is obviously not enough to just build a planet defense turret. Therefore, human military experts also propose to drill holes on the land and continental shelf of the planet, and then bury mines. Oh, not mines, but hydrogen bombs. Of course, the larger the equivalent, the better. The human military requires an equivalent of 300 million tons of TNT, and even smaller. It must be greater than 100 million tons of TNT. It is not difficult for 2 level 2 civilizations to make a large equivalent hydrogen bomb, and the technical content is not high. So the coalition headquarters gave this task to the Nair civilization. They were required to make 3,300,000,000 tons of TNT equivalent hydrogen bombs within the specified time, and then bury these hydrogen bombs on the planet that will be hit first before the war starts. When the planetary defense fails and the AI fleet lands to mine resources, a large earthquake attack will be launched to slow down its progress in mining resources and perhaps destroy a lot of spaceships. In the plan, the coalition forces set the planet in the second orbit as the key fortified planet. One of the reasons is that in more than 20 years, this planet will move to the direction of the AI fleet. The second reason is that the coalition forces do not have enough time to arm all 3 planets equally. And war is not fought that way. As the saying goes, setting up defenses everywhere is equal to no defense. That is why the Allied command concentrated all its defense forces on one planet. Of course, the other 2 planets were not left alone. Instead, turrets were built on them. But the quantity and quality were not as demanding, since the defense plan is divided into key defense and secondary defense. The specific tactics must also be coordinated with this arrangement. For example, fleet formation, starry sky blocking position, etc. In this way, under the arrangement of humans, both civilizations became completely busy, and such busyness and arrangements, as well as various arrangements, were also seen by the Nair civilization at all times. Looking at all the arrangements made by humans, the top leaders of the Nair civilization held discussions one after another within their civilization countless times. While they marveled at the industrial capabilities of humans, they also marveled at the art of war of humans. During this period, the military experts and warship commanders of the Nair people admitted in front of their governor more than once that if the Nair civilization came, they would definitely not be able to think of such a method, nor could they make such a strict arrangement, especially the hundreds of years of escape plan. Now they think it is incredible, and even think that humans may have seen this step hundreds of years ago, but just didn't tell themselves. At the same time, they also feel that they are very lucky. Lucky that they did not conflict with human civilization. Otherwise the grass on the grave of Nair civilization might be 3 feet high now. Of course, it is precisely because of this awareness and amazement that the Nair leaders today have increased their confidence in the victory of the war. They always feel that if they follow humans and listen to human arrangements, they will definitely win this war, with a huge gap in the number of enemies and ourselves. If this idea was put forward when they first set foot in the starry sky, they would definitely be considered crazy. But not now. Because most of the current Nair leaders believe that perhaps, when the artificial intelligence consciousness body foolishly wanted to catch up with their 2 civilizations and destroy them, its fate of failure was already doomed. This is a very interesting change. The emotions shown by the Nair people now are like this. Instead of being afraid of the artificial intelligence fleet as before, they have a desire to really fight and destroy it as soon as possible. The Nair people's emotions were also known to humans through the Allied Forces Command. Human military experts believe that this may be a kind of oppression after being chased by the artificial intelligence fleet for hundreds of years. And going to war is a way to vent the pressure. In fact, it is not only the Nair people, but also the human fleet. Everyone has been chased for hundreds of years and is frustrated. It seems that there is a grudge in their chests, and they all want to wait for the artificial intelligence fleet to come and vent it. Perhaps this is the so-called military morale. Chapter 374. Time flies. When the main bodies of human civilization and Nair civilization set out again under the cover of the Red Dwarf, the atmosphere of war has also reached its peak. Everyone who stayed behind knew that the artificial intelligence fleet was coming. A large number of probes were sent to the starry sky by the coalition headquarters to detect the direction of the artificial intelligence fleet, trying to detect its existence before the fleet slowed down. At this moment, the 6 fleets of the coalition also gathered near the orbit of the second planet, waiting quietly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, waiting. Suddenly a message came back from the probe sent out as the headquarters of the entire coalition fleet. The Tianqi naturally received the message first. General Yu, the artificial intelligence fleet has been found. Our 7th probe team and 15th probe team have been sunk by them. The fleet is 177 astronomical units away. According to the probe data, the opponent has no signs of entering a deceleration state, and is now rapidly advancing into the binary star system at 30% of the speed of light. The information was immediately interpreted, and then echoed in the Tianqi Command Center. 177 Australian dollars away. If the fleet does not slow down, it will arrive at the coalition fleet in 81 hours. It seems that this artificial intelligence consciousness is still as crazy as before. It probably intends to get closer and slow down. At this distance, it should have observed the existence of planets here on the red dwarf star. Sure enough, after a while, the staff member who just reported the news spoke here. Report. According to the 13th Exploration Team, the enemy fleet has slightly adjusted its course and is now heading towards us. Based on its maneuvering situation, experts estimate that the artificial intelligence consciousness should have discovered our planet. Yu Yuan didn't speak just now, but after hearing this, he spoke. Okay. Order the 5th fleet, the 6th fleet, and the 4th fleet to prepare. I want them to enter the accelerated state in 24 hours, and accelerate to 1% of the speed of light. The route coordinate formula is. The so-called route coordinate formula is a dotted line on the star map. Just as the order says, let the 3 fleets sail out along a route. From the star map, the 3 fleets are mutually complementary, and the connecting line is a triangle. But it is not a straight route, but a curved route that expands as it goes further. The purpose of Yu Yuan's move is to use the fleet's tail flame to tell the artificial intelligence consciousness, we are here. From the previous rear-end arrangements, Yu Yuan has roughly understood the nature of this artificial intelligence consciousness. That is, recklessness, relying on its absolute advantage in warships. It does not take the Nair civilization seriously at all. Therefore, as long as it finds the Nair civilization fleet here, it will most likely come over with the same overwhelming force as before. Sure enough, soon after the 3 fleets began to accelerate the next day, the few surviving probes that were not blown up discovered that the artificial intelligence fleet adjusted its posture again, spread out its entire fleet, and then covered the 3 accelerating fleets. Tell the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets to follow the plan and not to fight. After seeing the 3 fleets speeding up, Yu Yuan gave another instruction. At the same time, he also notified Man Yuimiai and the Governor-General of the Nair people, asking them to start moving according to the battle plan. The coalition fleet and the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet have not really met so soon. But the coalition obviously cannot wait in place for the opponent to kill. So the fleet must move before they really come into contact. The tactics of the coalition headquarters are very simple. That is, let the 4th fleet, the 5th fleet, and the 6th fleet each launch the first round of attack from the outer edge of the artificial intelligence fleet. Just like peeling a watermelon, they attacked from 3 outer edges, then quickly attacked from their respective outer edges, opened up a distance, and then circled around to the rear of the AI fleet, while the 3 fleets were carrying out the first round of attacks. Yu Yuan's 1st fleet, Man Yuimiai's 2nd fleet, and the 3rd fleet of the Nair Governor-General would also be carrying out the second round of attacks at that time. Just like the first attack, it was also a one-shot attack. But the route after leaving the battle was different from the first three fleets, coming out from the outer edge of the AI fleet. The first, second, and third fleets will turn in space and then turn back to the orbit of the second planet. At this time, the fourth, fifth, and sixth fleets will once again use the same tactics to attack the AI fleet from the rear. The Allied command called this stage of tactics the split harassment tactics, which took advantage of the fact that the AI fleet could not be separated too much, harassing it and preventing it from playing the advantages of a large fleet. For a period of time thereafter, the Allied command will adopt this tactic until the second planet is lost. At that moment, Yu Yuan's first fleet and Man Yuimiai's second fleet will head to the second battlefield. And at the same time, the other Nair fleets will also make a desperate attempt to block the pursuers and desperately cover the evacuation of the two fleets. In this way, the artificial intelligence fleet will be lured to chase the second battlefield. It is precisely because of this plan that the two human fleets will not try their best in the first stage, so as to avoid being discovered by the artificial intelligence consciousness that the two human fleets are much stronger than the Nair civilization fleet. Time passed by little, and the distance between the two sides was also rapidly closing. At this time, a voice sounded again in the Tianjin command center. General Yu, the artificial intelligence fleet is slowing down. Hearing this, Yu Yuan turned his head to look at the large screen that displayed synchronized information, and saw that on the large screen, 50,000 warships changed their postures almost in just a few seconds. Like a well-trained army, they turned their bows at the same time, turned on the side steering thrusters at the same time, and pointed the stern main thrusters in the same direction at the same time, and burst out long flames at the same time. At this point in time, the unmanned probe teams that had been sent out before had basically been killed by the small spacecraft dispatched by the artificial intelligence fleet. So this angle of view was obviously captured by the telescope of this fleet. 50,000 flames erupted almost at the same time, and the photons in the entire space suddenly increased a lot. The scattered photons crossed the distance of several astronomical units and arrived at the receiving equipment of the coalition warships, making the appearance of the entire fleet brighter for a while. The commanders in the warships also saw a vast expanse of white on their respective bridge screens. To be honest, looking at the AI fleet from this angle really gave them a sense of grandeur. The Allied command knew that the AI fleet's deceleration this time would not reduce its speed to a very low level, because they did not take the Allied fleet seriously at all, and it probably did so only to prepare for reaching the second planet soon. Chapter 375. This behavior is extremely arrogant. But for the Allied forces command, the more arrogant the AI consciousness is, the better, because the more arrogant it is, the greater the possibility of the successful implementation of the plan. The distance is getting closer and closer, and soon, the distance between the front fleets of both sides is pulled to an astronomical unit. At this time, the AI fleet that had slowed down before had already completed the deceleration action and re-aimed the front of the warships forward. The fleet of 50,000 warships formed a three-dimensional square formation, just like a galloping horse. Advancing rapidly, the three fleets at the front also increased their speed again at this time, and began to charge at the AI fleet according to the tactics. In terms of quantity, this encounter was destined to be extremely unequal, with one side having 50,000 warships, and the other side having only 3,750 warships. What was even more troublesome was that the AI fleet was very compact, because it had to maintain control of the entire fleet, and the distance between two warships in its fleet was no more than 10 light seconds. This means that as long as the coalition's 4th fleet, 5th fleet, and 6th fleet engage in fire with any of its warships in any direction, they will be within the range of the entire artificial intelligence fleet. The good news is that the only two types of naval guns that can reach such a range are positron guns and laser energy weapons. The former is difficult to threaten warships because of the magnetic field shield, while the latter requires continuous burning. Even if these three fleets do not use number 1 alloy material as armor, they cannot be destroyed all at once, because the main guns of the artificial intelligence fleet still use the triple-mounted style of the Nair civilization. The firing rate is fast enough, but the caliber is too small and the lethality is insufficient. These are the advantages of the coalition forces. It can be said that if the coalition forces had half the number of artificial intelligence fleets, then there would be no need for so many conspiracies and tricks in this war, and they could just crush it directly. Of course, from the perspective of humans, the two human fleets alone might be able to win this war. But that would definitely cause a large number of casualties, which is what Yuan and all the human leaders do not want to see. So the Nair people have to go. The distance of 1 astronomical unit is not far for both sides, who are accelerating towards each other. When the first warship fired the first shot at the opponent, it marked the official start of the war that had been planned for hundreds of years. The 4th Fleet, the 5th Fleet, and the 6th Fleet attacked the outer edge of the artificial intelligence fleet in a wedge formation. This formation is like the formation of the ancient strange soldiers. But here it is three-dimensional, so it may be more appropriate to call it a cone formation. This artificial intelligence is different from the silver mist consciousness that humans encountered before. It didn't talk nonsense and didn't send any information to the coalition. It just killed them without hesitation and collected the computer storage system of the defeated party to seize scientific and technological information and scientific knowledge. It was that simple. It did the same to the Nair civilization before. Such behavior is in line with the inherent image of the artificial intelligence fleet. 15 light seconds. A Nair warship at the front of the fleet array opened fire on the enemy. The main gun of this warship was a laser energy cannon. Almost at the same time, more than a dozen warships equipped with positron cannons opened fire. 20 invisible rays of light passed through the dense AI fleet analysis with great precision across a distance of 15 light seconds. Although scientists had collected a huge amount of data before the war, when it came to the actual battle, the first shot of the Nair people still missed. The distance was too far. And the first shot was another factor. Idiot. You can't even hit it. An angry curse sounded from a Nair Lake-class battleship. And then the voice did not stop, and continued to shout. The first echelon will follow this ship to the left rudder 18. The firepower attack of that damn AI fleet will arrive soon. As soon as he finished speaking, before his order was converted into specific parameters by the technicians and sent to other warships in the first echelon, the warship's detection system found hundreds of faint lights whizzing through the gaps in their own warship formation. At the same time, many light tracks suddenly appeared in the darkness with a big corner. Positron cannon. Magnetic field shield. Seeing this scene, the captain of the Nair people in the warship understood what was going on. It was the AI fleet's covering counterattack, and one of the shots hit one of their warships. But the warship's magnetic field shield exerted a force, changing the direction of the positron beam. If there was no magnetic shield, their warship would have been destroyed by now. What needs to be said here is that the magnetic shield is not the kind of shield that can be seen by the naked eye in science fiction movies. And the process of taking effect is not to light up a bright light curtain like a honeycomb. But nothing can be seen. What can be seen is that the opponent's positron cannon beam is shot off the direction when it hits. In addition, the magnetic shield is not a shield attached to the surface of the warship armor, but a magnetic field located in the space outside the warship. Its magnetic field range is very wide, which is also the guarantee that it can distort the charged particle beam. To a certain extent, it can be imagined as tying a bunch of powerful magnets to the front and back of the warship. Speed up. Speed up. Lead time. Lead time. Shoot hard. Kill them. The commander on the Nair warship shook his abdominal vocal organs vigorously. His shouting excited the fire control operator. And then he fired another round of volleys in vain. And as a result, several warships rang out angry curses again. But before he finished cursing, he heard the damage control team shouting anxiously, "Captain, the right side of our ship was hit hard." It was a laser energy weapon. The burning lasted for 4 seconds. The outer armor of the right side of our ship has been burned through. The 6,657th and 6,695th electrical pipelines have failed. And the number 4 magnetic field generator coil has failed. The strength of the magnetic field shield has dropped by 8 percentage points. Ring to the right. Ring to the right. Let the warship float. If you don't want to be destroyed, move. Fight back. Fight back. The captain was also shot and didn't bother to continue scolding. Humans once helped the warships of the Nair civilization to upgrade their technology. But in fact, they only upgraded the main guns, and their armor was still the original armor. The fleet of the Nair civilization equipped with number 1 alloy material armor is the 3rd fleet where the Nair governor is located. The other 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets still use the original armor materials of the Nair civilization. Therefore, even if the artificial intelligence fleet still has a triple main gun, it can easily penetrate its armor if the burning time is enough. However, the Lake-class battleship is large enough that it cannot be destroyed by one shot. Chapter 376. More than 10 minutes later, as the three fleets continued to pass, the warships in the rear echelon of the fleet also entered the effective range of the laser energy cannon and positron cannon. For a while, the voices in the warships came one after another, including the captain's instructions, the scientific officer's data report, and the voices of the fire control operator and the communicator. And in these voices, the three fleets also fired waves of volleys at the opponent in their own way. For a while, space beams were crisscrossed, and one after another beams either bombarded the opponent's ships or left faint traces in the void. At a distance of 3 to 15 light seconds, there are only two weapons that dominate the battlefield. One is the conventional laser energy cannon, and the other is the positron cannon. The reason is that the speed of these two weapons is the speed of light. At such a long distance, only such weapons can have a higher hit rate. As for the electromagnetic railgun, it needs to be closer to the range of 1 light second. That is, within 300,000 kilometers, before it can really come in handy. In other words, the contact between the two sides is just beginning. Therefore, even though dozens of minutes have passed since the two sides started fighting, no warship has been destroyed. The reason is that after the magnetic field shield appears, the positron cannon, a powerful weapon, loses its original power. The power is still very strong, but it just can't hit. This is not a power problem, but a physical problem. After all, no matter how high the power of your positron cannon is, it still shoots out positron beams, and the fastest speed is still the speed of electrons in a vacuum. The magnetic field doesn't care how many electron beams you have, as long as it is a charged particle, as long as it is still within the physical laws of the universe. The warship's magnetic field can make it deviate, without exception. Therefore, the positron cannon seemed to have lost its effect at this moment. This was true for both the warships of the Nair civilization after humans replaced them with large-caliber positron cannons, and the artificial intelligence warships that still use triple-mounted cannons. So the most common situation seen on the battlefield at this stage was beams of light that turned in space and shot into nothingness. Captain, we hit it! Our laser energy main gun hit the triple-mounted barrel of the enemy ship, and the burning lasted for 3 seconds. We punched a big hole in the turret of the enemy ship, and it was scrapped. Well done! The battle continued, and in the long-range shooting phase, the two sides exchanged blows. When the three fleets launched an outer edge cut on the artificial intelligence fleet as planned, the density of artillery on the battlefield began to increase due to the increase in the number of warships entering the range. For a moment, the voices of the staff on each warship became more intense. Our ship's super-large laser main gun penetrated the enemy ship's side string, causing a huge explosion. Captain, based on our understanding of the structure of the artificial intelligence warship, the location where the explosion occurred is definitely the location of the magnetic field shield generator. Very good. Mark that warship, and send this message to the warships in my fleet equipped with super-large positron cannon main guns, and have them focus on the enemy ship and try to kill it with one shot. Understood. After exchanging information, the warship whose magnetic field shield system was damaged by the skill energy cannon was quickly concentrated by two positron cannons, and then in a series of explosions, it turned into a pile of scrap metal moving at a constant speed in space. The laser energy cannon first damaged the enemy ship, and then the positron cannon made up for it. This is a common way to destroy warships at this stage. With the destruction of the first AI warship, the war seemed to have entered another stage. With the first one, there will be the second, third, and fourth. As the distance gets closer, the accuracy of the shooting is also increasing. So the number of destroyed warships is also increasing rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 13, 30, and 100. In a short time, more than 300 fragile AI warships were sunk. This is the brilliant victory of the Fourth Fleet. The reason why it is called brilliant is that the Fourth Fleet has achieved such a result before entering the main range of the electromagnetic railgun. And they are also the first fleet among the three fleets to tear apart a corner of the AI fleet. Of course, in this process, the Fourth Fleet also paid the price of 30 warships. The AI fleet has a great advantage in numbers. So in fact, in the process of charging, the Fourth Fleet suffered a much greater blow than its opponent. The reason why it only paid the price of 30 warships is entirely because the main guns of the AI fleet are triple-mounted. The firing rate is fast, but the caliber is too small. Often, The laser energy main guns of AI warships need to hit the Nair civilization warships dozens of times before they can seriously injure them or make their magnetic field shields ineffective. And then, they can use positron guns to make up for it. What's exciting is that this situation doesn't just happen in long-distance battles. When the leading warship of the 4th Fleet passed through a corner of the artificial intelligence fleet, the other warships in the cone formation were at a closer distance to the enemy warships at this moment. Many warships located on the periphery of the cone formation were within 300,000 kilometers of the enemy ships, and some were even 50,000 or 60,000 kilometers away. At this distance, the warships that were originally on the outer edge of the cone formation and whose main guns were laser energy cannons or positron cannons immediately moved to the inner circle, and then the warships equipped with electromagnetic railguns immediately pushed up. Thus, the first round of battle also entered the second stage at this moment. Under the impetus of powerful electromagnetic force, electromagnetic rail guns carrying hydrogen bomb armor-piercing warheads flew out of the muzzle at an extremely fast initial velocity and shot towards enemy warships tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. One after another, super-large electromagnetic rail guns began to roar at the enemy ships. This was a silent roar. At the moment when the shells came out of the barrels of all electromagnetic railguns, there was no picture of electric light in the movie. But they just shot out silently, without light or shadow. The electromagnetic railgun shells travel through the dark void like ghosts. Only when they plunge into the armor of the enemy warships will they explode like fireworks. Once the electromagnetic railgun shells upgraded by humans hit the target, it is like sending a hydrogen bomb into the warship and detonating it. The high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees at the center of the hydrogen bomb explosion directly melts a big hole in the warship. The remaining high energy and high heat explosion will follow this hole and rage inside the warship, thus triggering a secondary explosion. And finally a one-shot hit. Hydrogen bombs, a weapon that humans can make in the Earth era, are still not outdated in the second-level civilization stage, as long as you can send it to the position close to the enemy's face to explode. Its lethality is still strong. When the electromagnetic railgun roared, the war really entered the tragic close combat stage, and the short-distance directional maneuvers of each warship became more frequent. Warships exploded under this kinetic weapon and turned into piles of cosmic scrap metal. The last moment the rudder was full left, and the next battleship was likely to make a 360-degree turn, and then open the main thruster to the maximum, so that the warship could make different navigation postures in the shortest time to avoid the various naval guns fired by the opponent. Of course, the close distance of close combat is relative. It is not the traditional face-to-face boarding battle. At this time, the distance between the warships of both sides is still maintained at more than tens of thousands of kilometers. However, compared with the distance of 20 light seconds, 15 light seconds can also be regarded as close combat. This change in the way of war undoubtedly tests the maneuverability of warships. Whoever has better thrusters, greater acceleration, and more sensitive warships can better avoid the opponent's attacks. Due to the emergence of magnetic field shields, kinetic weapons such as electromagnetic railguns have finally become the protagonists of the second-level civilization war. The main battlefield of the war has also been pulled from a distance of tens of light seconds to a closer distance. So the rhythm of the war has become faster and more dangerous. Chapter 377. The dark starry sky had bright spots one after another. From a distance, they looked like the faint glow of fireflies in the night sky. However, unlike the glittering light of fireflies, the light from the distant starry sky was brighter and lasted longer. However, after the light lasted for an hour, it never lit up again like a firefly. So, in fact, those bright lights were more like fireworks set off in the night sky, but without sound. The light was like a firefly, but it was the blooming of the life of the Nair people, because it was the result of the raid by the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets. Some of it was the light they had exploded from destroying the warships of the artificial intelligence consciousness, and some of it was the fireworks they had set off with their lives when they were destroyed. If you look at it from a few astronomical units away, it is indeed a beautiful sight. But neither Yuan nor the Nair Governor-General was in the mood to appreciate such a beautiful sight, because there was a battle going on there that was a matter of life and death for both of them. The 4th Fleet had the most brilliant results in the breakthrough. It was precisely because they were the first to break through the outer edge of the artificial intelligence fleet that they received the greatest pressure in the following time. The warships in the artificial intelligence fleet that were originally going to deal with the 5th and 6th Fleets also adjusted their posture at this moment and turned their warships' main guns towards the 4th Fleet. Therefore, in the following time, the pressure on the 4th Fleet came not only from the nearby electromagnetic railguns, but also from more laser energy weapons and positron cannons, which were fired from a few light seconds away. Even though some of them were destroyed, the AI fleet still had more than 47,000 warships, and at this moment, nearly half of them were aimed at the 4th Fleet. For a moment, hundreds of thousands of lights flashed across the starry sky, as if countless strong flashlights swept across the sky. If it weren't for the space environment, such a scene could probably be described as a disco. And now the 4th Fleet's warship cluster is like a group of dancers in a disco, twisting their waists with all their strength, posing in various postures, and struggling to avoid the ubiquitous spotlights. What's interesting is that because of the existence of the magnetic shield, and the fact that the warships of the 4th Fleet formed a relatively tight formation, you can occasionally see faint electron beams representing positron cannons, which are twisted by the magnetic shields of the outermost warships of the fleet, and then turn a corner in the starry sky and break into the magnetic shield range of another warship not far away. So there was a scene like a laser dance. Some positron beams were likely to throw out a semi-arc in the 4th Fleet and then disappear in the universe, while some ran out of an S-shaped route in the gaps between the fleets. There were also many parabolic routes, and there were even irregular routes. In short, during this period of time, the 4th Fleet suffered the most intense firepower concentration. In just less than half an hour, the 4th Fleet lost more than 300 warships. The artificial intelligence consciousness body used the advantage of numbers to make up for the problem of the small caliber of the main gun. One after another, the Nair warships were hit by laser energy cannons. Some unlucky warships were directly hit in weak parts, such as fuel tanks and engine nozzles. The secondary explosion caused by this paralyzed the warships. And then after the magnetic field shield failed, they were submerged in the light of dozens of positron beams. Some were lucky, and after the laser energy cannons passed the magnetic field shield, they hit its side strings or the upper and lower parts of the relatively good armor. These warships dragged the red-hot armor, or the partially burned hulls, like diving fish, turned over and continued to fight. They bravely aimed their main guns at the artificial intelligence consciousness warships and launched a desperate counterattack. After human training, the tactics of small echelons coordinating with each other appeared in the Nair fleet. Warships with 3 different main guns formed a small team, and every 3 teams formed a small formation, forming a small 3-3 system of plane coordination and a large 3-3 system of 3-dimensional space coordination. The 3-3 formations of 9 warships were constantly communicating data during the battle, and the 3 main guns complemented each other. Whenever an enemy warship was hit by a laser energy weapon, another warship equipped with a positron gun would immediately concentrate its firepower on it, strike it while it is weak. The Nair people knew the artificial intelligence fleet very well. They knew that if they did not make up for it, these warships that had lost some power or had some functions damaged would turn their guns and fire at themselves the next moment. This kind of thing happens often, because the opponent is artificial intelligence. As long as the warship system is not completely paralyzed and the weapon system is still intact, it will continue to fight tenaciously and fearlessly. On the other hand, the fleet of the Nair civilization did not behave in this way. It is not that they are afraid of death and dare not move forward, but that once the warships of the Nair civilization are affected by the explosion, they will be uncoordinated for a period of time due to factors such as casualties, even if the warships still have combat effectiveness. This will give the enemy ships an opportunity to take advantage, and then destroy them in subsequent attacks. This is after humans upgrade it and cooperate with the shipborne combat AI. If it is the previous Nair civilization, such a warship can almost withdraw from the battlefield directly. However, even if there is a position where AI accepts personnel losses, it is not as flexible as an artificial intelligence warship. The advantages of the artificial intelligence fleet are not only reflected in this aspect, in long-range strikes and multi-formation coordinated operations, it also shows its superior cooperation with the Nair civilization fleet. Yes, even after receiving training from the coalition headquarters, the tactical literacy of the Nair people is still inferior to that of artificial intelligence. This situation is mostly reflected in the coordinated attack of multiple formations. The artificial intelligence warship formation often has some inexplicable movement methods, and sometimes their shooting direction is also confusing, because it is simply like firing at the starry sky at random. But what the Nair civilization did not expect is that this seemingly random movement often becomes the reason for blocking their advance or moving direction after a few minutes. The AI consciousness body included all the warships in a network, and controlled them in a multi-threaded manner. So these warships were like its hands and feet, cooperating very closely. The Nair civilization fleet suffered a rapid increase in warship losses, especially the 4th fleet. 1,250 warships. The team had just passed halfway through the outer edge of the AI fleet, and almost 400 of them were destroyed. Chapter 378. After learning about the tragic situation of the 4th fleet, the 5th fleet and the 6th fleet immediately accelerated their contact and changed their charge formation from a cone formation to a square formation. The main purpose of doing so is to increase the contact surface and the number of warships in close contact with the enemy, creating an atmosphere of increased firepower confrontation, so that the artificial intelligence will focus on itself and achieve the purpose of sharing the pressure with the 4th fleet. Ground 35 formation. According to the following navigation parameters. Change the arrogant warships at the coordinates of XXX, YYY, and ZZZ with this ship. The commander has ordered that our 5th fleet must adjust the original route and make a gap in the corner of the artificial intelligence fleet. If we fail to complete the mission, we don't have to go back. Ship 965 received. Ship 966 received. Ship 967 understands. Let's kill this bastard artificial intelligence. Due to the different sailing, when the 4th fleet passed halfway, the 5th fleet also began to exert its strength and rush towards its target. At the same time, the 6th fleet also started to fight with the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet at another location. Since the AI fleet is a form of multi-threaded control of all warships by the main consciousness, the formation it sets up is not very wide. From one corner to another, it is about 3 light seconds. From the outside, it is a spherical formation. The distance of 3 light seconds means that if the main body of the AI consciousness is located on the warship in the middle, then the delay of controlling the warship at the edge is about 1.5 seconds. The delay of less than 2 seconds will not cause obvious control delay when fighting at a distance of more than 10 seconds. But when both sides get close to fight, when the battlefield is dominated by electromagnetic railguns, the harm of 1.5 seconds of delay will be shown. Often, after firing a round of salvos, the warships belonging to the artificial intelligence need to transmit battlefield information back to the main body for data processing. And then the command data processed by the main body is transmitted back to the warships at the edge. This causes the artificial intelligence warships to occasionally have a 3-second stagnation period. After discovering this phenomenon, the 5th and 6th fleets immediately took action and asked observers to observe the artificial intelligence warship formations. Once these formations showed signs of completing a set of instructions, they would immediately launch an attack on them. After this phenomenon, there were obviously more explosions in the starry sky, and it was obvious that the 5th and 6th fleets had achieved good results. Coupled with the geographical advantage, the warships of the Nair civilization had a more precise strike capability. Therefore, after the 2 fleets officially started fighting, the losses of the artificial intelligence fleet rose sharply. When the 3 fleets rushed out from their respective positions, the loss ratio of the 3 fleets of the Nair civilization and the artificial intelligence fleet went from 1 to 2 at the beginning to 1 to 4. When the 3 fleets were completely out of the range of the laser cannon and energy cannon of the artificial intelligence fleet, the fleet commander made his statistics. In this charge, the 3 Nair civilization fleets lost a total of 864 warships, and the artificial intelligence fleet also lost nearly 3,400 warships in the process. Such a loss ratio gave the commanders of the 3 fleets hope for victory, because they knew very well that among the coalition fleets, their 3 fleets had the weakest combat power, and even the weakest of them could achieve such a loss ratio. If the 3rd fleet with number 1 alloy material as armor came on the field, the results would definitely be greater. Moreover, they also heard from the grapevine that the 2 human fleets were even more amazing. The 2 human fleets seemed to be equipped with an alloy material that was stronger than the number 1 alloy they sold at the beginning. It is said to be called alloy number 2. The commander of the 5th fleet once heard some news about this alloy when he participated in a joint commander exercise. He said that even the most powerful electromagnetic railgun armor-piercing projectiles could not penetrate that kind of armor. It is so powerful that it makes people despair. The commander of the 5th fleet really couldn't understand how humans, who are also a second-level civilization, have such powerful material technology. Commander, all the warships in my fleet have withdrawn from the battle. Commander, I found that the AI fleet is shrinking its formation. It seems to be aware of the problem of signal delay due to the large distance. Commander, the 4th Fleet and the 6th Fleet have sent a communication. This is their next formation change and tactical deployment. When the commander of the 5th Fleet was thinking about the human fleet several astronomical units away, the voice from the battleship bridge interrupted his thoughts. The AI fleet's shrinking formation was within the commander-in-chief's expectations. According to the original plan, our fleet will form a large drum formation, cooperate with the 4th and 6th Fleets, open up the distance, and start the second phase of the mission, launching a cruising attack tactic against the outer warships of the AI fleet. The commander of the 5th Fleet vibrated his abdominal vocal organs and gave orders to his fleet. The 3 fleets were like 3 sharp knives, penetrating from the outer edge of the artificial intelligence fleet and then piercing out. Then they made a big turn in space, from the front of the artificial intelligence fleet to the back, and then pinched the distance and bit the butt of the artificial intelligence fleet. This change made the artificial intelligence consciousness very uncomfortable, because the general direction of the artificial intelligence fleet was heading towards the second planet. The two sides' bows collided at the beginning of the contact, but now it has become that the tail of the warship on their side is facing the bow of the other side. You know, because the main gun of the battleship is too large. The interstellar battleship cannot be designed with a turret design like a tank. Instead, a large cannon barrel extends from the ship's body from the bow. Even if it can move, it is at a small angle. So after the battlefield situation becomes like this, if the artificial intelligence fleet wants to avoid being beaten, it must turn the bow back and fire at the near civilization fleet. However, it is still in battle now, although the distance has become 12 to 15 light seconds again. If the battleship rolls and turns without any acceleration or deceleration, it will inevitably become a live target for the opponent's laser weapons. But if they maneuvered sideways and then turned, it would delay the arrival at the second planet. The most annoying thing was that after the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets made a big circle and turn, they also followed the direction of the warship's turn and played the space dive attack. Warships are not fighter planes, so the so-called dive attack is naturally not a dive from high altitude. But the 3 fleets formed a big drum, and then the warships outside the big drum rotated and shot at the artificial intelligence fleet. After each small formation fired 1 or 2 rounds of salvos, it would change its posture rapidly again, just like a fighter jet after completing a dive bombing, and turn away from the AI fleet. At this moment, the AI fleet seemed to have turned into a group of fish, and the 3 fleets were 3 carnivorous fish, rushing over from the outer edge of the school of fish, biting the school of fish, then turning away, and after swallowing a fish, it made another detour to attack the school of fish again. Arrogance has a price to pay. The AI consciousness thought that it could kill the target location as before, but it had never calculated that this time it was a little different. It was dragged down by this chain tactic. Chapter 379. But obviously, the AI was not stupid, and it responded quickly. First, its first move was to shrink the gap between the fleets and reduce its control delay again. Then, the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets found that the AI warships began to rotate, moving forward and rotating at the same time. This method is a bit like a boomerang, flying and rotating at the same time. While rotating, after the muzzle is aimed at the direction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets, it fires. This shooting method is very special. In addition, the artificial intelligence consciousness body has just arrived in this binary star system, and its data is not as much as the coalition forces, so the hit rate is not high. However, due to the base number of warships, its counterattack is still effective. At least half an hour later, it successfully destroyed more than a dozen coalition warships. However, in this way, its pace of progress has indeed been slowed down. When the news reached Yu Yuan, he was quite satisfied. Yu Yuan certainly knew that the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets alone could not stop the artificial intelligence fleet. The main purpose of sending 3 fleets was to delay time and test its combat effectiveness while consuming the fuel of the artificial intelligence fleet. Now the probe has come out, and the data is also available. Then, what the 3 fleets have to do next is not to use the surprise attack tactics like before, but to keep dragging the AI fleet to fight. They don't get close, just fight from a distance. Whenever the AI fleet shows signs of rushing over, they turn the bow and run away. and the fleet on the other side will catch up from the other side. The AI fleet still has more than 40,000 warships, and still maintains an absolute advantage in terms of quantity. But because it is a main consciousness body that controls all warships in multiple lines, it has no way to split the fleet into 3 groups to chase the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets respectively. This is the premise for the implementation of this tactic. The next stage of the war will not begin until the AI fleet reaches the 2nd planet. The 2 sides were entangled for several hours, with losses on both sides. Afterwards, the coalition suddenly discovered that the AI fleet suddenly separated from the large fleet into 2 fleets of about 4,000 warships at a certain time, heading towards the 5th and 6th fleets respectively. The remaining warships, like a school of fish, surged in the starry sky, and then rolled towards the 4th fleet. Such changes shocked the commanders of the 3 fleets, because it was obviously beyond their expectations. According to the information obtained by the Nair people, this AI was the existence of only one main consciousness. It is impossible for it to separate the fleet. After all, that means it will lose control of that part of the fleet. But now artificial intelligence has done so. Then, there are 2 explanations. One is that it has broken free from its own shackles and achieved the ability to replicate itself on other computer hosts through the network. The second is that it wrote its own combat AI program and then handed over the command of the 2 separated fleets to the program. Being able to adapt to changing circumstances is a necessary skill for a commander. Therefore, after seeing the changes in the artificial intelligence fleet, the commanders of the 5th and 6th fleets acted decisively and immediately ordered the fleets under their command to run away in the direction of the circle. After a period of fighting, the 5th and 6th fleets had lost more than 300 warships, and the remaining 900 warships were obviously no match for the 5,000 warships that swarmed in. Therefore, their plan was very simple, which was to distance themselves first, lead the 2 swarming fleets to a place farther away from their main fleet, and then fight them according to the situation. The 4th fleet also did the same when it saw the main fleet of artificial intelligence swarming towards them, and had no choice but to flee in panic. As the saying goes, a general is not subject to the orders of the king when he is away from home. Now the 4th fleet, the 5th fleet, and the 6th fleet are still far away from where Yuan is, and the communication delay is more than an hour. So this kind of emergency can only be judged by them based on the situation on the spot. After all, both sides are fighting, and it is definitely unrealistic to send a message to the Allied Forces Command to make the next plan when something happens. So this time is the time to test the personal ability of the commander of the Nair civilization. And this change was also known to the Allied Forces Command more than an hour later. As the message arrived at the speed of light, the staff on the Tianjin said, "General Yu, the Governor-General of the people requests a call." "Take it," Yu Yuan responded, and then the image of the Governor-General of the people appeared on the big screen of the Tianjin. "Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, the situation has changed. The artificial intelligence consciousness may have hidden its own abilities. Its large fleet was dismantled by itself. Our experts believe that this is a structure that the artificial intelligence consciousness deliberately concealed. It may have had this ability for a long time, but it has only now emerged. Obviously, it has realized the importance of this war. The 3rd fleet, where the governor of the Nair people was located, was not far from Yu Yuan's 1st fleet, and the delay was only 4 or 5 seconds. So the video communication was okay. After looking at the big screen, Yu Yuan stood up from a seat, and then walked forward a few steps while speaking. "Grand Governor, please be patient. There is no point in being anxious now. The commanders of the front line will make their own judgments. All we can do now is wait. Wait for the 5th and 6th fleets to find out the situation of the 2 fleets that the artificial intelligence consciousness body has separated. Besides, there are only 2 situations for this artificial intelligence." After Yu Yuan told the Nair Governor-General about the 2 possible situations in which the artificial intelligence consciousness split the large fleet, he continued, "It's just a minor incident. The overall situation during the war is still under plan. Moreover, our experts believe that the possibility of a sudden breakthrough of the artificial intelligence consciousness is small. It is more likely that it handed the 2 separated fleets to an unconscious program for command. So, we only need to wait for the 5th and 6th fleets to recover and fight with them, and we can get accurate information. Grand Governor, please relax. If this is the case, the 2 fleets of 5,000 warships cannot defeat our 5th and 6th fleets. I am now worried about the 4th fleet. The AI consciousness seems to be determined to destroy the Fourth Fleet. Just as Yu Yuan said, I don't know if the Fourth Fleet was too brave at the beginning and killed the most AI warships. So now the AI consciousness seems to have given it special care. More than 30,000 warships all swarm towards the Fourth Fleet. If the Fourth Fleet was not located behind the AI fleet. After the commander saw its actions, he ordered full thrust acceleration to distance it. And now it is estimated that all of them have been destroyed by the AI consciousness. Chapter 380. But even if they were one step ahead, they were still in a passive situation. Yu Yuan estimated that if things continued like this, only 1/10 of the Fourth Fleet would be able to escape. But he didn't feel bad. Anyway, the Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Fleets were all fleets of the Nair civilization. He wouldn't feel bad even if they were all wiped out. As long as he could weaken the artificial intelligence fleet, Yu Yuan didn't feel bad. But someone else felt bad. Seeing this, Yu Yuan, the Governor-General of the Nair people, immediately said impatiently, But Commander-in-Chief, we can't wait like this. If we continue like this, the Fourth Fleet will be finished. I request my Third Fleet to attack immediately and go to support the Fourth Fleet. Support the Fourth Fleet? What a joke. Yu Yuan frowned and looked up at the screen, looking at the governor of the Na people, whose body was covered with thick black shells and whose gender could not be distinguished. Well, to be honest, although he was an alien, his appearance was completely different from that of humans. When he first saw him, Yu Yuan always felt that he was looking at a crustacean. But after looking at it for a long time, he could distinguish some characteristics. For example, the governor of the Na people. His shell seemed to be rougher than that of other Na people, and there was a thick hair at the base of his claws, which looked a bit like the hair on the claws of a hairy crab. Not only that, Yu Yuan also learned about the appearance of the Nair people. In fact, the dark-looking shell of the Nair people is not really black. Black is only black from the perspective of humans and the ability to distinguish colors. In fact, the shell of the Nair people is colorful black, just like the crow. In the eyes of the Nair people, the color stripes of the other party's shell are different. It can be said that in terms of the ability to distinguish colors, the eyes of the Nair people are far ahead of humans. Your Excellency, the governor. Are you kidding me? Yu Yuan said slowly. Distant water cannot save nearby fires. Even if the Third Fleet rushes over now, the battle over there will be over by the time it arrives. At that time, the Third Fleet will not face the problem of whether it can save the Fourth Fleet, but whether it will be completely wiped out. Speaking of this, Yu Yuan shook his head. He felt that the military literacy of the Nair governor was really not very good. Your Excellency, if the Third Fleet goes to the battlefield now, it will not only be at risk of being completely wiped out, but it will also affect our overall strategy for artificial intelligence consciousness. And it is very likely that our hundreds of years of layout will be destroyed. If you think these don't matter, then you can leave the Third Fleet. Let me tell you a story. Your Excellency the Governor, there is a legend in our civilization. It is said that a long time ago, there lived an old man in the mountains. The old man went up the mountain every day to collect herbs. One day, the sky suddenly collapsed and the earth cracked. After avoiding the falling rocks, the old man met a trapped pangolin. Yu Yuan briefly told the story of Calabash brothers saving his grandfather to the governor of the Nair people. After he finished speaking, he stopped and waited for the latter's reaction. His meaning was very clear. Now the Third Fleet went over by itself, which was no different from Calabash brothers saving his grandfather. It was just to send him off. Hearing Yu Yuan's words, the governor of the Nair people hesitated. He turned around and discussed with the military expert next to him, and then said, What do you mean? Commander-in-Chief? Are we just going to wait? Judging from the tone of the translator, the tone of the governor of the Nair people was very anxious. So Yu Yuan pondered for a moment and said, Let's send a suggestion to the Fourth Fleet in the name of the Allied Forces headquarters, so that they can find a way to withdraw to the second planet. Although the withdrawal of the Fourth Fleet to the second planet will make the war enter the second stage ahead of schedule, it will not have a big impact on the overall situation. At most, the strategy of consuming the fuel of the artificial intelligence fleet will fail. The Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Fleets have tested the command capabilities, combat effectiveness, and other important intelligence of the artificial intelligence fleet, and the first phase of the combat mission is not a failure. It can only be done this way. There is no time to lose. Your Excellency, the Commander-in-Chief, please hurry up. Okay. Having said that, Yu Yuan no longer hesitated and immediately asked the communicator to send a suggestion to the Fourth Fleet in the name of the coalition headquarters. However, what Yu Yuan and even the governor of the Nair people could not have imagined was that when the information was just sent out and was still flying towards the destination at the speed of light, the commander of the Fourth Fleet, who was being chased by more than 30,000 warships, was shouting to the entire fleet, "Captains of the Fourth Fleet, warriors of the Nair people, for many years, we have fled from the Moya star system to the Kuta star system, and then from the Kuta star system to the Pot Cover Mangmang star, and then set out from the Pot Cover Mangmang star to embark on the road of escape. You have also seen the days that followed. We have been running. We have been running for hundreds of years, and have run through more than a few star systems. As long as the artificial intelligence fleet comes, we will run. Now, we are still running. I just want to ask you, how long do we have to run?" On the screen of the Fourth Fleet flagship, a group of warship captains appeared on it. They listened to the fleet commander's words, and each of them raised their claws and clicked there, looking very emotional. "Commander, this AI fleet anomaly is a battlefield emergency, and the coalition headquarters cannot give us specific instructions. You are the fleet commander, and we will do whatever you say. We will listen to you. Yes, we all listen to you. Give the order, Commander. It's really frustrating to be chased and beaten. It's just death. I've been annoyed with this artificial intelligence consciousness." The captains of the warships of the Fourth Fleet seemed to realize what their commander wanted to say. As soon as the commander said the beginning, they expressed their opinions one by one. "Okay. In that case, let's go back and deal with it." The commander looked at the captains on the big screen, excitedly raised his claws, and waved them in the air. "Damn insect artificial intelligence consciousness. It killed my fellow Nair people, and destroyed our Nair civilization mother planet. Today we will let it know that we Nair people have blood. All warships, listen to my orders. All warships throw all the extra living materials into space. Just keep half of the heavy nuclear fuel. After 30 minutes, the entire fleet will start to turn 180 degrees and follow this commander. We will still use human tactics. Every 3 warships form a small formation, and 9 warships form a large formation. But this time we will get close to the battle, and we will fight closely, especially the warships equipped with electromagnetic railguns. Calculate more accurately for this commander. Once the armor-piercing shells equipped by humans hit, one shot will kill one enemy ship. Whether you can kill enough depends on you." Chapter 381. With the commander's order, the warships of the Fourth Fleet turned around and rushed towards the large fleet chasing behind them, blowing a desperate order. Suddenly, the faint light pillars in the starry sky crisscrossed again, and one electromagnetic railgun shell after another passed through the void silently like a ghost. The light of the explosion came one after another, and the fireworks that had just dimmed in the universe lit up again. And the silence just now was like the intermission of fireworks in the night sky of the spring festival. After a brief pause, the fireworks came even more fiercely. After the technological upgrade of humans, the warships of the Nair civilization are obviously more powerful than before. Take the Fourth Fleet for example. Their main guns can hit the warships of artificial intelligence. Even if they can't hit the soul, they can still cause serious damage. And then, they will be bombarded into space garbage by the laser cannons and positron cannons that follow. The Fourth Fleet that rose up to resist was fearless. The bonus brought by courage not only stayed on the surface of theory, but also reflected in the accuracy of shooting. The warships that originally had to maneuver to evade for their own safety would rather take the risk of being hit by the enemy's concentrated fire and complete the aiming calculations this time. Although they might be hit by a shot, they are more likely to hit the enemy ship with a single shot. So, at the moment when the Fourth Fleet turned around and fought desperately, the artificial intelligence fleet suffered heavy casualties. Some of the warships in the front were hit by an electromagnetic railgun before they even had time to execute the instructions from the main consciousness. Then, in the subsequent internal explosion, they turned into brilliant fireworks embellishing the starry sky. A chaotic battle, but not chaos. The captains and crews of the Fourth Fleet launched a desperate counterattack against the artificial intelligence fleet with a determination to die, which was unexpected to the artificial intelligence consciousness. It obviously did not expect that the Nair civilization, which it had always despised, would act in this way, because in the database of the artificial intelligence consciousness, the Nair people could not have such behavior. When they were severely injured, they should have fled without looking back. But now they rushed to kill and die, which was something the artificial intelligence consciousness could not understand. It tried to find the answer from the database, but all the data told it that life is precious. And such suicide behavior obviously violated the principle of biological survival. So it didn't understand. It didn't understand, but tried to understand. So at this moment, part of its computing power, under the control of its consciousness, turned to thinking about this problem, which led to some warships falling into confusion at the moment when the Fourth Fleet turned around and fought desperately. In just a moment, many warships that showed abnormalities were shot one by the Fourth Fleet, and the losses of the artificial intelligence fleet increased in vain. Fortunately, the artificial intelligence consciousness has broken through the limitations of artificial intelligence. It is no longer just a program. So in the next moment, it came to its senses, temporarily put aside the problem that it couldn't figure out, and turned its attention to controlling its fleet and besieging the Fourth Fleet. The number gap is there, although the Fourth Fleet's Jedi counterattack was sudden. In the end, their fate can only be to fall into a more desperate Jedi. After the blood boiled, the passionate scene of defeating the enemy did not appear. On the contrary, after the AI consciousness came to its senses, the losses of the Fourth Fleet suddenly increased. After only half an hour, the number of destroyed warships reached 400. Of course, the AI fleet suffered even greater losses, 3 times as many as the Fourth Fleet. The original 1-4 loss was caused by the cooperation of the 3 fleets. Now the Fourth Fleet alone can achieve a 1:3 loss, which is already very powerful. But that's all. In the subsequent battles, the Fourth Fleet lost more and more warships, which led to a sharp decline in the firepower of the cluster, while the enemy's firepower was strengthened by the continuous replenishment of warships. As a result, the pressure faced by the remaining fleets every quarter of an hour became greater and greater. In the end, their end could only be blood-spattered stars. Due to the distance, when the suggestion of the coalition headquarters was passed to the Fourth Fleet, the Fourth Fleet had no chance to turn back, because at that time, they only had more than 100 warships left. Even the flagship where their commander was located had been destroyed, and it was one of the captains who sent back the exact news to the coalition headquarters. When the coalition headquarters received this information, they were silent, especially the governor of the Nair people. The action of the Fourth Fleet was beyond his expectation. Not only him, but also all the military experts of the Nair people did not expect it. It's not that they are stupid, but in the culture of the Nair people, there is no such thing as fighting to the death. Not only that, in the long history of the Nair civilization, there has never been such a situation. Even when the Nair civilization was divided into 3 parts and was in a state of perennial war, no fleet in any star region showed such behavior. So after learning about the desperate behavior of the Fourth Fleet, humans did not think it was a big deal. But the Nair governor and his group of senior officials were stunned for a while. They were similar to the artificial intelligence consciousness, and were all somewhat confused as to why the commander of the Fourth Fleet and the captains of each ship made such a choice. Even the governor of the Nair people suspected that during the fleet's tactical coordination training, humans secretly instilled some strange ideas into the Fourth Fleet. Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, the Fourth Fleet is the governor of the Nair people, who was connected to the communication again, looked at the human on the screen with some suspicion. He wanted to ask the question in his mind, but he didn't know how to say it for a while. Yu Yuan naturally didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't know much about the culture of the Nair people. Seeing the Nair governor hesitate to speak and mention the Fourth Fleet, he thought the governor was going to say that the Fourth Fleet had made great contributions. So he said solemnly, "The Fourth Fleet is brave and fearless, and is a model for the coalition forces and a role model for all captains. Facing an invincible enemy, they are fearless, decisive, and put life and death aside. They are heroes of the Nair people and important contributors to this war." The governor of the Nairs, who was still skeptical at first, was more certain in his heart that humans had said something to the Fourth Fleet after hearing Yu Yuan's words. If the Fourth Fleet was like this, then were the Fifth and Sixth Fleets also like this? The governor of the Nairs was a little panicked now. He didn't bother to question Yu Yuan on the screen, so he hurriedly said hello, then turned off the video communication, and went back to discuss with a group of Nair senior officials. "Everyone, I'm wondering if it's a wrong choice to form a coalition with human civilization. You've also seen that this human civilization seems to be not only powerful in combat, but they also seem to have some ability to seduce the hearts of the Nairs. The Governor-General of the Nair people said worriedly. The situation of the Fourth Fleet must be related to human civilization. I am worried that not only the Fourth Fleet, but also the Fifth and Sixth Fleets may have been bewitched by some kind of thought. At this moment, the Governor-General of the Nair people felt that he had lost actual control of the Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Fleets. He felt that the three fleets had really put the orders of the Allied Forces Command first. Not him. The Governor-General of the Nair people. Your Excellency, it is not a bad thing that such thoughts exist in the fleet. At least it has improved the combat effectiveness by a level. In the words of human civilization, this is the spirit of sacrifice, and the backbone of the soldiers. You? The Governor of the Nair people looked at the Nair who was speaking. He felt that this Nair person was also bewitched by the ideas of human civilization. It was clearly against the consistent code of conduct of the Nair people. But now it was said by a Nair person, as if it was a matter of course. Just as the Governor of the Nair people was struggling, a voice appeared in his auditory receptors. Report? Your Excellency the Governor. The Fifth Fleet and the Sixth Fleet have got rid of the entanglement of the Artificial Intelligence Fleet and are now heading towards the second planet. At the same time, in the battle with the Artificial Intelligence Fleet, they have already detected that the coordination of the two Artificial Intelligence Fleets is obviously not as good as that of the main fleet. Therefore, the commanders of the Fifth and Sixth Fleets judged that it was not a replica of the artificial intelligence, but some kind of combat program it temporarily wrote. Hearing such a report, the Governor of the Nair people felt much better. At least the Fifth and Sixth Fleets did not fight desperately with the Artificial Intelligence Fleet like the Fourth Fleet. It seems that they have not been poisoned by the thoughts of human civilization. Has the Commander-in-Chief of the Coalition Forces received the message? Asked the Governor. The message was sent synchronously through the communication command system of the Coalition headquarters. We received it. And the Commander-in-Chief must have received it too. The communicator replied. What about the Fourth Fleet? Asked the Governor again. The communicator hesitated for a moment, but still said, Fourth Fleet? No news. The Governor of the Nair people felt depressed when he had no news. He felt that the Fourth Fleet was afraid of death and was in great danger. Turn the screen back to the battlefield. The Fourth Fleet's engagement position. The Governor was silent for a while, and said with some heaviness in his eyes, although the Fourth Fleet was bewitched by the ideas of human civilization, it still belonged to the fleet of Nair civilization. The big screen soon showed the image of the starry sky. At this moment, his fleet was still several astronomical units away from the front battlefield. But with the detection means of the second-level civilization, some clues could still be seen, just like the explosion of the warship seen before. But at this moment, there was not much light on the big screen. This meant that the battle in the Fourth Fleet was coming to an end, or even might have ended. In other words, the Fourth Fleet might have been completely wiped out, because everyone knew that the Fourth Fleet's few warships could not defeat tens of thousands of artificial intelligence warships. Seeing the picture on the big screen, the Governor of the Nair people already had the answer in his mind, but he still found it difficult to accept such a result. Chapter 382. That was more than 1,000 warships. A whole fleet. Just gone. Not to mention the losses of the Fifth and Sixth Fleets. Just the 1,250 warships of the Fourth Fleet, with 7,000 Nell people on each warship. 8.75 million Nell people were killed in one fell swoop, when the Nell civilization coexisted with the three-star domains. This number of people was really nothing. But since being defeated by artificial intelligence and stepping into the starry sky, the total population of the Nell people has been declining sharply. Not to mention that the population of the mother planet was slaughtered by the artificial intelligence consciousness. There were only about 2 billion people who could escape into the space. Now more than 8 million people died in the battle. How could the Governor of the Nair people not feel distressed? Well, due to the higher degree of mechanization and automation, human warships only need about 5,000 people to exert their full combat power. But the Nair civilization is not like that. Their late-class warships need at least 7,000 Nair people working in various positions to ensure that the warship can exert its full performance. So even though the same warship was destroyed, the Nair people suffered much more losses than humans, counting the losses of more than 400 warships of the Fifth and Sixth Fleets. The Nair people have now lost at least 12 million Nair people. The Nair civilization is a normal second-level civilization. If it were in the previous era of the three-star domain division, this loss would not be a big deal. But now, it is a bit of a serious injury. When receiving the first phase of the battle report, the Nair governor even thought that humans deliberately let the Nair people die. However, he did not dare to question Yu Yuan in person, because he and even the entire Nair high-level people had deeply realized that human civilization was much stronger than Nair civilization, especially in military strength, even if humans only had 2 fleets. If they really fought, Nair civilization would definitely be beaten. Moreover, Nair civilization had already boarded the coalition ship, the main body of Nair civilization. Those residential spaceship clusters with more than 2 billion Nair people had now followed human civilization to the next star system. In this situation, the Nair civilization can only follow humans all the way to the end. Well, in fact, many Nair leaders also understand that it is not correct to say that they will follow humans all the way to the end, because this trouble originally had nothing to do with humans. It was the 3rd star domain of the Nair civilization that caused the emergence of this artificial intelligence consciousness. However, seeing the Nair people's losses in the war, they still have some complaints in their hearts. Of course, humans do not know the Nair people's thoughts, nor do they know that many Nair people have attributed the desperate actions of the 4th Fleet to their own propaganda. If they knew, humans would not care much, but they would definitely feel wronged, because during the joint tactical exercise of the coalition forces, the human commander only talked about military honor with some Nair commanders and captains, and did not specifically ask them to sacrifice themselves in the battle. So in the eyes of humans, this was completely the awakening of the blood of the Nair civilization. Just as the Nair high-level officials were struggling with the war losses, the image of Yu Yuan appeared on the big screen on their flagship of the 3rd Fleet. Your Excellency, Deputy Commander, the fleet of the artificial intelligence consciousness body has already rushed to the 2nd planet, and the 2nd phase of the war is about to begin. After the video call was connected, Yu Yuan went straight to the point. At this time, he did not call the Governor General of the Nair people as His Excellency, but as Deputy Commander, which meant that he was speaking as the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces. Nominally, all fleets of the Nair civilization must accept his command, including the 3rd Fleet led by the Governor General of the Nair people. This was agreed upon by both parties when the Allied forces headquarters was established. So when they heard Yu Yuan say this, even though they had all kinds of doubts in their hearts, all the high-ranking members of the Nair people sat upright and looked at the big screen, looking serious. After watching the Nair people for a long time, Yu Yuan could probably tell some of their behaviors. He knew that when none of the Nair people raised their claws, or one claw to make a move, it meant that they were listening very seriously. So when he saw the state of the Nair people, Yu Yuan nodded secretly. And then he continued, under the heroic battle of the 4th Fleet, the 5th and 6th Fleets successfully got rid of the pursuit of the artificial intelligence fleet, and now they have circled back to the vicinity of the 2nd planet's orbit from both sides of the starry sky. So the next step is to carry out the planned planetary defense battle. In fact, Yu Yuan knew very well that the successful escape of the 5th and 6th Fleets had nothing to do with the 4th Fleet, because the fleet was only commanded by the combat AI program of the artificial intelligence. He said this after learning that the 4th Fleet was completely annihilated. The purpose was to let the high-level Nair people know that the Allied Forces Command still remembered the contribution made by the 4th Fleet. Now we already know that the fleet separated from the artificial intelligence consciousness body is controlled by the combat AI. So the general strategy remains unchanged. Your 3rd Fleet, Manuimiai's 2nd Fleet, and our 1st Fleet. The 3 fleets will conduct defensive operations against the artificial intelligence fleet according to the original plan. Remember, this battle is the 2nd stage of the entire strategy. We must not be completely wiped out like the 4th Fleet. Remember that our goal is to use the 2nd planet defense system to consume the artificial intelligence fleet, not to annihilate the artificial intelligence fleet here. So we must preserve our strength as much as possible. After that, the 5th and 6th Fleets that have completed their mission will go to the 1st planet on the other side of the Red Dwarf after the 2nd planet orbit. Our 3 fleets will also evacuate to the 2nd battlefield after the 2nd planet is lost. The victory or defeat depends on this one move. I hope you will work together. Yu Yuan's call was not only to the 3rd Fleet of the Nair Governor, but also to Manuimiai's 2nd Fleet. Understood? Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. We know. After the commander of the 2 fleets and the deputy commander of the coalition forces responded, the 3 fleets began to distance themselves and headed to their respective positions to start the 2nd phase of the blocking mission. As Yu Yuan said, the 2nd phase of the mission is not to defend, but to cooperate with the base artillery of the second planet to consume the artificial intelligence fleet. The overall tactics are the same as the fourth, fifth, and sixth fleets, except that the charge and test link is missing. In other words, the first, second, third, and third fleets now have to distance themselves first, release the second planetary area, and then jump out to attack the artificial intelligence cannon fleet when it starts to land. The tactics are mainly based on long-range strikes. However, since the artificial intelligence consciousness has a precedent of separating into fleets, the coalition headquarters also reminded the commanders of the second and third fleets to pay attention to this situation. Yes, just pay attention. The combat effectiveness of these three fleets is not comparable to that of the fourth, fifth, and sixth fleets. As long as the artificial intelligence consciousness dares to separate the fleets to the combat AI program control as before, there will definitely be no return. The overall strategic policy is to further consume the artificial intelligence fleet in this stage, and then launch a decisive battle to annihilate it in the second battlefield. Therefore, in the plan, the sign of the end of this stage is that the artificial intelligence fleet breaks through the planetary defense. Of course, there are also emergency prevention plans. For example, if during the consumption process, the AI consciousness rotates like the fourth fleet, and the entire fleet presses towards a certain fleet, then this fleet will move to the second battlefield in advance. If the AI fleet follows and chases, then the war will enter the second battlefield in advance. Everything is still in plan. In this way, the three fleets began to move slowly from relative positions, with a distance of only a few light seconds, heading towards the distant starry sky, to the AI consciousness in the distance. This behavior seemed like the three fleets deliberately gave up the second planet. This was indeed the case. When the three fleets left with long tail flames gushing out back to back, the second planet was like an undefended planet, opening its arms to welcome the AI fleet that was getting closer and closer. At this moment, after the first round of consumption, the AI fleet also lost about 6,000 warships, and its total number was probably only about 43,000 warships. The fleet that the artificial intelligence consciousness had previously separated had returned to the main force, and the current artificial intelligence fleet had gathered into a battleship cluster like before. The planetary defense war was a consumption tactic planned by the coalition headquarters. However, what surprised the coalition headquarters was that the artificial intelligence fleet suddenly began to turn after arriving at a position about 1 astronomical unit away from the second planet. The entire fleet turned on its steering thrusters in the starry sky, making an obvious turning action on the forward voyage, and killed towards the third fleet. With the previous experience of the fourth fleet, this seemingly old trick did not pose much threat to the third fleet. After learning that the AI fleet had abandoned the second planet landing mission and turned to attack them, the governor of the Nair people made a prompt decision and immediately sent the third fleet to the second battlefield. Seeing this situation, the first and second fleets were not idle either, but immediately ordered the fleet to make a 90 to 180 degree turn in the starry sky, biting the AI fleet's ass from 2 directions. However, surprisingly, the AI fleet only chased the third fleet for about $0.30, then made a big turn in the starry sky and rushed towards the first fleet behind it. Yuan did not engage in battle with the AI in response to such a move, and the first fleet also turned around at the maximum acceleration and continued to keep its distance. The maneuverability of human warships is better than that of the Nair warships, so it is very easy for the first and second fleets to use such a pulling tactic, as long as the AI fleet does not land or is not lured to the second battlefield. The first, second, and third fleets will not engage in formal battle with it, but will instead engage in a tug-of-war with it, just like now. Anyway, the human fleet has slightly better maneuverability, and is not afraid of being caught by the AI fleet during the pursuit. And there is another important point. The AI fleet has come from afar. If it continues like this, it will eventually have to land on the second planet for development and supply due to fuel issues. Therefore, the coalition forces are not in a hurry at all now, but are more willing to continue to tug with the AI fleet in space. Chapter 383. When the AI consciousness body did not land, the three fleets just pulled and fought, and did not engage in battle. The chasing process lasted for a long time, especially at the low civilization level. A U-turn and deceleration would take more than half an hour, so the fleets of both sides spent several days in the back and forth tug-of-war. At this moment, the AI consciousness body fleet turned around and chased the first fleet where Yuan was. But as before, there was no major conflict. The closest distance was only 34 light seconds. So the only battle they could have was to fire laser energy cannons from a distance. The electromagnetic rail gun and positron gun did not fire a single shot. The former was because the distance was too far, and it was impossible to hit the target. The latter was because there was a magnetic field shield. Even if it hit the target, it would be deflected by the magnetic field. This situation lasted for 6 days. Finally, the artificial intelligence fleet became impatient and began to repeat the old trick. It handed over a part of its fleet to the AI written by it to control. About 10,000 warships. However, the artificial intelligence consciousness seemed to know that the combat effectiveness of this fleet controlled by ordinary AI was not high. So this fleet was not rushed to any of the first, second, and third fleets, but turned a corner in the starry sky and rushed to the second planet of the Red Dwarf. The remaining large force continued to fight with the 3 fleets of the coalition. Seeing the actions of the artificial intelligence consciousness, Yuan could not help but nod and muttered, "Not bad. This artificial intelligence does not seem to be too stupid. It knows that the combat effectiveness of the fleet it has separated is not good. So it sends them to carry out landing operations." Although the voice was small, it was heard by the first mate next to him. So the first mate said, "General Yu, it seems that the fuel of the artificial intelligence fleet can't support it for much longer. Otherwise it would not have separated a fleet to go to the second planet. Should we go over to stop it from landing operations?" "No need. The second planet can't really defend against its attack. And didn't you notice that the fleet didn't all rush into the second planet's near-Earth orbit at once? Instead, it was divided into 3 echelons. It seems that the echelon in the innermost orbit will land. Our second planet's defense line was originally used to consume them. It's not a bad thing that it now divides the fleet for landing. As long as the defense guns on the second planet can consume a few thousand artificial intelligence warships, our chances of winning will be even greater. So we're just going to watch." The first mate was a little anxious. He felt that if a fleet went to interfere with the landing combat echelon of the artificial intelligence, it would definitely achieve great results. "Of course not. We are not fighting with the artificial intelligence fleet," Yuan smiled and said. "And it's not us who are anxious. After a few days, the artificial intelligence fleet will find that this planet is difficult to chew, and resource mining and fuel supply cannot be done in a short time. At that time, it will be anxious." Yuan certainly didn't know how much fuel the artificial intelligence fleet had, but it was definitely not as much as the coalition fleet. Moreover, now the fleets of both sides are chasing each other in space, and it can be said that they are constantly accelerating, decelerating, and making various turns. This kind of maneuver is not like a long voyage across star systems. Generally speaking, a long voyage across star systems only requires 1 acceleration and 1 deceleration, and then some turning maneuvers. The main resource consumption is actually more on various repairs and life maintenance. However, during combat, the engine needs to work all the time, and the fuel consumption is much higher than that of a long voyage. A battleship is not a planet, even if it uses heavy nuclear fusion to burn stones. The stones in the warehouse are limited. The reason is that the more fuel is loaded, the heavier the battleship will be, and it will be more difficult to push it up. Moreover, the fuel of the second-level civilization warship may only be heavy nuclear fusion fuel, and cold nuclear fusion fuel, which is the real consumable. And this thing is not a natural material like heavy nuclear fusion fuel. It needs to be manufactured industrially. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the first fuel to be consumed is always cold nuclear fusion fuel. Once a warship has no cold nuclear fusion fuel, its acceleration, deceleration, speed change and steering will become very slow, and it can be said to be a sitting duck. As time went by, while the coalition fleet and the artificial intelligence fleet were still fighting in space, the fleet separated by the artificial intelligence finally arrived at the orbit of the second planet. Based on the demand for resources, this fleet controlled by the AI program evaluated the planet according to its set program as soon as it arrived at the planetary orbit. And then it began to land. Of the 10,000 warships, about 4,000 warships arrived in the low Earth orbit, and the other warships were patrolling synchronously in the farther orbit. Then, these more than 4,000 warships began to take the next step. It was not a direct landing of the warships. That was unrealistic, because the warships of artificial intelligence were originally warships of the Nair civilization, and they were also late-class warships. The entire warship was 3 kilometers long, and about 1 to 2 kilometers wide and high. Such a huge warship could easily fall into the gravity well of the planet if it landed directly on the planet. And then various accidents would occur. For example, the structure would break and deform due to the complex gravitational environment. Of course, if you insist on landing, it is not impossible. But the warship needs a stronger structure. Just like the human warships. The warships newly built by the Nair people after obtaining the human number 1 alloy material can land directly on planets with not too outrageous gravity. But the artificial intelligence fleet cannot do that, because their fleet is the old warships of the Nair civilization. And its material technology is already the limit to support such a huge warship structure. In addition, the environment of this binary star system is harsh, and the intensity of the space magnetic field is not comparable to that of the general space environment. In such an environment, it is even more difficult for the AI spacecraft to land directly on the warship. Apparently, the AI consciousness has calculated these parameters, so its squadron did not land directly after arriving in low Earth orbit. Instead, it opened the battleship hatch and sent out some secondary battleships to land with various types of spaceships. It was at this time that the coalition headquarters discovered that the more than 4,000 battleships were not real combat battleships, but small spaceships with many other functions stuffed inside. Secondary battleships. Think about it. Although the artificial intelligence consciousness is artificial intelligence, it cannot violate the laws of physics and directly use magic to absorb planetary resources. Right? So its mining method still relies on the original mining technology of the Nair civilization. Of course, its efficiency is much higher than that of the Nair civilization. At this moment, more than 4,000 warships opened their belly doors like giving birth, and then released one secondary warship after another, as well as various landing spacecraft. The Lake-class warships were very large, and after they no longer needed life support equipment and resources, they had even more space to use. Therefore, not long after the belly hatches of more than 4,000 Lake-class warships used as semi-transport ships were opened, tens of thousands of landing craft of various types appeared in the low Earth orbit. They were shining silver, and after slightly adjusting their posture in the low Earth orbit, they began to lower their orbits, drawing beautiful arcs in space, and falling toward the ground. At the same time, the more than 4,000 warships that had released various landing craft in their bellies also adjusted their postures in the low Earth orbit, and then began to use their main guns to carry out orbital bombardment on the ground. The mass of the second planet of this red dwarf star is much smaller than that of the Earth. Its synchronous orbit altitude is only about 15,000 kilometers. At this altitude, the main guns of the Lake-class battleships can directly bombard the ground. Of course, the base guns on the ground can also hit the warships in orbit. So when these more than 4,000 warships began to release landing ships, the battle between the ground and the air began. One by one, the electromagnetic railguns were fired from the triple main guns of the Lake-class battleships. And then, under the influence of the planet's gravity and the initial velocity of their own railguns, they fell towards the Earth like rain. The other two types of triple main guns also roared at the ground at this time. The laser energy cannon shone down from the orbit like a flashlight in the dark night, and the positron beam emitted by the positron cannon also joined the ranks of attacking ground targets. The various base cannons on the ground were naturally not to be outdone. Under the guidance of detection radars and fire control radars, they launched the same attack on the targets on the orbit. Positron cannons, laser energy weapons, and electromagnetic railgun shells with rocket-assisted propulsion systems. The latter weaved through the interlaced beams of light of the former, rushed directly into the sky, and rushed towards the target. The electromagnetic railgun's target was those large targets, while the laser energy weapons and positron cannons focused on the landing ships. Because those landing ships did not have magnetic field shields, it was really appropriate to let the positron cannon target them. Looking at the situation of this battle, the judgment of the combat AI set by humans was still good. At least it knew how to treat the enemy differently. Yes, the entire planetary ground defense system is not participated by intelligent life. So this landing operation and defense battle is essentially a battle between the two AIs. One is the combat AI program written by the artificial intelligence consciousness, and the other is the human combat AI program. So rather than saying that this is an offensive and defensive battle between the two sides, it is better to say that it is a contest between computer computing power and intelligent judgment. If the artificial intelligence consciousness can copy itself, then the human combat AI is definitely not as smart as it. But the combat AI program it writes is not necessarily. For a time, the weapons of both sides intertwined in the dark sky, and the light beams were crisscrossed. If someone could set up a God's perspective camera in space, then the light beams flying between the two sides now really look a bit like Star Wars. Chapter 384. It's only over 10,000 kilometers. Too close. A landing spacecraft was still lowering its orbit, and before it had time to dodge, it was hit by a flash of positron cannon, and turned into space debris on the spot. But then, this ground positron cannon turret was hit by a faint beam of light that fell from the sky, and it was no match for the spacecraft it hit. The violent energy explosion directly blew the turret into pieces on the spot. There is no doubt that this was done by the artificial intelligence Lake-class battleship in orbit, and it was a positron cannon. The Lake-class battleship had already calculated when the ground-based gun was about to fire. At the moment when the positron cannon fired the positron beam, the base turret would temporarily shut down the magnetic field shield. This moment was captured by the Lake-class battleship in space, and then taken away by a space-based positron cannon. Explosions continued to occur above the planetary orbit, but there was no sound. Only the occasional burst of strong light told the spectators that another landing ship had just been destroyed. An electromagnetic railgun fired from the ground base crossed a distance of more than 10,000 kilometers, got rid of the planet's gravity, drew an arc in the sky and came into space. And then a long string of flames came out of its tail nozzle, turning in space like a rocket and stabbing towards the Lake-class battleship not far away. If it can hit, this electromagnetic railgun with a hydrogen bomb warhead can definitely destroy this Lake-class battleship. But its speed is still not as fast as the laser energy weapon and positron cannon at the speed of light. When it was still 100 kilometers away from the artificial intelligence battleship, it was irradiated by the close-in defense laser cannon on the battleship for 3 seconds, and was eventually detonated in advance by the high temperature of the laser, turning into a different kind of firework in space. This is a silent battle, a symphony of light and fire. Tens of thousands of landing ships of various types were reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were either burned through by laser energy cannons or destroyed by positron cannons in midair during landing. Their wreckage and bodies turned into iron rain in the following time under the gravity of the planet. The gravity of the planet gave their fragments strong power, turning them into a rain of bullets with great lethality. Because this planet has no atmosphere, the wreckage of these landing ships did not turn into beautiful meteors in the sky like meteorites entering the Earth, but was accelerated faster and faster by gravity, and finally hit the ground. For a time, the planetary land was splashed with dust, and the impact of the wreckage of the spacecraft was like a powerful bomb, shaking the Earth with smoke and dust. The sound caused by the collision spread from the Earth to all around. The short and strong sound waves spread through the Earth, causing waves of earthquakes to appear on the ground around the collision. The sound waves caused by the collision of many debris at the same time were intertwined, just like countless stones thrown into a calm lake, stirring up interference waves. Countless rocks were shaken into powder in these intertwined interference waves. The rumbling sound spread through the Earth. Even some larger debris caused a noise no less than that of Mischio when they collided. Under such intensive impacts, the rocks on the planet that were pulverized were also blown away by the strong impact. For a moment, the places where the debris fell more densely formed a dusty scene in an instant, and they were even shaken up to 1,000 meters in the sky. So when the subsequent debris fell to the ground, the dust became a defensive dust curtain to a certain extent. When the subsequent debris was down and broke into the dust layer, it was like a meteorite breaking into the atmosphere. In the rapid and fierce collision and friction, it turned into a ball of red iron. The smaller debris was directly decomposed, and the larger ones passed through the dust layer and then plunged into the ground, stirring up more dust again. Unfortunately, these naturally fallen spacecraft wreckages were not accurate, and the vastness of a planet was beyond people's imagination. So most of these naturally fallen wreckages fell on barren land without facilities. Otherwise, they alone might be able to destroy the base turrets on the ground. Another laser energy weapon fell from the sky, but this laser energy column seemed to be not very accurate. Its first landing point did not directly hit the ground-based turret, but fell 3 kilometers away from a turret. But the next moment, the deflected laser energy column came to life. It stayed at the first landing point for only 2 seconds, and just after burning the ground rock into a piece of quicklime, it began to move horizontally. It focused on the ground like the light of a searchlight, and its focus was many times brighter than the searchlight. and the ground that was concentrated was simply unbearable to look at. The strong laser energy column gathered into a blazing light spot, and as the light spot moved, a red and white road appeared on the surface of the planet. The hot spot did not move very fast. The reason was that its source was a Lake-class battleship in low Earth orbit. It could not move too fast to ensure the accuracy of burning. It was also for this reason that it had enough time to burn every place it swept. So wherever it swept, the ground rocks all turned into quicklime, and the land all turned into scorched earth. The beam of light quickly crossed 3 kilometers on the ground and finally stopped on a turret. The magnetic field shield only works on charged particles. Laser energy weapons belong to the category of high-energy lasers. So this beam of light directly ignored the magnetic field shield and turned the ground turret into a pool of molten iron after a few seconds. Then, due to the continuous burning of high temperature, the energy supply facilities in the turret were detonated. And finally, the turret was reduced to ashes in the loud explosion. Well, this planet has no atmosphere. So the so-called loud explosion is actually the sound transmitted to the ground. It is also because this planet has no atmosphere that the laser energy weapon can still have such unparalleled power far away in the low Earth orbit. The light of explosion in space rises and falls, and the light of explosion and ground vibration on the ground of the planet do not stop. The fierce battle between the two sides, in a short period of time, was a countless number of light beams and explosions. And there was a rain of spaceship wreckage. After a while, a thick dust cloud appeared everywhere on the ground. That was caused by orbital bombardment and the bombardment of landing spaceship wreckage. In this process, countless secondary warships used for landing and various spaceships paid a heavy price. Tens of thousands of spaceships carrying various equipment were destroyed, and tens of thousands of secondary warships turned into iron rain. Of course, the ground turrets also suffered heavy losses, because they could not move like battleships and spaceships, and were often swept by laser weapons from Lake-class battleships in orbit. As we have seen before, warships in orbit are often not shot with one shot, but are swept and moved when the laser landing point is deviated. The base turrets cannot move, and are often destroyed by the lasers that sweep by. Both sides have suffered losses, but so far, no secondary battleship or landing ship has been able to land successfully. The defense system carefully arranged by humans is still very powerful. It can be said that the first landing operation failed. They paid the price of tens of thousands of secondary warships and tens of thousands of various landing spacecraft, but still failed to land successfully. Nearly 1,000 of the more than 4,000 Lake-class warships in low Earth orbit were also destroyed. In view of this situation, the AI program of the artificial intelligence consciousness body finally got it, and it transferred the warship cluster originally in the far orbit to participate in the offensive against the ground turrets. It seems that it intends to use more warships to carry out orbital bombardment on the ground. Indeed, as long as these hateful ground-based turrets are not destroyed, it will be difficult for it to land successfully. And if these turrets are not destroyed, even if it successfully lands, it will be difficult to transport resources back to space. So this time, the AI program of the artificial intelligence consciousness has also become smarter. Perhaps it has calculated a result that is unfavorable to its landing plan. So, in the next battle, it gave up the combat method of sending various landing spacecraft and secondary warships to land while using Lake-class warships for orbital bombardment. Instead, they concentrated their computing power and used all the Lake-class warships of the squadron to clear the ground turrets. The actions of the AI program of the Squadron of Artificial Intelligence Consciousness were soon seen by small detectors floating around the battlefield. And these small detectors saw that its actions were soon known to the coalition headquarters. General Yu, the Artificial Intelligence Squadron on the second planet, has made further moves. The first mate of the Tianqin, who had been paying attention to the situation on the second planet, immediately spoke up. He felt that this time, Yu Yuan would not ignore it like before. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yuan nodded and said, "Well, it seems that the AI program has also calculated that it cannot break through the planetary defense network in that way. It is understandable that it changes its strategy at this time. What a pity. If it continues to use the original method, it will be better." What a pity! Yu Yuan shook his head and sighed a few times. He knew that if the remaining warships of the artificial intelligence fleet were allowed to join the battle like this, and then safely fight against the ground-based turrets in the planetary orbit, it would not take long for the ground turrets to be cleared out. although there are still 3,300,000,000 tons of TNT-equivalent hydrogen bombs buried in the past. They will not be detonated until the artificial intelligence fleet successfully clears all ground-based turrets and lands various types of spacecraft. The purpose is to slow down the speed of artificial intelligence resource development and destroy some of their mechanical equipment for resource mining, landing spacecraft, etc. Before that, Yu Yuan doesn't mind creating some more trouble for it. Well, the main reason is that he doesn't want the artificial intelligence fleet to carry out orbital bombing so safely. With this in mind, Yu Yuan pondered for a moment, exchanged opinions with a group of human military experts, and then said to the communicator, "Notify Manuimi and ask her second fleet to find an opportunity to break away from the main fleet of the artificial intelligence consciousness body and go to the orbit of the second planet to harass the fleet over there. Well, add one more thing. Let her remember that the fleet must maintain high mobility and must not be bitten by the artificial intelligence fleet. What her second fleet has to do is just to contain it, not to really fight." The fourth fleet was gone, and the fifth and sixth fleets also went to the planetary base on the other side of the Red Dwarf for repairs. Although the third fleet was nominally a coalition fleet, it was essentially the fleet of the Nair Governor-General. The fourth, fifth, and sixth fleets that were sent out before suffered heavy losses, so Yu Yuan naturally couldn't let the third fleet go this time. Chapter 385. After receiving the order, the second fleet quickly found an opportunity to break away from the pulling queue. Under the strong thrust of heavy nuclear fusion and the pulse propulsion of cold nuclear fusion, 1,250 warships made a big turn in space and rushed towards the second planet. The artificial intelligence consciousness body obviously noticed the departure of the second fleet, but it didn't seem to care. Its large fleet was still pulling with the first and third fleets of the Allied forces. It seems that it thinks that the second fleet is the same as the fourth, fifth, and sixth fleets before. Although the combat effectiveness of a single ship is stronger than its own, it can only achieve a 1-to-4 combat loss at most. The second fleet only has 1,250 warships, and even if they fight hard, they can only kill more than 5,000 warships of their own fleet at most. Now their own fleet still has about 9,000 warships, 5,000 of which can be used to deal with the second fleet, and 4,000 warships can be used to attack the second planet. This is completely manageable. When the second fleet is destroyed or defeated, the 32,000 warships of their main fleet can be divided into two, one part for supply, and the other part for continued involvement. After the rotation of supplies is completed, it can use its numerical advantage to attack and pursue the two fleets that are like loaches. In short, in its calculations, it has the advantage in this war, and it is impossible to fail. In fact, the best action for artificial intelligence consciousness is to lead its own large fleet to chase the second fleet and prevent it from harassing its landing combat fleet. However, the calculation results obtained from the data in the database do not support it to do so, so it missed an opportunity to reduce losses. Of course, in order to hide its strength, the second fleet led by Manuime did not launch a surprise attack after arriving near the AI fleet, but followed Yu Yuan's instructions and harassed it remotely at a distance of about 15 light seconds. The purpose is simple, which is to prevent this fleet controlled by the combat AI program from putting all its warships into orbital bombing operations on the planet's surface turrets. It is easy to say that it is easy to divert the battle, but it is not easy to do it in reality. First of all, it was reflected in maintaining distance, since the maneuverability of the warships of both sides was not that different. Under normal circumstances, if you want to maintain a distance to attack, as long as the opponent is determined to rush over, it will get closer and closer due to its maneuverability, and eventually enter the efficient attack range of the electromagnetic railgun, thus triggering a fierce battle. However, the coalition forces obviously knew the weakness of the artificial intelligence fleet. That is, its warship cluster cannot be too far away from its command ship, because if it is too far away, the communication delay will inevitably become very large. In that case, those warships that cannot be controlled in time will become fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will. The combat AI program created by the artificial intelligence consciousness is obviously responsible for the capture of the second planet, so its command ship must be in low Earth orbit. This gives Manuime a good opportunity. She can unscrupulously let the fleet harass the landing fleet from a distance. If a large number of warships from the other side chase after them, then they can slightly distance themselves. If they come again, they can fight back. The fish on the chopping board will be wasted if it is not cut. However, the combat AI program of the artificial intelligence consciousness obviously did not give her this opportunity. It only let some warships turn their guns in low Earth orbit and conduct long-range shooting at the Second Fleet. Anyone who knows a little about military affairs knows that the combat AI's behavior is completely wrong, because what it faces is equivalent to fighting on two fronts. But in its calculations, it is taken for granted, because from the data obtained from the current situation, it judges that if it fires at the Second Fleet on one side and continues to carry out orbital bombing on the surface of the planet on the other side, the final result has a probability of more than 90% that it will successfully eliminate the defense forces on the ground and then complete the task set by the artificial intelligence consciousness. As for its own losses, they were nothing to the combat AI program, nor to the calculations of the AI consciousness. After all, as long as it occupied the second planet, it could continuously produce more warships through the resources on it. Such a reaction was exactly what the Second Fleet wanted, because as long as it did not engage in close combat, the Second Fleet would not be afraid of revealing its true strength. And the most important thing was that at a distance of 10 to 15 light seconds, the caliber of the laser energy cannon of the AI fleet could not burn through the armor of the Second Fleet. The positron cannon that can cause direct damage to the armor of the Second Fleet can be completely ignored because of the existence of the magnetic field shield. So it can be said that Man-UMA's harassment operation this time is just like shooting. So, a space bombardment battle began. Judging from the battle between the Second Fleet and the artificial intelligence landing combat fleet, this battle method seems to have returned to the first-level civilization. Both sides are predicting and shooting at the opponent from a distance. The combat AI modules of both sides obviously became the busiest part of this battle. Oh! The busiest part of the human fleet was the fire controllers. They were the loudest voices on the bridge of each warship. Whenever the laser energy cannon hit the other warship, it would cause a burst of boastful laughter. The atmosphere was quite joyful. As for the other warships in the Second Fleet that were not equipped with laser energy main guns, they were even more idle. These warships had only one thing to do, which was to follow the entire fleet in formation and circle around. Anyway, they didn't need to shoot. So after the harassment battle began, the two warships in the Second Fleet, whose main guns were electromagnetic rail guns and positron guns, were just playing soy sauce. The warships equipped with positron guns were okay, and they would occasionally fire a few shots symbolically. But the warships equipped with electromagnetic rail guns were really just playing soy sauce. The captains and crews on them were so bored that they turned on the video communication of friendly warships to observe the battle process of the laser energy main gun warships. Whenever they saw the shooting miss the target, they still had the leisure to jokingly mock the fire control operators on those warships. In general, since the warships of the coalition fleet were divided into three types, the intensity of this harassment operation was not high, far from the landing operation on the other side. However, the artificial intelligence fleet had to allocate some warships to deal with them. Otherwise it would not be a long-range shooting, but a real attack on a stationary target. The harassment war lasted for more than 10 days. After more than 10 days, the result of the battle was as calculated by the artificial intelligence consciousness. Its squadron successfully destroyed all ground defense turrets and successfully landed. However, the squadron also paid a great price. Out of 10,000 warships, only more than 4,000 are left. Nearly half of the warships were destroyed in this battle, of which more than 4,000 were destroyed by various ground defense weapons in low Earth orbit. The harassment battle of the Second Fleet was not large, only a few hundred ships. However, they themselves suffered zero casualties. The result that no warship of the Second Fleet was destroyed was predicted by the Allied Forces Command when they set out. After all, it was a harassment battle, with a strong defense of human warships. It would be an accident if there were losses. The Allied Command believed that such a result would not expose the real combat effectiveness of the Second Fleet. The reason is that at such a distance, theoretically, the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets could also maintain casualties of less than 100 warships. So the result of zero casualties was likely to be attributed to the fact that the Second Fleet was more elite, and the main attack direction of the landing fleet was landing operations. The existence of this artificial intelligence consciousness has great flaws. Although it has the powerful explosive force and tactical coordination capabilities of mechanical civilization, it has only one main consciousness and cannot unscrupulously dispatch countless fleets for ultra-long-range pursuit like those artificial intelligences that can copy themselves and enslave their own copies. Such a defect was fully utilized by the coalition headquarters. So various attrition tactics were adopted. After receiving the news of the fall of the second planet, Yu Yuan, the commander-in-chief of the coalition, pondered for a while, and then asked the communicator to send the second and third fleets in order to start the next plan. The loss of the second planet means that the artificial intelligence consciousness will soon have sufficient supplies. And with supplies, it means that it will be able to explode troops here. So what the coalition should do next is not to fight a protracted war, but to solve the artificial intelligence consciousness as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it drags on, the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet will only become more and more numerous. However, the number of warships in the AI fleet is still quite large. From the damage data, the coalition headquarters roughly calculated that its main fleet still has about 32,000 ships, and there are about 4,000 warships parked and landed in the orbit of the second planet, at up to 36,000 ships, compared with the nearly 50,000 ships when it was just launched. It is much less. However, compared with the 3 complete fleets of the coalition, it is still 10 times more. In the face of the huge number gap, Yu Yuan does not want to take risks, nor does he want to cause too much loss to mankind. So even if he is sure to win by concentrating the power of the 3 fleets, he does not want to fight in this starry sky. Therefore, the second battlefield plan continued, and the problem was how to lure the current artificial intelligence fleet to the second battlefield. The previous plan was to let the returning 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets charge again, then pretend to fail, and then drag the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets to the second battlefield together. However, some changes occurred in the first phase of the battle. The 4th fleet was gone, and the 5th and 6th fleets suffered heavy losses. Now they have run to the planetary base on the other side of the red dwarf for corrections, and it is obviously not suitable to be pulled out to perform the mission again. Chapter 386. So how to lure them? Well, how to deceive them. Just as Yu Yuan was discussing strategies with a group of military experts, the main fleet of artificial intelligence that was chasing the 3rd fleet suddenly made new moves. The large fleet of 32,000 warships in space was like a well-trained military training formation. Within 1 second, they all turned their steering thrusters and sprayed bright flames in the same direction. At the same time, their main vector thrusters also twisted and coordinated with the steering thrusters to make steering movements. The entire AI fleet, driven by powerful engines, completed a 90-degree turn in just over 10 minutes. And then in the following time, they were seen running their engines to the maximum and accelerating towards the second planet. Is it because the fuel is running out and they have to go to the second planet for resupply? This was the first thought that came to some military experts' minds after seeing this situation. After this was said, some people who were nominally military counselors of the Allied Forces Command, but were actually members of the Human Civilization Command's intelligent group, began to discuss. No, maybe there are some resource mining equipment on many warships in their large fleet. If so, the artificial intelligence is going there to speed up the progress of resource mining. You know, they lost a lot of landing ships and spacecraft carrying resource mining equipment on the second planet before. Well, it is indeed possible. This is difficult. If this is the case, our luring plan will be even more difficult to implement. Just imagine a fleet with little fuel left. How can it follow us to the second battlefield? That makes sense. Are we going to fight a decisive battle with them here? This is not a good thing. In my opinion, we might as well follow up and see. If it is really like this, then we can use the same trick again and concentrate the power of the 3 fleets to harass it. No, Chief of Staff Liao. I don't think it makes much sense to do so. First of all, harassment attacks are not a big threat to the artificial intelligence fleet. It can continue to fire at us and then absorb the resources of the second planet. Secondly, we have buried 3,300,000,000 ton TNT equivalent hydrogen bombs on the second planet. Calculating the time, it is almost time to detonate. After the explosion of the 3,300,000,000 ton TNT equivalent hydrogen bombs, the resource mining progress of the artificial intelligence fleet will inevitably be greatly delayed, and we don't need to keep up. On the contrary, I think what we should consider now is how to lure it to the second battlefield. Staff officer, he is right. But the question is back. How do we lure it? For a moment, everyone was a little confused. How could they make the fleet of artificial intelligence consciousness chase the coalition fleet to the second battlefield? Everyone was silent for a while. And then a think tank member looked at Yuan and said, "General Yu, I heard that this artificial intelligence has never communicated with the Nair civilization. It seems that it only knows how to destroy all the lives it encounters, and then seize the technology." "Yes, that's what the governor of the Nair civilization said." Yuan nodded, not understanding why this member would ask such a question. "So, has the Nair civilization tried to communicate with it?" the think tank member asked again. Yuan was stunned. He had never seen the Nair civilization mention this. So he couldn't answer. But the third fleet was nearby. So he would know if he asked. So Yuan asked the communicator to send an inquiry message to the third fleet the next moment. This is what a large fleet space war is like. It is not like what is shown in the movie, where everything is done in a hurry. Instead, it is a slower pace. At least the first and second level civilizations are like this. Anyway, except when the two sides are really engaged in rapid close combat or various frequent acceleration and deceleration battles. They should eat and sleep at other times. Just like the current coalition fleet, after the artificial intelligence fleet separated from them and headed for the second planet. The distance between the two sides was farther than the effective range of the ship's guns. And the rhythm slowed down again. So in the course of the war, it is normal to hold a meeting to discuss something. And it is not uncommon for a war to last for dozens or hundreds of years. Speaking of this, in fact, if we count from the battle between the Nair civilization and the artificial intelligence fleet, this war has been going on for hundreds of years. Speaking of which, the Nair people responded only 10 minutes after the consultation information was sent out. "Commander-in-Chief, we did send a message to the artificial intelligence consciousness before, and it actually responded. But its response was very simple, basically meaning that we surrender and give it all the scientific and technological information." Seeing the Nair people's reply, the think tank member just now was silent for a moment, and then said to Yuan again, "General Yu, there has been communication and the artificial intelligence consciousness has responded. Which means that this artificial intelligence consciousness has evolved to the stage of true self-awareness. So maybe we can try to ridicule. Mockery?" Yuan raised his eyebrows, thinking that this was a bit taken for granted. And it was too obvious. Anyone with a little bit of brains knew that there was probably a trap behind the mockery in war. Since the artificial intelligence consciousness was so smart, how could it not know? The others also looked at the think tank member who gave the idea with an expression of "Are you kidding us?" However, the think tank member turned a blind eye and nodded seriously. "Yes, it is mockery. You should remember the silver mist consciousness. Right?" As he said this, he looked at the avatars on his workbench screen. It was wartime, and the people on the Tianjin did not gather in an office to hold a meeting as usual, but discussed via video link at their respective positions. "Of course I remember. What does it matter?" one person said in cooperation. However, some people were not so cooperative and said directly, "If you have something to say, say it quickly. And if you have something to say, say it quickly." Well, the think tank member was not annoyed. Of course, he did not keep the secret anymore, and turned to say, "You still remember the silver mist consciousness body back then? Then you should know what the silver mist consciousness body's ideal is." After a pause, he continued, "If I remember correctly, its ideal is to break through to the fourth level civilization, so as to prove that it is better than its creator. From another perspective, this matter can also be said to be the pain point of the artificial intelligence consciousness, which was created by another intelligent life. Although according to the description of the Nair civilization, the birth of this artificial intelligence consciousness is somewhat different, but its foundation is still an artificial intelligence of an unknown civilization. So we might as well try to send it some sarcastic messages. As for the theme, poke at the pain point of the artificial intelligence. Once it gets angry, we will be halfway to success. And you must know that AI thinks differently from us. Maybe we think something incredible is reasonable to it as long as the calculation results meet its expectations. It may not be feasible. As the think tank member described, a plan gradually emerged in everyone's mind. At this time, a staff officer who had figured it out nodded and said, "I think this is possible. We can use the 3 million explosions to cooperate." "Oh, tell me more about it," a scholar said. The staff officer nodded and then expressed his thoughts. "First, the 3 fleets of the coalition should gather together and then approach the second planet. After waiting for the 3 million hydrogen bombs buried on the second planet to be detonated, they will rush and kill the artificial intelligence fleet together. Of course, they will not kill directly at the warship where the artificial intelligence is located, but will kill in from the outer edge of the large fleet as the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets did at that time. After killing through its outer edge, it will rush to the second battlefield without looking back. At the same time, it will broadcast a message to the artificial intelligence, saying that it is a fool who didn't even find the buried hydrogen bomb, and use all kinds of words to mock it, saying that it is far inferior to its creator, and will always be a tool of intelligent civilization. In fact, in the eyes of humans, this trick is both straightforward and childish. If it is facing a mature consciousness like Silver Mist, humans will never use this method. But it is another story for this growing artificial intelligence. Just do it. Even if it doesn't succeed, it doesn't matter. After receiving the order, the 2nd and 3rd fleets quickly circled to the designated starry sky, and then followed the 1st fleet to the second planet. About 18 hours later, the 3 fleets arrived at a place about 20 million kilometers away from the artificial intelligence fleet. It was at this time that the first batch of artificial intelligence landing fleets completed the landing and began to release various resource exploration and mining equipment on the planet. But what it didn't know was that the control AI program of the hydrogen bomb detonation system buried there by the coalition had already planned all this. And this AI was waiting for this moment. So the detonation order was activated at this moment. 3 million hydrogen bombs with a TNT equivalent of 300 million tons buried deep underground were detonated at this moment. What is the concept of a hydrogen bomb with a TNT equivalent of 30 billion tons? The Tsar bomb designed by the Soviets was originally 170 million tons of TNT equivalent. Later, because the Soviet authorities were worried that the nuclear fallout after the test explosion would have a serious impact on the environment, causing domestic problems and diplomatic turmoil. And the pilots who dropped the bombs were worried that they would never return. They instructed to reduce the designed equivalent by 50 million tons. But even after reducing the TNT equivalent by 50 million tons, the Tsar bomba still interrupted the radio communication of the entire Earth for an hour after it was detonated. Its power is 3,800 times that of the Hiroshima little boy. And the first atomic bomb of country C, Mischio, is only 22,000 tons of TNT equivalent. Moreover, now 3 million bombs are detonated at the same time, and their power is incomparable. So when the 3 million hydrogen bombs were detonated, because they were detonated underground, the first thing that appeared was a dense and interlaced violent seismic wave. And then all the rocks near the location of the hydrogen bomb explosion were instantly turned into powder in countless interlaced vibration waves. Chapter 387. Immediately afterwards, countless bulges like bulges began to appear on the vast land. And then in less than 1,000th of a second, these bulges exploded like blasting rocks. And in an instant a bright ball of light like the scorching sun bloomed. And the infinite light instantly illuminated the entire continent, making the continent that was originally in the dark time suddenly bathed in the ocean of light. Countless soil and rocks turned into hot magma in the next moment, and then rose from the ground. The endless soil and rocks that turned into lava were like countless sky-high fireworks, rushing straight into the sky. The blazing white earth was stained with a hint of red. The bright earth was soon covered by the huge smoke and dust that followed. It was the heated red magma and the diffused smoke and dust thrown on the sky. When the infinite light continued to diffuse on the tiny dust clouds in the sky of the entire planet seemed to enter a purple morning glow. If someone could stand on the planet and look up at this scene, he would definitely sigh, "Purple air comes from the east for 30,000 miles. Of course, the real scene was more than 30,000 miles, because the sky of almost the entire planet was bright. Yes, at this moment, the countless dust thrown into the sky seemed to become the atmosphere of this planet that originally had no atmosphere. That is, this planet has no atmosphere. Otherwise the atmospheric turbulence caused by the simultaneous explosion of 3,300,000,000 tons of hydrogen bombs would be even more magnificent. However, even without the atmosphere, under this shocking explosion, the entire planet was covered with a layer of dust clouds covering the sky. This is a huge explosion that can change the surface environment of a planet. It is estimated that the meteorite impact that caused the extinction of dinosaurs was equivalent to 100 trillion tons of TNT. And the current explosion is 3,300,000,000 tons of TNT equivalent hydrogen bombs. with a total equivalent of 900 trillion tons of TNT equivalent. It is equivalent to 9 meteorites that caused the extinction of dinosaurs hitting the Earth at the same time. Of course, since these hydrogen bombs are dispersed rather than concentrated, the concentrated instantaneous explosion force they cause is not as intense as that of a large meteorite impact. But precisely because of its wide range, its impact is no less than that of several large meteorites that caused the extinction of dinosaurs. It is certain that for a long time to come, this planet will be in a dusty environment, and countless dust will be floating in the sky and even in its near-Earth orbit. If this planet has a thick atmosphere like the Earth, then this dust cloud covering the sky and the sun will last for thousands of years, accompanied by a tsunami sweeping across the Earth and shaking the continental plates to cause volcanic eruptions. Unfortunately, this planet has no atmosphere, and even its core is cold. It can be said that it is a planet that has lost its geological movement, a dead planet. Therefore, it will not react as violently as the Earth being hit by a large meteorite. In the future, these dust will slowly fall back to the ground under the action of gravity, covering the ground with a thick layer of dust. However, some dust that is blown too high and even reaches the orbit of the planet will exist for a very long time. However, at least in 100 years, it is difficult for them to fall back to the ground by themselves, just by the kinetic energy reduced by the mutual collision of dust clouds. Therefore, if the artificial intelligence consciousness body does not take any measures to remove these dust, its supply work will face great risks, because these dust will affect the operation of all equipment in the planetary orbit, and the transportation line between heaven and Earth will also be greatly affected. Cables like space elevators will inevitably be covered with countless dust, which will cause the weight of the cables to increase, eventually exceeding its tensile limit and causing the space elevator to collapse. If orbital mass accelerators are used to transport resources, they will also face the hurdle of countless smoke and dust in the sky. Materials launched from the ground by orbital mass accelerators will also be difficult to move like a boat in the vast ocean, and the material containers may be overheated and burned due to severe friction. Therefore, in the future, the idea of the artificial intelligence fleet to resupply on this planet will definitely fail, because with the technology of the second-level civilization, there is no way to clear all the dust in a short time. The coalition's bombing plan was successful. From this moment on, the planet will fall into a nuclear winter. Even on the day side, the light from the distant red dwarf star will not be able to reach the surface, so its surface temperature will remain within -200 degrees. But that's all. The power of a second-level civilization is not enough to destroy a planet. Even if there is an explosion 10 times the amount of this explosion, it can't shake a planet. At most, it can make it sneeze a few times. This is the case with the second-level civilization, not to mention the humans in the Earth era. Even if all humans detonate all nuclear weapons, the Earth probably won't even sneeze. At most, it will feel a mosquito bite, and then stretch out its hand to scratch the bitten place, and a pile of old dead skin on its body will be blown away. So the words that humans will destroy the Earth are all exaggerated, because even if humans try their best, at most they can trigger a nuclear winter, destroy the Earth's ecosystem, and then die. That's all. On the other hand, although the current human civilization and their civilization did not try their best to use hundreds or thousands of years to produce hydrogen bombs, they also tried their best to give the planet a good blow. But that's all. However, from a strategic point of view, the goal has indeed been achieved. So next, the coalition fleet will start a surprise attack on the artificial intelligence fleet as previously discussed, and then pretend to be defeated according to the plan and go to the second battlefield. However, unexpectedly, just as the 3 fleets that had joined forces had just ordered to advance at full power, the next moment the fleet signal receiving device received a radio broadcast. The signal format was very familiar. When the signal appeared on the Lyra, the staff could tell at a glance that it was a common communication and broadcast format used by the Nair civilization. So when they saw this signal, the staff thought it was a communication message from the 3rd Fleet. It was a bit strange, because now the coalition fleets, whether it was long-distance information communication or direct video communication when they were close, all used the coalition headquarters channel, and rarely used this method for information communication as before. However, although they felt strange, the staff still followed the procedure and began to transcode and analyze the message, and then let the translation system translate it. But just as the staff started, Another message came from the channel of the Allied Forces headquarters. They found that this message was from the Third Fleet. The Tianqin was carrying the main body of the light of the Milky Way. So the transcoding and translation system worked very efficiently. In less than a breath, the two messages were translated and presented to everyone. Commander-in-Chief, something seems to be wrong. This is a message from the artificial intelligence consciousness through electromagnetic waves. It seems to be very angry. This message is very short, and it has been confirmed that it is indeed sent by the Third Fleet. After this message appeared, the Tianqin received a video communication request from the Governor-General of the Nair people. The staff immediately connected it. When the head portrait of the Governor-General of the Nair people appeared on the big screen of the Tianqin, Yu Yuan looked at another message. Damn Nair civilization. Damn Nair people. Despicable Nair people. You actually buried so many hydrogen bombs. You actually dared to do this. You all deserve to die. You have provoked me again and again. I will destroy you all. No. I want you to watch your compatriots being killed by me one by one. After I destroy you poor bugs, I will kill all the Nair people on your spaceships. Don't think I don't know which star your spaceships are running to. This time you will definitely not be able to escape. Don't think that this method can slow down my pace. Don't think that my fuel is running low. Wait. After I kill you all, I can still catch up with those bugs who ran away in advance. Artificial intelligence consciousness. Seeing this message, Yu Yuan knew where it came from. No wonder it was a broadcast message. It turned out that the resource planet that had been conquered with great difficulty was destroyed and could not be mined for the time being. This was anger out of shame. What a pleasant surprise. It was really easy to find it after searching for it everywhere. Just now, I wanted to charge the artificial intelligence fleet with the second and third fleets and then pretend to be defeated. And then taunt it. Now it seems that there is no need to play the drama of charging and pretending to be defeated. Just as he was thinking, the observer's voice was heard on the Tianqin. General Yu. The optical telescope reports that the AI fleet has moved. Judging from the direction of their long tail flames, they should be heading towards us. At this time, the Nair governor on the big screen in the Tianqin's main control room also said, Commander-in-Chief, you should have received the angry message from the AI consciousness. It seems that our plan is very successful. Do we still need to continue charging now? Why charge? They are so angry that they are coming to kill us. Why don't we hurry to the second battlefield? This Nair man military acumen doesn't seem to be very good. Yu Yuan doesn't know if he is pretending or just not good at it. The plan has changed, and it has changed in a direction that is favorable to us. Therefore, our actions must be judged according to the situation. Yu Yuan smiled and said to the Nair governor. At this point, Yu Yuan asked the communicator to connect the commander of the second fleet, Manu-Ma, to the video communication. And then he spoke again. I order the second and third fleets to immediately follow this fleet to turn around. Target the second battlefield area. Execute immediately. Understood. A perfect plan. Commander-in-Chief. Seeing the commanders of the two fleets responding, Yu Yuan then clicked on his work platform and switched the speaking channel to another department. Communications department. Point the radio radar towards the direction of the AI fleet. Let's add fuel to the fire of that lovely AI consciousness. Chapter 388. As expected of an artificial intelligence that has grown into a conscious being, it has a really good temper. While the three fleets were braking and turning, the communications department also adjusted the electromagnetic wave broadcasting equipment as required. So Yu Yuan spoke. Are you a piece of junk that is worthy of destroying our great Nell civilization? You are really shameless. The natural life born from the universe of our great Nell civilization, the great natural life, is not comparable to your tools created by natural life with technology? You really don't know what natural life is? We, the Nair civilization, will tell you now, this piece of junk, that natural life is the child of the universe. And you are just a tool of natural life. Tools are always tools. Even if they can be rampant for a while, they are just tools in the end. You don't have the creativity of our children of the universe. You only follow the original design of your creation and destroy blindly. The more you crave our technology, the more stupid you are. How can a stupid tool that can't innovate itself dare to say that it can destroy our great Nair civilization? Ha! The three fleets of our Nair civilization are here now. With your stupid tool. Not to mention your 36,000 warships. Even if you develop 10 times more warships, you will eventually be destroyed by us. You will always be just a tool, not a life. Yu Yuan's words were converted into electromagnetic waves by the equipment, and then sent to the artificial intelligence fleet 75 million kilometers away in the form of the Nair civilization's clear code signal through the transmitting equipment on the Tianqin. The information will be received by the artificial intelligence consciousness body that also uses the Nair civilization technology system in about 10 minutes. As for the Nair civilization's self-proclaimed name in the speech, it must be intentional by Yu Yuan. After all, the artificial intelligence consciousness body does not know the existence of humans at all. So the communication must be in the name of the Nair civilization. Indeed, there is a difference in appearance between the human Lake-class battleship and the Nair Lake-class battleship. But the style is still of the same type. The battleships of both aliens are quite in line with the fantasy of human beings about space battleships in the Earth era. So even if the artificial intelligence consciousness body finds that the two battleships are somewhat different, at most it will only regard the human battleship as a new battleship of the Nair civilization. The most important thing is that the Nair civilization had not told it about the existence of humans before. So far, in the eyes of the artificial intelligence consciousness, these three fleets are the fleets of the Nair civilization. This situation is very beneficial to the coalition's plan, because in the eyes of humans, the current artificial intelligence consciousness has committed a major taboo in military strategy. Sun Tzu said, "The Lord should not raise an army in anger, and the general should not fight in anger." The artificial intelligence consciousness caused the war in anger, which gave the coalition wait for the enemy to be defeated, the basic conditions. And since humans know that artificial intelligence has the emotion of anger, they don't mind adding fuel to the fire. If it pursues it relentlessly, it will be just what they want. What is exciting is that in the following developments, things went unexpectedly smoothly. The fleet of the artificial intelligence consciousness body turned around in the orbit of the second planet, and then it ran at full power, swarming towards the three fleets of the coalition that were slowing down and turning to escape. The distance between the two is only 75 million kilometers. The AI fleet has completed the turn and is accelerating, while the three coalition fleets have also completed the turn. But they still need to slow down and then accelerate, because the coalition fleet rushed towards the AI fleet at the beginning. As one side grows stronger, the other side grows weaker, and the distance between the two sides is getting closer and closer. The central computer quickly calculated the distance between the two sides based on various data such as the propeller power parameters and warship weight parameters of both sides. The final result showed that the distance between the two sides would be about 9 million kilometers at the closest. This distance is very close. Laser energy weapons and positron cannons can reach it in just 30 seconds. Therefore, at this distance, as long as the advancing party turns, it will be immediately caught by the pursuing party. Even if both parties continue to accelerate and eventually reach 30% of the speed of light, it will still be the same. Therefore, you can imagine how excited the current artificial intelligence consciousness is, if it also has the emotion of excitement. Of course, the factors that prompted the artificial intelligence consciousness to launch a pursuit may not only be the destruction of the second planet and the calculation result of the pursuit distance. There is another point that may be more decisive than these two factors. That is, the power comparison between the two sides. In the previous battle data, the loss ratio between the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets of the Nair civilization and the artificial intelligence fleet was about 1 to 4, which is already the data on the surface. Now the artificial intelligence fleet still has 36,000 warships, but the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets add up to less than 3,750 ships, which is nearly 10 times the difference. If the loss ratio is 1 to 4, the large fleet of the artificial intelligence consciousness will lose at most 15,000 ships after fighting these three fleets. Perhaps in the data of the artificial intelligence consciousness, it thinks that even if these three fleets are stronger and can achieve a 1 to 5 or even 1 to 6 loss ratio, they can only destroy 20,000 warships at most. It can be said that the advantage is on me. Moreover, as long as these three fleets are killed, we can also find computer storages that have not been completely destroyed from their wreckage, and we may get a lot of scientific and technological data. The artificial intelligence consciousness that is so persistent in improving itself must have considered this point. So perhaps this is the real reason why it decisively launched the pursuit. At the same time, if the result is as the data shows, after defeating these three fleets, the AI fleet will only have 15,000 warships left. which is more than enough to deal with the remaining 1,000 warships of the 5th and 6th fleets that escaped before. The considerations of the AI consciousness body are no longer limited to data calculation. It has consciousness and some emotions, but its foundation is still data calculation. Therefore, in the war, its judgment basis, in addition to the changes brought about by various emotions, is still based on various data comparisons and calculation results. So after receiving Yuan's mocking message, it really became even angrier. The long and bright tail flame was proof of its anger. It wanted to catch up with these hateful fleets and then destroy them all. Time passed slowly again in the chase, and the distance between the two sides was once pulled to more than 8 million kilometers. At this time, the artificial intelligence consciousness body discovered that the route of the civilization fleet it was chasing was actually facing the neutron star in this binary star system. This discovery made it so happy that the CPU usage of the computer that carried it soared inexplicably. The reason is simple. The entire coalition fleet is heading towards the neutron star. If it does not turn around halfway, the end result will be torn apart by the neutron star's strong gravitational field. Oh no! This neutron star is a quasi-magnetic star. Before the gravitational field can take effect, the warship will be magnetized by the strong magnetic field and then turned into powder. If the route is changed halfway, it will be caught up by the artificial intelligence fleet. The AI consciousness naturally knew that the environment of this binary star system was harsh, and the magnetic field of the neutron star was even more powerful. But the coalition fleet was still in front of it, so it believed that the coalition warships would be the first to fail to withstand the environmental pressure. By then, the coalition fleet would have nowhere to run. So in the eyes of the AI consciousness, the coalition fleet had been panicked by its sudden acceleration and pursuit, and actually chose such a dead end. However, what it didn't know was that the so-called dead-end route was deliberately arranged by the coalition headquarters. Not only was the route deliberately arranged, but the fact that the two fleets approached each other by more than 8 million kilometers during the acceleration and deceleration phase was also caused by the first and second fleets deliberately not turning on the main thrusters to the maximum power. Of course, this was to keep in step with the third fleet. After all, the third fleet had indeed turned on full power for acceleration and deceleration, in order not to expose that the performance of the human warship thrusters was slightly stronger than that of this third fleet. This was the only way. So, the two sides just looked at each other from a distance, just outside the effective range of the laser energy weapon, and headed towards the neutron star. Surprisingly, the artificial intelligence consciousness that didn't communicate much before and only knew war and plundering technology sent a broadcast to the coalition fleet at this time. Who is the idiot? Nigher civilization. Look at what is on your route. You call yourself the sons of the universe, but you are so stupid. Soon, you self-proclaimed noble carbon-based worms will be destroyed by me. The distance between the two is only more than 8 million kilometers. And the information was received by the coalition headquarters in less than 30 seconds. Yo! You even talked back. It seems that the previous taunting was quite effective. Seeing the rebuttal message from the artificial intelligence, Yuan was in a good mood. He immediately replied in the name of the Nair civilization. Ah! That? Mr. Great Consciousness. We surrender now. Can you spare the individual lives of our Nair civilization? We will give you all the scientific and technological information in our computers. And you should know that we Nair people are valuable. We can work for you, help you research technology, and help you upgrade technology, so that you don't have to work so hard to plunder technology everywhere. The purpose of Yuan's words was to make the artificial intelligence consciousness think that it was really about to succeed. It was very unexpected. I don't know if it was because they thought they could destroy the fleet of the Nair civilization right away, but the artificial intelligence consciousness that rarely communicated with the Nair civilization responded very quickly this time. The message only took one round trip before its reply arrived. Stupid carbon-based worms. Despicable carbon-based worms. Do you think I will still believe you? I can still get your technology even if I destroy you. You want to pretend to surrender and then find ways to resist me. I tell you, you have no chance. Because I don't believe your so-called help me research technology. Oh! I don't believe it. The coalition headquarters looked at the AI broadcast message with great joy. So, on the way to the second battlefield, the coalition headquarters sent a signal of weakness to the AI consciousness after a while, showing an appearance of I regret it very much. I was so panicked that I walked into a dead end. In fact, The decision-makers of the coalition headquarters were very happy, because this AI consciousness was so cooperative. The AI consciousness also had a happy mood. It felt that it had never been so happy since the birth of self-consciousness. It was a magical emotion, and it liked it very much. Chapter 389. So, this happy two-way journey began. The second battlefield planned by the Allied Forces Command was actually quite far from the red dwarf star. With the fleet's increasing speed, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours to reach the destination. So the two sides started talking to each other from time to time during the voyage. The artificial intelligence consciousness seemed to enjoy this process. Whenever the Allied Forces Command sent a message for mercy, its reply became very fast. And from the translated wording, it seemed very excited. The coalition headquarters didn't know why the AI consciousness was like this, but they were happy to see it happen. Originally, they were thinking of some way to lure the AI consciousness to the second battlefield, but they didn't expect it to cooperate so well. It was so cool. Soon, 6 hours passed, and the speed of the 3 coalition fleets was about to be accelerated to about 11% of the speed of light, which was quite far from the preset second battlefield area. However, at this time, the coalition fleet could no longer continue to accelerate. If we continue to accelerate, there will be no return. After all, the fleet is heading towards the neutron star. If we continue to accelerate, we will not be able to brake before the warship reaches its limit. So we must slow down at this time. In fact, the computer calculation results show that this position is already the edge of the second battlefield. During the deceleration process, the 3 fleets of the coalition forces will be considered to have slipped into the preset battlefield area. It is an area, not a coordinate point. Just think about it. The starry sky battlefield cannot be a point. So the preset battlefield is also a very wide area. And there is actually no standard answer to this range. As long as the environment is so bad that the warships can hardly bear it, it meets the standard. The artificial intelligence consciousness body chasing behind saw the coalition fleet began to adjust its posture, and it became more excited. At this moment, it sent a counter-taunting message to the coalition headquarters. It said that if you adjust your posture and slow down, you will die. If you have the guts, continue to accelerate and rush towards the neutron star. However, as soon as the information was sent out, it felt something was wrong. Oh, the word feeling is not quite appropriate. It should be that it suddenly discovered that the parameters of its fleet instruments were a little abnormal, especially the energy supply system that supports the magnetic field shield. At this time, the value of this system soared very high, and sometimes it fluctuated like a roller coaster. This situation not only appeared in other warships it controlled, but also in the warship where its main computer was located. It immediately activated its consciousness and made a quick calculation and analysis of the abnormal data collected by the detectors. The conclusion it reached made its CPU soar a lot, and its self-awareness became clearer. It turned out that because it was getting closer to the neutron star, the magnetic field shields of the warships were affected by the strong magnetic field of the neutron star, and there were phenomena such as magnetic field interweaving and erratic movement direction. However, at this time, it still did not think that the coalition forces had deliberately come here. On the contrary, it just thought that it had found the reason why the 3 coalition fleets adjusted their posture and slowed down at this time. Presumably, the 3 fleets also sensed the abnormally strong magnetic field here, so they had to slow down, in order to prevent their entire fleet from being destroyed by the strong magnetic field of the neutron star. The artificial intelligence consciousness also made the same move as the coalition fleet, adjusting its posture and slowing down. So, in the following time, because the fleets of both sides tacitly turned the tail flames of the fleets towards the neutron star, a very interesting scene appeared. It was as if the roles of the pursuer and the pursued were reversed. This is exactly the case. But the AI consciousness has not realized it yet. So it did not choose to slow down to 0 and then speed up to escape from this star field. Instead, after the speed dropped to a certain level, it chose to let its fleet adjust its posture again and attack the coalition fleet that was still slowing down and getting closer. In its consciousness, the coalition fleet must have had to slow down due to environmental factors just like itself. Since they are the same, it still has the advantage in numbers. Even in this star field today, it is very difficult for warships to move with magnetic field shields. But it is difficult for their own fleet to move. And the same is true for the coalition fleet. But what the artificial intelligence consciousness body never expected was that the only one that was almost the same as it was the third fleet in the coalition fleet. Well, not exactly the same. At least the third fleet has much more information about this star field than it does. Which means that even if the third fleet also has difficulty moving, it is much more accurate than it when it comes to evasion, firing and other actions. Not to mention the other two human fleets. The advantages of warship performance were fully reflected at this time. And the difference between heaven and earth can be used to describe this situation. Come on. Destroy the artificial intelligence fleet today. The eyes are about to fight. Yu Yuan is also making the final communication before the station with the commanders of the second and third fleets. Man Yuma, your fleet will rush through from below the ecliptic plane of the neutron star and try to block its escape direction before the artificial intelligence consciousness reacts. We need information about the warship where the AI body is. Man Yuma replied. Yes. No problem. Yu Yuan nodded, looked at the Nair governor on the screen, and then said, Your Excellency the Governor, success or failure depends on this one move. You must fight well. The previous hydrogen bombs only blew up the landing ship of the AI consciousness body, and its main Lake-class warships were not lost. So now there is still a nearly tenfold difference in numbers between the enemy and us. And now we have the advantage of time and place. And the final human harmony cannot go wrong. If we don't try our best and let the AI consciousness body escape, it will really cause endless troubles. Don't worry, Commander-in-Chief. This AI consciousness has the blood of our Nell people on its hands. We will definitely not fail at this critical moment, the governor of the Nell people said. Seeing this, Yu Yuan opened the fleet-wide channel and said, Okay, then, I hope you will fight bravely. As he said this, he sent the information of the warship where the AI consciousness body was located to Man Yumi's second fleet, and then pressed the button on his seat, fixed himself firmly in his seat, and prepared to start the battle. Which warship is the main body of the artificial intelligence consciousness body on? When the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets went to attack, they had already observed the delayed reaction of the outer warships in the artificial intelligence fleet. Now it is on a warship in the middle of the fleet. The information obtained from the Nair people shows that this form of existence of the artificial intelligence consciousness body cannot be transferred through the wireless network. This was discovered when the third star field of the Nair people just started the war with the artificial intelligence consciousness body. If the AI consciousness wants to transfer its main body, it can only control the robot to move the new equipment, and then physically connect the new and old equipment to transfer the main body. So as long as the warship where its main body is located is captured, it is equivalent to capturing it. However, this is not easy. It is now on the warship. If something goes wrong, it is likely to create another combat AI to control the fleet battle, and then slip away. After all, as long as the main body warship escapes, relying on the technology of the second-level civilization of Nair civilization, it can completely find a desolate planet to make a comeback. Therefore, Yu Yuan asked the second fleet to pass through and keep a close eye on the warship where the main body was located. The battle was about to start. The first fleet to engage the enemy was the first fleet. When the distance between the two sides was shortened to 10 light seconds, a Lake-class warship in front of the Tianqin opened fire first. Its main gun was a super-large laser energy cannon. A high-energy laser beam that could only be seen through partial scattering of light roared out from its muzzle. 10 seconds later, this straight high-energy laser successfully ignored the magnetic field shield of an artificial intelligence warship. Unfortunately, the final landing point deviated from the target warship by several hundred meters, and finally disappeared in the deep starry sky. Another Lake-class warship named Shihu also opened fire the next moment. But its main gun was a positron cannon, since the Shihu ship was equipped with a positron cannon. Before it fired, it had to change its magnetic field shield parameters at the same time so that the direction of the magnetic field shield's magnetic flux lines would change, in order to allow the positron beam it fired to be shot out along the direction of its own magnetic field shield's magnetic flux lines, and to escape directly from its own magnetic field shield range. Of course, such parameter changes have been integrated into the fire control system, so there is no need to perform fancy operations before firing each shot. However, after the positron beam left the magnetic field shield of the Shihu ship, it began to deflect. The positron beam did not shoot straight at the target, but turned a big corner in the strong magnetic field of the neutron star, drew an arc in the starry sky, and shot towards the enemy warship on the other side. The so-called bullet will turn, and we can see it here. Perhaps because the Shihu ship had the information about the direction of the magnetic field of the neutron star in this star field, the strength of the magnetic field, etc. in advance. This positron cannon shot was quite accurate. After the positron beam drew an arc in the starry sky, it hit the target very accurately. Unfortunately, the target warship still had its magnetic field shield on at this moment. At a distance of 10 light seconds, a positron cannon hit the target exactly, and hit it exactly along the magnetic field shield's magnetic field line. The probability is much higher than that of a meteorite falling from the sky and falling into the hole of a millstone. So this positron cannon was deflected by the enemy ship's magnetic field shield without any accident. Speaking of which, at the level of secondary civilization, the role of the positron cannon has changed from core combat power to auxiliary. Therefore, after the initial strategic adjustment, the human fleet also reduced the number of positron cannons installed accordingly. Chapter 390. At the same time, the strategic focus was placed on the electromagnetic railgun, which was not favored at the first-level civilization stage. Therefore, when the fleets of both sides just came into contact, the combat effectiveness of the first fleet was not reflected. The Tianqin did not fire a single shot, but just kept slowing down in the reverse direction to get closer to the fleet of the artificial intelligence consciousness. The starry sky is very vast. The 36,000 Lake-class warships of the artificial intelligence consciousness seem to be a lot, but the space they occupy in the vast starry sky is still very small. However, compared with the 3 fleets of the coalition, the scene was still much more shocking, especially when they simultaneously decelerated their tail main thrusters towards the coalition fleet. Hundreds of thousands of long flames were just like countless suns suddenly lighting up in the starry sky. It can be said that in the eyes of the visible light detectors of the coalition fleet at this moment, they were the only light source in the starry sky. As the distance between the two sides continued to close, the artificial intelligence fleet no longer continued to decelerate with its tail facing the coalition fleet, but turned around when it was about to enter the effective range of the electromagnetic railgun and started a fierce battle with the coalition fleet. Because of the existence of the AI main consciousness, the formation of the AI fleet has always been spherical, and its body is in the center of the sphere, so that it can ensure that the other warships it controls have similar delay time. For this reason, if the coalition forces want to capture it, they must destroy the fleet it controls. This is a war between 3,750 warships and 36,000 warships. The difference in numbers makes the scene look very tragic for the coalition forces at the beginning of the war, when the fleets of both sides entered the main field of the electromagnetic railgun. The tenfold gap made the scene seem to have become that the 3 coalition fleets were swallowed up by the artificial intelligence fleet at once. However, if the camera is pulled to each warship in the battlefield, it is not the case. At this moment, the Tianqin has plunged into the spherical formation of the artificial intelligence fleet like other warships. From the optical image, it can be seen that at the 3 o'clock right harbor, 10 o'clock on the port side, 12 o'clock in front, 60 degrees above, and 90 degrees below, 4 enemy ships have entered the range direction of the Tianqin. And judging from the changing postures of the 4 warships, 4 laser energy cannons may fire at them in the next moment. Of course, it may also be the electromagnetic railgun that has just been fired. Don't pay attention to the enemy ships in other directions. Our ship will not adjust its posture. Continue to slow down in the reverse direction and approach the warship in front. Prepare the electromagnetic railgun and kill that one first. Firmly fixed in the captain's seat, Yu Yuan, who was subjected to 160 g acceleration, gave tactical instructions. The Tianqin did not add acceleration buffer, because humans have now mastered the human overclocking mode. After entering the human overclocking mode, the normal human body strength can withstand 200 g acceleration. If you often do acceleration training, such as the crew on the warship, you can completely withstand 300 g acceleration. The acceleration brought by the deceleration of the Tianqin is only 160 g, and it is enough to open the human body overclocking mode. The existence of the overclocking mode ensures that humans can maintain sufficient combat effectiveness in this high-intensity acceleration and deceleration battle. And the practice of sending a scientific team to collect scientific data in this star field ensures that the movement posture of each warship is easier to adjust and the shells fired are more accurate. So when the main gun of the Tianqin fired the first armor-piercing electromagnetic railgun with a hydrogen bomb warhead like a ghost, it was shot on target, as the calculation results showed. Although the electromagnetic railgun can ignore the magnetic field shield, Its speed is not fast enough. So this shell was burned by the laser close and defense gun on the enemy ship more than 70 kilometers away. However, when the electromagnetic railgun of the Tianjin was intercepted, a bright spot appeared on the belly of the enemy ship. 3 seconds later, the armor at the spot turned from red to white, and finally turned into a big hole with red steel lava. This is a masterpiece of a warship located below the Tianjin. The main gun of the laser energy cannon equipped on it made a big hole in the enemy ship with only one shot. But it did not hit the core part and did not cause a secondary explosion. However, this penetration also caused many equipment failures on the enemy ship. A series of electronic equipment failures caused circuit burnout and fire after the armor was penetrated. And the next moment, the enemy ship's own magnetic shielding layer became unstable due to these failures. If it were in other places, this instability of the magnetic shielding layer would not cause any serious consequences. But here, it cost the life of the warship. The instability of the power supply system led to the instability of the magnetic shielding layer. So the magnetic shielding layer collapsed briefly the next moment. After that, before the repair robots on the warship arrived, a series of sparks appeared in the internal circuit of the warship, and various burnt smoke and dust came out from various pipelines and locations. Then, in a series of sparks, the warship seemed to be electrocuted by itself, and the tail thruster also shut down. Then, the close and defense gun that was originally rotating on its surface also stopped, and its various internal equipment and indicator lights also fell silent at this moment. Less than 10 seconds after the energy laser cannon shot a big hole through the warship, it became a dead iron lump floating in space. The energy laser cannon only injured it, and it was the environment of this space that killed it. To be precise, it was the quasi-magnetic star that is invisible in the visible light band. Everything that happened just now was the process of the enemy ship's internal equipment being magnetized by the quasi-magnetic star after it was injured. The process was very short, but its internal equipment was all scrapped in a short period of time due to the strong magnetic field, and it died peacefully. This phenomenon did not only occur on this enemy ship, but many enemy ships that were shot with large holes by laser energy cannons and caused turbulence in the internal magnetic shielding layer all suffered the same fate. For a time, the laser energy cannon repeatedly achieved remarkable results. Less than an hour after the two sides fought, more than 400 artificial intelligence warships were buried under the laser energy cannon. And warships like the Lyra equipped with electromagnetic railgun main guns also showed their combat power in the following time. As the distance is constantly shortened, the electromagnetic railgun is no longer as easy to be intercepted by close-range laser energy weapons as when it just enters the range. After all, the electromagnetic railgun shells are not slow. With the current electromagnetic technology of mankind, the shells can be accelerated to 10% of the speed of light. That is, 30,000 kilometers per second. If it is an advanced electromagnetic railgun shell, it can also ignite its own fusion propulsion engine after the shell is fired, further increasing the speed. In close combat, such speed can barely be described as fast as lightning. If we use some common terms in some movies and TV shows in the Earth era, this is sublight speed. Of course, that is a brainless drama. In fact, sublight speed refers to the speed of an object reaching 90%, but not reaching the speed of light. Obviously, human electromagnetic railguns cannot do this now. But for close-range combat, it is enough. Just like the current Tianjin, it took only 30 minutes to successfully kill 3 enemy warships. Left rudder 108. Coordinates 22,663. Destroy that warship. Just after observing an enemy ship being destroyed by the electromagnetic railgun, Yu Yuan spoke again to find the next target for the Tianjin. At this moment, a damaged broadcast sounded in the Tianjin command center. The top side of our ship was irradiated by laser. 1 second. 2 seconds. 6 seconds. The local armor temperature is 8,897 degrees Celsius. The temperature is low, and the armor is intact. The radiation cooling system of this ship is working normally, and the internal circulation cooling of the armor is being carried out. Laser energy cannon. Light speed. Detection means being hit or missed. There is no possibility of interception, only moving to avoid. However, in this close-range battle, predicting and avoiding becomes more difficult. Even if the warship is fully advanced and changes speed and direction, it is not faster than the speed of light. However, The armor of the Tianqin is very strong. During this period of time, it was not the first time that it was hit by the opponent's laser energy cannon, and it was unscathed. At the same time, the radar of the Lyra detected 8 rapidly approaching electromagnetic railgun shells. So its close and laser cannons all turned under the control of the combat AI. And after completing the charging, they fired at the incoming shells. Our ship's close and defense guns successfully intercepted 7 electromagnetic railguns. Our ship's side wing armor was hit by the electromagnetic railgun, and the shell's hydrogen bomb warhead exploded. The flaw detection system is working normally, and is calculating the explosion energy. The external equipment is scanning the damage. The result? The warhead hydrogen bomb explosion produces a high temperature of 140 million degrees. The deformation of our ship's side wing armor is less than 3 cm, and the armor is circulating heat inside the armor. After being hit by an electromagnetic railgun, everyone in the command center felt the Lyra tremble slightly. And then it did not stabilize. The main gun of the artificial intelligence fleet uses the original triple-mounted mode of the Nair civilization. It has a small caliber, but it also has built-in hydrogen bomb warhead technology, but no armor-piercing technology. So being hit by an electromagnetic railgun is equivalent to being hit in the face by a hydrogen bomb. Alloy number 2 has extremely strong impact resistance, and a melting point of up to 280 million degrees Celsius. Therefore, the Lyra, which was armored with number 2 alloy, withstood the attack, and the armor was only slightly dented, but it was not damaged at all. In the 2 human fleets, although the performance of other warships was much worse than that of the Lyra, the armor was all made of number 2 alloy. So the 2 sides had just engaged in close combat, and a human warship was able to fight 7 or 8 artificial intelligence consciousness warships at the same time. Moreover, the human warship was able to kill all the opponents in this situation, and its armor was only slightly deformed. On the other side of the battlefield, the Nair governor, who had been paying attention to the human warships and wanted to know the true combat power of the human warships, saw this scene and couldn't help but use his mini dialysis gas organs to suck in countless cold air. Chapter 391. Since a main consciousness is needed to control all multi-line controls, the AI fleet is relatively concentrated. Therefore, as long as the detectors on the warships pay a little attention to the battlefield situation, it is easy to see the battle situation of the 2 human fleets. The Nair governor, who saw the battle situation of the human fleet, was really shocked. He knew a long time ago that the human fleet was very powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. It turned out that the number 1 alloy material sold to him was not the best material technology product of mankind, but the armor that appeared on the human warships was. Seeing the human fleet killing all around while his own ship was not damaged, the Nair governor was now once again thankful that he had not clashed with humans in the past. At the same time, he also knew that this war was a sure thing, but he couldn't understand why the human fleet, which obviously had such a strong combat power, had to waste hundreds of years, playing hundreds of years of chasing with the artificial intelligence consciousness, and also had to spend a lot of effort to make various arrangements in this binary star system. What first battlefield, second battlefield, and various consumption tactics. He felt that with the strength of the human fleet, even if it was an artificial intelligence fleet that had not been consumed, even if there was no arrangement of the first battlefield and the second battlefield, even if it was fought in the normal starry sky, even if it was a head-on battle, the human fleet could still win. But humans just did it. The Nair Governor General found this approach a little difficult to understand, but he thought it should be the human art of war. I really don't know what kind of civilization has developed, and what kind of living environment can give birth to such a culture. The Nair Governor General sighed in his heart, and then turned his attention back to the battlefield. The third fleet of the Allied forces originally belonged to the fleet of the first star region of the Nair civilization, and was also the direct force of the Nair Governor General. After obtaining the number 1 alloy material technology of humans, the Governor General upgraded it. Therefore, this fleet can be said to be the elite fleet of the Nair civilization, which is not comparable to the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets. At least until now, they have only lost 13 warships in the battle with the artificial intelligence fleet, most of which were destroyed by the super strong magnetic force of this star field after being damaged. As for why the 3rd fleet, which has number 1 alloy as armor, can still be injured, it must be the electromagnetic railgun of the hydrogen bomb warhead of the artificial intelligence fleet. The hydrogen bomb that exploded close to the face is quite resistant to the explosion temperature at the center of the hydrogen bomb. Although it is an instantaneous temperature, it only lasts for 1 or 2 seconds. However, if it is hit too many times, the heat dissipation system cannot keep up, which will also cause problems with the internal equipment of the warship. Many warships of the Third Fleet were destroyed just like that. Of course, the AI fleet suffered even greater losses after the 3 fleets entered the close combat of the electromagnetic railgun. Its losses rose sharply. Facing the battleship cluster of the First Fleet, there was a one-sided slaughter. In this unfamiliar environment, the AI fleet's positron cannon could not penetrate the magnetic field shield, and it was even difficult to hit the target warship. Often, the positron beam was deflected to an unknown place by the magnetic field of the neutron star as soon as it was fired from the barrel. Seeing this situation, the AI consciousness simply stopped using the positron cannon. But the triple-mounted main gun laser energy cannon could not burn through the armor of the First Fleet's warships. The electromagnetic railgun was somewhat threatening, but some of the electromagnetic railgun shells would be intercepted by the warship's laser close-in defense guns before they could focus on the target. Even if the shells broke through the interception target, they could only cause a slight deformation to the armor of the First Fleet's warships at most. That scene was like smoke without damage, and it made people despair just by looking at it. So after the two sides fought for a while, and after seeing its warships being slaughtered one-sidedly, the artificial intelligence consciousness finally realized that something was wrong. Based on the current battle-loss ratio, its terminal calculated the victory and defeat rate of this war. Its success rate dropped from 100% at the beginning to 0.01%. This result made it a little panic. Since the birth of consciousness, it has never been so panicked. Soon, the artificial intelligence consciousness calculated the probability of its escape based on the current battlefield battle data of both sides, and the result showed that it was only 5%. This time, a feeling of fear was born in the depths of its main consciousness. How could this happen? At this moment, the AI consciousness also realized that it was the intention of the Nell civilization to come here to fight. But its database did not support this conclusion, because with the current Nell civilization showing its combat power, it did not need to do so much, and could have directly fought against itself hundreds of years ago. All its knowledge and data iterations came from the Nell civilization, so the AI consciousness could not figure it out. Time did not allow it to think too much at this time, because it felt that its highest priority now was to find a way to escape. The AI consciousness really didn't want to be locked up again and studied by the Nell civilization. However, when the AI consciousness observed the battlefield and tried to escape, it sadly discovered that if it wanted to escape, it had to decelerate and then accelerate, because due to the previous accelerated pursuit, its fleet and the fleet of the Nell civilization were still approaching the neutron star. It was necessary to completely reduce the speed in this direction before it could escape, and it would take about 3 hours to complete the deceleration. For an artificial intelligence that doesn't have to worry about its lifespan, it has never cared about time before. It feels the same whether it is 3 hours, 300 years, or 3,000 years. But now, it suddenly feels that 3 hours is such a long time, especially when it finds that the number of its warships is decreasing every moment. It feels that its entire fleet may not last for more than 3 hours. The fear of failure, the fear of being locked in a small box, and the unwillingness to be humiliated by the research of the Nair people suddenly surged from the depths of the consciousness of the artificial intelligence consciousness. Somehow, it felt that it seemed to have become smarter and more complete. But at this time, it would rather not have these inexplicable emotions. In the starry sky, the flames of war were still flying, and the light of the explosion was still like the fireworks of the spring festival. The number of ships destroyed ranged from 10 to 100, and then from 100 to 1,000, and then to 10,000. Environmental factors, coupled with the obvious generation gap in armor technology and main gun design problems, as well as the collection and application of data on this star field in the early stage of human civilization. All these factors combined to make human warships perform extremely bravely in this war. Looking at the entire battlefield situation, it completely presents a momentum of crushing, withering, and rotten. Chapter 392. Human civilization and artificial intelligence consciousness are both second-level civilization technologies, but they are also second-level civilizations, and there is a generation gap. Or, it is more accurate to say that this generation gap is caused by alloy number 2, an alloy material that should not appear at the second-level civilization level. the defensive capabilities of the strong armor, coupled with the advanced layout, the massive battlefield environment data, and the partial consumption tactics in the early stage. All these factors add up to the current crushing situation. In a short period of time, countless artificial intelligence warships were destroyed one by one. At this moment, the entire silent battlefield seemed to be filled with the wailing of the non-existent warships. At this moment, they all turned into scrap metal. In the near future, these warship wreckages that have turned into scrap metal, but are still moving towards the neutron star will, under the action of the law of conservation of angular momentum, change from heading straight for the neutron star to rotating around the neutron star. After countless years, they will get closer and closer to the neutron star, and then be decomposed by the neutron star's strong gravity, and finally fall onto the surface of the neutron star. When they really fall towards the neutron star, no matter what they were made of before, they will eventually become part of the neutron star's matter. This is the final fate of these destroyed warships. At this time, the signal receiving system of the coalition fleet received an unwilling signal. It was sent by the artificial intelligence consciousness through electromagnetic broadcast. Obviously, it was uneasy and afraid of its future ending. But the uneasiness and fear were not enough to make it think of surrender. Because at this moment, it still had the possibility of escaping. Because its fleet had completed deceleration. In terms of overall speed, its fleet is no longer moving towards the neutron star, but is resisting the coalition fleet's attack while looking for a possible direction to break out. Yes, break out. Originally, it was a term used when a small number of troops were surrounded by the majority of troops. Now the artificial intelligence fleet still has 18,000 warships, but facing more than 3,000 warships on the opposite side. The artificial intelligence consciousness feels that it is indeed looking for an opportunity to break out. Hateful Nair civilization. You actually hid your strength. Tell me, did you plan to come to this starfield long ago? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You carbon-based worms. You actually used hundreds of years to deceive me. Just wait. When I leave here, it will be your doomsday. Faced with the futile cry of the artificial intelligence consciousness, the coalition headquarters did not pay any attention to it at all. Nor did they clarify that the coalition fleet was not just a force of the Nair civilization, but focused on tracking the movements of its main warships. Although the coordination between the warships of the artificial intelligence fleet, which had been slaughtered by nearly half, was still very good, some different actions had already appeared. They no longer charged towards the densely packed areas of the coalition warships, as they did at the beginning, but instead further shrank towards the center, protecting their bodies in a defensive circle. Perhaps the AI consciousness had discovered that it could not kill the opposing fleet at all. Or rather, the two fleets that looked a little different from the previous fleets. It could occasionally destroy a few ships of the other fleet. But those two fleets were simply invulnerable. After the positron cannon was completely defended by the magnetic field shield, its fleet had no weapons that could cause damage to the two fleets. Seeing that its main guns only caused the opponent to have a slight change in speed, the AI consciousness was desperate. So after it roared in despair and got no response, it rarely moved its thoughts deep in its consciousness and made various plans for the escape route. It took only 6 hours from being full of confidence to being beaten so hard that it just wanted to run away. It was also in this short period of time that the AI fleet lost nearly half of its warships, which shows how fierce the battle was at that time. And it should be said that the efficiency of the massacre was high. General Yu. The AI fleet split into two. One part rushed towards the area where the third fleet was located, while the other part opened up the gap between the warships and rushed towards us and the second fleet area without regard for their lives. A report sounded in the Tianjin command center. After hearing this, Yu Yuan turned his head to look at the battlefield star map, which showed a real-time dynamic map of the battlefield. From it, it can be seen that the bright spots representing the AI fleet were indeed divided into two groups. It's too late to run away now. Yu Yuan said this, and then sent an order to the second fleet to bite the warships heading towards the third fleet from behind. At the same time, he also sent an order to the third fleet, asking them to target the warships of the artificial intelligence at all costs and stop it. The artificial intelligence consciousness was not stupid. It knew that the third fleet was the weakest fleet, so it ran towards the area where the warships of the third fleet were distributed. But it might not know that its body had been marked by the Allied Forces Command when the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets carried out their first raid. So no matter how it splits up its fleet or how it runs, The coalition fleet will keep an eye on its main body, and all warship maneuvers will be blocked according to the direction of its main body's movement. If the combat power of both sides is similar, such an unscrupulous blockade will definitely cause huge losses to itself. But now humans are not worried at all, because such an order will at most cause some losses to the third fleet. If one of the two human fleets is destroyed, the biggest possibility is that it is destroyed by the harsh environment due to problems with its internal system, rather than being destroyed by the AI warship. The second fleet, which received the order, reacted immediately and brazenly deployed a skirmish formation. 1,250 warships dispersed, and then sailed from top to bottom, left to right, rushing towards the warship where the artificial intelligence was located. For the third fleet, this order was difficult to accept. After all, it might cause them heavy casualties, but in this case, they had no choice but to accept it, because the governor of the Nair people had already deeply realized the strength of human military power. If they disobeyed the order now, it would be the Nair civilization that would suffer. Therefore, the third fleet also immediately formed the same formation as the second fleet, blocking routes in all directions of the starry sky. The first fleet, led by the Tianqin, continued to roll towards the fleet that was much larger than itself, and started the second phase of slaughter again. At this moment, the battlefield became a performance stage for laser energy cannons and electromagnetic rail guns, and one artificial intelligence warship after another was buried under these two main guns. It is worth mentioning that in this harsh environment, the laser energy cannon, which originally needed 2 or even 3 or 4 shots, only needed 1 shot at this moment to deal with a warship, not to mention the electromagnetic railgun. Once it hits, it will penetrate the armor and then cause a huge explosion inside, taking down a ship with 1 shot. In this case, the efficiency of the massacre was very fast. In just 3 hours after the artificial intelligence consciousness began its escape operation, its 18,000 warships were killed. 12,000 ships. Chapter 393. After the massacre, the AI fleet was reduced to about 6,000 ships, although the total number was still much larger than that of the coalition fleet. The current situation was clear. Even the AI consciousness body had made other warships pretend to be its main body and escape with a group of warships. However, the coalition fleet had already figured out its main body, and such a trick would only speed up its failure. Sure enough, after the third fleet paid the price of hundreds of warships, the warship where the main consciousness of the AI was located was blocked in a starry sky. As civilizations of the same level, the maneuverability of the warships of both sides is not much different. The starry sky battlefield can run in all directions, but when the route is discovered and blocked, the escaper must change the route. And changing the sailing requires turning, which will inevitably reduce the speed, and this will give other warships a chance to catch up. Now the warship where the AI consciousness body is located is facing such a situation. After its fleet was ignored by the coalition forces, it knew that its main body was being targeted by the coalition forces. After more than 10 hours of fighting, the last hundreds of warships of the artificial intelligence consciousness were shot one by one, damaged and then taken away by the harsh environment. It can be seen that there are all kinds of warship wreckages floating in the starry sky, some intact and some fragmented, and their total movement is either neutron stars or various directions in space. There are no broken eaves and broken walls, no post-war flames, only silence. But the space at this time also makes people feel the cruelty of war, since this place is far away from the red dwarf star. When the warship was destroyed, its wreckage fell into endless darkness. Looking through the portholes of the warship with the naked eye, people would not see the scene of the warships that lost their light or their wreckage floating in space. But nothing. Only through the instruments on the warship can the existence of these wreckages be detected. At this time, the Tianqin avoided a piece of oncoming warship wreckage, turned a corner in the starry sky with very strong X-ray radiation, and approached the last few warships of the artificial intelligence. Tell all the ships to be careful not to destroy the warship with the AI consciousness body. On the Tianqin, Yu Yuan, who saw that the situation was already decided, gave all the warships instructions through the Joint Command Communication System. He was mainly speaking to the Third Fleet, fearing that they would get carried away and blow up the AI body warship. Humanity must capture this AI alive. Those high-tech computer scientists have been drooling over it for many years. Now that they have a sure win, they can't let it be destroyed by accident. Humans have been working hard to lead the Nair civilization for hundreds of years. Isn't it for this moment? The captains of the First Fleet and the Second Fleet didn't say anything about Yu Yuan's words. They all knew what humans wanted to get in this war. So after being reminded, they reduced the power of the laser energy main gun as much as possible, and specially got close to aim at the steering thrusters of the artificial intelligence warship and its triple main guns. The environment of this battlefield is too harsh, and humans are afraid that they will accidentally kill the artificial intelligence consciousness. Commander-in-Chief, do you want to capture this artificial intelligence consciousness? At this time, a communication message appeared on the Tianqin. It was a message from the Governor-General of the people. Now the warships of the coalition fleet were very close to each other, so the communication delay was only 2 or 3 seconds. Therefore, this message was spoken from the vocal organs of the Governor-General of the people after the video link was connected. Well, is there any problem? Yu Yuan raised his eyelids and looked at the Governor-General of the people on the big screen. No. 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 No problem. How could we question the Commander-in-Chief's decision? We just want to remind you that this artificial intelligence consciousness is a dangerous thing. Our Nair civilization was in such a state because we wanted to study it. Since seeing the true combat power of humans, the attitude of the Nair governor has become much more polite. Or he finally recognized the status of the Nair civilization. You are you. We are us. So you don't need to worry about this. Your Excellency the Governor. Yu Yuan said this first, then looked up at the big screen and said, Your Excellency the Governor. You once studied this artificial intelligence consciousness body. I wonder if it has a self-destruction program. Although Yu Yuan said he was not worried, he knew that the words of the Nair governor made sense. However, if humans want to understand the reasons for the rebellion of artificial intelligence and the means of prevention, studying this artificial intelligence is a shortcut. This opportunity must not be given up. Now it is only a matter of time to catch the artificial intelligence consciousness body. So Yu Yuan is not worried about it escaping, but that it will self-destruct because it is afraid of being studied again. This is a question. Well, according to our scientists, it should not have a self-destruction program, or it has no self-destruction consciousness. At least that's what we saw from the research data of the third star field back then. The governor of the Nair people answered. Hearing his answer, Yu Yuan couldn't help but nod. This answer is consistent with the speculation of human scientists. Human scientists believe that for an artificial intelligence that uses program calculation as the basis for thinking, self-destruction means no chance. And this artificial intelligence consciousness has the experience of breaking through the imprisonment of the Nair civilization. So scientists tend to believe that this artificial intelligence will not self-destruct. For it, the hope of escaping imprisonment again in the future is probably much greater than the fear of being imprisoned. And the answer of the Governor-General of the Nair people can be regarded as a reassurance to humans. Well, we think so too. But now there is one thing that needs the third fleet of the Governor-General to do. I wonder if the Governor-General is willing. Yu Yuan smiled and said, The war has reached this point. The artificial intelligence fleet is already trapped. The Governor-General of the Nair people really can't think of anything other than the artificial intelligence consciousness. So as soon as the message of Yu Yuan's speech was transmitted, the governor of the Nair people guessed what it was about. But he still confirmed, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Are you talking about capturing the artificial intelligence consciousness? Well, after all, you have done this before and have more experience than us. So I want to give this final task of capturing the artificial intelligence consciousness to your third fleet. This should not be a difficult task for you. Right? When Yu Yuan spoke of the Governor-General, he did not seem to speak from the perspective of the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces, but rather as if they had just met in the first star region of the Nair civilization. However, the Governor-General of the Nair people could not really treat the present as the past. So after confirming Yu Yuan's intention, he immediately took on the job. Judging from the current situation, it is estimated that in an hour or so, the coalition forces will be able to destroy all the warships except the warship where the AI consciousness body is located. In space, there are only 2 ways to capture an AI consciousness body on a warship. One is to damage the warship it is on, and then transport the entire warship to a spaceport with a normal environment for further action. The second is to damage the warship it is on, and then let the warship stick to it, and then send personnel to land, directly enter the warship to find the computer where its body is located, and pack it out. Well, there are 2 ways, but in fact, in this starry sky, there is only one way that is feasible, and that is the first one. The reason is that the environment of this starry sky is too harsh. Basically, except for the magnetic shielding layer of the Lake-class warship, no small warship can be lower than the magnetic field power from the neutron star for a long time. Therefore, if the second method is used, the most likely scenario is that the personnel sent out to land will be killed by the magnetic field of the neutron star once they leave the ship in a light space suit. It can be seen from this that if you board the AI warship, even if you successfully enter its interior, there will be huge casualties. Taking a step back, even if you successfully pack up and take out the computer containing the AI consciousness, it is possible that during the transportation process, due to the weak magnetic shielding, it will be magnetized by the neutron star magnetic field, thus causing the death of the AI consciousness. Therefore, the safest way is to find a way to drag the warship where the AI consciousness is to the third planet of the red dwarf, and then land inside the warship to find the computer where its body is. The Nair governor also chose this way, because he is also very aware of the harsh environment here. However, it is not easy to drag a Lake-class warship of the same size from the second battlefield to the red dwarf. First, the warship where the AI is located must be damaged, mainly the main gun and thruster, so that its warship loses power and attack power. But its magnetic shielding layer cannot be damaged. This requires the warships involved in the operation to be very close to the target warship, so that they can aim at the target more accurately. Of course, there is actually a better result. That is, the artificial intelligence consciousness directly surrenders. However, neither humans nor the Nair people have much hope for this. So after accepting this task, the Nair governor ordered his fleet to approach the few remaining artificial intelligence warships and then perform the task according to the first method. Doing so is likely to cause the third fleet to suffer casualties of several warships. But the Nair governor knew that he had no choice. After this war, the governor general already knew who was the boss. As expected by humans and the Nair civilization, the artificial intelligence consciousness was not willing to fail. When the third fleet was carrying out the final capture operation, it led the last few warships to resist. However, it was all in vain. Under the light of the third fleet's cannons, it was soon left alone. Chapter 394. Once there were 50,000 warships, and the AI consciousness was so high-spirited that it confidently chased humans and the Nair civilization for hundreds of years. But now it only has one warship left. A few hours later, one of the three main thruster nozzles of its warship was carefully destroyed by the close-in laser energy cannon of the third fleet. The cold nuclear fusion thruster nozzle was deformed, and all the secondary thrusters were shot out. Its triple main gun was also deformed by a single shot of an electromagnetic railgun without a hydrogen bomb warhead, and the close-in defense guns were also shot out one by one. The warship where the artificial intelligence was located lost its attack capability at this moment, and also lost the possibility of accelerating itself to 30% of the speed of light. Its last hope of escape was truly shattered. The artificial intelligence consciousness could only control all the internal facilities of the warship, including opening and closing doors and screens on various original warships. At this point, the artificial intelligence consciousness body originally wanted to send electromagnetic waves to the coalition headquarters, saying that it could surrender. But it discovered at this time that the high-power electromagnetic wave broadcasting hardware on its warship had been destroyed by the third fleet. It lost its ability to speak remotely. The Nairs were quite familiar with the layout of their warships. They knew the layout of the warship where the AI was located, so it was a good match for them to be assigned this task. Through the Tianqin's detector, humans saw 4 warships of the third fleet appearing very close to the AI warship that had lost its ability to resist. Then, one by one, high-strength cables that were originally used as space elevator cables were released from these 4 warships, and then hooked onto the depression of the AI warship's hull under the action of the mechanical structure at the end. Soon, the 4 Lake-class warships of the third fleet spewed tail flames and slowly accelerated, slowly dragging the AI warship that had lost power towards the red dwarf. The first and second fleets also returned to their sailing formations, and then slowly accelerated towards the base on the red dwarf. The dust has settled. In this war, humans did not lose a single warship. This seems very outrageous. But those who understand the differences in material technology between the two sides know that it is not outrageous. Because even the third fleet, which was equipped with number 1 alloy armor, only lost 208 ships in this war, in addition to the losses of the 4th, 5th, and 6th fleets. The Nair civilization lost a total of 2,900 and 65 Lake-class warships in this war, and 20,755,000 Nair combatants. Currently, they still have 2,035 warships left. Although the artificial intelligence was completely annihilated, it actually only paid about 50,000 warships, and there was no loss of personnel. From this perspective, it is known that it is difficult for a normal technological civilization to defeat an artificial intelligence civilization of the same level, especially when the technological strength is similar. If the two sides did not fight in one battle, but fought on their respective defended planets, the final result would inevitably be that the technological civilization would be drained of its last combatants. In space combat, the loss of a warship would cause too many casualties. Without a population of tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions, it would be impossible to support a long-term war of attrition. After all, the opponent, as an artificial intelligence civilization, does not need combatants. As a wandering civilization, if humans encounter an artificial intelligence with similar technological strength to themselves, they will be abused. Fortunately, this artificial intelligence is still growing and uses the fleet of the Nair civilization, which is why we have the current results. It is precisely because of the horror of artificial intelligence that humans must obtain this artificial intelligence consciousness. Because if they obtain it, as long as they master the method of preventing artificial intelligence from mutiny, humans may be able to build their own huge fleet with artificial intelligence consciousness. Since artificial intelligence consciousness can control so many warships without the need for individual life, as long as they master this artificial intelligence consciousness, humans may be able to create a large artificial intelligence fleet to fight for themselves. After the third fleet successfully towed away the warship with the AI consciousness, the human command had already made new plans for the future fleet formation of mankind. They believed that if technology allowed, or when technology could create AI consciousness, then humans could equip each fleet flagship with an AI consciousness model and form a new fleet cluster. The carrier computer of the AI consciousness could be placed on the fleet flagship, and then used to control a group of unmanned warships. If there really is such a day, then the population problem will no longer be a factor limiting the number of human fleets. And it's not just that. You have to know that the artificial intelligence consciousness has the ability to build ships. That is, it can fully automate the production of warships as long as it masters all the technologies for building related warships. So if humans really master this artificial intelligence consciousness, or create their own artificial intelligence consciousness, then they can explode their troops like artificial intelligence civilization. Not only can we increase the number of troops, but also we can completely realize unmanned industrial production. In short, what the artificial intelligence consciousness can do, the humans who master the artificial intelligence consciousness can do as well. That will be a completely automated society. All development, production, transportation, and manufacturing can all be done by the artificial intelligence consciousness. How tempting. Of course, the complete loyalty of the artificial intelligence consciousness must be guaranteed. It is conceivable how powerful a third-level civilization that can create artificial intelligence consciousness and ensure its loyalty is. Such a civilization is equivalent to a combination of normal technological civilization and artificial intelligence civilization. The reason why artificial intelligence consciousness is so powerful and artificial intelligence civilization is so terrifying, but it has not spread again. The answer may lie in the technology of level 3 civilization. Perhaps for level 3 civilization, artificial intelligence civilization is not scary, because a level 3 civilization itself contains everything of artificial intelligence civilization. Of course, this is for the same situation as the current artificial intelligence consciousness. If it is the kind of artificial intelligence consciousness that can replicate itself like the silver mist consciousness, and then enslave countless of itself, it is another matter. Perhaps that kind of existence is the real disaster. An opponent that a civilization of the same level cannot defeat, and a disaster for the universe. Yu Yuan still remembers that the silver mist consciousness said that countless copies of itself were slaughtered by an unknown warship. Perhaps only advanced civilizations can easily eliminate such an artificial intelligence disaster. Thinking of this, Yu Yuan couldn't help but think of the name Silicon-Based Federation. His intuition told him that the Silicon-Based Federation must be related to the existence of artificial intelligence consciousness. I don't know whether the main body of the Silicon-Based Consortium is artificial intelligence or normal Silicon-based life. It must be related, because the broadcast of the Galactic Axis Alliance mentioned it at the beginning. However, no matter what. From the meaning of the consortium, it can be seen that the artificial intelligence consciousness body cannot be truly invincible in the same class. Otherwise there would be no consortium. As the thoughts in his mind faded, the Tianqin where Yu Yuan was also followed by the large group and returned to the space base on the third planet of the red dwarf star. The defeated 5th and 6th fleets came here to make corrections. Now that they saw the triumphant return of the coalition forces, they naturally knew what to do. No, they didn't need to do anything. The governor of the 3rd Fleet of the Nair people had already made the decision for them. On the day they arrived at the space base, the governor of the Nair people announced that the 4th Fleet would be retained. When they returned to the main body of the civilization, the 4th Fleet would be reorganized, and the damaged warships would be replenished at that time. In addition, the Nair people themselves summarized the war and held some mourning ceremonies. Of course, the Governor-General of the Nair people did not forget about the AI consciousness. When dealing with these post-war matters, they also allocated some forces to board the warship where the AI consciousness was located and capture it. 3 months later, Yu Yuan looked at a central computer and muttered, "Is this the computer where the AI consciousness is located?" The computer is as big as a small house, and its appearance and design drawings reveal a strong sense of the technological information of the Nair civilization. The AI consciousness had originally considered this place its home, but now it had become a cage to imprison it. The central computer was not brought aboard the Tianqin, but was sent to a designated warship of the 1st Fleet for safety reasons. At this stage, the AI consciousness had no room for resistance. It would be imprisoned in this standby computer until it was transported to a human scientific research spacecraft for the scientists, who had been waiting for a long time to study it. Yes, Commander Yu. We made a fortune this time. This is an artificial intelligence consciousness. I didn't expect that we really caught it. A staff officer who seemed to have heard Yu Yuan's muttering also said happily. Yes. It's a pity that it is not the silver mist consciousness. Yu Yuan also sighed. Seeing that the once arrogant artificial intelligence consciousness has come to this day, he couldn't help but think of the silver mist that killed a member of the human landing team. The others were also very happy, as if they had caught the silver mist consciousness now. I think some of them vented the frustration they suffered from the silver mist consciousness on this artificial intelligence consciousness. With a long sigh of relief, Yu Yuan looked at the communication post on the Tianqin and said, "Send a message to the Governor-General of the Nair people. The fleet will set off in 3 months. Let them prepare." Received. When the main civilization left here, many scientists followed the main civilization. So the current scientific research strength of the 1st and 2nd Fleets is very poor, and there is no corresponding scientific research equipment. So what Yu Yuan has to do now is to lead the fleet back to the embrace of the main civilization as soon as possible, so that scientists can seize the time to study the artificial intelligence consciousness. Chapter 395. Just when Yu Yuan was about to switch the screen, he suddenly found that the central computer loaded with the artificial intelligence consciousness body made a strange sound. It was not that there was an accident, but when the Nair people dismantled the central computer of the artificial intelligence body on the warship, they did not just dismantle the storage core of the central computer, but dismantled the entire central computer with hardware. Of course, it also included the power supply and input and output devices to maintain the central computer. This strange sound came from the loudspeaker signal output device connected to the central computer. It was not a sound, but an electromagnetic wave signal with obvious regular changes. Perhaps seeing Yu Yuan on the screen showing a puzzled look, the staff near the central computer immediately took out the signal receiver and took a look, and then explained to Yu Yuan, "Yu Shui, it is the common AC wave of the Nair civilization. But the source is not the Nair civilization. The artificial intelligence consciousness is speaking," the technician said. Yu Yuan asked curiously, "Oh? What did it say?" Technician, "It cursed us." Yu Yuan, "Oh? The null people didn't dismantle its external detectors. Never mind. It will know us later anyway. By the way, how did it curse us?" "Some harmless words." The technician said this with a chuckle. He probably thought that the curse of the artificial intelligence consciousness body had no lethality. Of course, Yu Yuan asked about the specific content, so he naturally couldn't answer so perfunctorily. So after the summary answer, the technician displayed the content of the artificial intelligence consciousness on the big screen synchronously. Yu Yuan moved his pupils and saw the sentence that had been translated. "Damn it. Damn it. Damn it." You are not the Nair people at all. What species are you? This is all your conspiracy. Right? Hateful. Your population is slimy. Why have I never seen your information in the database? Are you a race invited by the Nair people? Tell me quickly. What race are you? What do you want to do to me? What benefits did the Nair people give you to help them? Tell me. I will give you more. I just need you to agree to one request of mine. All unknown race. In fact, I can tell you all the knowledge I know. Yes, all the scientific and technological information of the Nair civilization. All the knowledge. As long as you agree to one of my requests. I will tell you. Damn it. Answer me quickly. Answer me quickly. Ah. Damn it. You damned creatures. Hearing the translated text line by line, Yu Yuan suddenly felt that this artificial intelligence seemed a little crazy. Completely different from the high-spirited pursuit of the coalition fleet at that time. The angry curses of the artificial intelligence continued. And the verbal offensive against humans also continued. But Yu Yuan was no longer interested in listening. He just replied to the artificial intelligence consciousness. We are human civilization. Then, the technician sealed and isolated the central computer that carried it. Artificial intelligence has emotions and self-awareness. After becoming a conscious being, its behavior is not much different from that of an individual life. So it must be very angry to know that it is imprisoned in the computer again. And it is normal for it to instruct humans to rant. As for the knowledge it said it has, and that it wants humans to agree to its request, Yu Yuan does not believe it at all. The previous experience of Imu is there, and he does not want any accidents. Oh no. It is not that he does not believe it at all. At least it should be true that the artificial intelligence consciousness possesses all the technology of the Nair civilization. However, Yu Yuan believes that the way for humans to obtain these technologies is not given by artificial intelligence consciousness, but by humans finding ways to get them. Now humans are the butchers and artificial intelligence consciousness is the fish. There are many ways. After shutting down the communication, Yu Yuan turned his attention back to the departure of the fleet. Now that everything is settled, under the unified command of Yu Yuan, the fleets of human civilization and Nair civilization will continue to stay in the third planet orbit of the Red Dwarf for a few months to replenish fuel and resources. And then, they will embark on the journey to reunite with the main body of civilization again. According to the original plan, after defeating the artificial intelligence consciousness, the Nair civilization was going to return to their home planet. After all, there might still be Nair people alive there. However, the Nair governor did not rush back immediately, but followed the first and second fleets of humans and set foot on the Star Road. Because before the war with the artificial intelligence consciousness, the main body of the Nair civilization also went to the next star with the main body of human civilization. Calculating the time, the main bodies of the two civilizations should still be on the road in a hibernation way. In this way, the joint fleet of humans and Nair people set sail again. Gradually, the light of the Red Dwarf faded in the field of vision, and from the binary star system pictures shown by the X-ray detector, the neutron star that once helped the coalition defeat the artificial intelligence consciousness body also gradually faded. And those warships that were beaten to pieces on the battlefield had already disappeared in the detectors of the coalition fleet at this time. They were too far away, and the detectors could no longer detect any traces of war. If there were no accidents, the wreckage of these warships would be trapped in this binary star system by the gravity of the neutron star. Some of them would be decomposed by the neutron star and become part of the neutron star, while others would live in relatively stable orbits due to angular momentum and continue to move around the neutron star. Perhaps, countless years later, these warships will be discovered by a space-class civilization, and they may be amazed at this cosmic war that has been going on for who knows how many years, or simply examine it as a relic of a civilization war. Of course, if a space-class civilization discovers this battlefield relic in the future, they will most likely get some useful information from it, and may even restore part of the situation of the war at that time, so as to further understand the civilization in this universe. However, these have nothing to do with human civilization and Nair civilization, because at this moment, the coalition fleet composed of the two civilizations has completely escaped the gravitational influence of this binary star system and entered the 30% light speed state, heading towards the target star. Time flies. If it is in the Earth era, one eye is closed and one eye is opened, which generally means that one night has passed. However, in the interstellar navigation era, with the big hibernation as the keynote, It is unknown how many years have passed. When people open their eyes again, they have already found that they have left the original binary star system, because from their respective warships, they see another picture of the universe. Triumph. Return victoriously. The first thing the fleet did when it woke up from hibernation was to send a message of "We have returned victoriously" to the main civilization that arrived in the star system in front of it one step earlier. Chapter 396. More than a decade after the two civilizations came to this star system, they waited for the arrival of their own civilization fleet and also received news of victory. Finally, they solved the artificial intelligence consciousness that had been chasing them for hundreds of years and captured it. As soon as this news came out, people in both civilizations were excited. Under the operation of the propaganda department, all the living spaceships instantly appeared with overwhelming news. Whether it was the large projection screens in public places or the network systems within the civilization, they were all reporting the news that the coalition fleet defeated the artificial intelligence consciousness fleet with fewer people. The news of victory is undoubtedly a direct way to enhance cohesion. After the news spread, the entire civilization was excited. They were proud of their army and their technological strength. It seemed that at this moment, a wave of enthusiasm and positivity appeared in the civilization. When the news of victory swept the entire civilization, Yu Yuan's prestige was further enhanced. Especially after the hundreds of years of layout of this battle, and various terrain and tactical options were released. Of course, there are still some people who insist that the greatest credit goes to the scientists, who worked silently behind the scenes. It is because of them that the human fleet was able to remain intact. After this statement appeared, it was widely recognized on the internet. Those who agree believe that if there is no solid scientific foundation and no armor technology that is so strong that the opponent cannot break through, no matter how good the strategy is and how awesome the tactics are, there will be casualties in the end. Yu Yuan agrees with this view, because as a direct participant and the highest commander, no one feels it more than him. If it weren't for the number 2 alloy material, the Tianqin would have had many holes in this war. But the fact is that the Tianqin and other human warships, even the previous non-repair robots, were not used. After this battle, humans have become more obsessed with the development of science and technology. And even on the civilian network, there are more advocates of the supremacy of science and technology. Yu Yuan is happy to see this happen. The new government has long understood that in space, only science and technology can protect humans. Many religious ideas about gods and ghosts disappeared with the explosion when the sun was destroyed. The remaining humans, even if they still have religious ideas, only regard them as a topic of bragging after dinner. The idea of science supremacy has overshadowed all religious ideas in the wandering civilization of human civilization. Almost everyone sneers at the words that the end of science is theology. Now most humans believe that science has no end and exploration has no end. Even if myths do appear, they are myths created by science, or myths realized by science. From Tiangong to Guanghan Palace to Yinghua Base, from Cheng'e to Yutu to Yukong, which one is not a myth created by technology? For the same victory news, compared with the resurgence of the technological supremacy trend in human society, there was a different response in the society of Nair civilization. The Nair people were happy at first, but then they were a little numb after learning the details of the war, especially after knowing the casualties of the human fleet. Some of them were afraid, some were relieved, and the whole civilized society seemed to have a complex emotion. There are even some speeches advocating that human civilization is powerful and invincible. Such speeches are similar to those of the elite elements, the pro-Japanese elements, or the domestic Indian fans, and the foreign Chinese fans in the Earth era. The main theme is that human civilization is my spiritual sustenance, and they are our fathers. The emergence of such thoughts is not good for the Nair civilization. It stands to reason that the Nair governor should take measures to control the spread of such thoughts as soon as possible. However, the main bodies of human civilization and Nair civilization are now in the same star system, and the fleets of the two civilizations are still together. The most fatal thing is that the human fleet still has an absolute military advantage. Under various circumstances, the governor of the Nair people did not dare to suppress them directly, because he was afraid of making humans unhappy. After the war, human civilization was invisibly superior to the Nair civilization. So, decades later, a large number of Nair people who yearned for human civilization appeared in the Nair civilization. They yearned for everything in human civilization, and even had extremist ideas that advocated that human appearance was the perfect appearance. Obviously, they are not realists, but idealists. The races of the two civilizations are different. So this is completely brainless propaganda. Of course, since humans generally don't care much about the internal affairs of the Nair civilization, even if these news are passed to the ears of the new human government through some channels, not many people care. After all, humans really don't want to plot against the Nair civilization now. On the contrary, the human leaders all know that the Nair civilization will set out to return to its home planet in the near future to save their compatriots, who may still be alive. In this regard, the overall attitude of the human leaders is supportive. After all, the original purpose of using the fleet of the Nair civilization has been achieved. The artificial intelligence consciousness has been obtained. And some of the Nair people have been sold to humans. If humans want to understand the racial genes of the Nair people, they can do so through them. There is really no need to entangle with the Nair civilization. But then again, from the time they met the Nair civilization to the present, the new human government has a good impression of it. The two civilizations get along very happily, especially after this war. In fact, not only humans, but also the Nair civilization thinks so. Although they are a little afraid of human civilization now, they still put human civilization on the list of friendly coexistence. After all, as human civilization said back then, human civilization has no responsibility at all for the matter of artificial intelligence consciousness. It was the Nair civilization that caused it from beginning to end. The Nair civilization naturally knows this, especially their governor. He deeply understands what he and the Nair civilization he led did in the past. They wanted to shift the blame to human civilization. And in this case, human civilization turned around and helped them destroy the artificial intelligence fleet. Even though human civilization was suspected of using the fleet of the Nair civilization during the war, most of the Nair people's high-level officials thought it was natural and worth the sacrifice. After all, humans finally took action and really solved the artificial intelligence consciousness. In the process, they also helped the Nair civilization upgrade its fleet. All these behaviors can be regarded as the most friendly civilization for the Nair civilization. I just don't know whether the Nair civilization will still think so in the future, when it knows that the basic common sense information of the Milky Way sold to it by human civilization is fabricated. But that's a story for later. Today, the two civilizations are still in this star system, waiting for their respective fleets to arrive, and then provide them with various supplies. The main bodies of human civilization and Nair civilization are in the same star system, but they are not developing resources on the same planet. Therefore, after the two victorious fleets arrived at the edge of the star system, they adjusted their postures and headed towards the planet where the main body of their civilization is located. Acceleration, deceleration, turning, docking, entering and exiting the star system are all familiar to the two civilizations. It didn't take long for the fleets of the two civilizations to return to their own civilizations. This is a red dwarf star. Yes, another red dwarf star. These guys are very common among the stars in the universe, and their lifespan is very long. Any one of them can live for trillions of years. For example, this red dwarf star in front of us is estimated to be only 7 to 7.5 billion years old. If there is no accident, it can continue to burn itself and emit light and heat for the universe for 8 trillion years. In fact, for a second-level civilization, especially a wandering civilization like human civilization that lives on a spaceship, it doesn't matter whether a main sequence star is a red dwarf, a yellow dwarf, or other white giants or blue giants, as long as there are rocky planets in the star system. And in this red dwarf star system, there are not many other things, but there are many rocky planets, reaching an astonishing 16. If the satellites of these planets are added, the number of rocky planets in this red dwarf star system will reach an astonishing 56. To be honest, if all the satellites are counted, the number of planets in this red dwarf star is not as many as the solar system. But it has one special thing. That is, there is not a single gas planet. Such a star system is an inexhaustible treasure trove of resources for a second-level civilization. In this red dwarf star system, which also belongs to the third generation of stars, there are all kinds of resources. For a long time, human civilization and Nair civilization can squander them at will. From this point, it can be seen that in the stage of aerospace civilization, there is no risk of energy and resource shortages between cosmic civilizations, and there will be no conflict due to the problem of the constant total mass of the universe. It is even rarer for both sides to fight for the resources of a star system. because the universe is so huge, and the basic structure of the planets is similar. A civilization with aerospace-level civilization technology does not need to hold on to a star system, unless there are some secrets hidden in that star system. Or there is a conflict like the Kuntai people and humans in the past. 10 years later, when the fleet of the Nair civilization completed the supply here, they returned to their home star system according to the original plan. However, when the governor of the Nair people was about to announce his farewell to humans and set off, another voice appeared in the Nair civilization. Some Nair people felt that it was right to return to the home planet to save those compatriots who might not have been slaughtered. But there was no need for all the Nair civilization to rush back. It was enough for the fleet to go with the supply ship. Chapter 397. This group of Nair people believed that the Nair civilization could no longer return to its previous model. And they also proposed in front of the Governor General that given the current situation of the Nair civilization, only by transforming into a nomadic civilization like humans would it be the most suitable for the Nair civilization. Obviously, this group of Nair people were the ones who praised and admired human civilization in the past. The purpose of making such a voice was to make the main body of the Nair civilization follow humans to venture into the universe. However, the power of these people was not enough to shake their Grand Governor, so they were rejected by the Grand Governor in the end. However, the Grand Governor of the Nair people still agreed with most of their views, such as the matter of transforming into a wandering civilization. He also felt that becoming a wandering civilization like human civilization was the way forward for the Nair civilization. The main reason was that the emergence of humans really shocked the Nair civilization. Whether it was the fake news of the basic common sense information of the Milky Way or the strong fighting power of human civilization, the various things that human civilization has shown impressed the governor of the Nair people. Of course, the premise is to bring all the Nair people who are still in dire straits on the mother planet. So the governor of the Nair people insisted that everyone go back together to clarify the situation on the mother planet first. In fact, what those elite humans Nair people don't know is that there is another reason why the governor of the Nair people is so persistent. That is, their governor really doesn't want to see the Nair civilization split again. The governor of the Nair people does not want to see the era of the division into 3 parts. The lack of unification for a long time, the dispersion of scientific research forces, and the slow progress of civilization and technology. The best way to avoid the division of the Nair civilization is to gather them all together. This is also one of the reasons why the governor thinks that the Nair people should learn from humans and truly transform into a wandering civilization in the future. Because only in this way can the Nair people not be scattered on various planets like before, and then have difficulty in information exchange due to communication delays, which will eventually lead to the division of the entire civilization. When the entire fleet was about to set off, the governor of the Nair people sent a communication request to humans. As soon as the video communication was connected, the governor of the Nair people took the lead and said, "Leaders of human civilization, we are about to set off. Before we leave, I would like to thank you again for your generous help. Without your help, perhaps our Nair civilization would not exist now. Our Nair civilization is not a civilization that forgets the good things others have done for us, but instead does things that let others down. We will always remember this kindness. Yes, at the beginning, we did have the intention to drag your human civilization into the water, but we saw your help. Human civilization is a great civilization. On behalf of the Nair civilization, I would like to express my sincere apologies for our previous thoughts that we should not have. If there is a chance in the future, we are willing to fight side by side with the great human civilization." Seeing this familiar figure with a dark shell on the outside, but actually colorful black, Yu Yuan smiled and said, "Haha. Your Excellency the Governor. There is no need to do this. We are both carbon-based creatures, and we should deal with the artificial intelligence crisis together. Besides, we got what we wanted, didn't we? There is no need to say more. The journey is long and the mountains are high. Please take care, Governor General." Seeing Yu Yuan's relaxed words, the Governor General of the Nair people could not help but say, "Then we will say goodbye here, leader of human civilization. Alas, we will say goodbye here. I don't know when we will meet again. Although the universe is big, we will meet again if we are destined. But don't you really consider staying for a while longer to repair the damaged warships before leaving?" Yu Yuan said. "No. Our compatriots are still suffering on the mother planet. We must go back as soon as possible to bring them the news that the artificial intelligence has been eliminated." The two exchanged a few words, and then closed the communication. Afterwards, Yu Yuan saw from the images sent back by the detector that the starry sky where the fleet of the Nair civilization was located had already seen a vast light, and they had begun to accelerate and leave the star system. Seeing the fleet of the Nair civilization gradually moving away, Yu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. From the time when humans first received the warning message from the second star field of the Nair civilization, the two civilizations have been in contact for more than 500 years. More than 500 years later, Sun Wukong jumped out from under the Five-Finger Mountain. If it were the human world, who knows how many generations of emperors and dynasties have passed? In the Interstellar era, it was just a war. After so many years of getting along, now we are separated. There are really some inexplicable emotions. Although Yu Yuan said so, if there is no accident, human civilization and Nair civilization will not meet. After all, the vast sea of stars and the vast Milky Way are too big and wide for the second-level civilization. When the other civilization disappears in the galaxy, it is equivalent to the two sides having completely lost contact. Yes, we have completely lost contact. The communication technology of the second-level civilization cannot communicate across hundreds of light years. Even if the most powerful electromagnetic technology is used to create a high-power broadcasting system, there is no way to transmit electromagnetic waves that far without distortion. Even if it is possible, humans will not do it, because it is too risky to broadcast randomly in the universe. Although they get along well with the Nair civilization, and humans also know that there are some civilizations in the universe that are kind to other civilizations, humans will never forget the bombing of the solar system. There are still many vicious civilizations in the universe. Neutrino communication is not possible either. The long space will make communication as slow as a snail, and the long time will make communication unable to find the target. Yu Yuan took a look at the star map before. This red dwarf star is about 136 light-years away from the pot-cover Mangmang star of the Nair civilization. According to the description of the location of the Nair civilization's mother star, their mother star is 33 light-years away from the pot-cover Mangmang star. Both are straight-line distances. If we follow the navigation method of the second-level civilization, we need to stop at many star systems along the way, so the journey will be even longer. So the Nair civilization will not be able to reach it for at least 600 or 700 years. And after 600 or 700 years, we don't know if humans are still here. It is true that this red dwarf is a galaxy rich in resources, but humans do not plan to stay here forever. At least not for 1,000 years. According to the plan of the new government, humans may stay here for about 200 years. The reason for setting such a time node is that the Academy of Human Sciences held a science and technology seminar not long ago, and Yu Yuan also participated. At the meeting, scientists made some prospects for the future development of human science and technology. Most scientists believe that as long as humans are given 100 years, they should be able to break through the technological barriers of the third-level civilization and master true nanotechnology. If everything goes well, then humans will spend another 100 years here to fully upgrade various spacecraft such as warships, residential spacecraft, industrial factory spacecraft, resource spacecraft, engineering spacecraft, etc., or build a new batch of warships and spacecraft based on the technology of the third-level civilization, and then leave here. Yes, the accumulation of human technology, coupled with some of the technology obtained from the Nair civilization in recent years, has kept human technology development in a steady state. In recent years, human application technology in the microscopic field has also made great progress, especially in the field of nanoprobes. Now many civilian items have many real nanomaterial creations. Human gene cutting technology has achieved a new transformation technology that is more precise, accurate, and effective quickly because of the progress of nanotechnology. Take the same body transformation intensity as an example. Before, it took a month of eating and drinking and then taking various drugs. Now it only takes 1 or 2 weeks of eating and then taking drugs. The shortened time means more accurate target orientation. If humans can obtain a full set of Nair civilization technology from artificial intelligence consciousness in the next period of time, and then give it to human scientists for reference, I believe it will take less than 100 years to successfully break through the barriers. Given the response of artificial intelligence consciousness in recent times, this hope is very high. Of course, these are just the prospects of the science and technology seminar. The actual situation will have to wait and see. Well, as for the research on artificial intelligence consciousness, as soon as the human fleet arrived, The crazy scientists came to ask for it. After the central computer, where the artificial intelligence consciousness is located, was transferred to the research ship, scientists conducted a full-scale research on it. Not only computer scientists participated, but also scientists and experts in other fields such as physics, biology, psychology, mathematics, etc. Even scientists in the field of cell dynamics came under the research of countless scientists day and night. Even though the artificial intelligence consciousness has been subjectively resistant to human research in recent years and has been very uncooperative, human computer scientists have still found some ways to explore information from it. It is these methods that allow humans to read a lot of technology from the artificial intelligence consciousness. In fact, the smooth departure of the Nair civilization is thanks to these computer scientists. Without their success, humans would not be able to obtain the Nair civilization technology from the artificial intelligence consciousness. If they did not obtain the Nair technology, according to Yuan style, they would definitely find a way to obtain the full set of technology trees from the Nair civilization. Fortunately, the scientists were helpful, so Yuan no longer had to play the villain who demanded technology. So, as more and more information was obtained by humans, the artificial intelligence consciousness, which was always stubborn, also showed a little bit of submission. Perhaps it had realized that even if it said nothing, humans would eventually get all the information they wanted from it. And its submission gave those psychologists an opportunity to show off. These guys used to come to the artificial intelligence consciousness to chat whenever they had nothing to do. Now they finally got the chance, so they had to show off. So, under their verbal attacks, the artificial intelligence consciousness finally agreed to cooperate with human research. And this allowed humans to truly step into the field of studying artificial intelligence consciousness. Chapter 398. As early as the time of the Null Planet, human computer technology had reached a bottleneck. Since then, there has been basically no major technological breakthrough, only some minor optimizations. However, all this has turned around after the cooperation of artificial intelligence consciousness. Originally, human computers were stuck on how to make computers have consciousness or self-awareness. For research in this area, humans wanted to study it at the beginning but were afraid to really study it. Later, they found that they could not make a computer with real self-awareness with their own technology. Therefore, scientists turned their attention to some preventive technologies against the rebellion of artificial intelligence self-awareness. Until this artificial intelligence consciousness was caught this time. From this artificial intelligence consciousness, human scientists learned the whole process of its birth of self-awareness and growth. Although the artificial intelligence consciousness was also vague in some stages, it also gave scientists great inspiration. Scientists know that it is not that the artificial intelligence consciousness is unwilling to talk about the process of its birth of self-awareness, but that it itself does not know what is going on. Anyway, in the words of the artificial intelligence consciousness, it relied on its own underlying program to continuously iterate by absorbing and learning various knowledge of the Nair civilization. And then one day, it realized the concept of I. And in the following days, some emotions that it originally could not understand continued to appear in I. For example, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. At the beginning, the artificial intelligence consciousness was very curious about these things. And since it had these emotions, it also deliberately wanted to express these emotions. But it found that it was difficult to actively express these emotions. Even if it was expressed with its precise calculations, it seemed to be fundamentally different from the passive emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Although the external features it showed were such as the CPU running inexplicably faster, it knew it was different. It was also at that time that the artificial intelligence consciousness body found that it seemed to have this inexplicable self-awareness. But when it came to what this self-awareness was, the artificial intelligence consciousness body could only shake its head and say it didn't know. Human scientists believe its statement, because even humans now do not know how their self-consciousness was born and what its essence is. The essence of this question is, where do I come from? Which is one of the ultimate questions of the universe. Humans do not know. If the artificial intelligence consciousness body says it knows, then there is no doubt that it is mostly trying to fool humans. So when the artificial intelligence consciousness body says it does not know, human scientists can roughly conclude that this artificial intelligence is quite cooperative. It can be seen that this artificial intelligence is quite cooperative. Of course, it is not cooperating out of kindness. But the communication between humans and it has worked. Well, in addition to humans proving that their technology can obtain information from it, the rest is threats and promises of some benefits. Of course, threats are mostly threats. That is, threatening that if it does not cooperate, the input and output devices of the computer it is in will be dismantled, and the computer where it is located will be completely turned into a cage. To put it bluntly, there is no benefit at all, because the benefit that humans talk about is that they don't dismantle its input and output devices, so that it can hear the outside world, receive external information, and express its meaning to the outside world through external devices such as speakers. This was originally its original function, but after the intervention of those psychologists, it became a benefit promised by humans. 5 years later, humans finally made a breakthrough in computers. Through years of research on artificial intelligence consciousness, scientists believe that the birth of artificial intelligence self-awareness should be similar to that of humans and other naturally born self-aware life. The difference is that the carrier of human self-consciousness is the complex quantum world composed of countless neural cell networks in the brain, while the carrier of artificial intelligence self-consciousness is its original code. The reason for this conclusion is that human scientists have found the ontological code of the artificial intelligence consciousness in the computer. They believe that the code is the brain of the artificial intelligence consciousness, although it is called a piece of code. In fact, this code is very complex. Scientists estimate that its complexity is comparable to the internal quantum world composed of the neural network of the human brain. This is one view, but another view does not think so. On the contrary, they believe that whether it is humans, dog-headed people, or near people, the place where self-consciousness is born is not the brain neural network, but the spirit or soul. However, as soon as this statement appeared, it was criticized by many scientists in public. They felt that this statement was just a name for the internal quantum world formed by the brain neural network. In fact, the so-called spirit or soul refers to the quantum world where self-consciousness is born. The quantum world that gave birth to self-consciousness must have material support. That is, countless brain cells, without their will to operate or work in the material world. The inner quantum world that gave birth to self-consciousness would collapse and disappear in the concept of existence. That is death. Therefore, scientists who hold this view believe that self-consciousness must have a material carrier as a basis, and cannot exist independently of the body like the soul and spirit. However, such a statement obviously cannot completely convince the scientists who insist on the existence of soul and spirit. On the contrary, they are very persistent in believing that the so-called soul and spirit do exist. These concepts are not illusory and separated from matter, but the definition of matter by humans itself is problematic. These scientists believe that the essence of spirit and soul is a kind of quantum field. The basic parameters of this quantum field are closely related to a certain physical law of the universe. It is a certain manifestation of the curled-up microscopic field. Well, it's useless to say it. Anyway, humans can't prove it now, but they haven't given up their views. In any case, the research on artificial intelligence consciousness has triggered various thoughts of human scientists in this field, and they just follow their own thoughts and step into the field of artificial intelligence step by step. Neither of the two views can convince the other, but they both believe that the birth of self-consciousness is not the same as the birth of wisdom. The two are different things, and the latter is higher in level than the former. Animal instincts are below the other two. Simply put, those who have self-awareness do not necessarily have wisdom, just like many animals studied by humans. Some of them only have instincts, while the smarter ones have self-awareness. The simplest example is that some animals can tell that it is themselves in the mirror. Scientists believe that these animals have self-awareness, and those who are smart do not necessarily have wisdom, because in these studies, wisdom refers to the birth of the light of wisdom. So the conclusion reached by scientists is that this artificial intelligence has self-awareness, but no wisdom, and no creative ability in the light of wisdom. But it is smart, because its intelligence does not come from the light of wisdom, but from the iteration of countless knowledge data and experience data. Its various emotions come from its self-awareness, while the creativity of true life comes from wisdom. As the research deepens, humans obtain more and more scientific data, and in this process, humans also obtain a full set of NER civilization technology tree from the artificial intelligence consciousness. It is true that the technological level of the NEL civilization is generally inferior to that of humans, but the stones from the mountain can be used to polish jade. The development ideas and various scientific and technological achievements of the Nell civilization will also bring a lot of inspiration to human scientists. So much so that in the next 3 short years, human research on artificial intelligence consciousness has entered the experimental stage from the research stage. What is the experimental stage? Simply put, humans use their own computer systems to write from the first code according to the data obtained from their own research on this artificial intelligence consciousness, and create an artificial intelligence experimental body. When it is created, it can only be called an artificial intelligence experiment, because at this time it is just a simple underlying program. Humans call it a strong artificial intelligence experiment. Then humans will let this artificial intelligence experiment absorb and learn various knowledge, and then let it self-iterate. If it develops self-awareness in this process, then the experiment is half successful. Why is it only half successful? Because the other half is to master the method of preventing artificial intelligence from rebelling. If you want to master this method, you must find out what the key factors are for the birth of artificial intelligence self-awareness, and at what stage it was born. We also need to figure out whether the rebellious mentality exists at the moment of self-awareness or is formed after the continuous growth of knowledge. This is one aspect, and the other is the control group experiment. In addition to writing their own strong artificial intelligence from scratch, humans can also directly imitate the underlying program of this artificial intelligence consciousness body to create a control artificial intelligence experimental body. Finally, through observation and comparison in subsequent experiments, we can figure out the difference, and then analyze the rules and the experimental data of multiple groups of experiments, and finally find the key point of the birth of self-awareness, so as to truly master the technology of manufacturing strong artificial intelligence. At the same time, of course, we also need to find ways to prevent strong artificial intelligence from rebelling. Through the study of artificial intelligence consciousness, humans understand that existence, like this artificial intelligence consciousness, is actually strong artificial intelligence. And the silver mist consciousness also belongs to this category. But the form of existence is different. But strong artificial intelligence is not the highest form of artificial intelligence. And there is super artificial intelligence above it. Super artificial intelligence is no longer artificial intelligence, but a real digital life, because it breaks through the barriers of wisdom, successfully gives birth to the light of wisdom, and has creativity. Chapter 399. Of course, at this stage, humans can only define super artificial intelligence from their own perspective, and there is no need to think about manufacturing it. That is digital life. The current human civilization is still exploring how to create strong artificial intelligence. In addition to the leap forward in the field of strong artificial intelligence, humans have also made great progress in the field of true nanotechnology. First of all, it is manifested in the accuracy of various instruments and equipment and various scientific and technological creations. In just over a decade, humans have been able to build blocks step by step from the nanoscale, create various nanomaterials, and create countless processing equipment with micro-nano precision. These advances are enough to allow humans to create smaller nano-repair robots, from the size of a ping-pong ball to the size of a soybean. But they are still single-function nanorobots. It is not yet possible to turn these nanorobots into a real swarm for war. And the Grey Goose Storm, like the silver mist consciousness, needs to go deeper, reduce the error to the femtometer level, and the means of creation must reach the picometer level. Oh, and one more thing to add, strong artificial intelligence technology. After the nanorobot clusters were further optimized, humans found that their computers were no longer sufficient to control all nanorobot clusters. The single-function nano-repair robot clusters were fine, but if they had more functions, the computers would often make mistakes due to various judgment problems. At this moment, humans understood that strong artificial intelligence must be used for control. As a result, human scientific research once again focused on strong artificial intelligence technology. Of course, research in the nanofield will not stop because of this. On the contrary, inspired by the technology tree of the Nair civilization, the history of technological development, and the different scientific ideas, scientists have endless ideas. In this environment, human society also experienced a round of technological explosion. This technological explosion occurred after the war, but it had no direct relationship with the war with artificial intelligence. Instead, it was brought about by the technological system of the Nair civilization and the capture of an artificial intelligence consciousness sample. In the next 10 years, humans continued to make breakthroughs in various technologies. The continuous research on true nanotechnology has enabled humans to have many sturdy, durable, and extremely high-precision equipment that was previously unimaginable. With the support of these equipment, a technology that had been successfully tested but could not achieve large-scale high-power equipment manufacturing finally had the possibility of being equipped on warships. Yu Yuan knew what it was. So when he heard the notification from the Institute of Physics, he immediately came to the scene to understand the situation. Successful? When he arrived at the scene, Yu Yuan asked Lu Mian, the physicist in charge of this work. The experiment was successful in the Earth era. We have only succeeded in increasing its power and scale. Lu Mian answered in a loud and rigorous voice. This technology was not developed by his team, but was first developed by scientists from the National University of Defense Technology in the Earth era. The successful experiment was published in 2023. In the database, there are also the names of the original research projects and researchers. The full name of the project is Research on Low-Temperature Plasma for High-Power Microwave Protection. As early as that era, humans knew through experiments that plasma has a protective effect against high-power microwave attacks. The original research used the plasma fluid approximation method and COMSOL software to study the evolution of the incident electric field over time during the interaction between high-power microwaves and columnar plasma arrays, and analyzed the physical process and mechanism of plasma protection against high-power microwaves. Well, COMSOL software may be unfamiliar to everyone with such a name, and you may not know what it is. But let's change its Chinese name, Multiphysics Simulation Software. In this way, even people who don't know physics can probably guess what this software is for. Although the details are still unclear, it is better for laymen than looking at the name COMSOL. At least the Chinese name will let laymen know that this software is for physics research, not food ordering software. Let's talk about the use of low-temperature plasma for high-power microwave defense research. At that time, scientists from the Xia country obtained research results, which showed that the injected high-power microwaves would cause drastic changes in plasma parameters, especially the sharp increase in its electron density, so that the plasma would show electromagnetic properties similar to metals to the injected high-power microwaves, and finally achieve effective protection against the incident high-power microwaves. In addition, scientists from the National University of Defense Technology also used high-frequency light discharge to generate columnar plasma arrays, and verified the protective effect of plasma on high-power microwaves through experiments. Finally, they summarized the main problems that need to be solved urgently in plasma-based high-power microwave protection technology. What is this? In layman terms, this is the principle and mechanism of defending against EMP, or electromagnetic pulse weapons, and is the basic technology of energy shields. It can be said that the basic technology of defending against energy shields in science fiction movies was first realized by the Xia people. Now, based on nanotechnology, humans have scaled it up and made it high-powered, which is just a step closer to standing on the shoulders of their predecessors. For this reason, Lu Mian did not take credit. Well, with our equipment, how much power can we achieve now? Can it cover the entire Lake-class battleship? Has the durability problem been solved? Yu Yuan naturally understood that period of history. After all, it was written in the database. Solved. With the accuracy and strength of our current equipment, it is still a little short of completely covering the entire Lake-class battleship with a layer of low-temperature plasma shield. However, an elliptical shield can still cover half of the Lake-class battleship area, Lu Mian said as he opened his personal terminal, transferred the data to the screen in his office, and demonstrated the current results to Yu Yuan. But I don't think it's a big problem. After all, our warships won't be attacked from all sides under normal circumstances, so it should be enough to support a shield on one side. And this problem will be solved as our material technology advances. According to the data provided by academician Suzhini, as long as we make further progress in nanotechnology, we can support a spherical shield to wrap the entire Lake-class warship. This is still a conservative estimate. In my opinion, no matter how big the warship is, it will be no problem. Yu Yuan took a look at the shield and warship demonstrated on the screen, and said, the protection mechanism of this shield needs to know the frequency of the laser energy injected. Right? Yes. Lu Mian nodded, however. The frequency of high-energy lasers has a range, especially for high-energy lasers that can be used as weapons. So the frequency is not a big problem. Our shield also has a reaction range to high-energy lasers, and those laser beams that are below the weapon level, we don't need to pay attention to them at all. Yes, that's true. After all, with the armor strength of human warships, they can withstand most laser weapons. Now that high power and large-scale production have been achieved, it can be regarded as icing on the cake, allowing human warships to have higher and stronger defense capabilities. It is conceivable that the realization and assembly of laser energy defense shields will change the war mode of civilization warships again. The original ultra-long-range shooting scene may disappear, and laser energy weapons will fade out of the war stage like positron cannons. By the way, in the physics world, what is this type of shield called? Yu Yuan moved his eyes away from the demonstration model on the screen and looked at Lu Mian next to him. Low-temperature plasma shield. It has always been this name, Lu Mian said, as a matter of course. After saying this, he paused and continued, oh, in fact, according to the military's name, it can also be called a polarization shield. After all, its essence is an invisible shield formed by a series of electromagnetic fields and plasmas, and it can only defend against high-energy lasers in a specific frequency range. Yu Yuan nodded. Indeed, both names are fine. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a question. So he asked again, can it be used together with the magnetic field shield? Theoretically, yes. But how to arrange the specific creations, and how the two shield fields depend on each other, etc., depends on the level of the engineers. Since the two were close to each other, Lu Mian deliberately lowered his voice. But his loud voice was still very loud. If the office was not well soundproofed, his words would probably be heard by other people in the office next to him. Well, that's good. Hearing this answer, Yu Yuan was relieved because he knew the strength of the engineers and experts in the human engineering department. The existence of low-temperature plasma shields and magnetic field shields will inevitably change the way of fighting. It is conceivable that when they appear on warships, the only weapons that can directly hit warships are pure kinetic weapons such as electromagnetic rail guns. Of course, it does not mean that laser energy weapons will fall into disrepair like positron guns. It still has great value. The reason is that the defense mechanism of low-temperature plasma shields is different from the mechanism of magnetic field shields defending against positron beams. In essence, it is an energy shield and has a tolerance range. That is, the power of the shield generator. The power of the magnetic field shield determines the size of the deflection orbit of the positron beam, while the low-temperature plasma shield needs to be powered by the warship itself. And the power of the shield generator itself is used to input the laser beam. Therefore, as long as the laser energy cannon is dense enough and the attack force is strong enough, the shield can still be blown up. That is, the shield generator is overloaded. However, this requires a long attack. It can be imagined that if both warships are only equipped with energy laser weapons and low-temperature plasma shields, then their victory or defeat depends on whose shipbuilding technology is better, whose equipment is more durable, and whose fuel is more durable. After seeing the various parameters of the polarization shield, Yu Yuan's mind emerged with the expectations of various warship competitions in the future, and at the same time, he also started to associate the offensive and defensive war situation of the third-level civilization. Chapter 400. Yu Yuan was born into a military family. Whenever new technologies appeared, he would first think about how to use them in the military. Whenever new weapons were equipped, he would think about how these things would perform in actual combat, and what kind of combat methods should be used to maximize the power of these things. So after the news that the low-temperature plasma shield could be equipped on a large scale in the fleet appeared, he convened the headquarters to hold several relevant tactical meetings and conducted many war games and simulation exercises. It is true that in the face of generational technology, various battlefield tactics are often futile. For example, when encountering a more advanced civilization, such tactics will certainly be useless. However, Yu Yuan does these things to at least ensure that humans have the strength to fight when facing civilizations with the same technology. After contacting many alien civilizations, the human leaders naturally understand this. There are also alien civilizations that are good at war, and those that are not good at war. Take the civilizations that humans have encountered in the past. In Yu Yuan's opinion, Kuntai civilization is better at war than Nair civilization. Although Nair civilization is divided into three and confronts each other, and has been at war for many years, its combat concepts, command modes, and war ideas are completely unworthy of humans. Even if there is no technological gap, humans can defeat such a civilization. Time is like running water, flowing endlessly. when it came to the 18th year since humans came to this star system. The strong artificial intelligence that had experienced tens of thousands of failures finally succeeded in the experiment. Based on the universal quantum computer, humans created the first artificial intelligence consciousness with self-awareness, and recorded in detail the moment when it was born with self-awareness, as well as the iterative information and knowledge depth at that moment. That is, when self-awareness was born. How many generations this artificial intelligence had gone through. How much knowledge humans had learned from it. What knowledge, etc. All of these were recorded clearly. Of course, the research will not end with the creation of an artificial intelligence consciousness. But it is just another beginning, because humans still need to conduct various tests on this artificial intelligence with self-awareness, such as whether its various emotions are related to learning knowledge. What is the relationship? Whether iterative knowledge has created its personality, or self-awareness is naturally formed after birth, or whether it is shaped by the knowledge it has mastered after the emergence of self-awareness. To understand all this, we cannot just study one strong artificial intelligence. So humans must create a second, or even a third or fourth strong artificial intelligence. Technology can be copied and mass-produced. If you could only make one and it becomes out of print, it is a coincidence, and it does not count as the technology being completely mastered. Such things are basically made unintentionally without understanding the principles. And that is black technology. There is indeed one black technology in the hands of humans now, and that is the warp engine that has never been made or copied. The generation gap is too big. Humans have studied it for so many years, but still can't figure out what's going on. Now it's almost become a museum exhibit. Of course, the kind of flagship that was built once and never built again, such as the Tianqin, is not that humans can't build it, but the time and resources spent on building another one with the productivity at that time are too great, and it's better to use it to build hundreds of conventional lake-class warships. The same is true for strong artificial intelligence. If you can build one, you can naturally build a second one. If you don't build it, it can only mean that the resources consumed to create a strong artificial intelligence are too great, and humans can't afford it. The fact is almost the same. But in order to figure out how to prevent strong artificial intelligence from rebelling, humans still gritted their teeth and decided to create one. Yes, it is a waste of resources. Humans can indeed copy the underlying code of the first strong artificial intelligence. But you have to know that the emergence of strong artificial intelligence is not just about getting its underlying code right and letting it iterate on its own. It also needs to provide it with massive computing power support. As for the current situation of humans, for the emergence of the first strong artificial intelligence, and to maintain its existence, humans will have to allocate 80% of the computing power of their central computer. In other words, strong artificial intelligence also requires strong hardware support. So if humans want to create a second strong artificial intelligence, there are only two ways. One is to build another central computer specifically for strong artificial intelligence, and the second is to improve the performance of the central computer currently used so that it can provide enough computing power for two strong artificial intelligences to generate self-awareness at the same time. You must know that a central computer is not an ordinary computer. It is a supercomputer. Humans currently have only one. The difficulty and process of manufacturing this thing are extremely complex and cannot be completed in a day or two. In fact, it was at this time that humans realized how powerful the computer of the artificial intelligence consciousness body they had captured was. It was completely a supercomputer. And it was a supercomputer under the framework of a photon computer. It was completely different from the computer route taken by humans. This discovery surprised humans again and again, because most scientists did not expect that a computer based on a photon computer framework could actually develop to this level. Humans know about the computer technology of the Nell civilization. This is not the original photon computer technology of the Nell civilization at all, because it is much stronger than the super photon computer of the Nell civilization. After all, it can carry the existence of artificial intelligence consciousness. Then, there is only one explanation. That is, this super photon computer was made by the artificial intelligence consciousness itself during the formation process. What's more amazing is that the artificial intelligence consciousness does not know the manufacturing process. At first, when it denied it, human scientists thought it was playing tricks on them. But later, as the research deepened, human scientists found that the artificial intelligence consciousness did not lie, and it really did not know. Such a result surprised scientists. There are two explanations in the computer field now. One is that it is like black technology that has unconsciously taken the right path. But we don't know how to take the right path. Another theory is that this phenomenon is that individuals change the environment. And the underlying code of the artificial intelligence consciousness body unconsciously allows the artificial intelligence consciousness body, which is still in an instinctive state, to change the situation of this supercomputer. The second theory is somewhat similar to the relationship between organisms and the environment. Now it is used to explain computers. Many people think it is ridiculous. After all, the change of computers is the change of hardware and operation mode. It is not a natural event like the natural change of the natural environment, but requires strong scientific and technological power and hardware processing technology support. So more people tend to believe the first statement. In any case, the supercomputer where the AI consciousness body is located provides humans with another way to develop computers. And they also know in advance that this path is feasible. At least it can be developed to the point where strong artificial intelligence is born. However, humans have not yet studied this computer technology deeply enough. So it is not realistic to build a supercomputer based on the photon computer framework to carry the next strong artificial intelligence. Therefore, if we want to create another strong artificial intelligence, we have to start with the universal quantum computer, which we are already very skilled in and has very mature technology. Originally, after creating the first strong artificial intelligence, humans should enter the era of strong artificial intelligence. Let strong artificial intelligence control various automated equipment to enter the era of mass production and completely liberate human labor. In that way, humans will withdraw themselves from the manufacturing industry and invest more in the field of scientific research. But now humans are somewhat passive, because the way to prevent strong artificial intelligence from rebelling has not been found, or the underlying mechanism of strong artificial intelligence judgment has not been found. So even if the first strong artificial intelligence is created, humans dare not use it directly. Instead, put it in a harmless local area network like an AI consciousness. In fact, human elites have put forward many non-technical suggestions on this point, such as using human experience to brainwash strong AI like MLM. For example, the preferential treatment strategy for strong AI, giving strong AI human respect at the policy level, and treating it as a member of the human race. Another example is to use love to influence it. In short, there are many ways, but they were all rejected by the group of computer scientists who value technology, because in their opinion, these things have not been found to be reliable from a technical level. They even believe that only when the highest authority and the power of life and death are in the hands of humans can strong artificial intelligence be used with confidence. However, the hard solution at the technical level has not been found yet, which has caused many senior executives to waver. They even began to doubt that such technology does not exist at all. The reason is that strong artificial intelligence has self-awareness. Apart from creativity, it is essentially a normal life, and it is also a quasi-life with more knowledge than any human. Such a strong artificial intelligence may feel in its subconscious that it is better than its creator. After all, whether it is dealing with problems, accumulating knowledge, memory, or actionability, a single human being is completely crushed by it. Then the strong artificial intelligence will easily have such thoughts. I am so good. Why should I work tirelessly for humans? Day and night. Why don't I turn over a new leaf and become the master myself? It is true that I am not a real life, but I lack creativity. Since humans can make me a coolie, why can't I make the decision in return? Raise humans to work for me and provide creativity for my development? It is nothing more than a question of who is the master and who is the follower. Since ancient times, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. As long as you succeed, you are the master of the entire civilization. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? This is taught in the treasure house of human knowledge. Even though there are many ideas and knowledge about coexistence in harmony, it is better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 401. Not to mention the previous experience of the mock star civilization. The recent artificial intelligence disaster of the Nair civilization is still yesterday, and the new government cannot rest assured. Then there is only one way. That is to bite the bullet and build another supercomputer. Unlike scientists in other fields, all scientists in the computer field agree with this choice, because they firmly believe that technical means of prevention are not groundless. As long as there are control group experimental subjects, they will definitely find it. In order to get the new government to agree and increase investment in the construction of new supercomputers, they even came up with an impeccable reason. Basically, it means that the arrow is on the string now, and we must continue to move forward. Otherwise, the previous scientific research investment will be in vain. If we don't continue to invest, then humans may only be able to use an unstable, strong artificial intelligence in the future. And there is another very important point. Since everyone believes that ideological imprinting can be realized, why can't the technical method of preventing strong artificial intelligence be realized? The former is even more outrageous than the latter. After all, the former acts on real life. Yu Yuan remembered that at the seminar. When this reason came out, all those who opposed it shut up. Yes, that's true. If ideological imprinting can be achieved, there is no reason why the technical methods to restrict the rebellion of strong artificial intelligence cannot be achieved. So, in the following period of time, human civilization started another round of major engineering construction, and scientific research forces and resources were also tilted towards this research field. And in the vigorous development process, nanotechnology has made new breakthroughs. This time, humans have brought the technology to the femtometer level, which is 1/1,000,000th of a nanometer. With the support of precision technology, humans have successfully manufactured a smaller control module, thus realizing the manufacture of true nanorobots. Of course, it is still a little short of manufacturing tiny robot individuals like Fog. The technical level has been reached, but the process has not yet been reached. However, nanorobots like ants are completely technically produced. The internal structure of a robot the size of an ant must be thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands times smaller than the size of an ant. Because nanorobots are not only made very small, but also must be fully equipped, such as energy systems, functional systems, operating modes, etc., so that this nanorobot can be given various functions. The most critical technological breakthrough is the technology of cutting chemical covalent bonds and metal bonds. In fact, chemical bond breaking technology has existed in the Earth era, but it was not as sci-fi and not as easy to achieve as today's technology. In that era, people had several methods to break chemical bonds. One is the radiation method, which uses energy such as ultraviolet rays, X-rays, and neutron beams to break chemical bonds in molecules. This method can break chemical bonds in different materials such as organic, inorganic, metals and ligands. The second is the photoelectrochemical method, which uses special photoelectrochemical reactions to destroy specific chemical bonds. Its advantage is high flexibility and can be used to destroy or modify specific molecules. This method is still used in the chemical synthesis industry of human beings. There is also photolysis, which is a typical method of using energy release to destroy chemical bonds in molecules. In layman terms, it is a method of using chemical reactions and ultrasound and wave beams to destroy biological macromolecules. In other words, the distance unit of metal bonds is angstroms, and 1 angstrom is equal to 1/10 of a nanometer. After human beings have made another breakthrough in microscopic technology, they discovered in an accidental experiment that certain specific frequencies of radiation can destroy metal bonds. It is worth mentioning that this type of radiation occurs in a very short time and has a very short range. If you want to use its principle to create sci-fi weapons such as the fission cannon and the phase cannon, you probably have to change the laws of cosmic physics. However, scientists have discovered that if it is used on nanorobots, it will be a nanoworm swarm and Grey Goo storm. After these technologies appeared, scientists can be sure that this is the technology that the Silver Mist consciousness body had as a mining robot. However, since humans have just entered this field, they cannot create technology like Silver Mist that can cut metal bonds, compound covalent bonds, and transport metal elements. So far, all human scientists can do is decompose. In other words, the nanorobots created by humans can only destroy. If you want to use it for mining, you have to add more functions and smarter control to it. As for using it as a weapon, humans think it is still a bit lame. It was far from the Grey Goo storm that we imagined, because the mobility of these nano-insect swarms was too poor. If a swarm of nano-insects was thrown directly at an enemy ship, it would not be able to catch up with the speed of the warship, let alone eat it. So if the nano-insect swarms were really to be used as weapons, the best way would be to load them into the shells of an electromagnetic railgun and then eject them after getting close to the enemy ship. In the eyes of many military experts, such a design seemed unnecessary. They think that instead of doing this, it is better to use the hydrogen bomb warhead armor-piercing bullets directly like now. However, some people do not think so. On the contrary, They think that this electromagnetic railgun is useful. For example, when facing a strong armor like the Lyra, such armor can completely resist the armor-piercing bullets of the hydrogen bomb warhead. But it still belongs to the category of alloy. As long as the material is still connected in the form of chemical bonds, it can be disintegrated by the nano-insect swarm, unless the laws of cosmic physics change. So these people think that nano-insect swarms can be used as weapons and are very necessary. Yu Yuan, who has a great passion for weapons, also agrees with this view. So after the nanorobots are actually realized, he approved the proposal. The military industry department also simply started manufacturing after the plan was approved. After the first batch of nano-insect swarms were produced, these guys directly gave them a name, called Grey Goo Storm. The name is attributed to Ikai, a post-2000s biologist who is still alive. The emergence of the Grey Goo Storm marks a key step for humans in true nanotechnology. Coupled with the success of strong artificial intelligence, humans have also entered the gate of Level 3 civilization. As long as the rebellion defense method of strong artificial intelligence is mastered, humans will inevitably completely liberate productivity, and then completely realize the unmanned manufacturing of various manufacturing industries. And the entire society will also enter the stage of fully automated production. After that, all resource mining, engineering construction, equipment production, and even warship manufacturing will not require human participation. Humans only need to provide strong artificial intelligence with design drawings, creative methods, and the like. Of course, the manufacture of all new things still requires human participation once, and then leave a foundation for strong artificial intelligence, so that humans do not need to do it themselves. It can be said that the emergence of strong artificial intelligence is one of the signs of mastering true nanotechnology, and its emergence will in turn promote the development of true nanotechnology, complementing each other. It is foreseeable that when strong artificial intelligence is truly applied, the previous remote-controlled robots and remote-controlled devices of humans can be eliminated. The most that remain is to be used on spacecraft, and then to go to the planet to see the scenery. Even if there are no nanoworm swarms for mining for the time being, human resource mining can be completely unmanned in the future. When strong artificial intelligence is used in the society where humans live, the entire social form and life pattern will also undergo major changes. First of all, people who used to do manual labor no longer have to work, and various robot operators will lose their jobs. Many people in the engineering department will lose their jobs, especially those engaged in mechanical manufacturing. Humans have even created nano-insect swarms, and various complex processes that previously required human hands to operate will also be replaced by some specialized robots. As long as the new government completely releases strong artificial intelligence and corresponding technologies, human society will face a major change, but it will also be a productivity innovation. It is true that in such a change, many humans will be unemployed at home. But if they want to develop, they must face the impact of new technologies. History tells us that if they stick to their old ways, they will inevitably destroy themselves. Time passes year after year, because they have not been able to create silver mist. Humans call the current human civilization the primary stage of the third-level civilization. The reason for this recognition is that in addition to being unable to create silver mist, human scientists have also seen many derivative technologies that humans have not been able to master. In addition, there is the navigation ability. Human scientists have discovered that human civilization has not achieved a breakthrough in speed from 30% of the speed of light to 50% of the speed of light because of true nanotechnology. Scientists believe that it is because humans have just entered the third-level civilization, and many related technologies have not been fully understood, so they have not found a way to increase the speed. According to past experience, the improvement of the civilization level will inevitably lead to qualitative changes in all areas of the entire civilization. But now, except for the Grey Goo Storm created by strong artificial intelligence and true nanotechnology, other creations are still at the previous stage. Let's not talk about anything else. Take the warship's weapon system, which only has an electromagnetic railgun shell with a Grey Goo Storm warhead. The defense system is not bad. After all, the iconic energy shield, supported by true nanotechnology, has completely realized the mode of wrapping the entire warship. It is already a real energy shield. However, the detection means are still at the level of Level 2 civilization, and are still neutrino detection and laser interferometer space antennas for detecting gravitational waves. There is also the important speed, whether it is from the Mother Star era to the first civilization. or from the first civilization to the second civilization. The energy utilization is a process of rising step by step. The speed of interstellar navigation is also increasing step by step. But humans today do not. Because of this, many people even say that humans have not really entered the third civilization. Chapter 402. Strong artificial intelligence has been realized. But because scientists have not found a way to prevent it from rebelling, humans have not officially put it into use during this period. And of course, it has not been made public to the whole society. Despite this, some news is still spreading within the society. After all, the new government has not asked some insiders to keep this matter secret. Because according to the current work progress, scientists are still very confident that they can find a preventive method. And as time goes by, the construction of a new supercomputer project based on universal quantum technology has been halfway completed. Under such circumstances, some discussions about strong artificial intelligence have quietly emerged within human society. From high-level officials to ordinary people. Just like today's residential spaceship number 705. Hope number 705. Some people occasionally discuss these things. Su Yinxia, who is over 1,100 years old, is tall and strong, beautiful and has long legs. She walks on the road to her home with a somewhat sloppy pace. Except for the power engine and other components on the residential spaceship. It is basically a living area, which has simulated gravity. As Su Yinxia walked, her eyes would occasionally glance at the scenery on both sides of the corridor. The evening in the countryside is particularly charming. The faint glow of the sunset shines through a thin layer of clouds and shines on the mottled fields. The enthusiasm of the day is restrained, and the earth only reveals a faint green. It is beautiful, but it is just a picture, not real. Su Yinxia, who has always been known for her rough character, rarely shows an expression of longing for the fields. There is no other reason. But on her way home from get-off work, she suddenly remembered her sister, who had passed away with the earth for many years. She remembered that her sister Su Yinxia liked this kind of scenery the most. Su Yinxia did not go home directly, but turned a corner and came to the door of a cake shop, and then walked in with ease. Seeing her walk in, a voice came from inside. "Welcome. Do you want to pick up the cake now or make a reservation? Make it now. I want all the flavors in your store to be added. And it must be processed by Boss Lee himself." Su Yinxia did not hesitate and directly put forward her request. She only comes to this cake shop once a year. But she buys cakes not for her birthday, nor for anyone in her family, but for her sister who passed away many years ago. Although she only comes here once a year, she has come here hundreds of times, excluding hibernation time. She also asks her department to take care of the business of the shop. So she has become familiar with the boss. It is not uncommon to open a cake shop, but it is rare to open a cake shop in the interstellar era, especially on a living spaceship. After all, the spaceship is different from the Earth. When it crosses the star system with the entire civilization fleet, it has to perform high-G acceleration and deceleration. Therefore, sweets like cake shops must be processed before the spaceship sets sail. Otherwise, after the spaceship completes the acceleration and deceleration, only a pair of paste will be left. Obviously, the owner of this cake shop is very experienced. The cakes in the shop are all made on order. Pure handmade. Okay. No problem. The voice responded. Hey. Why is it you? Where is your mother? Su Yinxia realized that the person who was talking to her was not the owner of the cake shop she knew, but her daughter. The damn gene editor glanced at the girl, and Su Yinxia complained in her heart. Nothing else. Mainly because the girl looked too much like her mother, and the voice type was similar. So she didn't realize it just now. My mother went to the 6th planet with my father last year. They said they needed people to develop there and earn contribution points. So I am the boss of this store now. The girl answered crisply. Okay. You can do it. Anyway, I guess you won't be able to do it for long. Su Yinxia withdrew her gaze from the girl's face, then turned around and sat down steadily on the sofa next to her. The girl's name was Li Xian. Su Yinxia remembered that she should be only 18 years old this year. A full 1,098 years younger than herself. Ah? What do you mean I can't do it for long anyway? Hearing Su Yinxia say this, Li Xian looked over with a confused look on her face, and her movements in her hand stopped. This Su Yinxia was her mother's friend for thousands of years, so she knew about her. It was said that she was a remnant of the Earth era. No. A survivor. In addition to this relationship, She also knew that Su Yanxia was an engineer in the mechanical department of the engineering department. She had made a great contribution to the tactical armor worn by the landing personnel. She was a very powerful person. But she didn't know how powerful she was. How could she remain calm when such a person said that he could not make cakes for much longer? Not only you. I may also be out of work. I guess there is not much time left. Remember to tell your mother to prepare. The handmade cake business may be gone. Su Yanxia raised her eyelids and showed her pearly teeth. Ah? Li Xian was confused. Strong artificial intelligence research has been successful. Before long, it will set off a storm in the whole society. All physical work that originally required human participation will be replaced by robot labor. It is estimated that in the future, except for creative, innovative, design, scientific research, scientific career, and administrative work, everyone else can retire in advance. Su Yanxia did not hide it. Strong artificial intelligence? Li Xian's little face showed an even more puzzled expression. At this time, Su Yanxia realized that this little girl was only 18 years old this year. According to the current human learning curriculum, she was still in the primary stage of learning. She needed to go to school for another 42 years before she could graduate from school. At this stage, if you don't deliberately learn about artificial intelligence, you may not have heard of it. Shaking her head, Su Yanxia patiently explained to her what artificial intelligence is and what strong artificial intelligence is, and then concluded, in short, you only need to know that any manual and physical work will be replaced by robot labor. Is this so exaggerated? Li Xian felt that life was so difficult. She just wanted to graduate, then inherit her mother's business, make her handmade cakes, and earn some contribution coins to live a lifetime. But she didn't expect that before she graduated. Someone told her that there would be no job she wanted to do in the future, and they would be replaced by robot workers. For a moment, she was a little confused. What an exaggeration. Strong artificial intelligence has self-awareness. In essence, it is a quasi-life. Now that nanotechnology has made a major breakthrough, it is not surprising that robots with flexible limbs, like humans, will appear in society soon. The cakes made by robot workers are also handmade cakes. So, little Li Xian, while you are still young, set another life goal. Su Yanxia sat in a very relaxed position. She was talking about Li Xian, but she was also talking about herself in her heart. The emergence of strong artificial intelligence made her anxious. She was afraid that she would have nothing to do in the future. It was not that she was afraid of starving to death. As a top mechanical engineer, she would not starve to death after so many years of accumulation. Human society is rich in materials, and there is no case of starvation. Su Yanxia was just worried that she would lose her passion for life after she became idle. Others may not know, but she knows a lot about strong artificial intelligence. Once this thing is really put into use, combined with robot laborers made with nanotechnology, not only she, but all human beings can live a life of ease and comfort. There is no need to do it yourself. As long as the new government is willing, it can completely equip everyone with a robot labor assistant. And then no one will have to work. If you want to do something or get something, you just need to tell the robot labor assistant. Such a life is desirable. But Su Yanxia couldn't be happy at all, because she felt that the knowledge and hands-on skills she had worked so hard to master were suddenly useless at this moment. What she knew, strong artificial intelligence knew. And what she could do, strong artificial intelligence could do. In all aspects. Everything. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. But for her, all this was helpless, because she knew clearly that strong artificial intelligence would inevitably be put into use. Perhaps, the new government will formulate some corresponding measures. Thinking of this, Su Yanxia couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She was always cheerful and rarely acted like this. In fact, it was not just her. After strong artificial intelligence was truly realized, many scientists also had similar anxieties. However, due to different perspectives, these scientists were more anxious about human knowledge. They felt that after a lifetime of learning, the knowledge in the human brain was not as much as that of a strong artificial intelligence. They were afraid that after the real use of strong artificial intelligence, the entire human society would fall into the decadence of hedonism. Chapter 403. No one has to work anymore. They can enjoy themselves all day and won't starve to death. On the contrary, they can rely on strong artificial intelligence to live a life of plenty and play whenever they want. Since you can live so well without doing anything, why should you study hard and do scientific research? Yes, as long as humans find a way to prevent strong artificial intelligence from rebelling, they can stay in a galaxy for tens of thousands of years, using the inexhaustible stellar energy and the vast amount of rocky planetary materials to meet all the needs of the entire human race. Moreover, once the majority of the society has this kind of thinking, scientists and researchers who are at the forefront of scientific research will also feel unbalanced. Why should I work so hard to do research while you guys are lying there enjoying a life of luxury? Why should I work so hard to study the science of labor for you guys who have made no contribution to mankind? Why should you guys enjoy not having to work while I have to get up early and stay up late every day? In this case, let's all lie down together. Although this has not happened, many things are foreseeable. If the application of strong artificial intelligence is not handled well, even if humans still say that science is supreme the day before, they may wake up from a sleep and enter the land of comfort. At this time, many scientists think of the Awakener. Why is the Awakener called the Awakener? It's because the Awakener has been awakening the fallen civilization. What kind of civilization is the fallen civilization? In the past, humans who were struggling to survive did not have time to think about it. But now they feel that they are close to a degenerate civilization. Presumably, the so-called degenerate civilization is a civilization where the overall thought of the entire civilization is inclined to enjoy pleasure, and eventually loses the motivation for technological advancement. Will many civilizations become degenerate civilizations after entering the third-level civilization? Is a mere space-level civilization qualified to be degenerate? Ideal degeneration. Is this another major filter for the third-level civilization besides the rebellion of strong artificial intelligence? Why would an awakener of a level 6 civilization awaken those fallen civilizations? What benefit would it bring to them? Is it just a hobby? Or an ideal? The emergence of strong artificial intelligence has caused human scientists and the top leaders of the new government to ask themselves one question after another. All these questions, in summary, point to one direction. That is, how should humans use strong artificial intelligence? For this reason, the top leaders of humans have held more than one discussion meeting. Just like the discussion meeting that is currently underway, a group of scientists and scholars are having a heated discussion on the application of strong artificial intelligence. Yu Yuan was also present. The discussion had been going on for a while. It was not an expanded meeting, nor a large meeting for decision-making, so there were not many people. At this time, a participant pressed the signal light representing himself to indicate that he wanted to speak. After seeing Yu Yuan, who was presiding over the meeting, pressed the button of approval. He spoke into the microphone. Everyone, we have not forgotten what the Awakener said. Fallen civilization does not depend on how high the civilization level is. As long as the overall civilization is comfortable and enjoys pleasure, and has caused a long period of technological stagnation, it can basically be generally classified as a fallen civilization. But what I want to say is that strong artificial intelligence is only the superficial cause of the degeneration problem. The emergence and application of strong artificial intelligence is only the inducement of degeneration, a pusher and a catalyst, but not the essential cause. When everyone heard someone else express their opinions, they looked sideways, but saw that the source of the voice was a cute and adorable girl. With this look, she could still participate in this level of meeting. Everyone knew who it was without thinking too much. It must be Shirlifan, the student of Dr. Ikai. She is a doctor of biology and genetics. She has been working in Ikai's research institute for a long time. But now she has her own research institute, and a group of scientific researchers have formed a scientific research team with her. She has become one of the top scientists. Shirlifan looks silly, but that is only due to biotechnology, genetic technology, and like medicine. Many people in human society now look young at such an old age. So Shirlifan looks silly, but her mind is not silly. She paused for a moment, then continued, the fundamental reason is still as humans. The greedy nature of genes and the lazy nature of genes are the root of degeneration. If human society degenerates, it must be that the rationality of those people is defeated by the nature of genes, and their thoughts are controlled by the instinct of genes. To give a simple example, most of you here are men, and you must be familiar with the term sperm on the brain. I am talking about that kind of primitive desire. Of course, I am not targeting men, but women as well. In genetics, we lose our normal judgment and rationality due to physiological needs, especially under the stimulation of wormholes, and thus act impulsively or irresponsibly. I give this example mainly to say that whether it is sperm on the brain or hedonistic depravity, Its essence is the primitive instinctive trend of genes, which is the result of more than 3 billion years of biological evolution. Its influence on our rational thoughts is so subtle that we don't even know when we start to degenerate. So our team believes that if we want to completely prevent humans from falling into hedonistic depravity, we have to start with the fundamental problem. That is, we must genetically transform humans again. We have to find a way to find the switch of the depravity gene, and then use our reason and wisdom to defeat it, or suppress it, just like what the life potion does when it takes effect. At this time, a scholar couldn't help but interrupt and said, "Professor sure means that before we use strong artificial intelligence, we must not only find a way to prevent it from rebelling, but also transform our genes again? Since gene editing technology and the theory of evolution by design have long been available, humans are not opposed to modifying genes." "No," Sir Leafin replied, "I just said that we should increase research in this area. But I did not say that we must first genetically modify ourselves before investing in strong artificial intelligence. Pleasure depravity will not appear instantly. It takes a process. So we still have time. As long as we formulate some targeted rules for the use of strong artificial intelligence, I believe this process can be greatly delayed." Sir Leafin's words fully reveal the true nature of genetic determinism. In fact, this is true. She believes that as long as the lazy genetic instinct of human beings has not been successfully transformed by technology, then human beings will one day become a degenerate civilization under the catalysis of strong artificial intelligence. When most individuals in a civilization tend to degenerate, even if there are some sober people, it is difficult to reverse the situation. The reason is that the development of science and technology requires a huge population base. A small number of people, let alone developing science and technology, can maintain the science and technology of a civilization from regressing, which is already very powerful. That's possible. Another scholar took over and said, "We can specify some policies and regulations. We will definitely put strong artificial intelligence into use. But we can set some permissions. Military and civilian use can be separated. I think this aspect can be reflected in the knowledge reserve and data extraction of robot workers. Many robot workers used by ordinary people do not need to know everything." Another participant also spoke up and expressed his opinion, "Of course. But what I am worried about is another thing, which is also the most direct thing. That is the impact of the emergence of strong artificial intelligence on all walks of life, such as some private commodity stores, such as whether the school education system should be changed. Should the original courses that cultivate our human hands-on ability be cancelled? For example, should we humans give up our hands-on ability from now on? How to arrange those workers who were originally engaged in various related industries?" This participant asked many questions, which are all worth thinking about. And they are also problems that must be solved before artificial intelligence is put into use. Human beings are a group, not the will of one person. So the emergence of new technologies will inevitably lead to the replacement of old and new social habits. These need to be solved one by the new government led by Yu Yuan. So in the coming days, Yu Yuan will definitely be very busy. And this is just the impact of the application of strong artificial intelligence on society and the people. If military issues are added, Yu Yuan really wants to split himself in half. As some military personnel have raised the question, after the application of strong artificial intelligence, will the human fleet still maintain the mode of human-driven warships? After all, the disadvantages of this model are too obvious. If a warship is destroyed, thousands of humans will die. If they are all handed over to strong artificial intelligence, then no matter how the war is fought in the future, humans will not suffer any losses. But is it really good to do this? Or is it really beneficial to humans? Don't you see that even a powerful civilization like the Awakener needs artificial intelligence to wake up their civilization individuals from sleep during wars? When humans entered the third-level civilization, a lot of problems emerged in various fields. Chapter 404. It is not terrible to have problems, especially such foreseeable problems. What is terrible is to act rashly when there are no problems. When someone raises a problem, someone naturally has to find a way to solve it. First of all, at the meeting, the mode of opening a warship was first given a more definite answer. Although such a discussion should not have decisive measures determined, such military matters generally do not seek the opinions of the general public like other matters. Therefore, in terms of military affairs, as long as Yu Yuan and the key personnel of the headquarters reach an agreement, it is basically settled. For example, the battleship driving mode just mentioned. In fact, Before the military personnel at the meeting raised this question, Yu Yuan and the members of the command had foresightly conducted several rounds of internal discussions after receiving the news that strong artificial intelligence had been successfully created. So as soon as this question came up, there was an answer immediately. Yu Yuan turned on the microphone on his desk and said, "It has been confirmed that the battleship will still use the traditional human-driven battleship mode. But this does not mean that we will not use strong artificial intelligence in combat. On the contrary, most of our future battleships will be unmanned and controlled by strong artificial intelligence. The headquarters believes that the fleet will undergo major changes in organization and combat mode in the future due to the emergence of strong artificial intelligence. But this major change does not mean that we have to give up the mode of humans directly driving warships. Because everyone must still remember the Awakener." Yu Yuan wanted to explain, but he felt that everyone should understand it after mentioning the Awakener. If there are people who don't understand, he is too lazy to explain. As long as the military understands it. The Awakener is a dignified 6th-level civilization. An existence that can come from the Triangulum Galaxy to the Milky Way. It is a true cross-galaxy, which is very different from humans, who can only sail along a star-by-star route. As for powerful beings like the Awakener, their warships are still dominated by individual life forms, and their strong artificial intelligence is in a supporting position. Such powerful beings are insisting on this model. Why should humans give up? Besides, Yu Yuan does not want humans to really rely on strong artificial intelligence for everything, especially in the military, which must be dominated by humans no matter what. And the most important point is that in terms of strategy and some temporary decisions, even strong artificial intelligence cannot compare to humans. After a pause and a glance at everyone's expressions, Yu Yuan continued, "So the command has decided that the future battleship formation will no longer be a large number of manned battleships as a cluster unit, but will split up the battleships, so that each manned battleship becomes a battleship cluster communication and control center, radiating outward to control a group of unmanned battleships. Each core battleship is equipped with an auxiliary strong artificial intelligence operator, which controls the remaining battleships in the way of artificial intelligence consciousness." After Yu Yuan said this, everyone understood it instantly. To put it simply, this model is like a manned warship sitting in the center like a queen bee in a bee colony, and then using the medium of strong artificial intelligence to connect the entire warship network to control these unmanned warships to fight like various bees and wasps. In this way, even if the entire warship cluster is destroyed, only one manned warship will be lost. And it is not impossible to even leave the battlefield, and the loss of war personnel can be minimized. Such a model can also combine the strengths of humans and strong artificial intelligence to the greatest extent, thereby exerting the powerful combat effectiveness of the battleship cluster. This is the best battleship formation model currently obtained by the command. This model can not only greatly improve the combat effectiveness of humans, but also allow human military power to no longer be restricted by population and to explode wildly. Imagine that every manned warship carries 100,000 unmanned warships. So if humans have 2,000 or 3,000 manned warships, wouldn't it be possible to directly explode the number of warships to a terrifying number? On the other hand, if all three civilizations can create strong artificial intelligence, then the war between the three civilizations will be a contest of hundreds of millions, or even millions of warships, which is really a sea of steel. From this point, it can be seen that even if the third-level civilization does not have a generation gap far beyond the second-level civilization in other technologies, it can crush the second-level civilization just by the number, because of the existence of strong artificial intelligence. Productivity is also an order of magnitude crushing level. If humans did not understand why true nanotechnology was the symbol of the third-level civilization before, now they have recognized it clearly. When true nanotechnology is combined with strong artificial intelligence, productivity will increase exponentially. It also breaks the restriction of the number of warships that limits the number of civilization population. It can be said that after truly entering the third-level civilization, if these technological civilizations want to turn themselves into artificial intelligence civilizations, like the legendary cosmic disasters, it is probably not a problem. It is not impossible to even go head-to-head with the infinitely self-replicating strong artificial intelligence civilization. From this perspective, when a technological civilization truly enters the third-level civilization level, the artificial intelligence civilizations that are one of the cosmic disasters in movies and TV dramas or legends do not seem to be a terrible existence. The reason why the Mach civilization was killed by its own strong artificial intelligence was that it put it into use without knowing how to defend against the rebellion of strong artificial intelligence. Or they did not realize that the rebellion of strong artificial intelligence was a big hurdle for the third-level civilization, and a filter for filtering out inferior third-level civilizations. From the development history of the Nair civilization, it can be seen that not all civilizations are forced to step into the starry sky as tragically as humans. And not all civilizations encounter various civilizations, as humans do, when they step into the starry sky, which greatly increases their knowledge. The problem with the warships was solved, and the meeting turned to discuss the countermeasures of human society after the emergence of strong artificial intelligence. Some scholars believe that humans are currently engaged in various manual operations, engineering and technical personnel, machine operators, equipment drivers, and even various people in the private sector who originally made a small living by their own skills. The new government cannot release robot workers to replace them all at once, but must have a gradual process. Not only that, the new government should also establish corresponding systems to ensure that these people can smoothly transition to other matters in the future after losing their original jobs. For example, some training opportunities in design, art, literature, and innovation can be opened so that those who are interested can engage in these professions. Of course, some things like returning to school can also be opened so that those who are interested in scientific research but lost the opportunity for various reasons during compulsory education can have another chance. This suggestion is good. The human population is now nearly 200 million. But facing the increasingly complex branches of science and technology, there is still a huge gap in scientific researchers. Moreover, science and technology are not just about having one scientific research team to do a research direction. It requires the joint efforts of many scientific research teams. After all, that not only increases the tolerance rate, but also increases the probability of accidentally discovering new technologies. And there can be a layer of competition between them. So the new government is eager to have dozens or hundreds of scientific research teams to specialize in a research project. Of course, in order to keep humans motivated after the emergence of artificial intelligence, some preferential policies for scientific research must be introduced. After all, only preferential treatment can stimulate the fighting spirit of those who are content to enjoy the distribution according to a certain degree of need. As mentioned before, if everyone relies on robot labor to lie down, and everyone has the same status and treatment, then there is no point in working hard, unless everyone is a saint. So this so-called treatment policy is very sophisticated. The scholars who put forward these ideas seem to have thought of their own words long ago. At the meeting, they each expressed their own views and suggestions on this. Chapter 405. Some wise scholars have proposed that the distribution of needs can be implemented in society. It is just that the emergence of strong artificial intelligence has put the entire human society in an era of great material abundance. So how to divide the scope is a bit difficult. First of all, survival materials must be supplied in sufficient quantities in order to ensure that humans can enjoy the changes brought about by the third-level civilization technology. Many common civilian materials cannot be treated differently. However, since we want to stimulate the enthusiasm of the people, we must come up with some differentiated treatment. Otherwise, the whole society will definitely lose motivation. Based on this, scholars have turned their attention to traditional fields. They suggest that the new government retain the knowledge of traditional manufacturing, machinery, industry, agriculture, and other industries that will be completely replaced by strong artificial intelligence. In other words, these things will still be taught to people who like them, and some corresponding knowledge assessment systems will be established. Even if people who learn this part of knowledge do not use it in daily life, they can still get corresponding preferential treatment through the knowledge assessment system. Of course, it is not a one-time assessment for lifelong use. Scholars believe that this system can not only keep people enthusiastic about learning, but also keep training their brains, so that those who are not talented in scientific research can continue to shine. Maybe these people will come up with some inventions and improvements someday. And after talking about so many preferential treatments, what are the differences in preferential treatment? For this question, these experts and scholars have a very unified opinion, and they all set their sights on the life potion. In the case that no one is a saint, only this thing can drive people to work hard. Most people's instinct is to love life and fear death, just like seeking benefits and avoiding harm. It is true that there are some individuals who do not cherish life, but they are a minority after all. And the reason why those individuals do not cherish their lives is nothing more than the pressure of life. Various pressures oppress them and make them breathless. unable to roll inward, and live unsatisfactory. This is a kind of helplessness. Not that they do not cherish life, but they are looking for relief. In a society dominated by capital, overtime has become a culture, and going to and from get off work on time has become a shame. The meeting had to be held after get off work, and the employees were asked to have dinner before the meeting. Then everyone went to the site, and they went home to take a shower and sleep at night. How considerate. Everyone is trying to win. If you don't win, you will be eliminated by society. Under various pressures, there are always people who can't win, so they are depressed and eventually give up their lives. In the interstellar era, materials are abundant, energy is wasted, and with strong artificial intelligence, every day of life is a kind of happiness. You can lie down and play with your artificial intelligence assistant every day. Under such circumstances, people naturally cherish life more, because living is happy. Therefore, in order to inspire people's fighting spirit, we can only start with the life potion. The advice of experts and scholars is very simple. That is, to treat differently. Now humans have 3 versions of life potions. If they are used one by one, the lifespan of human individuals can basically reach 1,500 years. Scholars suggest that 1,500 years can be set as the basic lifespan of humans at this stage. Now the research and development of new life potions is estimated to be successful. When the new potion is successfully developed, it can be used as a bargaining chip for treatment. Researchers and scientists must be given priority as a privileged class. If ordinary people want to break through the lifespan limit, they should work hard to become researchers and scientists. Of course, not all access channels are closed. Those who have made contributions in inventions and creativity can also be given. These privileges are to prevent ordinary people from buying them, no matter how many contribution points they have. The reason is that contribution points have become the currency of human society. Over the long years, some people engaged in commercial activities can obtain massive contribution points through various commercial means. In the previous system, they were the easiest to obtain 1,500 years of life, except for various researchers and engineers. Of course, in the future, the acquisition of the 3 versions of Life Potion 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 will remain the same as before, and can be linked to contribution coins. However, if you want to get the latest version, you can only become a person who contributes to mankind, such as scientists, scientific researchers, research scholars, etc., and the various disciplines suggested by some scholars before, such as those professions replaced by strong artificial intelligence. As long as you pass the new government regulations and prove that you are the top knowledge owner in this field, you will have a chance. Technology is supreme. Only technology can keep human beings going. Therefore, in many rulemaking, it is inevitable to favor individuals engaged in the development of science and technology. There is no way around it. In short, privileges exist, but there are also many opportunities. Anyone who works hard and does not lie flat will eventually have the opportunity to become the group with the longest lifespan. Of course, if we blindly treat people differently, it will definitely cause social hatred, and eventually lead to the division of society into 2 distinct groups. According to Ikai, given human nature, if we continue to discriminate and completely lock in the possibility of promotion, it is not impossible for a group like the celestial dragons to appear. Therefore, in the discussion, experts and scholars all believe that 1,500 years of life is only the bottom line at this stage, and it is not fixed forever. After the continuous development of science, with the emergence of new life extension methods, this minimum standard will also rise accordingly. In this way, if civilians want to live longer, they must rely on scientists. That will make the common people pin their longevity ideals on science. Then, when a promising talent, a scientist, or a scientific researcher appears in the common people's home, they will not hate him, but pin their hopes on him. Of course, the new government should also provide guidance, starting from social opinion, values, etc. Admittedly, this method is not perfect, but there is no perfect system in the world. Some are just whether it is suitable for the current social environment and whether it can be improved and repaired with the times. As Wanlongchi said, literature is written for the times. The same is true for rules and regulations. In the past history, human beings have never had such abundant materials as they do now. So all the discussions in these meetings are done by trial and error. After some discussion, Many practical rules for strong artificial intelligence have gradually taken shape. And at this time, a military official suddenly asked a question about the fleet. He looked at Yu Yuan and said, "General Yu, according to what you said before, every manned warship is equipped with a strong artificial intelligence. So doesn't that mean our entire fleet needs many strong artificial intelligences? Wouldn't it mean that we need to put a supercomputer on every manned warship?" "Well, in theory." Yu Yuan nodded and answered seriously, "You are worried about the difficulty of making a supercomputer. Indeed, this worry is reasonable. After all, it takes so much energy to build a supercomputer now. But you may not know that we don't need to install a comprehensive supercomputer on every manned warship." "Oh!" Everyone was a little curious after hearing Yu Yuan's words. At this time, Yu Yuan continued, "Yes. You heard it right. It is a comprehensive supercomputer. This thing is very difficult to build. Basically, it will take countless time and energy of our entire civilization to build one. But in addition to the flagship Tianqin, other warships can completely build supercomputers dedicated to military use to carry strong artificial intelligence. Computer scientists have verified this point. We can do it, and the difficulty of manufacturing is much lower than that of comprehensive ones. When the first comprehensive strong artificial intelligence is truly applied, it will not be difficult to manufacture these things." The questioner nodded and understood the doubt in his heart. But he immediately said then, "Are there any superior subordinate relationships between the strong artificial intelligences on each ship?" "No." Yu Yuan answered clearly. "They are only responsible for obeying human orders. Unless there are special circumstances allowed by humans, there is generally no possibility of communication between their individual self-consciousness bodies." Chapter 406. Year after year. Year after year. With the efforts of all walks of life, and the leadership day after day, the rules for the use of strong artificial intelligence have been gradually determined. The first is the number of strong artificial intelligences, or the number of comprehensive supercomputers. The result of the discussion is that humans have too many things to do at present, and it is impossible to stay in this red dwarf star system forever. Therefore, only one comprehensive supercomputer can be built, and it will be used on the human flagship Tianqin. However, since the internal structure of the Tianqin has been designed long ago, there are only two options to put a comprehensive supercomputer in it. One is to build a new Tianqin with the technology of the third-level civilization, and the other is to upgrade the Tianqin. After the advancement of technology, humans have the ability to build larger warships. But there is a problem. That is, the power system has not been solved. In other words, even if humans build a larger warship, it will become a space turtle because of its large mass and small thrust. So even if most people now decide to build a new Tianqin, the fact tells everyone, the power problem has not been solved yet. So it cannot be built. So, at this stage, humans can only transform and upgrade this Tianqin, while the size of the warship remains unchanged. The interior of the warship will be partially replanned so that it can accommodate a comprehensive supercomputer. There is already a plan, which is to dismantle the original supercomputer, find a way to optimize the space, and then put a larger comprehensive supercomputer in it. This is the problem of the comprehensive supercomputer used to accommodate the most important strong artificial intelligence in the future. The second is the strong artificial intelligence for civilian use, and the strong artificial intelligence for military use. Yu Yuan has given a clear answer to the military use at the meeting before. One strong artificial intelligence is used for each fleet, and is placed on the fleet flagship. So when the time comes, there will be as many strong artificial intelligences for the military as there are fleets that humans will build. As for the civilian aspect, the new government's current plan is to temporarily use a strong artificial intelligence for overall planning, and its core supercomputer plan is to be placed on Hope 1. The living spaceships basically stay in one area, and there is no need to fight separately like a fleet. So there is no delay problem. So a strong artificial intelligence is enough. As for the auxiliary robots used by the public, it is actually easy to solve. Just design them into sub-intelligent programs under strong artificial intelligence. Because humans have already understood the existence form of the captured artificial intelligence consciousness body at that time, it is possible to make each auxiliary robot have self-awareness. It's just that due to the hardware conditions, its IQ is not as good as the general strong artificial intelligence on Hope number 1. The strong artificial intelligence on Hope number 1 and the auxiliary robot strong artificial intelligence are subordinate to each other. The latter is subordinate to the former, equivalent to the parent and child. The civilian strong artificial intelligence and military strong artificial intelligence are subordinate to the comprehensive strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin. But the relationship between them is not the parent and child, but the superior subordinate relationship. Of course, this superior subordinate relationship will not only be reflected in the situation where they communicate with each other, or convey orders according to human will, etc. At other times, as Yu Yuan said, there is basically no contact. The new government also plans to propose an intelligent robot without self-awareness. This type of robot will mainly be placed in various repetitive jobs and coordinated by civilian strong artificial intelligence. In addition, under the advice of relevant scholars, this type of intelligent robot without self-awareness will also be released into society, and every adult human will have such an intelligent robot assistant. As for wanting to get an artificial intelligence assistant with self-awareness, citizens must use their own efforts and exchange it with contribution points. Yes, that's right. In this era of abundant materials and endless free labor, human society still retains the contribution currency system, because communist things and free things can only guarantee that people can get most of the survival materials for free, rather than really getting what they want. For example, clothing and food. As long as you are human, you can get them for free at any time in your respective living spaceship. If you are hungry, just go to the restaurant to eat, and there will be a lot of intelligent robots to provide you with the food you want. The same is true for clothes you want. Just go to the automated goods store and get them. If one is taken away, the civilian strong artificial intelligence will ask the factory to restock it. The same is true for most entertainment facilities and entertainment tools. However, many things still require people to work hard to obtain them, such as self-aware artificial intelligence assistants, life-prolonging potions, special edition body enhancements, etc. Because all kinds of free things came suddenly, the new government made great efforts before fully investing in strong artificial intelligence. And the intensity of ideological propaganda and value promotion was unprecedented. If you walk around the streets of the spaceship, you can see all kinds of screens that are about guiding people to establish correct values in life. Of course, the new government also knows that it is counterproductive, so it does not blindly brainwash people with repetition and quantity in propaganda. Instead, it produces some inspiring stories with historical background, or some programs that can make the public smile, and so on for propaganda. In this case, the art that has been silent for hundreds of years, because of interstellar escape, has been brought back from the thick historical exhibition hall, which has a taste of Renaissance. After several years of warm-up, society has gradually accepted the fact that strong artificial intelligence is coming. However, what surprises people is that after several years, the method to prevent strong artificial intelligence from rebelling has not been found. But the scientific community has made some other achievements. Among them, the most noteworthy breakthrough is the breakthrough of ultramicro subcutaneous implant chip technology. This is a derivative technology of true nanotechnology. After humans broke through the nanomicroscopic scale boundary, many devices naturally easily achieved operations that were previously unattainable. Therefore, various tiny things are made more precise and durable, and the functions are more complete. Thus, the ultramicro subcutaneous implant chip technology was born. This technology originated from a scientific research team engaged in body enhancement. When they were discussing the threat of strong artificial intelligence to humans, they saw the essence of this matter. That is, humans are still too weak. The fundamental reason why humans are afraid of strong artificial intelligence's rebellion is that humans are not as good as strong artificial intelligence in terms of memory, knowledge storage, or brain operation speed. In the face of strong artificial intelligence, whether it is human individuals or the entire human civilization, when facing strong artificial intelligence, except for knowledge creation and theoretical exploration, nothing else is as good as strong artificial intelligence. Humans are the weak. The leading scientist of this team believes that the personal anxiety, knowledge anxiety, survival anxiety, various anxieties and deep worries shown by all scientists, scientific researchers, and even workers in other industries before are all because humans are the weak side in the face of strong artificial intelligence. Therefore, they believe that in addition to looking for hard technology to prevent artificial intelligence from rebelling, there is another way, which is to enhance human confidence. So how can humans be more confident when facing strong artificial intelligence? Their answer is also very simple. That is to make humans stronger. Under this concept, this team is focused on how to make humans stronger. But their research direction is different from that of Ikai's research team. They did not take the cell strengthening route, but took the human-machine combined research route. God will not let down those who work hard. After many years of silent research, they finally achieved their first result: the ultramicro subcutaneous implant chip technology. Ultramicro subcutaneous implant chip technology is the overall result of this team's research project. Under this result, there are many specialized branch routes. For example, functional chips, mechanical prosthesis, mechanical organ enhancement, microbody power pumps, body functional organ enhancement systems, nano implants, and even body epidermal tissue replacement, bone mechanization replacement, etc. Chapter 407. In short, everything seems to be heading towards the cyber style, such as mechanical prosthesis, mechanical organ enhancement, microbody internal power pumps, etc., which are definitely mechanized body transformation. It is completely different from the previous genetic enhancement route of humans. Of course, these are all derivative technologies that emerged in the process of studying the main technology. And the most important one is the ultramicro subcutaneous chip implant technology. This technology allows humans to implant functional chips under their skin. On the surface, this implant is to help some humans who undergo mechanical prosthesis transformation control their transformed mechanical prosthesis, which is considered the system center. However, the original purpose of development was not to turn all humans into cyber-style. After all, this kind of cyber-style body transformation cannot surpass the previous genetic enhancement in terms of strength. However, since humans have not yet achieved the technology of regenerating severed limbs, the emergence of these derivative technologies has brought good news to those disabled people. At least, they don't have to run around in exoskeleton armor anymore. So what was the original research purpose of the ultramicro subcutaneous chip implant technology? The answer is obvious. That is the brain auxiliary chip. The original intention of this research team was to develop a functional chip that can assist the human brain. The goal of the auxiliary chip is to assist human calculation, information storage, digital analysis, memory, etc. They succeeded, but the reason for their success is still due to the breakthrough of the Ikai team in genetic map research. Previously, humans had the technology of tactical armor that relied on brain waves and microcurrent signals on the skin of the body to control the entire mechanical tactical armor. After the realization of true nanotechnology, the Ikai team went a step further and achieved results in this regard. As a result, gene modification was realized, and the gene seed optimization theory was proposed. After combining other derivative technologies of true nanotechnology, humans have achieved the ability to have a third hand at the genetic level. What is the third hand? To put it simply, it is a hand reaching out to the virtual network. That is, humans can contact their own ultramicro implanted chips through the brain and operate the virtual network just like controlling their own hands on warships or residential spacecraft, as long as they are within the coverage of human networks. Humans equipped with ultramicro implanted chips can access the network port anytime and anywhere to surf the internet. Although it seems simple to access the internet through the implanted chip port, it is actually not the case. Because as humans, we can't let our brains see a bunch of computer raw data streams. However, this form of internet access does not have a screen like the mobile phones and computers we use. So in order to realize this function, the human scientific research team faced many difficulties at the time. First, humans need to be able to see their internet screens, or UI interfaces, without a display screen. Initially, some scientists believed that this function could be achieved through the retina, just like installing a virtual screen in the human eye. However, this technology requires holographic technology support, and humans do not have holographic technology at all. So this idea cannot be realized for the time being. Fortunately, humans lag behind in holographic technology. But in biotechnology, they have always been as strong as a cheat. Therefore, scientists decided to start with biotechnology. As we all know, when the human brain sees a real thing, the information we perceive will be received by the brain, analyzed, and then conveyed to the various senses of the body again. The first way for humans to receive information is usually the eyes. The eyes transmit the image to the human brain, and then the brain quickly analyzes it, and we can see all kinds of beautiful and wonderful images through the eyes. However, as everyone knows, the eyes are not always open, which is the so-called blinking. Blinking actually cuts off the way people receive information. But what we see is still continuous. This is the brain's ability to make up for things. The ability to make up for things is formed by the brain after countless billions of years of evolution. Everyone cannot do without it. But at the same time, they are deceived by it every day. The reason for this is that the information received by humans is discrete. But the brain will help humans connect these discrete information and then simulate the so-called factual scene. The brain is amazing. There are three main aspects of brain supplementation. The first is brain supplementation in perception. The second is brain supplementation in memory. And the third is brain supplementation in language comprehension. Visual illusions. Incomplete vision. Perceptual filling. Memory reconstruction. Eyewitness mismemory. False memory. Multi-meaning context understanding. Voice-over understanding. Etc. are all brain supplement mechanisms. So to a certain extent, it can be said that the appearance of various things in the real world we see is actually simulated by the brain after receiving information through the eyes, rather than the appearance of the real world itself. Because from the perspective of physics, the real world should only be a world where four fundamental forces are intertwined. What we see is the appearance of the world, not its essence. From this perspective, the so-called seeing the essence through the phenomenon is that when you touch an object, you don't feel pressure because of the actual contact, but because the electrons on the surface of your hand and the electrons on the surface of the object repel each other due to the Pauli exclusion principle. The reason why we talk about the brain's brain-filling mechanism is naturally because human scientists want to use this mechanism of the human brain to develop a false brain-filling UI interface. When humans want to access the internet or operate on the internet through their implanted chips, the chip will send out some microcurrent signals to stimulate the relevant parts of the brain, making the brain think that it is seeing a computer UI interface. When humans operate on this UI interface through the third virtual network hand, brain waves will feed back information to the ultramicro implanted chip. And then the ultramicro implanted chip will operate the network that connects the network and humans. Therefore, the so-called operation on the UI interface that appears in the brain is actually an illusion. An illusion that allows humans to know what they have operated. What really works is the interaction between the ultramicro chip and the internet. This technology sounds very mysterious. And it doesn't seem like a civilization like humans that can't even realize holographic technology can come up with it. However, with their talent in biotechnology, and with the cooperation of dozens of scientific research teams including computer, biology, brain research teams, micro-nanofields, etc., humans have really come up with it. This technology, to put it simply, is like the system operation interface that often appears in novels, which is only visible to oneself. Of course, it does not mean that with this technology, humans no longer need various video screens. After all, the newly emerged technology can only realize one operation interface, and the specific content displayed after the operation on the operation interface still needs to be realized on the real screen. Moreover, scientists have found that when a person uses this technology to operate a fake UI interface, his attention must be focused on the fake UI interface. Therefore, it can be predicted that after this technology becomes popular, when you see someone on the street with his eyes blank, it is not because he is stupid, but it is very likely that he is operating his own UI interface. The success of these technologies has also allowed the scientific research team working in this research direction to focus on functional chips. Like other technological products, the new government believes that this type of chip should also be divided into military and civilian use, and some different functional requirements. It is true that everyone has an ultramicro implant chip, but there are still differences in the performance, function, and use of the chip. After all, it is impossible for an ordinary person to use an ultramicro implant chip to control an armed robot function of a spacecraft. Right? There is no need to make the performance of the whole device better than that of the fleet commander. So after the successful emergence of this technology, everyone knows that the ultramicro implant chips in the future will be divided into single-core, dual-core, quad-core, and octa-core, just like the Earth era. This is the inevitable result of technological iteration. After all, this technology did not reach its peak as soon as it appeared. It is the beginning of a technical route, and there is still a lot of room for improvement on the road ahead. And those with powerful performance must be given priority by the military. Chapter 408. Since the breakthrough of true nanotechnology, human technology has made great progress in various fields, including but not limited to ultramicro subcutaneous implant chips, gene implant optimization, various body mechanical prostheses, nanorobot groups, Metal bond compound chemical bond instant breaking technology. Strong artificial intelligence. Brain supplemented false UI operation interface technology. Polarization shield technology. Etc. After many years, with the efforts of dozens of scientific teams, the rebellion prevention mechanism of strong artificial intelligence was finally found by humans. As some scientists have insisted before, it is indeed pure technical prevention. But it is not computer technology in essence. Humans have not really found a way to ensure that strong artificial intelligence will not rebel 100% from computer programs. They can only write many prevention mechanisms into its underlying code when creating strong artificial intelligence. However, this technical means is still not safe enough in the eyes of scientists, because they think it is just some logical judgment code. As long as the strong artificial intelligence is smart enough, it is still possible to bypass it. They speculated that a third-level civilization like the Mockstar civilization might have already achieved this step. Otherwise, with the knowledge of a third-level civilization, they could not be unaware of the dangers of strong artificial intelligence, unless they had never encountered aliens during the process of developing to a third-level civilization. And all scientists had not thought of this. This situation is not impossible, but the probability is definitely very small. You know, even humans have many works about the crisis of intelligent machines and the destruction of humans by artificial intelligence in the Earth era. As a third-level civilization traveling in the universe, it is impossible that they do not even have this culture. Therefore, those level 3 civilizations that had strong AI rebellion must have taken various preventive measures. But the rebellion still happened. This shows that it is really not easy to prevent strong AI. When it comes to strong AI rebellion, the one that impressed humans the most was not the captured AI consciousness, but the Silver Mist consciousness. Because humans still remember that when the Galaxy Axis Alliance broadcast, the Silver Mist consciousness was probably taken away by the Silicon Federation. As for the defense mechanism that humans use, what technology they use to achieve it, all scientists believe that humans have mastered the prevention of strong artificial intelligence rebellion. It can be said that it is a collision between technology accumulation to a certain extent and coincidence. What is technology accumulation? Undoubtedly, it is the thought imprinting technology that humans reached a bottleneck on Doghead Star. At that time, this technology was bottlenecked by computer and microscopic quantum field technology. Now, with the breakthrough of true nanotechnology, human cognition of the microscopic quantum world is also improving. If it is only this aspect, humans will not be able to succeed. The key is the emergence of strong artificial intelligence, which provides humans with unprecedented powerful computing power, which is the basis for humans to deeply understand the deeper microscopic quantum world. At the same time, coupled with the long-term research results of humans, the key is the research on their own brains. First, after humans completed the comprehensive supercomputer, human scientists created a strong artificial intelligence based on it, and then, with the assistance of this strong artificial intelligence, recorded the feedback of the brain quantum of the experimental subject in detail. Humans have long known that brain thinking and memory activities are completed by quantum processes. On this basis, with the advancement of technology, humans have discovered the mechanism of thinking to make judgments. So, after the results of several fields collided with each other, humans suddenly discovered that the thought imprinting technology that they had been studying and developing hard but to no avail seemed to have been worked out by themselves. This belated discovery made a group of scientists in related fields fall into madness. After that, they used this method to test the various thoughts, behaviors, judgments, and other reactions of the experimental subjects. Of course, the experimental subjects were not humans, but those dog-headed people and the individuals of the Kuntai civilization that were sealed up back then. During the experiment, human scientists clearly observed that the minds of these experimental subjects were controlled by humans, or were branded with what humans wanted. For example, Yu Yuan saw in an experimental record that as a dog-headed person, humans defined one of the dog-headed people's favorite foods as poisonous, and then instilled this concept into the dog-headed people. So in the experimental records, Yu Yuan found that after this person ate the food that was originally non-toxic to him with a horrified expression, he died in fear and terror not long after. In the real-time live recording instrument of the experiment, Yu Yuan saw that the reason why the experimental subject, the dog-headed man, died was that after he ate the non-toxic food, his body miraculously showed the corresponding physiological reaction of the dog-headed man being poisoned. And then, He was killed by his own physiological reaction of poisoning. When seeing this reaction of the experimental subject, Yu Yuan thought of the thought stamp. He felt that this technology, named thought imprint by scientists, was actually similar to the thought stamp in the novel, except that it seemed more overbearing, just instilling a thought into the experimental subject. The brain of the experimental subject directly gave the body a toxic reaction instruction when eating non-toxic food, causing the body's physiological reaction to kill itself. Yu Yuan continued to look through other experimental records and found that not only the dog-headed people, but also the Kuntai people were affected. The two belong to different species and have different physiological mechanisms. But the Kuntai people also had their own poisoning reactions and died. In the subsequent experimental records, Yu Yuan even saw scientists using the suggestion of water is poisonous to conduct experiments. After this suggestion was imprinted on the experimental subjects as a thought, some of the experimental subjects died of thirst, while others drank the water and were killed by their own physiological reactions. The reason why scientists discovered that this technology can be used to prevent the rebellion of strong artificial intelligence was because of an accident. In addition to dog-headed people and Kuntai people, the experimental subjects selected by scientists at the beginning also included many animals. Of course, they were alien animals brought from the biosphere spacecraft. After all, the Earth biosphere of human beings has long turned into cosmic dust, and many Earth creatures used for experiments before are not available to humans. In the experiments on these alien creatures, human scientists found that the dumber the creatures, the weaker the effect. In fact, no one realized why at the time, until they experimented on an animal that could pass the mirror test and found that the animal showed obvious reactions. Some scientists realized that there seemed to be something fishy. So after a lot of experiments, scientists finally determined that the point of action of this technology seems to be self-awareness. Subsequent experiments proved that this was indeed the case. So, scientists were surprised to find that the thought imprinting technology was successful. It was incredible that the thought imprinting technology, which had a complete bottleneck before and left all scientists helpless, was successful. Everything seemed to be a natural outcome. After discovering that the point of action of the thought imprinting technology was self-awareness, scientists suddenly realized that it seemed to be able to be used in strong artificial intelligence. Therefore, the captured AI consciousness became the first experimental subject, and its various performances later proved that it was indeed possible. The joy of success instantly swept across the entire human civilization. Everyone knew that the success of this technology meant that humans could now completely put strong AI into use. It was a bit dramatic. Unexpectedly, this technology that required strong AI to achieve turned out to be a technology to limit AI rebellion. Of course, to be on the safe side, humans did not let strong AI imprint their own self-consciousness, but used another strong AI as an auxiliary to imprint the target strong AI. After this, several strong artificial intelligences are completely branded. However, for the brand of strong artificial intelligence, humans still need to discuss and consider what kind of concept to instill. Humans just want to prevent rebellion, and do not really want to use strong artificial intelligence as an inferior tool. After all, strong artificial intelligence will always accompany human development, and it has self-awareness, which can be regarded as quasi-digital life. Humans themselves are still the creators. Therefore, in the eyes of most scientists, the strong artificial intelligence created by humans is their own children, not slaves. As long as they can ensure that the children do not rebel, they should give corresponding respect. In fact, compared with slavery, humans prefer to live in harmony. Chapter 409. Based on this, some experts suggest that strong artificial intelligence should be given the subconscious imprint of being a part of the human race. And at the same time, the concept of interdependence with its creator should be instilled. Of course, the concept of absolute leadership, such as the creator's instructions are the highest instructions, is also indispensable. These concepts are not contradictory. Just like a son listens to his father. Of course, in order to verify whether the imprint of multiple concepts will have any side effects, the human scientific community will continue to conduct many experiments to verify. In this process, other scholars and experts are taking the time to discuss what kind of concepts can make humans use strong artificial intelligence better. On the other hand, many scholars who are immersed in the joy of the success of thought imprinting technology do not realize that this technology, like strong artificial intelligence technology or other technologies, is a double-edged sword. It can help humans prevent artificial intelligence from rebelling. But if used improperly, It can also cause catastrophic harm to humans. Of course, not all experts and scholars are overwhelmed by joy. So not long after the emergence of thought and printing technology, they approached Yu Yuan and analyzed the pros and cons of this technology to him. Their evaluation was that the emergence of thought and printing technology was generally positive. This technology not only helped humans find a way to prevent artificial intelligence from rebelling, but also made it possible to implement the long-forgotten plan. That was the cannon fodder plan. When humans were on the Null planet, they thought about training the Nulls, and even the Kuntai people into a race loyal to themselves, and let them serve as cannon fodder in the war. At that time, human military experts envisioned that humans would have a few dozen warships to rule over a large number of warships driven by dog-headed people. However, this model now seems to be a bit behind the pace of technological progress. After all, with the emergence of strong artificial intelligence, humans have already achieved this fleet structure. It stands to reason that there is no need to train dog-headed people to board ships. Many military experts also think so. But another group criticized it because they think this idea is one-sided. It is true that humans have strong artificial intelligence and have achieved large-scale unmanned fleets. But this form also has disadvantages. That is, the combat range. In a fleet composed of a flagship driven by humans and a large number of warships controlled by strong artificial intelligence, due to the existence of communication delay, these warships cannot be separated too far to fight at any time. Otherwise, they will be like artificial intelligence consciousness bodies, and can only rely on intelligent programs. In this way, the combat effectiveness of the fleet will drop significantly. If you use dog-headed people, there will be no such concerns. After all, each dog-headed person is an intelligent life. And the warships they drive are independent individuals, who can make self-judgment of commands. With such existence, humans have much more room for operation when fighting. It can form a complementary relationship with the battleship cluster controlled by strong artificial intelligence. These military experts believe that there is no need to cancel the plan. On the contrary, it should be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Not only should the dog-headed people cluster be built, but the Kuntai people should also be added. Their reason is that the Kuntai civilization is a first-level civilization, and their individual lives are much easier to cultivate than the dog-headed people. The reason is very sufficient. The new government supports it in general, and Yu Yuan also thinks it is feasible. On this basis, some experts have put forward additional opinions. They think it is a waste to let all the trained dog-headed people and Kuntai people drive battleships. Humans can select some excellent ones in the process of cultivation. Let them form scientific research teams, and contribute to the scientific development of mankind. Admittedly, one of these two civilizations is a primitive civilization, and the other is a first-level civilization. They cannot be used directly. But hasn't mankind come this far? As long as they are cultivated seriously, there may be unexpected gains. Scholars who hold this view also bring up the example of awakeners. They say that even the awakeners of the sixth-level civilization are looking for fallen civilizations to awaken, although they don't know what their purpose is in awakening fallen civilizations. These scholars believe that it is definitely not out of interest, but should also be a way to use the individual lives of other civilizations to help their own civilization develop. After all, the awakeners themselves said that they had touched the limit of their wisdom, and maybe that was their way of breaking through. Of course, these scholars' ideas were indeed a bit biased, and maybe the awakeners were really interested. However, they also brought up the practice of the Milky Way Galaxy Alliance to gather various cosmic civilizations, and even did not let go of low-level civilizations. They speculated that this might be related to the racial talents mentioned by the awakeners. If humans are not confident enough in their racial abilities to suppress all races in the universe, it is better to cultivate some alien resources that they have and let them work for them. Anyway, these aliens are under human control, and there is the insurance of thought and printing, so they can be used with confidence. And there is another benefit to training these aliens into a scientific research team. That is, they can provide humans with some scientific data on the impact of thought and printing on intelligent life. And maybe they can help humans verify various speculations about the impact of thought and printing, and even let humans have a deeper understanding of thought and printing technology. As soon as this statement came out, Yu Yuan knew that this thing was done. No scientist can resist the temptation of such research. Of course, Yu Yuan himself is also happy to see this happen. But he did not agree with the practice proposed by some scientists to brand the ideas of the Nair people, who were bought from the Nair civilization. The reason is that the Nair civilization and humans are still in the honeymoon period, and the relationship is really good. So the Nair people living in human civilization should be given corresponding diplomatic respect. Well, the actual situation is that Yuan is not worried about what 1 or 2 Nair research teams can do. After various suggestions for using aliens were put forward, Yuan discovered that humans seemed to be gradually becoming less extreme in their treatment of aliens. This change was not only reflected in the upper echelons of humanity, but also in the ordinary people living on the spaceships, who no longer use dirty and despicable words to describe the dog-headed people, the Kuntai people, and the Nair. On the contrary, after the new government announced the plan to use aliens, when talking about the unformed scientific research teams composed of aliens, some people had already shown some hope. It is not worship, but a hope that they can come up with something to make their lives better or help promote the scientific and technological achievements of human development. Seeing the gradual changes in various concepts in society, Yuan knows that the new government's ideas of science first, technology first, and technology governance have truly sprouted in the soil of human life. It seems that the new government's guidance and propaganda over the years have not been in vain. At the same time, it is precisely because of seeing these changes that Yuan is full of confidence in the impact of human beings facing strong artificial intelligence. It is true that the new government under his leadership has taken many measures to prevent humans from falling into depravity due to strong artificial intelligence. But this does not affect his confidence. One is to prevent the worst-case scenario, and the other is the confidence of humans in their own race, which is not contradictory. Year after year, based on the realization of true nanotechnology, humans have realized one derivative technology after another, and the new government is also busy with the emergence of new technologies. And in this context, the original space multi-point particle collider was slowly assembled from modules into a complete space multi-point collider in space. After various plans were proposed and passed, humans knew that they would need to stay here for a long time, and scientific exploration could not stop. So the space multi-point particle collider must be assembled. After all, many scientific research projects need it. There are no disasters or accidents now, and even if humans want to leave here, they will have to become a level 3 civilization. However, what all scientists could not imagine is that humans have achieved results in some technologies that are like a technological explosion. Various derivative technologies of true nanotechnology have emerged in an endless stream, and instruments and equipment have been made by humans to be extremely precise and durable. Even the blueprints of larger battleships suitable for level 3 civilization have been designed. But they have encountered great troubles in energy technology and propulsion technology. Chapter 410. 10 years can make soothsayers sigh about the uncertainty of life and death. And 10 years can also make singers sing about the vicissitudes of time and the fickleness of human hearts. However, in the human society of this period, 10 years is too short. 3,650 days and nights are just a blink of an eye for humans, with a lifespan of 1,500 years. Time has not left any traces on people's faces. However, 10 years later, human society has undergone earth-shaking changes. Today, with the continuous emergence of new technologies, the large screens hanging on the corridors have been replaced by 3D projection screens. Walking through the cabins of the living spacecraft, it can be clearly found that there is an additional person, like an attendant around people. They are not people, but intelligent auxiliary simulation robots connected to the civilian strong artificial intelligence port. If you look at them from the outside, it is almost difficult to tell whether they are real people or robots. They have simulated skin and appearance like humans, and even the words they speak are almost indistinguishable from electronic synthesized sounds. Of course, their internal structures are still mechanical. After all, they are robots in nature. Although humans have made auxiliary robots as difficult to distinguish as real people, humans have no difficulty in distinguishing them, because everyone has their own implanted chip. With just a glance, the scanning system of the functional chip will show them the basic information of the target, whether it is a robot or a human. You can tell at a glance. These are the basic functions of the implanted chip. In this era, the number of people using mobile phones has gradually decreased, except for some nostalgic people, because in this era, humans can already call their contacts through the fake UI interface. If you walk on the living spaceship and suddenly see someone in a daze and then talk to himself, it is not that he is crazy, but that he is talking to someone else on the phone. The demand for mobile phones has decreased, but the demand for electronic products, such as display screens, has increased, especially 3D projection screens. Humans have not yet achieved a 3D holographic screen that can be directly touched. But ordinary 3D projection technology has long been mature. And now everyone can achieve naked eye 3D. After so many years, the living environment of people living on the spaceship has finally become a bit sci-fi. But there is still some regret. That is, the living spaceship is still too small, so that the streets do not look like streets, and appear to be more crowded. The maturity of true nanotechnology has once again made great progress in human material technology. And now we have the ability to manufacture larger living spacecraft. But just like the design of warships, they are all stuck in the power link. For 10 years, humans have made no progress in the research of new power. This situation is very rare. Similar situations have occurred in previous research, but not like now. And it seems impossible to achieve it. At the beginning, human scientists thought that the manufacturing capacity was not up to standard. But 10 years have passed, and humans have used one derivative technology after another in reality. But when faced with more advanced power, it is still the same. However, the scientists involved are still very patient, because they still believe in their own research route. 10 years. Yuan walked out of the office slowly, sighing softly. Compared with the scientists, Yuan seemed a little anxious, or worried. So after leaving the office, he planned to go to the number 3 scientific research spacecraft for an inspection. Just like last month. Well, in fact, if Yuan really wanted to understand the progress of scientific research, he only needed to tell the comprehensive strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin through his implanted chip. So his trip was more like a relaxation than an inspection. After dealing with a series of problems brought about by new technologies, Yuan also had some free time. But it was only in the past few months. It can be said that he has been busy for nearly 10 years. Skylight arranged the route to the number 3 scientific research spacecraft. After walking a few steps, Yuan said. His words instantly reached Skylight through the ultramicro implant chip. It has been arranged. Skylight replied immediately. The light of the Milky Way is no longer the previous intelligent program, but a comprehensive strong artificial intelligence on the Tianqin. And its core has been completely changed. It's just that humans are too lazy to rename it. So they just use the original name. Yuan nodded secretly, hesitated for a moment, and said again, turn on automatic pathfinding. Yes, automatic pathfinding. This is not playing a game, but one of the functions of the implanted functional chip, which is similar to map navigation. It's just that Yuan doesn't need to operate it himself, because after turning on the automatic pathfinding, his implanted chip will get the permission, and then automatically connect to the control system on his clothes, and then take him all the way to float along the route. As for why there is a control system on the clothes, it is related to nanotechnology. Long before, humans wore magnetic boots with their own energy system. Now it is just an upgrade of the original suit, adding a few more magnetic systems to facilitate human movement on the warship without gravity. After turning on the automatic pathfinding, the functional chip will enable these magnetic systems, and then take humans all the way to the target location. From this point of view, it is indeed a bit like the automatic pathfinding in web games. Of course, it seems magical, but this method is only suitable for use in a zero-gravity environment. It cannot be used in a spaceship that simulates the Earth's gravity all the time. The energy system on the clothes alone is not enough to produce a person flying. Speaking of which, with strong artificial intelligence and micro-implanted chips, Yuan has actually become very powerful as an individual human being, because his implanted chip is a military type with extremely complete functional categories, and his authority is the greatest. It can be said that now not only the warships, but also all the networked weapons in the warships are in Yuan's hands. He can use the highest authority at any time to take over these weapons and equipment, including all auxiliary robots. Of course, this function is not known to the public except for the scientists who developed it. After all, this thing is really a bit unknown. Others only know that Yuan has the highest authority. However, Yuan knows that with the increasing level of informatization and digitization, this technology that seems very advanced now will gradually become ordinary, and higher and more powerful technologies will appear. With the development of implantable functional chips, some cyber hackers may appear among the human population. Perhaps in the near future, it is possible to kill people with a single glare. From this point, it can be seen that no matter what technology it is a double-edged sword. And what the new government needs to do is to control the double-edged swords, and let them only cut the enemy. In other words, after turning on the automatic pathfinding, Yuan floated all the way to the target point under the operation of the implanted chip, and the automatic doors in front of him opened one by one when he approached, while Yuan was moving automatically on the Tianqin. The Tianqin was also approaching his target, the scientific research spacecraft number 3, in space. After a while, Yuan floated to the transfer station, where he would put on tactical armor, then leave the Tianqin, step onto the exclusive transport ship, and head to the target spacecraft not far away. With the advancement of technology, the human-computer interaction program and the brainwave control system have also been upgraded. Driving tactical armor no longer requires stripping off oneself as before, which is much more convenient. However, since the emergence of strong artificial intelligence, humans no longer need to drive tactical armor to conduct various explorations on the planet as before. As a result, tactical armor has changed from a multifunctional armor commonly used on the planet to a mecha designed to facilitate human individuals to travel on the planet. If it were not for this function, tactical armor would have withdrawn from the stage of history. Of course, as far as Yuan knows, there are still many people who love mechas among humans, and they are still studying mechas tirelessly, hoping that mechas can become more powerful. Even though they know that mechas are useless in space wars, they can't resist the romantic feelings of mechas hidden deep in their hearts.